In a remarkable twist of fate, a modern soul inadvertently inhabits the body of a lizard in a parallel world, only to realize, amidst despair, that this peculiar realm is named Fukushima. This is the demon unleashed by humanity, a biologist lamented, gazing at the colossal creature looming in the distance. Demon? Kindly refer to me as the nuclear explosion angel. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Beneath the blazing sun, the oppressive heat rendered the world lifeless. Leaving the desolate land in eerie silence, the pitch-black lizard lay upon a green leaf, barely surviving in the scant shade provided by the tree. Damn it, this is quite the beginning, a mere lizard with no gear to rely on. The real issue is that I've been transformed into a different species altogether. Though I may have engaged in activities in my previous life that were less than commendable, this time, I aspire to be a good person. Oh dear fate, grant me a chance. The black lizard, known as Tang Yuan, found himself internally lamenting. Indeed, this black lizard was a traveler, or more accurately, the soul within the lizard's body of foreign entity. In his past life, he was merely an insurance salesman, unaware that a single slumber would transport him to this dreadful world. Most crucially, he had transformed into a lizard. This shocking revelation once led him to contemplate ending it all, but ultimately, he clung to the belief that a miserable existence was preferable to death. Grr, he sighed, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at his belly. If anyone had been present, they would have been astonished to see such a human-like expression manifest on the face of a lizard. In his previous life, this very trait might have secured him a place in a zoo, allowing him to live a carefree life of leisure. Alas, in this grim world, Tang Yuan had yet to encounter a single living human being, rendering this moment unnoticed. With no other options, he turned his gaze toward the green leaves beside him. Influenced by his past lives mentality, he could not bring himself to consume raw flesh, so for the past few days, he had subsisted solely on these leaves. Ding! Detection of host consuming substantial amounts of radioactive material dominance, system initiating. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Tang Yuan's ear. His eyes lost focus for a moment, and the leaves he had been chewing fell to the ground as he stood there, stunned. Could it be that my golden finger has finally arrived? In that instant, he recalled the painful days of subsisting on leaves and evading predators. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt tears welling in his eyes. System activation, successful host aptitude detection complete, status panel activated. As the words faded, a blue screen materialized before Tang Yuan. Species, stone dragon mutant. Body strength, 3. Strength, 2. Agility, 5. Endurance, 3. Special abilities, venom, regeneration. Evolution progress, 25. Indeed, it is a quintessential configuration of a standard weakling. Tang Yuan could not help but scoff at the meager combat power displayed on the panel. However, what piqued his interest was the evolution progress indicator at the bottom of the panel. Turning over, he scratched his chin thoughtfully, closing his eyes in contemplation. If this evolution is akin to what I know, it implies that this body still has a chance for redemption. Perhaps I might evolve into a little dragon person, he mused, a smile creeping onto his lips at the thought of transforming into such a creature. The juxtaposition of his fierce lizard visage with this whimsical notion lent an unexpectedly comical air. What a delightful aroma! Tang Yuan's nostrils flared, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. The enticing scent wafting from deep within his soul stirred his appetite, and he felt an irresistible urge to indulge. A food lover is on the move, he declared as he leaped gracefully onto another tree branch. In a flurry of motion, he traversed several meters with ease. Executing a somersault midair, Tang Yuan landed solidly on the parched earth. Alas, no applause, he thought, scratching his head in disappointment. Yet he quickly recalled his purpose, to seek out delectable food, and his dismay dissipated as he eagerly pursued the source of the enticing fragrance. As he inhaled the persistent aroma, he looked up to find a decaying spider carcass larger than his own frame before him, plunging him into a profound dilemma. I shall just sample a tiny morsel, he reasoned, recalling the green lifestyle of recent days amidst the tempting scent of roasted meat. Unable to resist the allure, he muttered to himself while salivating uncontrollably at the sight of the spider's remains. Ugh, this is truly revolting, he exclaimed after a mere taste, feeling an overwhelming urge to expel the contents of his stomach. His astonishment. However, although the spider meat was unpalatable, it melted in his mouth, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only regurgitate the leaves he had consumed that morning. Oh no, I feel dizzy. Am I on the verge of departing this world? Suddenly, Tang Yuan felt his limbs grow weak, collapsing atop the spider carcass, his eyes rolling back as if he were about to pass away. Ding! Consumed mutated spider flesh, acquired radiation material, gained special ability. Poison resistance to IT was as though an angel whispered in his ear. The mechanized voice echoed, and a refreshing surge coursed through his body, swiftly banishing the discomfort he had just experienced. In fact, Tang Yuan felt an unprecedented vigor enveloping him. A flicker of thought sparked, and a blue panel materialized before him. Observing the newly acquired poison resistance, he realized that the previous voice was indeed not a figment of his imagination. A bold idea blossomed in Tang Yuan's mind, though the memory of his earlier torment sent a shiver down his spine. I shall become a little dragon person, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of life, he declared resolutely, gritting his teeth, closing his eyes, and lunging fiercely at the rotting spider carcass before him. The nauseating sensation had yet to pervade his entire being. Tang Yuan, resembling a frantic dog, voraciously devoured the remains before him. In no time, the carcass of a spider was entirely consumed. However, the overwhelming disgust emanating from the depths of his soul became unbearable for every morsel Tang Yuan ingested. He promptly expelled it in double measure. Once he had expelled enough to leave him feeling somewhat drained, he was able to alleviate some of his discomfort. Beep! Consumed the remains of a mutated spider, gaining a substantial amount of radioactive material. Consumed the remains of a decaying organism, earning the title Devourer. Devourer? Tang Yuan pondered with a hint of confusion, wondering about the significance of this title. He quickly summoned the interface once more, and indeed, the displayed values were markedly different from before. Species: stone lizard mutated variant. Body strength 5. Strength 3. Agility 6. Endurance 4. Special abilities: venom, regeneration. Evolution progress 50%. Title: Devourer. Well, that's not entirely inedible, is it? It seems this title is quite beneficial, Tang Yuan mused, observing the enhanced values across various aspects, a vague sense of speculation blossoming within him. At that moment, a massive silhouette appeared behind Tang Yuan, its crimson-tinged eyes coldly fixated upon him. Chapter 2. Evolution. Tang Yuan was in the midst of validating the conjectures swirling in his mind when an unexpected chill enveloped him, the once scorching sunlight seemingly vanishing. Suddenly, a heavy, labored breath erupted nearby, sending a shiver racing down his spine. Mechanically, he turned his head to behold a wild boar, its body covered in menacing spines and two enormous tusks jutting from its mouth, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. "Forgive me, dear boar, let me be," Tang Yuan implored, turning slightly to face the beast with a hint of supplication. Yet, this very movement seemed to incite the boar's fury, which let out a thunderous roar. The formidable tusks lunged toward Tang Yuan with alarming speed. Overcome by fear, he lamented his lack of agility in this world, wishing he had been born with 4 legs instead, and fled in a frantic dash. Witnessing his escape, the boar became enraged, its stout legs unleashed in astonishing force, propelling it like a cannonball toward Tang Yuan. Glancing back, Tang Yuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he realized the boar's speed had surpassed his, with the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Damn it, even the wild boar knows how to hunt these days, he thought, panic rising within him. If this continues, I am doomed. Resolute, he disregarded the limits of his own body and veered towards the dense forest. Fortunately, his diminutive, lizard-like frame allowed for swift maneuverability, while the boar's cumbersome bulk momentarily lost its balance. In its attempt to change direction, it stumbled, its inertia causing it to slide uncontrollably. The boar, realizing it had been outwitted by its prey, grew even more furious. It regained its footing and charged after Tang Yuan once again, its rage amplifying its terrifying strength, rapidly closing the distance that had just been gained. At last, Tang Yuan slipped into the thicket, but before he could catch his breath, he noticed the boar showed no signs of slowing down as it barreled into the unfamiliar terrain. Its massive form transformed into a landbound tank, crashing through the underbrush with a terrifying force. The impact against ancient trees, some having survived countless years, produced a cacophony of creaks and groans, resembling anguished cries. In mere moments, several trees were uprooted and snapped in half. Witnessing this chaos, Tang Yuan dared not linger, his short legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Eventually, the commotion stirred by the boar attracted the attention of other dominant creatures. A massive being, covered in sleek black scales and entirely unfamiliar to Tang Yuan from his previous life, stood before the wild boar. A sigh of relief escaped Tang Yuan's lips. Although he could not identify the creature, his observations over the past few days indicated that it belonged to a category of beings that should never be trifled with. Its dark scales promised an unimaginable level of defense, while its myriad of razor-sharp teeth could easily rend metal as if it were mere tofu. Moreover, with its explosive power in its limbs, it can be said that few creatures can escape from its jaws. Thus, upon encountering it, Tang Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. Oh, this damned sense of security. Tang Yuan exhaled, swiftly retreating behind the creature. Perhaps due to the stark contrast in their strengths, the creature completely disregarded Tang Yuan's presence, its gaze fixated intently on the wild boar before it. The wild boar, clearly recognizing the formidable opponent, gradually halted in front of the creature, choosing to temporarily forget Tang Yuan and focus on the immediate threat. A glint of caution emanated from the wild boar's crimson eyes, as its anxious forelimbs stirred up clouds of dust, its enormous tusks gleaming with a sharp, cold light. The creature seemed oblivious to all of this, turning to move aside. This sight nearly frightened Tang Yuan to death. Don't go, big brother. Fight it. It's already at our doorstep. We cannot endure this. Attack this little brat. Tang Yuan hid behind a withered tree, pulling a leaf over his head for cover. At that moment, witnessing the creature's retreat, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. The wild boar also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, contemplating an exit from this territory that did not belong to it now that Tang Yuan had vanished from sight. Just as both the lizard and the boar thought the ordeal had concluded, suddenly, the creature lunged from the air. Its glistening, sharp teeth sank into the wild boar's neck. The abrupt turn of events startled the wild boar immensely, causing it to thrash violently. Yet, the creature clung to it as if it were part of its very being. Unmoving, the wild boar sensed its life was in jeopardy, its gaze filled with determination as it frantically dashed toward a towering boulder, crashing into it with tremendous force in the blink of an eye. The terrifying impact caused the boulder to crack, resembling a web of fissures. The creature, unable to withstand this force, fell from the wild boar, blood oozing from its maw. It seemed to harbor some trepidation towards the wild boar's brute strength, cautiously sidestepping as if wishing to defuse the confrontation. The wild boar, incensed, felt it was being bullied. Ignoring the blood still flowing from its wounds, it lunged forward, thrusting its massive tusks at the creature. Upon seeing the foolish creature had learned its lesson and was no longer falling for its tricks, the creature shed all pretense. Its previous weakness vanished in an instant as it charged at the wild boar with ferocity. The obsidian scales of its armor absorbed the wild boar's charge, sustaining minimal damage. Its razor-sharp teeth bit down fiercely once more on the boar's neck. However, the wild boar's thick layer of fat provided it some protection, allowing it to withstand the assault without suffering fatal harm. Seizing the opportunity, it once again propelled the creature toward the boulder. Thus, a fierce battle unfolded before Tang Yuan. As two titans of the land engaged in a brutal struggle for survival, Tang Yuan remained hidden, quietly observing the life and death clash of these colossal beings, his mind racing with calculations. At last, the wild boar, relying on its substantial layer of fat, emerged victorious, dragging the monstrous creature to its demise. With a sorrowful wail, the beast collapsed heavily to the ground, extinguishing its life. The wild boar, however, was evidently nearing its end, struggling even to support its own weight. Staggering towards the carcass of the monster, it trod upon the crushed stones that lay scattered beneath its feet, silently narrating the brutality of the recent battle. In that moment, Tang Yuan, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly leapt forth. Dark green venom spewed from his mouth, splattering across the wild boar's wounded body. This toxic spray seemed to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Soon, the wild boar, with a gaze filled with defiance, succumbed and collapsed heavily to the ground. 5 millennia of history had endowed me with extraordinary wisdom. Witnessing such an invincible being fall at his feet stirred Tang Yuan to an impromptu performance. Today, the common folk rejoice. He hummed a cheerful tune, indulging in the remains of the wild boar. A bit gamey, he mused inwardly as he feasted. Surprisingly, despite his seemingly insignificant stature, Tang Yuan rapidly devoured the wild boar's enormous form. For reasons unknown, upon finishing the boar's flesh, he did not feel satiated. Instead, an insatiable hunger surged within him. This overwhelming craving compelled him to salivate in gratitude towards the carcass of the creature. "Oh, noble beast, your life was grand, your death glorious. I shall not forget your immense kindness," he proclaimed, palms pressed together in reverence. Yet, his eyes gleamed with renewed fervor as he began to feast upon the monster's remains once more. Ding! Devoured the mutated wild boar, acquiring substantial radiation material. Devoured the mutated molar lizard dragon, acquiring substantial radiation material. Acquired the title Dragon Hunter. Ding! Evolution value has reached its maximum. The first round of evolution is initiated. Evolution? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, an irresistible wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him. Soon, Tang Yuan found himself succumbing to slumber. However, the aura radiating from him exuded an immense pressure, causing the surrounding creatures to stir restlessly, as if an ancient sovereign was about to awaken from this land, or a true deity was descending to the world to judge all. In an unseen manner, a radius of 5 kilometers surrounding Tang Yuan transformed into a forbidden zone of life. On a solitary island in the Pacific realm, an immense ape, towering like a mountain, set down its lifeless foe and gazed intently towards Tang Yuan's domain. The ape's gaze pierced through layers of void, locking onto Tang Yuan's form. A disdainful scoff escaped its lips, as if lamenting the weakness of its destined adversary. In Antarctica, beneath a colossal iceberg, a slumbering beast that had rested for countless ages suddenly trembled, only to plunge back into its deep sleep once more. All of this, however, remains unbeknownst to Tang Yuan. Chapter 3. The primordial Godzilla. In the early morning, golden sunlight filtered through the layers of green leaves, casting flecks of shimmering gold upon the earth. The radiant beams illuminated a colossal creature, akin to a mountain, as if adorning it with a gilded carpet. Ah, how delightful! After an unknown duration of slumber, Tang Yuan finally awakened from his dreams. Stretching his limbs, he relished the sensation of boundless vitality surging within him, prompting a moment of reflection. Tang Yuan glanced around, and a great question mark appeared above his small head. The towering tree, which had once seemed to touch the heavens in his eyes, now resembled a mere sapling. Raising his head, he could behold the distant scenery, and upon lowering it, he immediately discovered the cause. His once diminutive form had inexplicably transformed into a mass as formidable as a small hill. Standing upright, he reached nearly 10 meters in height, rendering the dense forest incapable of obscuring his view. The once dark scales had vanished, replaced by a skin as hard as forged steel. This ominous visage made him resemble a demon unleashed from the depths of hell, instilling an involuntary sense of dread in those who beheld him. Witnessing this transformation, Tang Yuan swiftly summoned his interface. As expected, the panel exhibited a dramatic change, its hue shifting from pale blue to a vibrant crimson. The scarlet interface displayed data that starkly contrasted with its previous form: species, Godzilla, primordial, body strength, 25 power, 30 agility, 16 stamina, 50 special abilities, toxic corrosion, accelerated regeneration, atomic control, omniscience, evolution progress, 6 title, devourer. Well, this is not inedible, is it? Dragon hunter, dragons? No, they are merely reptiles. My goodness, Godzilla! Tang Yuan could not suppress his astonishment. It is no wonder he was so taken aback. In his past life, Godzilla was a being of divine strength. Particularly after several enhancements, the most fearsome Godzilla could even pierce the heavens. Even lesser versions possessed the terrifying ability to annihilate an entire planet with ease. However, it was evident that all of this was still a distant reality for him. In terms of size alone, he was incomparable to those beings. Compared to them, he was but an infant. Yet it seemed that Godzilla had several formidable adversaries. A hint of distress crossed Tang Yuan's face as he contemplated this. Oh well, there must be a path when the cart reaches the mountain. Ha! Bring forth the beauties and champagne. I shall embrace one with my left arm, hold another with my right, have 2 upon my lap, and 1 behind me to massage my back. Ha! As he envisioned a blissful future, excitement illuminated Tang Yuan's countenance. The entire scene took on a rather ludicrous air. At that moment, it seemed as though some ancient creature had been roused by Tang Yuan's aura. The earth trembled violently, and a pressure unique to the higher beings began to emanate, causing Tang Yuan to feel a twinge of fear. Oh no, could there be some monstrous being lurking in this place? He pondered anxiously. This thought darkened his expression, as he observed the chaos of animals fleeing in panic due to the quaking ground. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and seized several unfortunate creatures, stuffing them into his mouth. Ding! Devouring small mutated organisms, acquiring a small amount of radioactive material. Indeed, post-evolution, the energy these diminutive creatures provided was dwindling. However, Tang Yuan was not caught off guard by this outcome. With each sweep of his hands, numerous hapless animals that failed to escape were consumed. Ding! Slaughtered thousands of small animals, achieving the 1,000 beasts slaughter accomplishment, earning the title Animal Hunter. Ding! Slaughtered tens of thousands of small animals, achieving the 10,000 beasts slaughter accomplishment, earning the title Animal Destroyer. The mechanized notifications echoed incessantly in his ears, and thanks to the enhancements from his titles, his combat power continued to rise. Yet, to his disappointment, his evolution level became stuck at 99%. No matter how many creatures he consumed, there was no further change. This realization left Tang Yuan somewhat disheartened. Once again, he had turned the surrounding area into a zone devoid of life. The acrid scent of blood stimulated the senses of every creature, and for the first time, These once oblivious beasts began to grasp the concept of fear. No beast dared to venture near him anymore. As he licked the remnants of blood from his claws, he felt a continuous surge of power accumulating within him, gradually transforming into a more terrifying force. Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Within him, a newly emerged organ was incessantly converting the surrounding blood energy into a more primal form of power. This force made him feel as though he could obliterate the entire forest with a single blow. It appeared that sensing the growing terror of Tang Yuan's strength, the unknown creatures slumbering in the land began to withdraw, and the violent tremors gradually subsided. At last, Tang Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief. When will these days of anxiety come to an end? When will I be able to indulge in a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women and champagne? He thought, exhaling with a hint of resignation. Suddenly, a deafening roar of aircraft engines echoed above him. Hearing this familiar sound, which felt like it had been absent for a century despite being only a few days, Tang Yuan was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. This was the first confirmation he had of humanity's existence in this world, and it appeared that their technological level was quite advanced. This discovery brought him a sense of belonging for the first time, uncertain whether it was the effect of his extraordinary ability to perceive all things. Tang Yuan could clearly discern every individual aboard the aircraft, even from a distance of several hundred meters. Oh, how delightful it was to see that they were all of Asian descent, he mused inwardly, secretly commending the sight. Overcome with excitement, Tang Yuan could not refrain from shouting aloud, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that stirred the winds like a tempest, causing the helicopter to tremble violently. Observing this scene, Tang Yuan promptly ceased his actions. Those aboard the helicopter, witnessing his temporary halt in aggression, swiftly scrambled to alter their course, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. How about we have a chat? Tang Yuan thought, feeling somewhat awkward, yet it was evident that the occupants of the helicopter could not read his thoughts, and, without a backward glance, soared away. Disappointment washed over him, his head drooping. But he quickly rallied his spirits. After all, he had discovered traces of humanity, indicating that fate would surely intertwine their paths once more. With this thought, his mood visibly brightened as he ambled away amidst the rumbling of the earth. Chapter 4. The Siege Against Tang Yuan in a Vast Operations Command Room. A typical middle-aged Caucasian officer with blonde hair and blue eyes seethed with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the enormous screen displaying a photograph of none other than Tang Yuan in his primordial Godzilla form. His face contorted with fury. He glared at an elderly Asian man, his white hair contrasting sharply with the shame that hung upon his bowed head. The elder, clearly mortified, hesitated before uttering, "Commander, we are currently investigating the matter, but clarity eludes us for now." His words were delivered in impeccable Japanese, revealing his nationality. The staff members, who frequently traversed this space, felt a surge of indignation at witnessing their highest-ranking officer subjected to such humiliation, their fists clenching in anger. Unclear? Is this a matter that can be brushed aside with such a vague response? The middle-aged officer's ire intensified upon hearing the elder's explanation. In a fit of rage, he swept all the documents off the desk beside him, pounding the surface with his fist. Even the president has taken note of this incident and has inquired about its nature. Mr. Yamamoto, you must understand the magnitude of trouble we will face should the international community become aware of this. General Hans, we are fully cognizant of the consequences, and we are diligently investigating the origins of this creature, Yamamoto replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Enough with the complications. Our foremost priority is to eliminate this behemoth. The rest can be addressed later, Hans declared impatiently, gesturing dismissively, his tone bordering on commanding. But, no buts, Mr. Yamamoto. Consider the repercussions should the nations of Hua and Gao discover this matter, Hans interrupted, his voice laced with an implicit threat. I understand, Yamamoto conceded, his expression shifting dramatically at the mention of Hua, and he promptly acquiesced. This is quite satisfactory, Mr. Yamamoto. You must understand that this recent incident has put us in a difficult position as well. We have exerted considerable resources to suppress the international discourse surrounding it. Should images of such a creature circulate online, no nation would choose to believe you any longer. Do you comprehend? If my previous words hinted at a veiled threat, this time they are almost overtly menacing. But General Hans, what means shall we employ to eradicate this colossal beast? Yamamoto finally resolved himself to inquire, albeit with uncertainty. Are your aircraft and artillery mere decorations? If all else fails, use a nuclear weapon to obliterate it. Do not attempt to deceive me with claims of lacking such capabilities. You should understand that I am not easily misled, Hans replied impatiently. Upon hearing the mention of nuclear weapons, Yamamoto's countenance drastically changed. It was not due to the revelation that his country possessed nuclear armaments. He was acutely aware that such secrets could hardly be concealed, especially in the presence of the adversary. Rather, it was the unbearable thought that utilizing a nuclear device on his own soil would render him a historical pariah in Japan. This notion was intolerable to him. Just as he contemplated further negotiations, he caught sight of Hans's impatient glare. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the command, fervently hoping that Tang Yuan was not as formidable as he appeared, thus sparing them the necessity of nuclear force. The Japanese commanders surrounding them found this scene difficult to accept, yet under the stern gaze of Hans, they dispersed. Witnessing this unfold, Yamamoto's expression grew even more bitter. In the depths of the forest, Tang Yuan remained oblivious to the plot against his life that had been orchestrated, leisurely wandering through the thicket. After a fresh rain, the air was crisp and the autumn sky was beautifully clear. Observing the azure expanse that had become vivid after the rainfall, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy. Today, I shall randomly select a fortunate spectator, and it shall be you, Pikachu. With a casual motion, Tang Yuan seized a horned white sheep from the ground and devoured it as a snack. Alas, this is rather unpalatable. As he lamented the poor quality of his meal, a battalion of soldiers in the distance had already surrounded him. Tanks aligned their cannons towards his figure, while hundreds of fighter jets hovered ominously above. Something feels amiss. Sensing the threat posed by such a formidable display of force, a sense of crisis began to stir within Tang Yuan. He lifted his head to survey the surroundings. And with heightened perception, he discerned the unsettling reality. Hidden within the azure sky were hundreds of fighter jets, their intentions unmistakable. What filled him with dread was the sight of tanks subtly revealing their presence as the wind stirred the trees around him. With both terrestrial and aerial dominion converging upon him, Tang Yuan's heart began to race. At that moment, it seemed the human forces also recognized his unusual movements. Within the command center, Yamamoto shed the image of subservience he had previously displayed before Hans, his countenance now etched with unwavering determination. All units engage. These four succinct words set the colossal war machine into motion. Shells rained down upon Tang Yuan from all directions, while aircraft above seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The excruciating pain surged through Tang Yuan's body, the most intense suffering he had endured across his 2 lifetimes. Overwhelmed by unbearable agony, he silently screamed within his heart. This torment ignited the latent ferocity within him. The primal instincts he had long suppressed erupted without hesitation, his gaze filled with brutality. A tremendous roar shattered the eardrums of the soldiers, who writhed on the ground, clutching their ears and emitting wails of despair. Yet, none of this evoked mercy from Tang Yuan. Rather, in that moment, compassion was an alien concept. Overshadowed by an all-consuming rage, he charged forward, effortlessly lifting a tank that weighed 1,000 pounds and hurled it at another, igniting a conflagration that enveloped the entire area. Such a godlike display of power sent Yamamoto's heart plummeting into despair. Initiate long-range bombardment. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to make another attempt. Commander, if we proceed this way, other nations will surely learn of our actions. We must act as I have instructed. Like an enraged lion, Yamamoto's forehead was lined with veins. His face flushed with fervor. This sight left those nearby in a state of shock, compelling them to follow his orders. On that day, many civilians in Japan witnessed shells soaring through the sky, inciting waves of chaos. Chapter 5. Evolution. Once more missiles descended from all directions, tracing arcs through the air like strokes from a brush. This spectacle possessed an odd beauty, yet it was lost on Tang Yuan. The missiles struck him with ease, tearing through his outer defenses. Crimson blood spurted forth like a gushing spring. Soon, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, an unsettling lightness in his legs. I cannot allow this to continue. I will not perish here. The looming sense of crisis restored his clarity. Observing the circling fighter planes and the armored battalions surrounding him, a resolute glint flickered in his eyes. He sprinted at full speed towards the throng, each swing of his arms hurling tanks skyward. Before long, several aircraft, unable to evade in time, were struck by the tanks, their tails igniting as they plummeted to the earth. The resounding explosions unleashed shockwaves that rippled outward, claiming the lives of numerous soldiers engulfed in the inferno. Commander, if this continues, our casualties will be catastrophic. Commander, both Huagua and Gaoli have issued stern diplomatic statements, demanding an explanation from us. Commander, urgent message from the Prime Minister. With each successive piece of news, Yamamoto's expression grew more somber. Finally, in despair, he gestured to cease the remaining reports. He appeared to regain his composure, smoothing his attire with deliberate care before slowly closing his eyes. He raised his hand and intoned, "May the deity Amaterasu guide us." At the mere mention of Amaterasu, those around him trembled involuntarily. This name was merely a code name within the military. The world knew it better as the nuclear bomb. Commander, let us proceed as I suggested. The Prime Minister will acquiesce. Yamamoto's tone revealed no hint of emotion, resembling a cold machine devoid of human sentiment. "Yes," replied a middle-aged man with a small mustache, lowering his head before turning to convey the message to his superiors. "Commander, we cannot deploy a nuclear bomb. This is the territory of our Yamato people." A young officer suddenly rose, earnestly beseeching Yamamoto. "I will bear all consequences of this decision." Yamamoto replied, casting a penetrating glance at the young man, seemingly imprinting his figure into his memory. The young officer wished to speak further, but was silenced by Yamamoto. After issuing his orders, Yamamoto gazed pensively out the window, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan emerged like an ancient deity reborn, a harbinger of death, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He knew that he could not afford to show even the slightest sign of fatigue. Such a display would ignite a flicker of hope in the terrified soldiers, compelling them to retaliate with renewed vigor. It would be in that moment that his demise would be sealed. Thus he resolved to extinguish all hope among them. At last, the first soldier succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, breaking down and retreating with cries of despair. Like a cascade of dominoes, this atmosphere swiftly spread to those around him. For the first time, a mass retreat ensued. A gunshot rang out behind the fleeing soldiers, claiming the first deserter, now lifeless upon the ground. Deserters face death. Their families shall share their fate. The commander's words echoed like the whispers of a hellish demon, halting the disintegrating ranks. The soldiers regrouped, seizing their weapons and directing their fire towards Tang Yuan. Observing this, Tang Yuan quickly located the source of their command. A cloud of dark green toxin descended like rain, enveloping the area where the commander stood. Before a word could escape his lips, he was transformed into a specter. This scene shattered the morale that had only just begun to coalesce, sending all soldiers scattering like frightened beasts. Witnessing this, Tang Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. From the outset, he had deliberately concealed a portion of his strength, anticipating this critical moment to deliver a decisive blow. Gazing at the images transmitted from the front lines, the hearts of everyone in the operations room sank to the depths of despair. "Commander, the Prime Minister has consented to your proposal and will summon Amaterasu in 3 minutes," whispered the man with the small mustache as he hurried back. In response, Yamamoto merely nodded lightly, offering no further words. Notify the frontline troops to expedite their retreat. Reflecting upon it, Yamamoto realized this might be the final order of his commanding career. As the fighter jets, which had been circling above, finally departed, Tang Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. After a period of tense vigilance, ensuring all was well, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. However, as he sat down, the pain he had momentarily forgotten in the face of life and death surged back, coursing through his body as if he were being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants. In that moment, Tang Yuan truly comprehended the meaning of suffering worse than death. The sensation of being tossed into a boiling pot was overwhelming, and he felt as though he might faint. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a wave of even greater pain jolted him awake. The thunderous roar of aircraft roused Tang Yuan from his agony, the sound surpassing anything he had ever known. As if the planes were flying right beside him, an ominous feeling settled in his heart. By the most fundamental logic, the greater the horsepower, the more formidable the firepower, indicating that something colossal was approaching. From a distance, he beheld a massive missile being released from the aircraft above, and before he could react, it detonated nearby. The tremendous explosion drowned out all other sounds, plunging Tang Yuan into a momentary daze, as if he were transported back to a previous life. Everything felt like a mere dream, and the encroaching darkness swiftly enveloped his consciousness. Beep. Evolution conditions met. Radiation levels have exceeded the maximum threshold. Commencing evolution. As his awareness faded, Tang Yuan seemed to hear something, though it felt like nothing more than a figment of his imagination. "Commander, all life signs of the colossal creature have been extinguished. Our biological experts have confirmed its demise," the young officer announced excitedly, standing beside Yamamoto to share this momentous news. Yamamoto's expression remained largely unchanged, though it was evident he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. However, an unexpected development arose. The young officer hesitated, stammering, there is something else." Yamamoto furrowed his brow, urging him to continue. "The enormous waves have washed the creature's remains out to sea, preventing our recovery team from retrieving it. General Hans is furious in the conference room," the young officer hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's brow relaxed. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Inform the maritime self-defense forces to search for the creature's remains. As for Hans, let him rage as he pleases." The firmness of his tone momentarily stunned the young officer, who cast a disbelieving glance. Only after Yamamoto let out a heavy huff did he come to his senses, promptly acknowledging the order and turning to relay it. After the officer departed, Yamamoto continued to gaze out at the scenery, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Yet, none among the crowd were aware that beneath the depths of the ocean, a true sovereign was poised to unveil to humanity the essence of genuine terror. Chapter 6. The legendary Godzilla. The cold, serene moonlight bathed the surface of the sea, as a school of fish glided through the water like a great dragon. Soon noticing an unexpected guest ahead, the colossal figure, nearly 50 meters in length, could indeed be likened to a small mountain. The once orderly shoal of fish was obstructed by this behemoth, splitting into two streams as they swam beneath and above it. The peculiar sensation caused by the water's turbulence as the fish passed through awakened the immense creature. With eyes sharp as a hawk's, a profound sense of dread flooded over it as it quickly recognized its predicament. Surveying the surrounding waters, the leviathan, known as Tang Yuan, felt no discomfort. Rather, it experienced a peculiar sense of belonging, akin to returning home. The gentle undulations of the water caused by the fish's passage felt like a soothing massage, and Tang Yuan found himself enchanted by this sensation. No, I should first check the panel. Regaining his focus, Tang Yuan resolved to inspect the panel before him. With a mere thought, a pale golden interface materialized in his view. Species, legendary Godzilla, Crimson Lotus state, unactivated, body strength, 100 power, 120 agility, 60 endurance, 200 special abilities, atomic breath, hyper-regeneration, atomic manipulation, omniscience, evolution progress, 1 comprehensive strength evaluation, planetary level titles, devourer. Well, it's not inedible, is it? Dragon hunter, dragons? No, they are merely reptiles. Biological exterminator, the lives of a mere swarm of insects, who cares? As Tang Yuan beheld the impressive statistics, his heart swelled with joy. Particularly, the newly revealed comprehensive strength evaluation filled him with a sense of awe. Although he did not fully grasp the implications of planetary level, it certainly conveyed a formidable aura. After all, humanity had only just begun to venture beyond Earth, which itself was merely a planet. In light of this comparison, Tang Yuan's confidence surged, even igniting a desire to return to the surface and confront those little creatures that had ambushed him earlier. However, caution ultimately tempered his restless spirit. He remained uncertain about the extent of human technological advancements in this world and whether they had developed weapons capable of vanquishing him. The superweapon, Oxygen Destroyer, known from the original narrative, left him unsure if he could withstand it without harm. Thus, after careful consideration, Tang Yuan decided it wise to observe for a while longer. This underwater realm lacks any mermaid companions. Truly, it is too dark and uninhabitable for humans. As his initial curiosity about the ocean began to wane, Tang Yuan found his enthusiasm dwindling. He started to reminisce about life on land. This is far too tedious. I must venture out. After indulging in a sumptuous underwater buffet, Tang Yuan began to contemplate how he might return to the surface. Alas, his considerable size rendered him unable to conceal himself, even if he wished to do so. After a moment of reflection, Tang Yuan began to scratch his head in frustration. His immense form made it impossible to hide, if he wished to escape. He had to find a way to obscure his presence, yet his size thwarted any such attempts. Just as he felt ensnared in a cycle of despair, a peculiar wave of emotion washed over him, a wave so sorrowful that it filled his heart with a profound melancholy. What is this? A mental assault? Tang Yuan pondered, scratching his head in confusion. With nothing else to occupy his time and bolstered by a significant enhancement of his abilities, he resolved to investigate the source of this sensation. As he swam, Tang Yuan observed countless marine creatures, all gravitating toward the origin of the disturbance. To his astonishment, among these creatures were not only small fish like ribbonfish, but also formidable predators such as sharks. Yet, they all swam in unison, presenting a sight that was undeniably strange. This revelation piqued Tang Yuan's curiosity. After all, a buffet lay before them, yet they chose to ignore it. How intriguing indeed, he mused. Soon, as the water pressure intensified, the source of the wave became increasingly distinct. After what felt like an eternity of swimming, Tang Yuan finally reached his destination. Before him lay a colossal humpback whale, languidly sprawled atop a massive rock. Although it resembled a typical humpback whale, its size was extraordinary. As far as Tang Yuan knew, a standard humpback measured around 15 meters in length, yet the creature before him was undeniably over 50 meters, its stature nearly rivaling his own. It was old. This was Tang Yuan's immediate impression upon seeing it. The aura of twilight years emanated from its being, so frail that even the act of moving seemed an insurmountable challenge. The whale lay there, issuing a mournful wail, a sound brimming with longing for the world. An endless throng of marine life encircled it, each responding with their own sounds to the whale's lament. The scene unfolded like a grand symphony. resonating deep within the hearts of all who bore witness. In a place unknown to humanity, a symphony of unprecedented magnitude unfolded. The emotional weight of the moment was so profound that even Tang Yuan found himself howling in response. However, this vocal outburst proved detrimental. The once harmonious concert was abruptly disrupted, akin to the abrupt intrusion of a street musician, throwing the entire performance into disarray. The ocean floor fell into an eerie silence. Even the dying humpback turned its head, curious about the ruckus. Upon recognizing Tang Yuan, its expression transformed from disbelief to one of palpable relief. It gazed deeply into Tang Yuan's eyes, its gaze imbued with a sense of nostalgia. This was the first time Tang Yuan had encountered such a human-like expression in an animal. For a moment, Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable kinship with his kind. He observed a great difficulty in the creature's movements as it began to swim slowly, circling around him under the watchful gaze of numerous marine beings. With a chime, he received the pseudo-deity of the sea's blessing, acquiring the extraordinary ability to command water. Another chime signified his acceptance by this pseudo-deity, culminating in his coronation as the Sea King, along with the special power to control fish. After these monumental achievements, the colossal humpback whale, as if completing its final task, gently sank into the depths. Tang Yuan, bewildered by his newfound title as Sea King, was overwhelmed with emotions, ultimately bowing in gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, it was this pseudo-deity's whale that bestowed upon him a genuine opportunity, one so profound that it rendered Tang Yuan feeling as though he were ensconced in a dream. The surrounding schools of fish, as if concluding an ancient rite, lingered momentarily before dispersing, leaving only Tang Yuan, a solitary Godzilla, behind. Eventually, he too departed. With this remarkable opportunity in hand, thoughts that had only existed in his mind could now be realized in practice. He swam back along the path he had come, his black and white eyes brimming with a fierce intent. I have returned. Chapter 7. The flooding of Tokyo under the cover of night, beside the tranquil Tokyo Bay. Monstrous waves roared and crashed upon the shore. Each ebb and flow sent shivers of trepidation through the heart, as if the enraged sea were venting its discontent. Seasoned fishermen sensed that something extraordinary was about to transpire that night, promptly returning home with their boats. In the coastal waters, a vast silhouette glided slowly, reminiscent of the grim reaper returning from the depths of hell to announce the sins of mankind. Tang Yuan emerged above the surface, gazing at the desolate shoreline, before sinking beneath the waves once more. As he beheld the distant, illuminated metropolis, a fleeting pang of compassion flickered within him. Yet the thought of it ignited the pain of his once-healed wounds. These were scars etched upon his soul, compounded by the nature of the inhabitants of this peculiar land. Blood debts could only be repaid in blood. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yuan hesitated no longer. The surrounding waters seemed to resonate with his thoughts, growing increasingly tumultuous. This wretched weather. I should be at home, keeping my wife warm by the fire, muttered a patrolling officer, gazing at the immense tide with a resigned expression. However, the next moment, he was paralyzed in fear, collapsing to the ground as he shouted in terror, "Monster! Monster! Run!" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Yuan's colossal leg descended upon him, leaving him no more than a crushed insect beneath a boot. This was retribution, Tang Yuan silently contemplated. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into the sovereign of the waters, with waves gathering behind him, morphing into 6 majestic dragons reminiscent of mythological lore, swimming ceaselessly in his wake. At this moment, myth and reality intertwined. This dreamlike scene was soon to be discovered by passers-by. Before this extraordinary power that transcends human imagination, individuals seemed to be transported back to ancient times. They sat paralyzed on the ground, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, as the pressure emanating from their very bloodlines rendered them incapable of any movement. Quick, is this the Security Bureau? This is Tokyo Bay. A colossal creature has appeared here. This is no joke. Hurry, notify the Ministry of Defense and send someone at once. Amidst the crowd, a few brave souls managed to overcome the terror rooted in their ancestry, trembling as they dialed their phones, their voices rising in frantic urgency. Behind them, the sea continuously receded, yet the residents accustomed to coastal living understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. This retreat was but a precursor, gathering strength to obliterate all in its path. Regaining their senses, the people scrambled to escape in a frenzy. Car horns blared in a cacophony of chaos. At that moment, the law had lost all significance. The ensuing stampede and collisions were almost comical, for even before Tang Yuan had truly made a move, countless beings perished at the hands of their own kind. Observing the grotesque display of a nation once deemed the epitome of civility, Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. As if tired of the farce, Tang Yuan suddenly bared his fearsome fangs, unleashing a terrifying energy that transformed into a blue beam, hurtling towards the crowd below. In an instant, the ground was reduced to a charred wasteland. The familiar sound of buzzing filled the air. Tang Yuan was well prepared. He raised his head and unleashed another atomic breath. In a flash, the orderly formation of fighter jets erupted in a dazzling display, akin to fireworks in the sky. The remaining aircraft, witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time in retreating. Suddenly, a thunderous missile soared from the sea, striking Tang Yuan's form directly. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of projectiles bombarded him. The roar of the artillery offered a glimmer of hope to the onlookers, yet they remained oblivious to the principle of smoke without harm. As the haze dissipated, Tang Yuan's formidable figure reemerged, now evolved to the point of disregarding the assault of these small missiles entirely. With no trace of injury on his body, this revelation plunged some veterans, who had participated in the previous siege, into despair. Lieutenant Qing Yuan, the monster's strength has evidently increased. We should retreat, an elderly soldier suggested. Concern etched on his face as he observed the scene. Retreat? This is Tokyo, my homeland. Where else can I flee? Order an all-out fire, no matter the cost. We must halt this creature's advance. Lieutenant Qing Yuan declared fiercely. Understood, the elderly soldier responded, jolted by Qing Yuan's words. After saluting, he hurried to relay the orders. On board the ship, Lieutenant Qing Yuan peered through his binoculars at Tang Yuan's imposing form, clenching his fists in frustration as he slammed his hand against the railing. This scene unfolded unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, who, even if aware, would scorn the notion. How could a deity tremble in fear at the threat posed by mere ants? As long as the opponent refrains from deploying the science, victory is assured. Commander Yamamoto, you must face the consequences of your misjudgment. In the command room, Hans, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Yamamoto. The latter offered no defense, merely responding with a calm demeanor. General Hans, I will bear all the consequences. You need not waste your breath to tarnish my reputation. Our foremost priority is to eliminate this monster. As you have observed, in just a few days, its size and power have undergone a dramatic transformation. If we do not devise a solution, your esteemed nation across the ocean shall not remain at peace. Listening to Yamamoto's measured words, a flicker of shame and anger crossed Hans's face. Yet, upon witnessing Yamamoto willingly accept responsibility, Hans felt compelled to suppress his dissatisfaction and refrain from contesting the matter further. Nuclear weapons are utterly ineffective against this creature. What means should we employ to vanquish this demon? Deploy the Terminator Zero. Yamamoto's gaze bore into Hans's eyes, whispering like a demon in his ear. No, no, no. That entity is still in the experimental phase, fraught with uncertainties. Its controllability is alarmingly low. It cannot be unleashed. Hans, seemingly horrified by the implications, hastily waved his hands in refusal. There is no other path left to us. If we do not activate Zero, we shall all perish here today, Yamamoto suddenly snarled, seizing Hans by the collar. Let me think, Hans muttered, dazed, as he sank into a chair, lost in contemplation. On the shores of Tokyo Bay, sensing the messages conveyed by the sea behind him, Tang Yuan smiled. You insects, oblivious to your fate, have truly begun to float. Today, you shall all perish here. As if responding to Tang Yuan's summons, or perhaps having amassed sufficient power, a cataclysmic wave surged towards Tokyo. The Self-Defense Forces fleet was utterly consumed before they could react. Viewed from above, the people of Tokyo resembled a frenzied swarm of ants, desperately fleeing. Yet, this was evidently a futile endeavor, as hundreds of meters of water crashed down upon them. Chapter 8, Godzilla or Gundam. As the wave receded, the survivors of humanity struggled to prop themselves up with their arms. Water cascaded down their bodies, and as they breathed in the fresh air, it felt as though a century had passed. We survived? A man gazed at his hands in disbelief, and then, overwhelmed with emotion, wept alongside those nearby. However, their elation was swiftly replaced by despair as they lifted their eyes to behold two suns ominously watching them from the sky. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were not suns at all, but the enormous eyes of Tang Yuan. The fleeting joy of survival, overshadowed by this harrowing sight, led them to mistakenly perceive it as two blazing suns. A pervasive sense of hopelessness enveloped the crowd, prompting a woman to break down in tears. Contrary to their expectations, Tang Yuan did not launch a new assault. Instead, he turned away, preparing to depart. General Hans, do you truly intend to release such a monster back into the sea? Who can predict whether its power will surge once more upon its next appearance? By then, it would be too late. Yamamoto spoke to Hans with a hint of impatience. I understand. Initiate Terminator Zero. Hans, seemingly resigned to his fate, uttered these words with a sense of helplessness. Just as Tang Yuan turned to depart, the earth began to tremble violently, a sense of impending crisis emerging from the void once again. However, this time, Tang Yuan felt little trepidation, for the warning this time was significantly weaker than before, almost negligible in its threat to his life. Consequently, Tang Yuan halted, eager to witness the true form of Japan's ultimate weapon. What is this? A Gundam? Upon recognizing the shape of the approaching entity, Tang Yuan could only express his disbelief. Indeed, the figure bore a striking resemblance to the Gundam from his previous life. Towering over 100 meters, its form was crafted from an unknown metal, exuding an aura that suggested it was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the enormous sword sheath it bore on its back further commanded Tang Yuan's respect. Intriguing. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. A smile crept upon Tang Yuan's lips as the ocean behind him began to coalesce, transforming once more into 6 colossal water dragons, gracefully swimming through the air. At that moment, the sacred and the sinister intertwined perfectly within Tang Yuan. With a soft thud, the eyes of the Gundam, also known as Zero, which had originally glimmered with blue light, now radiated a blood-red hue, its dark exterior emitting an aura of lethal intent. Zero slowly drew 2 laser swords from its back, and in an instant, propelled by a burst of blue flames from its feet, it appeared before Tang Yuan. He barely managed to sidestep this fierce strike, which cleaved through the towering building behind him, severing it cleanly in half. The smooth surface of the cut heightened Tang Yuan's wariness towards Zero. Quite formidable, Tang Yuan mused inwardly. Zero did not afford him a moment to contemplate, launching a series of slashing attacks that caused the ground to fracture once more. Just as it was about to strike Tang Yuan, the 6 water dragons surged forward, colliding violently with Zero. The immense force sent Zero hurtling backward, tumbling across the ground to dissipate the overwhelming impact. Seizing the opportunity, a terrifying beam erupted from Tang Yuan's mouth, striking Zero with tremendous force. Sparks crackled against its exterior, yet Zero's movements showed no signs of faltering. With a swift motion, for missiles launched from its arm, hurtling towards Tang Yuan. Prepared to endure the onslaught, he was taken aback when the missiles detonated upon impact, revealing themselves to be smoke bombs. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped Tang Yuan instantaneously. This is not good. As he gazed into the obscured haze, realizing Zero had vanished from sight, a sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, a flash of a blade sliced through the air behind him, leaving a deep gash that traversed the entirety of his back. The 6 water dragons, sensing Tang Yuan's fury, surged forth like deities enacting divine retribution upon the earth. The 6 water dragons commenced a violent upheaval between the cities, causing towering skyscrapers to crumble with a thunderous roar, forever becoming mere echoes of history. In the face of such indiscriminate assault, the Zero type could not help but retreat, slowly withdrawing to the sidelines as it awaited its next opportunity. Seizing this moment, Tang Yuan commanded one of the water dragons to explode dramatically. The torrential downpour swiftly washed over the entire world, thoroughly dispelling the smoke. Clarity returned to the scene, and Tang Yuan would not let this golden opportunity slip away. While directing the water dragon to launch continuous harassment attacks, he incessantly unleashed atomic beams. The Zero type, evidently endowed with remarkable intelligence, executed evasive maneuvers while dispatching all hidden miniature spacecraft within its body to engage in disruptive assaults. The 2 adversaries clashed from Tokyo Bay to the urban heart of Tokyo, leaving desolation in their wake. During this tumult, Tang Yuan persistently condensed the moisture in the air, soon manifesting a 6th water dragon. This marked the pinnacle of Tang Yuan's control at this stage, and fortunately, it sufficed. Although the Zero type navigated skillfully, utilizing the terrain to its advantage and occasionally counterattacking, its options were limited. Just as it began to acclimatize to the current strategy, Tang Yuan unleashed a thunderous roar, the resulting shockwave striking the Zero type. In response, the 6 massive exhaust pipes at the rear of the Zero type ignited, propelling it into a swift aerial maneuver. Indeed, a contingency plan was in place, as anticipated by Tang Yuan. The 6 water dragons, sensing its consciousness, encircled the Zero type from all directions. As the Zero type instinctively attempted to retreat, the water dragons erupted simultaneously. A vast expanse of vapor coalesced into a watery prison. The confines of this prison constricted with increasing density, soon ensnaring the Zero type. Despite its frantic attempts to slash at the prison with its laser longsword, it became evident that, although the blade was exceptionally sharp, it could not sever the intangible. After a prolonged wait, Tang Yuan unleashed a pent-up breath, which surged through the watery prison and struck the Zero type directly. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, the Zero type faltered, crashing to the ground. Its form dragged along by the relentless beams, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The Zero type writhed in defiance, surrounded by the remnants of shattered debris that seemed to resonate with its will. Observing this, Tang Yuan seized the moment, leaping to deliver a heavy blow upon it. Each movement of his claws ignited brilliant sparks, and before long, the Zero-type's eyes dimmed, losing their luster entirely. Only then did Tang Yuan leap away from its form. The vapor transformed once more into 6 water dragons swirling behind him. Tang Yuan first surveyed his surroundings, and then let out a fierce roar. The dorsal fins on his back emanated a blue, ethereal glow, heralding the emergence of a new sovereign proclaiming his existence to the world. On a solitary island in the Pacific, a colossal ape stirred from its slumber, its gaze fixed upon Tang Yuan's direction. Its nostrils flared slightly, producing a deep sound. And for the first time, a hint of trepidation flickered in its eyes. On another small island, within a volcano, a dragon-like figure, which had unknowingly succumbed to slumber again, began to stir as if in response to Tang Yuan's call. Only beneath the icebergs of Antarctica did the tranquility persist, calm as if conceiving an impending crisis. Chapter 9. The Destroyers of Civilization. After the Great War, a new sun slowly ascended on the horizon, adhering to the Creator's immutable laws. The once vibrant and dreamlike Tokyo, having endured a baptism in the watery marshlands, lay in ruins after the relentless battles waged by Tang Yuan and 01. The once bustling metropolis had been utterly reduced to rubble. Many who witnessed this scene were overcome with grief, their voices falling silent in sorrow. Yamamoto, accompanied by his entourage, conducted an inspection in the now desolate city of Tokyo. Though termed an inspection, the true purpose of his mission remained known only to him. Citizens, Yamamoto called out, taking the microphone from his assistant and raising his voice to the surrounding populace. Some were drawn to his cries, while others stared blankly ahead, their souls seemingly reduced to ash. Observing this, Yamamoto felt a pang of sorrow, yet reflecting on his own fate, he could not help but smile bitterly at his own self-absorption. How could he, so consumed by his own plight, still think of others? Citizens, the government expresses profound sorrow for your suffering, he proclaimed, bowing to the gathered residents. The sight of a figure of authority, typically seen only on television, kneeling before them alleviated some of the burdens in the hearts of a portion of the crowd. However, another faction, comprising former government officials and those familiar with the ways of the Japanese administration, recognized this display as mere theatrics aimed at deceiving the lower strata of society and foreign nations, their eyes filled with disdain. Ahem, citizens, the government guarantees. In 3 years, just 3 years, we will restore to you a more prosperous Tokyo, Yamamoto assured, his age and previous life of ease rendering him somewhat unsteady as he stood to address the residents. Several flashes of light captured the vivid expressions on his face. Moreover, the government promises to provide satisfactory compensation to all present, enough to help you through the coming years, he added, bowing deeply once more. This time, scattered applause emerged from the audience, and soon Yamamoto's assurances seemed to rekindle a yearning for life within the hearts of the people, the clapping growing fervent. Yamamoto raised his hand, signaling for the applause to cease. After casting a profound glance at the crowd below, he continued, of course, I shall provide a satisfactory explanation regarding yesterday's monstrous entities and colossal mechanical beings. A woman, dressed as a journalist, raised her microphone and inquired, Commander, I have heard claims that you unilaterally deployed nuclear weapons on Japanese territory without the Prime Minister's consent, and that you disregarded the decisions of the American military attaché in Japan to insist on deploying experimental superweapons in the field. Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing the question, Yamamoto, though prepared, felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Yes, all of this. I am responsible for it. These few words drained him of all strength, leaving even his hair graying in an instant. Shock and disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd below. A nuclear bomb. As the only nation to have ever suffered such devastation, Japan now faced this harrowing fate once more. Most alarming was the fact that the order had come from its own commander. Anger and a sense of betrayal engulfed their souls. Get out. Suddenly, a dilapidated brick was hurled at Yamamoto. Strangely, his aides did not intervene. Instead, they subtly pushed him forward. This act ignited the fury of the masses. In an instant, a barrage of insults and debris rained down upon Yamamoto. He remained motionless, accepting his fate with resignation. Should we intervene? Asked a young government official. Observing the scene from a distance, his heart heavy. No, let the people's wrath unfold for a while longer. This incident is too grave. It cannot be resolved with mere apologies, replied a middle-aged politician beside him, his hair graying yet still exuding an air of authority. Though the onlookers felt sympathy, they remained silent. Ding. You have devastated a super metropolis, achieving a destruction rate exceeding 70%. You have earned the title of Civilization Destroyer. Ding. Title of Civilization Destroyer acquired. Hidden evolution condition fulfilled. Upon hearing the mechanical notifications, Tang Yuan felt a surge of elation following the fierce battle. Particularly, The latter notification regarding the hidden evolution condition filled him with unexpected joy. He had come to realize that in the later stages, evolution was no longer merely about consuming radioactive materials, but also about fulfilling certain concealed requirements. By sheer happenstance, he had accomplished one. Suddenly, even the scars adorning his body felt less burdensome. Ding. Special ability acquired, mimicry. If the previous hidden evolution condition had merely brought him surprise, the ability of mimicry bestowed upon him a sensation akin to rising from hell to heaven. By the heavens, he could finally liberate himself from this cumbersome form. Champagne and beauty had never felt so close to Tang Yuan as they did at this moment. Tang Yuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he slowly sank into the depths of the sea, seeking to harness the ocean's power to hasten his recovery. Eager to embrace the malevolent existence of capitalist life. How delightful, he mused. Mr. Hans, are you implying that the most advanced mechanized biological weapon of the Federation was defeated by a mutated creature? The once imperious Hans now bowed his head like a chastised schoolboy, enduring the reprimand from the elder before him. This elder, though merely a remote projection created by light effects, instilled within Hans a profound sense of trepidation. Indeed, Mr. President, had that monster not chosen to retreat, it is likely that Japan would have been eradicated by today, Hans replied, shame evident on his countenance. You mean to say that this creature is not an ordinary beast? It possesses a certain level of intelligence? The Federation president inquired suddenly. Yes, Mr. President, that is my hypothesis. The president's expression darkened as he absorbed Hans's response. After a lengthy silence, he continued, very well, I am now informed. I shall make alternative arrangements regarding this matter. Your task is to monitor this creature closely. Should it reappear, notify me immediately. Understood. Very well, that will be all. As the president's words concluded, the projection swiftly dissipated before Hans's eyes. In a state of confusion, he murmured to himself, as if questioning a mysterious force beyond comprehension. The following day, the news of Japan's military magnate Yamamoto committing seppuku soared to the forefront of major media outlets worldwide. Accompanying Yamamoto's demise, public and international grievances gradually waned. As if the incident had been forgotten, leaving only the silent ruins of Tokyo to bear witness to the events that transpired. Chapter 10. Mimicry in New York, America. A gentle drizzle fell upon the earth, bestowing a hazy beauty upon the once vibrant metropolis. Please, do not harm me. All my money is here. In a shadowy alley, a well-dressed woman collapsed in fear. Whether it was the rain or her tears, or perhaps a combination of both, her carefully crafted makeup was in disarray. But she seemed oblivious to her appearance, consumed only by her desire to survive. Before her stood a hooded African-American man, brandishing a handgun. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he approached her menacingly. You cannot harm me. I am. A deep gunshot abruptly interrupted her plea. The sound, muffled by a silencer, resonated ominously, intensifying her terror and prompting her to weep uncontrollably. What a beautiful face. How lovely it would be to leave a few marks upon it. The man chuckled, reveling in her desperation, his tone dripping with mockery. No. The woman, in sheer terror, turned her head aside, her body instinctively recoiling. Yet this action did not elicit compassion from the man. Instead, it seemed to fuel a perverse sense of satisfaction within him. A black man raised a pistol with his right hand, aiming it at a woman's head, while his left hand made a deliberately friendly farewell gesture. A gunshot rang out, and the woman first screamed in terror, only to realize a moment later that the bullet had not struck her. After confirming her body was unscathed, she released a sigh of relief. However, as she recalled her predicament, the thought of the man's twisted sense of humor resurfaced, filling her with dread as she glanced at him once more. It was unfathomable. To her astonishment, it appeared that the shot had not been intentionally misfired. The man stared incredulously at his firearm, shouting in disbelief. Feeling his authority challenged, he angrily turned the gun back at the woman, firing several shots in quick succession, yet none found their mark. Who was playing tricks? Show yourself. Even the man, despite his foolishness, began to understand that something was amiss. Gripped by fear of the unknown, he clutched his weapon tightly, anxiously barking. Has no one ever told you to use respectful language when confronting a being far beyond your understanding? A deep, sorrowful sigh echoed through the alley, the tone seemingly lamenting the man's rudeness. In the next moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat appeared to emerge from the void. Raindrops seemed to part around him, as if paying homage to this godlike being stepping forth from the waters. Seeing the face of the trench-coated man, the woman, seated on the ground, momentarily forgot her perilous situation, her gaze becoming entranced. The man's exquisite visage resembled a masterpiece crafted by the greatest sculptor, his sharp features devoid of emotion, while his golden irises reflected the world's shadows, as if a deity were judging existence itself. His mere presence evoked a sense of dissonance with the world, as though such perfection should not inhabit the mortal realm. Are you human or ghost? In stark contrast to the woman, the black man, confronted by this seemingly otherworldly figure, felt his heart leap to his throat, his eyes filled with trepidation. With only his gun providing a semblance of security. Is this your way of provoking me, aiming that toy at me? The trench-coated man turned to the black man, his expression one of bemusement. In an instant, he appeared beside him, a fleeting shadow. An ant shaking a tree, he scoffed, making no further motions, merely passing by the man as if he were a proud deity, disdainful of the insignificant creature at his feet. Though the black man remained uncertain of the trench-coated man's origins, witnessing him move past brought a momentary sense of relief. However, the next second, he noticed the woman on the ground, her face a mask of terror, tremblingly pointing at him. This woman is far too cowardly, the black man thought dismissively. But in the next instant, darkness engulfed his consciousness like an overwhelming tide. Before the woman, the body of the black man disintegrated into ashes, akin to a piece of ignited paper. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that he remained oblivious to the aberration of his own body until his last breath. Witnessing this scene reminiscent of myth and legend, the woman hastily propped herself up with her arms, struggling to stand. Without a second thought for the bag that had fallen to the ground, she discarded her high-heeled shoes and fled in terror. Wait, is this not quite dashing? I have made such a grand entrance. Yet why is that woman not rushing to embrace and kiss me? This is not how it unfolds in the movies. Perhaps there is indeed something amiss with the aesthetic sensibilities of Western women. Just moments ago, the man in the terrifying trench coat, whose expression bore no trace of emotion, now stood by the wall, vexed, repeatedly kicking the ground in frustration. Indeed, this man in the trench coat was Tang Yuan. Just a week ago, he had wreaked havoc in Tokyo, earning the title of a civilization destroyer, along with the unique ability of mimicry. For the past week, Tang Yuan had remained in the shadows, continuously adjusting his human form through mimicry. Simply put, he had spent the week doing nothing but hiding in his home, reshaping his appearance. Finally feeling that he had perfected his guise, Tang Yuan ventured back into human society. His first destination was New York, touted as the most prosperous city in the world, where he successfully overcame the language barrier through the reading of brainwaves. He had anticipated a life of happiness thereafter, but to his dismay, each attempt at heroically rescuing a damsel had either left the beauty fainted or fleeing in terror. Just today, he had frightened another one away. This prompted Tang Yuan to question the very essence of his existence. Is my strategy flawed? He pondered in confusion. Sighing, he sensed several shadowy figures lurking behind him, eliciting a resigned breath. Upon turning, Tang Yuan vanished into the inky darkness, while the men who had been tailing him hurriedly grabbed their phones to report his whereabouts to their superior. Unaware of Tang Yuan's true capabilities, the rulers of New York's underground sought to instruct this outsider in the ways of their clandestine realm. Chapter 11. The Visitor from Another World. The Supreme Mage, where has that kid gone? Inquired a muscular man, resembling a humanoid tank with a tattoo of a red demon on his arm, to his companions responsible for monitoring Tang Yuan. I don't know. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Could it be that this kid is not human? Said a blonde companion, shivering as thoughts of recent terrifying rumors about Tang Yuan crossed his mind. I secretly hope he isn't human. I've tasted enough human blood. It's time for a change of flavor, replied the tattooed giant, undeterred by his companion's fears, his tone laced with anticipation as his knuckles cracked ominously. The malevolence radiating from him caused even his associates to involuntarily step back. Brute, do not underestimate him, cautioned another equally muscular black man in a low voice. Haha, Peter, you are far too cautious. If that little brat dares to appear before me, I will surely smash his head. Brute laughed heartily, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. A faint voice echoed from behind Brute. Upon hearing these words, Brute was suddenly gripped by a cold sweat and took a swift step back. With remarkable speed, Peter aimed his pistol at Tang Yuan's head the moment he spoke. As the trigger clicked softly, the bullet hurtled toward Tang Yuan. Observing Peter's action, a smile crept across the faces of the onlookers. Yet, in the next instant, the smiles froze in place. The bullet appeared to be suspended in front of Tang Yuan as if caught in amber, motionless and defying all expectations. This extraordinary scene left everyone in shock, particularly Brute, who had just boasted about snapping Tang Yuan's neck, now rendered speechless. The others, too, were paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. Only Peter, witnessing this phenomenon, showed no hesitation and turned to flee. Tang Yuan, observing his response, felt a flicker of admiration. It was the first time he encountered someone so resolute in days, prompting him to regard Peter with renewed interest. With a swift motion, Tang Yuan extended his hand into the void, grasping it gently before suddenly releasing it. Brute's body expanded like a balloon, bursting violently, crimson blood splattering like ink, forming a surreal landscape. Upon witnessing this, Peter ceased his flight. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt before Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, noticing this reaction, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The flicker of interest he had felt dissipated like smoke. Regardless of who you are with, convey this message: do not provoke me. Understood? The survivors, who had narrowly escaped death, nodded vigorously like garlic being pounded. Feeling a surge of impatience, Tang Yuan waved them away, urging them to depart quickly. Stunned by the seemingly demonic figure granting them clemency, the group exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily paralyzed, none daring to rise. Since the master has said we may go, it must be so. With such power, would he deceive us? Finally, it was Peter who prompted those around him, and they snapped back to reality, hastily standing and dashing toward the exit without a word. Are you interested in joining me? Tang Yuan inquired, noting Peter's reaction and extending an olive branch. He understood that to establish a foothold, one must possess not only overwhelming strength, but also a capable entourage. Although Tang Yuan had no aspirations of dominating New York's underworld, having a couple of obedient subordinates to assist in gathering information would be advantageous. It was evident that Tang Yuan's proposition held allure, as desire flickered across Peter's countenance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he shook his head in the end. My lord, you overestimate me. I merely possess a modicum of wisdom. In New York, my foundation lies in sheer brute force. It is evident that you do not require such means. Without waiting for Tang Yuan to inquire further, Peter articulated his reasoning. You are an astute individual. I hope we may cross paths again in the future. Upon hearing his response, Tang Yuan felt no anger, for it was merely a thought. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, it matters not. With his current strength, he need not force anything. Thank you, my lord. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to collaborate with you. Peter stood, offering a respectful bow before slowly turning to depart. Quite intriguing, Tang Yuan mused, cradling his head in his hands, finding the events of the evening amusing. However, a moment later, his smile vanished. Before him, an indistinct figure had quietly materialized, as if mocking the ordinary individuals around him. Yet, he was acutely aware that his current prowess had reached the pinnacle of this world. Strangely, this formidable presence had approached without him sensing it in the slightest. With this thought, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on Tang Yuan's forehead. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will. The figure approached slowly, their tone imbued with an unexplainable allure that compelled one to trust them. Heh, villains never proclaim themselves as such, Tang Yuan silently scoffed. His wariness remained heightened, escalating several notches. During this time, he attempted to employ his ability to perceive all things, hoping to discern the visitor's true nature. To his dismay, the wide-brimmed hat worn by the figure seemed to possess a magic that obscured all scrutiny. Shall I introduce myself first? The visitor reached Tang Yuan, gradually lifting their hat. Upon witnessing her visage, Tang Yuan's sense of caution surged to its zenith. The singular thought that filled his mind was, I must flee. If Tang Yuan was a blend of divinity and malevolence, then the visitor stood as an entity straddling the realms of humanity and the divine. The perfect intertwining of humanity and divinity was harmonious, as if it were always meant to be. Master Gui, he uttered, each syllable falling from his lips with a weight that echoed his shock. Indeed, the visitor was a being of unparalleled might within the Avengers universe. In her living days, not even gods, demons, or extraterrestrial beings dared to infringe upon Earth. She epitomized the extraordinary, transcending the divine with her mortal form. For hundreds of years, she had safeguarded the planet. Had she not grown weary of it all in the end, history might have been rewritten. Such a presence before him was enough to plunge Tang Yuan into despair. In her presence, he could scarcely find a glimmer of hope for victory. Even if he were to activate the forbidden Red Lotus mode, Gui could effortlessly transport herself across dimensions, leaving him to await his demise. Naturally, Tang Yuan would not simply resign himself to death. Beneath his robes, his fists clenched tightly, ready to revert to his Godzilla form at the slightest shift in circumstances. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yuan resolutely decided that even in defeat, he would leave an indelible impression on his opponent. Gui's countenance revealed a hint of a smile, showing no surprise at Tang Yuan's utterance of his name. Without paying heed to Tang Yuan's complex inner turmoil, he spoke up. It seems there is no need for introductions, which saves us all some time. What brings you here? Tang Yuan's cold expression was marked by palpable vigilance. If necessary, I can appear in any corner, Gui replied with a faint smile. Such an eloquent statement must be remembered. If I survive this time, it shall serve as my opening line in the future. How could I not express something so profound? Tang Yuan momentarily found himself lost in thought. Gui, undeterred by Tang Yuan's reaction, conjured a fiery red circular magical array. In the next instant, Tang Yuan discovered that he and Gu Yi had been transported to an unfamiliar location. Before him loomed a colossal spaceship descending to the ground, as Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, Thor, and other superheroes, whom Tang Yuan had known from his previous life, charged towards the vessel with a resolve that assured their demise. Yet, it was evident that the power of the purple-skinned entity exceeded their expectations. Ultimately, with a snap of his fingers, half of all life in the universe was irrevocably erased. As the images flashed before his eyes, a bitter pang stirred within Tang Yuan's heart. The disparity was truly unimaginable. However, he began to harbor a vague suspicion regarding Gu Yi's intentions. "Do you wish for me to take action in this battle?" he inquired, turning to face Gu Yi. "Indeed, that is precisely why I have come," Gu Yi replied candidly, a note of appreciation gracing his expression, as if to say, "I knew I had not misjudged you." Seeing this expression, Tang Yuan restrained the impulse to strike, but felt helpless. "You are formidable. You can do as you please," he thought somewhat resentfully. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, "Master, you may have sought the wrong person. While my strength is at the pinnacle in this world, I fear it still falls short of addressing such troubles." Tang Yuan wished to play the hero, but upon contemplating the might of the top-tier powers within the Avengers universe, he decided against it. It seemed wiser to remain within his own realm rather than venture out recklessly. Gu Yi, unperturbed by Tang Yuan's words, merely smiled and remarked, "Of course. This task is indeed challenging for you at present. Therefore, I have prepared a small gift for you." At this, Gu Yi suddenly displayed a mysterious smile. "I am quite discerning, if the gift is too trivial." Before he could finish, another circular magical array materialized, engulfing Tang Yuan's figure instantly. "Grow quickly." Gu Yi sighed as he gazed at the spot where Tang Yuan had vanished, a rare seriousness etched upon his face. Chapter 12. The world of nuclear transformation. The sun hung high in the sky, yet it failed to impart even a trace of warmth. The entire firmament resembled a meticulously crafted ink-wash painting, vibrant, yet devoid of life. Below, the earth lay cloaked in frost, while colossal storms roamed incessantly across this desolate landscape. Such extraordinary sights unfolded before Tang Yuan, far beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Taking a deep breath, he felt an exhilarating rush akin to sipping an icy cola on a sweltering summer day, as every cell within him radiated signals of exuberance. Tang Yuan could not help but exhale a complex sigh. "Gu Yi, this gift of yours truly resonates with my temperament." Although his speculations regarding Gu Yi's strength had soared to unprecedented heights, the reality of witnessing this near-miraculous scene left him feeling somewhat powerless. Indeed, as he attuned himself to the atmosphere, he surmised that this must be a world ravaged by nuclear warfare, the very air thick with the essence of nuclear transformation. Undoubtedly, this was a land divinely prepared for him. He even felt a profound sense that he was on the brink of an unparalleled metamorphosis. Yet, as the saying goes, one is beholden to the hand that feeds. Having received such a substantial gift without cause, Tang Yuan, who believed in the principle of reciprocation, found himself inevitably entangled in matters concerning Gu Yi. However, the dangers inherent in the Marvel Universe sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on enhancing his power in this realm first. After considerable contemplation, Tang Yuan decided to set aside these thoughts and prioritize resolving the current situation. Breathing in the air of this world with greedy delight, a look of rapture graced his features. At that moment, a figure as imposing as a mountain materialized behind him, its fist cutting through the air with a fierce gale, striking Tang Yuan with tremendous force. In an instant, he was hammered into the cracked earth like a nail. Observing Tang Yuan's effortless defeat, the creature seemed to lose interest, smacking its lips before departing. "Now, that is rather unsportsmanlike," a cold voice echoed from above, prompting the creature to glance upward. To its astonishment, Tang Yuan, who had once been embedded in the crevice, had somehow risen above it, his golden pupils reflecting the creature's own image as if proclaiming its demise. The creature appeared intrigued, breaking into a grin, with 8 arms flailing. Its massive body danced with an erratic rhythm. "What does this mean? A celebration over my grave?" Tang Yuan mused darkly as he observed the 8-armed beast's antics. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the creature seized the opportunity to leap with all its might. The frozen ground cracked beneath its weight, allowing it to land directly before Tang Yuan. The simultaneous swing of its 8 arms instilled a sense of entrapment within him. Witnessing this, Tang Yuan dared not exhibit any arrogance. He swiftly shed his human form, transforming back into Godzilla. At the very moment when the monstrous ape was about to succeed, the seemingly feeble human before it instantaneously transformed into a creature even more colossal than itself. The ape's strike, akin to a child's playful tantrum, proved utterly inconsequential against Tang Yuan's Godzilla-like form. Standing side by side, The ape in Tang Yuan resembled a toddler daring a towering giant, creating a rather comical scene. "Come on, lift your arms and strike my knees." Tang Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, utterly unfazed by the ape's attempts to attack. The grotesque visage of the ape instinctively provoked a sense of displeasure within Tang Yuan, prompting him to delay his response and instead engage in a playful display. Eventually, after the ape exerted all its strength without inflicting even the slightest injury upon Tang Yuan, it began to experience a primal fear. With a fierce snarl and a savage expression, the ape bared its teeth at Tang Yuan, its 8 arms relentlessly pounding the ground in agitation. Just as Tang Yuan anticipated a formidable counterattack, the ape turned tail and fled. Observing the retreating figure of the giant, Tang Yuan smirked coldly. Nuclear energy surged from within him, gathering in his mouth, and with a thunderous roar, the terrifying energy, accompanied by the intense heat generated from friction with the air, obliterated the ape into nothingness. "Youngster, one must uphold martial ethics," Tang Yuan remarked, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. Suddenly, as if awakened by Tang Yuan's actions, the earth trembled incessantly. The sky darkened abruptly, an oppressive atmosphere lingering in Tang Yuan's heart. A searing beam of light shot from the distance, and sensing this impending event, Tang Yuan did not dare to underestimate it. He unleashed all his internal nuclear energy, resulting in a clash of blue and crimson rays that held firm in the air. The terrifying heat generated from the collision had already melted the frozen ground, and after an indeterminate duration, the earth gradually returned to its original state. A charred mark connected Tang Yuan to the unknown entity in the distance. Fortunately, the continuous flow of nuclear energy in the air provided him with an inexhaustible source of power, allowing him to harness the energy like an eternal motion machine, preventing him from depleting his internal reserves. Calicula, passed juvenile. A strange psychic wave resonated within Tang Yuan's mind. Unfortunately, due to the disparity of worlds or some other reason, he could not comprehend a single word of the message conveyed by this unfamiliar psychic signal. "Buddy, can you understand what I'm saying?" Out of curiosity, Tang Yuan responded telepathically. It was evident that there was a mismatch in compatibility, as if the entity realized Tang Yuan was not a being of this world. Suddenly, the crimson ray vanished, and the blue ray emitted by Tang Yuan pierced through the void, erupting in the distance. Immediately after, a resounding blast reverberated across the sky, echoing through the heavens. As if in response to its cry, a chorus of echoes resounded from every corner around. For reasons unknown, an instinctive sense of foreboding gripped Tang Yuan. The resonant thuds, akin to the ancient gods beating their war drums, heralded the rise of formidable battle intent surrounding him. A sense of impending doom washed over him as he beheld the fearsome creatures that appeared before him: a black goat with wings, a serpent with a vertical eye at its brow, a one-armed giant bull with 4 stout horns, and a 3-headed beast adorned with a single horn. Each towering beast was of comparable stature to himself. Even Tang Yuan, who had grown accustomed to grand spectacles, could not help but feel a sense of dire peril. Chapter 13. The Devourer of Worlds. Endgame. Godzilla, high above, a colossal bird, resplendent in crimson like a raging flame, launched the first attack. Scorching rays descended from the heavens, and Tang Yuan, sensing the imminent danger, felt an overwhelming unease. He understood that withstanding this assault would only present an opportunity for the lurking giants. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yuan swiftly dodged aside, the searing rays striking the ground beside him and instantly melting a deep pit into the earth. Witnessing Tang Yuan evade the blow, the colossal beasts surrounding him wasted no time in their assault. The serpent with the vertical eye roared, its body a black streak of lightning, striking at Tang Yuan with the ferocity of a whip. In that instant, he felt a massive gash open across his back. The searing pain coursed through him, dispelling any notion of underestimating his foes. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a fierce wind surged from beneath, causing Tang Yuan to stagger uncontrollably, a realization of impending doom flashing through his mind. Indeed, at the moment he exposed a weakness, another scorching ray descended, striking him squarely without a hint of deviation. An agonizing pain surged from all around his body, rendering him nearly incapacitated. The one-armed bull, with its curved horns, leapt with force, its dark hoofs crashing down upon Tang Yuan's back. Simultaneously, the winged black goat fixed its gaze upon him, and in an instant, he felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his heart, forcing him to expel a mouthful of crimson blood. "Cough, cough, I demand a refund," Tang Yuan shouted. Enduring such a series of potentially fatal blows, even his extraordinary physique began to falter under the relentless onslaught. As more titanic beasts prepared to launch their attack, a sense of panic began to well up within him, though he firmly believed that Ancient One meant him no harm. Being glared at by so many equally formidable creatures sent waves of unease coursing through his heart. Just as he succumbed to despair, convinced of his impending demise, a massive magical array erupted beneath him, swiftly enveloping his form within its protective embrace. When Tang Yuan regained clarity, he found himself standing on the surface of a vast ocean, the world around transformed into a marine paradise. Above, the azure sky stretched, adorned with fluffy white clouds and the relentless blaze of the sun. Before him floated a colossal sphere, emanating a gentle white luminescence. For reasons unknown, Tang Yuan instinctively felt an overwhelming desire to consume this orb of light. Beneath him, an immense buoyancy seemed to support his form, allowing him to stand effortlessly upon the water's surface, even with the mindset of Godzilla. This was the core essence of this realm. The voice of the Ancient One resonated from all directions, akin to the whispers of the universe itself. The core essence of the world? Tang Yuan found himself murmuring the phrase. A pivotal condition for Godzilla's ascension was the consumption of a world's core essence. Consequently, in certain accounts, Godzilla was referred to as the beast that devours worlds. The Ancient One's voice echoed once more, clarifying Tang Yuan's lingering doubts. How do you possess such vast knowledge? Tang Yuan voiced his final inquiry. In certain respects, I am omniscient. A boast, he thought, instinctively doubting the Ancient One's claim, though he noted it for future reference to elevate his own prestige. I have safeguarded this world for 5 centuries, engaging in countless encounters with Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms, and the malevolent deities of the underworld. The relentless repetition has bred weariness within me, and I have expended much of my spirit over these 500 years. I yearn for someone to assume my responsibilities. Then why choose me? With the time stone, you must have glimpsed the future supreme sorcerer. Surely, that individual cannot be me. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Tang Yuan felt even more perplexed. After all, according to the trajectory of the Marvel Universe, the new Supreme Sorcerer should be Doctor Strange, the successor implicitly acknowledged by the Ancient One. Why then seek an outsider for such a monumental role? I once believed he was the best choice until I perceived you through the fissures of existence. If that is the case, I must admit I feel somewhat embarrassed. You are enveloped in uncertainty, as though your very existence is devoid of a future. So it is not due to my overwhelming presence. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but inquired nonetheless. Didn't you say you could not see my future? Indeed. It is as if your presence is absent from all conceivable futures of the realms. Is it because I have traversed here from another world? Tang Yuan speculated, drawing upon the countless tales he had read in his previous life. It seemed that protagonists in those narratives shared a defining trait. They were unbound by fate. Anomalies within destiny itself. He never anticipated becoming one of those individuals. I seek to assist you in mastering the latent power within your being, while you shall safeguard my realm from the incursions of malevolent deities during my absence. This is my request. Observing his surroundings and the almost uncontrollable instincts within him, Tang Yuan sighed deeply. Do I have a choice in this matter? Of course you do. Should you decline, I will return you to your world. However, I must caution you that the ancient beings of your realm have begun to awaken. Today's encounter was merely a rehearsal I conducted in advance for you. If you possess the confidence to survive such an onslaught, I harbor no objections. Upon hearing these words and recalling the recent ordeal, the wound on my back seemed to throb anew. Very well, I concede to your request. You old-timers truly have me in a tight grip, sighed Tang Yuan in resignation. He harbored no absolute assurance against those potential adversaries. It was better to heed Gu Yi's counsel. To devour the essence of this world would at least offer some semblance of security for my life. Even within the Marvel Universe, I would prefer not to dwell on this world. Initially, Tang Yuan wished to assert that he could stride confidently even in the Marvel realm. But upon contemplating the hidden dangers of that world, he realized he may have overestimated himself. With this thought, Tang Yuan no longer hesitated and inquired, how should I consume the essence of this world? That is a question for your own heart, came the response. It will provide you with the answer. What a cryptic reply. Tang Yuan couldn't help but scoff internally. To inquire of the heart. That truly was an enigmatic answer. After pondering for a while, Tang Yuan closed his eyes and ceased to contemplate any further questions. A wise course of action, Gu Yi observed, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his admiration. In his mind, memories surged forth like a rapid flicker of a lantern, replaying in vivid detail. Observing these familiar scenes from the past, Tang Yuan experienced an unprecedented relaxation of his mind. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn, akin to a fledgling bird emerging from its shell. Curiously surveying the world, the shadows cast by endless slaughter during recent days dissipated entirely. It could be said that, at this moment, Tang Yuan underwent an intangible elevation of spirit. This transformation was, in some respects, even more significant than a mere enhancement of power. It averted the terrifying consequence of power dominating Tang Yuan, rather than him mastering it. The white orb of light before him seemed to sense the shift within Tang Yuan and began to gravitate towards him. In response, Tang Yuan neither accepted nor rejected this approach. He acted purely on instinct. Soon, the two figures drew closer, and gradually, the white orb began to envelop itself within Tang Yuan's being. In an instant, a warm current coursed through his entire body. The shackles imposed by the divine were slowly being undone, all accomplished unconsciously by Tang Yuan. Beep. Evolution conditions met. Commencing evolution, a long-forgotten mechanical voice resonated beside him. For a moment, Tang Yuan found this cold, detached tone surprisingly invigorating, reminiscent of a long-lost friend's greeting, bringing him a sense of comfort. Evolution successful, the end beast. An entity that annihilates all, the harbinger of destruction, end Godzilla. Beep. Acquired special ability, the end of all things. Beep. Acquired special ability, death replay. Chapter 14. Inheritance of special abilities. It is unclear how much time has passed, but after a brief moment of distraction, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Stretching his limbs, Tang Yuan felt the tumultuous power within him. He couldn't help but entertain the formidable thought that perhaps Ancient One was not so different after all. Thankfully, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, refraining from manifesting such a terrifying notion. Otherwise, it is likely that a year from now, he would have been offered as a sacrifice. Before him, a colossal black beast loomed above the water's surface, its immense form seemingly unchanged in appearance from before. Yet, it exuded an even greater air of majesty. As if it were the very center of the world, the sovereign of the universe, compelling anyone who gazed upon it to feel that this was simply its rightful place. Species, end of days Godzilla, Crimson Lotus state, unawakened, body strength, 300 power, 400 agility, 230 stamina, 1000 special abilities, atomic breath, hyper regeneration, atomic control, omniscient vision. End of all things, death replay, necromancy, ocean sovereignty, evolution progress. For comprehensive strength evaluation, substellar level titles, civilization destroyer, merely a ripple in the river of history. Rising and falling by chance, not worthy of concern. Devourer, well, it's not inedible, is it? Dragon hunter, dragons? No, they are merely reptiles. Species exterminator, the lives and deaths of mere insects. Who truly cares? Overall, Tang Yuan was quite satisfied with this significant enhancement of strength, which afforded him a measure of security. It appeared that he had experienced tremendous growth once more. The white light coalesced into the form of Ancient One, who regarded Tang Yuan with a serene smile. In Tang Yuan's large eyes, a scrutinizing gaze lingered, and he subtly activated the upgraded skill of omniscient vision. Yet Ancient One remained as inscrutable as a bottomless well. Fortunately, I have not become arrogant, Tang Yuan thought with a sense of relief. What comes next? Do you require my assistance to return you to your previous world? Ancient One inquired, still wearing that timeless smile. Not just yet. Please send me outside first. I wish to converse with my younger companion out there, Tang Yuan replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head to decline Ancient One's offer, his tone somewhat foreboding. Noticing this, Ancient One gazed deeply at Tang Yuan, seemingly piercing through his intentions, yet she chose not to comment further. She merely extended her hand, tracing a grand magical array that transported them both away. Ah, what a coincidence. My young companions have yet to return home, so let us catch up. Tang Yuan remarked with a cold smirk upon seeing the colossal beasts still present on the battlefield. Regardless of whether these creatures understood, he transmitted a message to them through thought waves, though it was unclear how Tang Yuan managed to vanish beneath their very noses. As he reappeared in the midst of the battlefield, the multitude of beasts instinctively sensed something amiss, as if a shift had occurred. However, in simple cognitive thought, one still perceives that they possess tremendous advantages. The roar of the four-cornered monster echoed like a tempest, causing Tang Yuan's eardrums to throb with discomfort. Yet, compared to the previous agony that rendered him nearly lifeless, this sensation was akin to a mere tickle. Indeed, it was evident that Tang Yuan's movements momentarily sluggish. A searing beam of light suddenly pierced the sky, striking Tang Yuan's back with immense energy, creating a cloud of smoke that billowed from the ground. Witnessing this scene, the colossal beasts experienced a wave of relief. Once again, the principle of the universe asserts, smoke inflicts no harm. Do you comprehend? An obscure cerebral wave resonated within the minds of the giant beasts, causing their previously relaxed demeanor to shift dramatically. As the smoke dissipated, Tang Yuan's figure gradually materialized before them. The serpent's vertical pupil emitted a strange fluctuation. Initially wary of this novel tactic, Tang Yuan soon realized it bore no effect. With this revelation, he ceased his playful antics, unleashing a formidable ray akin to a stout barrel, which struck the giant beast. Blood gushed from the four-cornered monster's wounds like a spring, and soon it succumbed to the embrace of death. An 8-armed giant ape, resembling the elder of the one Tang Yuan had previously vanquished, delivered a powerful blow to his back, causing him a sharp pang of pain. Yet, this ignited a ferocious spirit within Tang Yuan, who braced himself to endure the strike. His tail, akin to a divine whip, lashed fiercely against the giant ape, momentarily disorienting it. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Yuan unleashed a breath attack that carried the beast away. What followed was an absolute slaughter. The remaining giants were utterly unprepared for Tang Yuan's devastating blows. An hour later, apart from Tang Yuan, not a single figure remained standing. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the fallen adversaries around him, akin to a sovereign surveying his vanquished foes. The sight of these once seemingly invincible creatures sprawled at his feet evoked an involuntary swell of pride within him. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Yuan found himself back in the world above the lake, gazing at the figure of Gu Yi standing at the water's edge. With an air of triumph, he exclaimed, "Mage, we may depart now." To his surprise, Gu Yi merely smiled and shook his head, declining Tang Yuan's request. "Mage." Tang Yuan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion, as a sense of impending danger began to rise within him. "It is time for you to leave," Gu Yi stated coolly, his expression still adorned with a smile. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt an unsettling awareness that something eluded him. Observing Tang Yuan's contemplative expression, Gu Yi chose not to elaborate further, instead raising his arm gently, following the direction of his gesture. Tang Yuan beheld a scene from the outside world reflected upon the lake's surface. To his astonishment, he saw his own figure. Yet the version of himself in the external realm appeared as if devoid of a soul, standing vacantly in place. Surrounding him were the colossal beasts, which seemed to have encountered an exquisite delicacy, ravenously devouring Tang Yuan's form. Despite his formidable defenses, he ultimately succumbed to the beast's relentless assault. Soon, the colossal beast began to feast with unrestrained delight. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan's complexion turned somewhat pale. After all, it was his first experience of watching others devour what was rightfully his. With a wan expression, Tang Yuan turned to Gu Yi, awkwardly inquiring, "Master, what is this?" Gu Yi replied, "This is the natural order of things, merely altered by my manipulation of time, allowing you to experience it ahead of schedule. It is that monstrous python." Tang Yuan's countenance darkened as he gazed at Gu Yi, his mind racing back to the recent battle, ultimately landing on the creature with a vertical pupil at its brow as the source of his suspicion. "Is that a soul attack?" He sighed, a tinge of bitterness in his voice. Just moments ago, he had felt invincible, though unable to match Gu Yi's formidable prowess. Yet, he could not deny that he had previously dismissed the other colossal beasts as mere fodder, akin to a horde of lifeless corpses. Reality, however, dealt him a heavy blow. "Master, is there a way to resolve this?" Upon hearing Tang Yuan's inquiry, Gu Yi nodded. Seeing this, Tang Yuan's heart surged with joy. In an instant, Gu Yi transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Tang Yuan in the blink of an eye. She extended a finger and gently tapped his forehead. This moment resembled an ant perched atop an elephant's head, somewhat comical at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a magnificent tableau, embodying the transmission of knowledge and the inheritance of civilization, crucial elements for the advancement of any race. Nothing could be more sacred than this. The scene surpassed all earthly vistas. Ding. You have acquired the special skill, Soul Shield. Ding. You have acquired the special skill, Soul Manipulator. Chapter 15, The Destruction of the World, A Return. The waning moon hung askew in the celestial expanse, casting a silvery light upon the earth. This illuminated the already tranquil world with a tinge of melancholy. Long time no see. A familiar yet elusive mental wave resonated within the mind of the colossal beast, filling it with dread as it searched for sustenance. The 8-armed giant ape widened its enormous eyes, disbelief etched across its features. How is this possible? This was the last flicker of consciousness from its former life. Soon, darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, and a massive head soared through the sky, leaving a trail of crimson splashes in its wake. This scene appeared both bizarre and imbued with an unconventional beauty. The tyrant that had dominated this world for decades now fell before Tang Yuan, yet his expression remained unaltered, as if everything transpired around him was of no consequence. He stood there, serene and still, like a deity surveying the mortal realm. The demise of the 8-armed giant ape unsettled all the colossal beasts, despite their usual discord. The death of one at the hands of an outsider evoked a shared sense of sorrow, reminiscent of a hunted rabbit lamenting a fallen fox. The four-horned monstrous bull plummeted like a meteor, bringing with it a terrifying wave of force. Tang Yuan raised a hand, conjuring an invisible barrier between them, effortlessly blocking the bull's godlike charge. Its hooves emitted a dazzling black flash, the obsidian light seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. At the moment when the four-horned beast and Tang Yuan were in a standoff, a sudden shadow leapt behind the creature, breaking the equilibrium with a single punch. The beast, caught off guard by the dual assault from within and without, could not withstand the force and coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the earth. The impact created a massive crater, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. The four-horned beast, unwilling to concede, struggled to rise from the depths of the meteorite-like pit, eager to discern who had betrayed their alliance to aid an outsider in attacking it. However, upon recognizing the figure before it, its pupils constricted in terror, for the assailant was none other than the deceased eight-armed giant ape, or rather, the decapitated corpse of the ape. Tang Yuan sensed an invisible thread connecting him to the headless giant, controlling both their movements. With a sigh, he lamented that he would prefer not to resort to such a skill if given the choice. The necromancer's grip allowed him to command the deceased to fight on his behalf. He felt the shackles binding him fraying, and he realized he was beginning to lose his reverence for life itself. The four-horned beast, upon seeing the headless giant, seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Its eyes filled with dread as it desperately attempted to flee. Too late, Tang Yuan murmured. He extended his hand towards the creature and clenched it forcefully. In an instant, the once galloping four-horned beast was overtaken by crimson rage, its body exploding into fragments, vanishing permanently from this world. A flurry of frantic bird calls echoed in the sky as Tang Yuan closed his eyes, acutely aware of several colossal beings that had almost reached him but suddenly halted in their tracks, fleeing in the opposite direction. Can they escape? Tang Yuan scoffed softly, his form transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the fleeing figures. Meanwhile, the headless giant, under his control, chased after the retreating beasts. A colossal bird, its body ablaze with fiery hues, regarded Tang Yuan's advancing silhouette with a glimmer of menace. It unleashed a torrent of scorching rays towards him, but Tang Yuan remained unfazed, merely waving his hand. A barrier materialized between them, redirecting the searing rays away into another direction. As Tang Yuan closed in, the bird's expression morphed into one of despair, perhaps spurred by the gruesome fate of the headless giant. It rooted itself to the spot, and just as Tang Yuan approached, a burst of red light erupted from within its being. Instinctively sensing danger, Tang Yuan halted his rapid advance. Indeed, as he neared, the creature exploded like a nuclear bomb, the shockwave striking him and causing him considerable pain. Observing this scene, Tang Yuan refrained from uttering a word. After pausing for a moment, he resumed his pursuit of the remaining colossal beasts. As Tang Yuan found himself pursued by the black goat, adorned with a pair of wings, a flicker of hesitation danced in its eyes. It emitted a series of guttural roars, seemingly attempting to intimidate Tang Yuan. In response, Tang Yuan merely offered a faint smile, laced with a hint of disdain. This laughter appeared to provoke the black goat, whose eyes turned crimson, and a dark aura began to emanate from its being. Regrettably, it never dared to self-destruct before its demise. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the goat, devoid of spirit, Tang Yuan cast a brief glance before commanding it to pursue other colossal beasts in the sky. Such a gruesome spectacle was now a common occurrence across every battlefield. A relentless repetition. Ultimately, the behavior reminiscent of a great crimson bird did not reappear. Most beasts merely feigned ferocity, hoping to deter Tang Yuan. Alas, they met only their own demise, their corpses becoming instruments of his will. Before the towering beasts, Tang Yuan's expression remained impassive. He regarded them with a penetrating gaze before relinquishing his control. In an instant, the once mighty creatures collapsed to the ground, as if stripped of all support. A hazy mist of blood permeated the atmosphere, lending a tinge of crimson to the waning moon, and in that moment, the world seemed to lose its vitality. What are your feelings now? At an indeterminate moment, Gu Yi materialized behind Tang Yuan, stepping lightly upon the moonlight. Tang Yuan exhibited no surprise, as if he had anticipated this arrival. How fragile life is, he mused, addressing Gu Yi and perhaps himself. The essence of existence can only be comprehended through personal discovery. Others' insights are but reflections of their own experiences. Gu Yi did not respond directly, his face adorned with an eternal smile. It matters not. This world is on the brink of annihilation, and I might as well benefit from it, Tang Yuan remarked, gradually ascending into the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he felt it was time and continued his ascent. Suddenly, his form transformed, and a colossal Godzilla, towering hundreds of meters, emerged in the distance. Taking one last glance at this world, Tang Yuan closed his eyes. An infinite reservoir of nuclear energy began to converge within his mouth, and a beam of blue laced with crimson surged forth, striking the land below. The impact resonated like shattering glass. The ray pierced through the entire continent. Emerging from the opposite side of the planet, time seemed to freeze as, moments later, the planet, which had existed for an unfathomable duration, fragmented into cosmic oblivion. The shockwave from the explosion rippled through the universe, causing nearby meteors to disintegrate into dust from the friction of the force. Goodness, am I truly this formidable? Tang Yuan was taken aback by his own creation. Yet, this world had already teetered on the edge of destruction. His strike was merely the final straw. A familiar voice echoed behind him. Before Tang Yuan could turn to discern the source, a colossal magical array enveloped them, instantaneously transporting them to another realm. Chapter 16. The lava behemoth, ruler of the land. The glaring sunlight streamed down, causing Tang Yuan to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. As he surveyed the bustling urban landscape surrounding him, he was momentarily struck by a surreal sense of disconnection, as if he had stepped into another realm. The recent series of experiences felt almost dreamlike. What is the matter? Are you feeling unaccustomed to returning to the human world? Gui remarked with a faint smile, a rare hint of mischief in her tone. No, I merely feel as though everything is but a dream, Tang Yuan responded, gradually acclimating to the harsh brightness of the sky. His words carried a sense of nostalgia. Even someone as powerful as Gui could not fathom the entirety of Tang Yuan's transformation, from a human to a lizard, and from a lizard to a complete incarnation of Godzilla. She assumed that he was merely struggling to adapt to his newfound formidable power. Let it be a dream, then. I hope it is a beautiful dream from which one cannot awaken. Fortunately, before Gui could offer further counsel, Tang Yuan stretched lazily and chose to set aside his musings on the matter. I sense that your world harbors many colossal beasts slumbering in various corners. Are you prepared for their awakening should they discover your presence? Gui inquired, attuning herself to the distant, restless energies. There's no need for concern. Most are merely beasts of low intelligence. As long as we eliminate the few leaders among them, the rest will pose no threat, Tang Yuan assured her, unperturbed. Being well-versed in the original narrative, he understood that this world indeed housed numerous fearsome creatures in slumber. However, only a few, such as Leighton, eternally dormant within the volcano. The colossal ape on Skull Island, and the greatest threat, Ghidorah, still resting beneath the Antarctic ice, required his attention. The others merely followed in the wake of these titans. In that case, I am reassured. Once you have resolved the matters of this world, I shall return for you, Gui said, turning towards the distance. And as her words fell silent, her figure vanished from sight. Then, the first fortunate spectator is you. Tang Yuan was no longer surprised by Gui's abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, he determined his initial objective for this journey. A tremendous buoyancy propelled Tang Yuan's body through the air like a cannonball. This was a new skill, oceanic sovereignty, resulting from his evolution, where he had unified his water-based abilities. This skill had elevated his control over water to an entirely new level, even granting him the capacity to glide through the air using the water vapor present in the atmosphere, albeit only in his humanoid form. In his Godzilla form, however, the ambient moisture was insufficient to support such a massive body in flight. Above the ocean, a small island's volcano lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, in an inconspicuous spot on the cave wall, a tremor rippled through, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. After a moment of acclimatization, the volcano's dormant master seemed to awaken from its slumber. With a deafening roar, it erupted, unleashing torrents of molten lava from its core. Lava cascaded down the mountainside, transforming everything in its path into a desolate silence. Suddenly, a figure with wings soared rapidly from the volcano. Years of volcanic existence had bestowed upon it a thick layer of armor-like skin. Its form, reminiscent of the ancient toothless pterosaur, established it as an undeniable sovereign of the skies, even after a century of dormancy. As if proclaiming its existence to the world, Radon, upon awakening from the volcano, wreaked havoc on everything within its sight. Shortly thereafter, several fighter jets landed on the battlefield from the opposite side. Missiles whistled through the air, striking Radon's body and igniting sparks. To Radon, such an assault was insufficient to breach its rocky exterior. However, this provocation ignited its wrath. Abandoning its assault on the structures below, Radon instantaneously swept towards the nearby fighter jets. Its claws shimmered with a blinding light, and in an instant, the aircraft erupted in fiery explosions. Don't just pick on these humans. Let us see what you can really do. A mocking voice resonated in Radon's mind. Just as Radon was about to relish its triumph, it felt a sudden tightening in its pupils, glancing around in fear. Stop looking around. I'm right above you. Tang Yuan perched on Radon's head, slapping his palm as if to remind the creature of its own position. Radon began to thrash violently in the air, attempting to dislodge Tang Yuan. Yet, Tang Yuan remained steadfast. He soon noticed the temperature beneath his feet rising rapidly. Radon's body radiated an unbearable heat, akin to a mobile volcano. "You possess some skill," Tang Yuan murmured in reluctant admiration, then dismissed the thought of teasing Radon further. Fixing his gaze, he suddenly expanded in size tremendously. Thus, a beast larger than Radon materialized above it. The immense weight bore down upon Radon, causing it to lose control mid-flight. Plummeting like a puppet with severed strings, Tang Yuan seized this opportunity, grasping Radon's head and unleashing a torrent of breath, rendering Radon incapacitated. Yet, this demonstrated Radon's formidable prowess, as it remained alive, albeit weakened, even after enduring Tang Yuan's south breath at such close range. A series of whimpers escaped Radon's mouth, as if pleading for mercy and submission. Tang Yuan harbored no desire to tame such a creature. Instead, he contemplated employing necromantic control over it. Although its strength might wane, at least it would not betray him. As Tang Yuan pondered, another furious roar echoed in the air. He turned towards the source, spotting a colossal figure, 100 meters tall, standing on an aircraft carrier, continuously bellowing at him. "This height seems rather peculiar," Tang Yuan mused. Upon witnessing the colossal form of King Kong, Tang Yuan sensed an unsettling discrepancy. The creature's physique appeared significantly augmented compared to its cinematic portrayal, exuding an aura that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. As the aircraft carrier approached the shore, King Kong could no longer contain himself, leaping ashore with a single bound. The resulting shockwave caused the carrier to sway violently, sending waves crashing. Once on land, King Kong pounded his chest with his arms, his eyes glimmering with ferocity. Chapter 17. Sovereign of the Ancient Era. The two titans locked gazes, invisible shockwaves converging and colliding between them. Above, thick clouds had obscured the blazing sun, yet the formidable presence of the two giants carved a distinct boundary in the heavens, as if they had split the world in two. King Kong roared twice, eager to engage Tang Yuan in battle, but suddenly stumbled, losing his footing as a sea serpent coiled tightly around his ankle, disrupting his balance. Noticing that King Kong had overlooked his subtle maneuver, Tang Yuan rejoiced, releasing a breath that struck the beast with pinpoint accuracy. A blue beam of energy surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing King Kong, its terrifying power instantly evaporating the coastal waters into dense vapor. Everything proceeded according to plan, yet an inexplicable unease began to gnaw at Tang Yuan. Just as he pondered where the oversight might lie, a thunderous roar shattered his contemplation. Remarkably, King Kong withstood what should have been a fatal blow. Despite his singed fur lending him a disheveled appearance, it also added an intimidating edge. The waves crashed against the shore, transforming into a colossal hand that forcefully pinned King Kong to the ground. Amidst this peril, King Kong seemed to experience a moment of resurgence, his energy surging dramatically. With one hand planted firmly on the earth, his veins bulged ominously as he exerted immense strength, causing the ground to fracture and sink beneath him. Drawing upon this newfound power, King Kong roared defiantly, breaking free from the water's grip, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Tang Yuan. From the heavens, a massive axe descended, cleaving through the earth as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. King Kong's eyes lit up at this sight, and he raised the axe, aiming it at Tang Yuan. Once again, the barrel-like blue beam struck King Kong, yet this time it failed to impede his advance. With the axe as his weapon, King Kong relentlessly absorbed the energy contained within the beams. Gradually, the axe began to emanate an aura of invincibility, prompting Tang Yuan to exercise utmost caution. A surging tide transformed into a colossal curtain, crashing down, only to morph into a barrage of sharp blades directed at King Kong. Although King Kong's defenses rivaled those of Tang Yuan, he now faced an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. The winds generated by his axe countered part of the onslaught. Yet it was ultimately a case of many ants bringing down an elephant. Soon, under the relentless barrage, King Kong found himself on the brink of defeat. As the sea gradually receded, it unveiled the island's body, eroded over millennia by the relentless waves. Yet, before Jingang could catch his breath, four colossal figures, reminiscent of mythological titans, arose from the cardinal directions. The physiques of Tang Yuan and Jingang already epitomized the zenith of biological imagination. But in the presence of these four titanic water beings, they appeared as diminutive infants. Despair flickered in Jingang's eyes, and a mournful wail escaped his lips. However, he did not hesitate. Instead, he charged towards Tang Yuan with great strides, his massive axe shimmering with an ethereal blue light. With a single swing, Tang Yuan's body was cleaved in twain, perfectly bisected. Before Jingang could regain his composure, the shattered remains of Tang Yuan transformed into a puddle of seawater, vanishing from the earth. "Goodbye, brother," echoed Tang Yuan's voice in Jingang's mind. But before he could respond, the four water giants unleashed a ferocious assault upon the island, which struggled to stand amidst the crashing waves. Following the tempest, a splendid rainbow graced the sky. Yet, unlike before, a small island, perhaps existing for thousands of years, had been irrevocably erased from this realm. The notifications chimed. You have slain your nemesis, earning the title of the Immortal Avenger. You have obliterated your enemy's lineage, acquiring the unique skill of universal resistance. Are you all akin to the Huluwa rescuing their grandfather, willingly offering yourselves one by one? Or do you believe the foes ahead are mere trifles, and that you could certainly prevail? Despite the urgency to examine his newly acquired skills and titles, a daunting aura swiftly approached Tang Yuan. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Of course, while I say this, if they truly converged upon me, I would indeed be rather troubled." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan commanded the 9 serpentine dragons crafted from seawater to surge in another direction. Observing the remnants of old Tokyo, which had begun to resemble an embryonic international metropolis after destruction, a smile graced Tang Yuan's lips. If all began here, then let it conclude here. He suddenly whispered, but for reasons unknown, the populace had long since fled. At that moment, an expansive city lay in eerie silence, akin to a ghostly specter. Rather than feeling discomfort in this atmosphere, Tang Yuan found a peculiar pleasure in the tranquility. He realized that he had lived amidst warfare for so long. After finally finding a moment of respite, his leisure was abruptly interrupted by the Ancient One. Following this encounter, he resolved to retreat to the realm of Avengers for a proper rest. Yet, he chastised himself with a swift slap. Pa. I spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart." Aware of the precariousness of his thoughts, he swiftly reined them in, knowing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Just as his musings began to stray further, his long-awaited adversary finally made an appearance. With a head resembling that of an eastern dragon and a body akin to its western counterpart, it emanated an aura of both sanctity and malevolence. The 3 heads scrutinized the foe before them, their golden pupils betraying a chilling indifference. "Your ancestors once sought to challenge my authority, only to meet their demise, sinking into the abyss. Do you wish to tread the same path as your forebears?" A voice, majestic as that of a sovereign, resonated within Tang Yuan's mind, imbued with an unmistakable air of condescension. "Submit, or perish." The unequivocal tone reverberated once more, to which Tang Yuan merely responded with a slow gesture across his throat, an evident implication that incited Ghidorah's fury to an entirely new height. "The sins of the fool shall be washed away with blood." The villainous demeanor of Ghidorah retained an air of superiority, prompting an ironic chuckle from Tang Yuan. With a powerful flap of its wings, Ghidorah ascended slowly into the sky. At that moment, an atomic breath struck with uncanny precision. "You dare to provoke the dignity of a king." This time, Tang Yuan distinctly sensed a palpable frustration in Ghidorah's tone. Disregarding any semblance of regal authority, 3 bolts of lightning shot forth, striking Tang Yuan directly. As anticipated, he transformed once more into a pool of seawater, evading the cataclysmic blow. Unperturbed by the thwarted attempt, Ghidorah hovered amidst darkened clouds, where white lightning flickered incessantly. Bathed in the tempest, Ghidorah resembled a divine enforcer of punishment, presiding over the world in judgment. While the storm enveloped its form, Tang Yuan felt Ghidorah's aura surge dramatically. Does this creature possess enhancements? He pondered, a hint of vexation creeping in. It was evident that he could not allow Ghidorah to continue escalating its power unchecked. The sea churned as 9 dragon-like figures surged forth from the depths, launching an assault upon Ghidorah in the heavens. Meanwhile, at a naval base in San Francisco, a highly anticipated shell had just been successfully launched, its target unmistakably the battling Godzilla. Chapter 18. Crimson Lotus Mode. Ghidorah, shrouded in lightning, continued to swell in power, reaching a level that even left Tang Yuan feeling a sense of trepidation. Yet, for reasons unknown, an instinct warned him that another danger loomed beyond Ghidorah. This unpredictable peril instilled a genuine sense of alarm within Tang Yuan. It was the unknown that truly incited fear. In contrast, the seemingly formidable Ghidorah did not constitute Tang Yuan's primary concern. Unaware of Tang Yuan's inner turmoil, Ghidorah, empowered by the might of the storm, became an entity straddling the line between the ethereal and the tangible. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Tang Yuan prepared to unleash an atomic breath as a customary greeting. As expected, the results were far from promising. Faced with an adversary of Ghidorah's caliber, the deterrent effect of the atomic breath had diminished significantly, no longer capable of delivering a decisive blow as it once did. Now, it was merely employed as a standard attack. However, upon witnessing the atomic breath sink into Ghidorah's form like a stone in the ocean, Tang Yuan could not suppress a frown. This portrayal seemed excessively enhanced compared to the original narrative. In contrast to the source material, Ghidorah's current performance appeared more befitting of the title king of monsters, explaining why it garnered the allegiance of most of the titanic beasts upon its debut. In the original text, it is indeed after Godzilla defeats his opponent that he instantly earns the allegiance of all Titan creatures, with the exception of the dapper resident of Skull Island. These insignificant beings, even with power surpassing that of their ancestors, remain mere slightly robust ants in my presence. Ghidorah's disdainful tone echoed once more in Tang Yuan's mind. Not necessarily. Tang Yuan began to respond to Ghidorah's mockery, primarily because the situation had far exceeded his expectations. He truly had not anticipated Ghidorah to be this formidable. Your hope is misguided, for you are entirely unaware of what you face. Once you comprehend the chasm that lies between us, despair will be your only companion. Ghidorah spoke with the familiar arrogance, as if Tang Yuan owed him a debt. I am being civil with you, and yet you still dare to breathe so defiantly. I could easily indulge you. Tang Yuan's temper flared in response. You are indeed commendable, though there is one aspect in which you falter. What flaw is that? Despite having lived for millennia, Ghidorah is no match for someone like Tang Yuan, who has experienced an explosion of information in his previous life. As soon as Tang Yuan spoke, Ghidorah unwittingly leapt into the trap. Regrettably, you possess a mouth. Following Tang Yuan's taunts, an eerie silence enveloped the two. You are quite remarkable. After a brief pause, Ghidorah spoke again. But this time, even Tang Yuan sensed a chilling undertone in his words. Though they appeared to be engaged in dialogue, it was merely a clash of thoughts. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it was but a fleeting moment. Lightning descended upon Tang Yuan like a torrential downpour, an electrifying sensation coursing through his entire being. With the lightning crashing down upon him, Tang Yuan commanded the sea to transform into a dragon, charging once more at Ghidorah. The waterborne creature, interwoven with flickering bolts of lightning, appeared particularly menacing. The dragon collided forcefully with Ghidorah's form, which expanded an invisible shield that caused the dragon to flow around it, ensnaring Ghidorah within a watery prison. Ghidorah's three heads roared restlessly, unleashing beams that pierced through the watery confines, crashing into the ocean and creating tumultuous waves. However, Tang Yuan's atomic breath seemed to pass harmlessly through Ghidorah's body, as if directed towards another void, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, a sense of impending danger surged within Tang Yuan's mind. Above, unbeknownst to him, a missile had been launched towards Godzilla. Just as Tang Yuan pondered the source of his unease, this missile, unnoticed until now, struck him directly. A deafening explosion erupted, enveloping Tang Yuan in a cloud of smoke. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but soon he sensed something amiss. A sudden, overwhelming weakness washed over him, making each breath increasingly arduous. Breathing became laborious. Akin to struggling with a decrepit bellows, Tang Yuan's breaths grew weaker. Perhaps I have been a touch careless, he mused, a wry smile creeping across his face as he acknowledged the dire state within him. Suppressing the discomfort coursing through his body, Tang Yuan steadied himself as he faced off against Ghidorah in a grueling standoff. Should Ghidorah perceive his facade of strength, it could very well be the end for him today. Yet, the ancient Ghidorah, having survived for millennia, possessed a keen insight that saw through Tang Yuan's charade. Recognizing his weakness, Ghidorah took the initiative, descending with a thunderous roar. Freed from the sanctuary of lightning, its form solidified. No longer caught in the liminal space between the ethereal and the corporeal, and it surged forth, determined to shatter the confines of the oceanic prison and launch a fierce assault on Tang Yuan. Summoning a few inches of strength, Tang Yuan valiantly retaliated with a piercing atomic breath. The clash of atomic breath and lightning beams erupted in the air, the collision of these formidable energies obliterating the surrounding structures. Ultimately, the onslaught concluded with Tang Yuan succumbing to exhaustion. The terrifying lightning beams, infused with searing heat, struck him squarely, sending him plummeting into the depths of the sea. More ominously, Tang Yuan's consciousness began to dissipate. In a daze, he seemed to revert to his human form, recalling his earlier conversation with Ancient One, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Is it finally time to awaken from this beautiful dream? How nostalgic it feels. A notification echoed in his mind. Host nearing death. Title Immortal Avenger transforms into a one-time skill. Final Holy War. Another chime followed. Final Holy War initiated. Final Holy War successfully activated. Crimson Lotus mode engaged. In this state, a torrent of terrifying energy surged through his limbs and bones, his heart pulsating with a volcanic vigor. The dorsal fins on his back turned a vivid crimson, fiery patterns coursing across his form like molten lava. In an instant, Tang Yuan's visage resembled a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, and at that moment, his eyes snapped open. A roar erupted, piercing the ocean's surface and ascending to the heavens, scattering the ominous clouds above. Brilliant light cascaded back onto the earth. The rhythmic thumping of a heart resonated in the ears of those present, gradually ensnaring everyone within this eerie cadence. Their hearts, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, shattered, causing many to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Ghidorah sensed this unusual phenomenon as well. 3 lightning beams struck the sea's surface, yet no waves were stirred. This sight only heightened Ghidorah's unease. "Tell me, will you bleed?" A dispassionate voice echoed in Ghidorah's mind. In that moment, Ghidorah felt as though, before the owner of that voice, he had become a mere specter. All 3 of Ghidorah's heads fixed their gaze in one direction, where an indescribable terror was stirring to life. Chapter 19. The King of Monsters. End. The vast azure sea churned with tumultuous waves, lightning cleaving through the sky. As an apocalyptic spectacle unfolded before them, suddenly, a crimson atomic breath erupted forth. Ghidorah, suspended in midair, was unable to evade and was struck directly by the assault. The left dragon head let out a mournful whimper, disintegrating into ash under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. A searing pain surged through him, and Ghidorah howled in agony. But soon the sound transformed into a roar of fury. With golden eyes ablaze with rage, Ghidorah glared at the demonic Tang Yuan, a flicker of caution flashing in his gaze. After a penetrating stare at Tang Yuan, he flapped his wings, soaring skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Thick, dark clouds once again shrouded all light, and incessant lightning struck Ghidorah's form. Miraculously, under the deluge of lightning, the severed dragon head began to regenerate. It seemed as though Ghidorah sensed that Tang Yuan now posed a tangible threat to his existence, as he unleashed a series of furious roars into the void. As if interrogating it, the waves churned violently as Tang Yuan commanded the ocean beneath him to rise. Another atomic breath was unleashed. Yet this time Ghidorah appeared to be prepared. An invisible barrier sprang forth, but it shattered with a resounding crash after merely momentarily holding its ground. Observing this, Ghidorah swiftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly evading the breath that roared past his visage, feeling the searing heat brush against him. An ominous premonition began to weigh heavily on Ghidorah's heart. "You prayed day and night, and I descended in response to your supplications. Yet now you dare to defy me? My origins are beyond your comprehension." Ghidorah's authoritative voice resonated once more, though it was tinged with a hint of disquiet this time. "Are you frightened?" Tang Yuan retorted coldly, his gaze as frigid as though he were staring at a corpse. "Fear? I am a deity from a higher dimension. How could I ever fear a mere insect from a lower realm?" Ghidorah scoffed, and Tang Yuan could distinctly sense the disdain woven through his tone. The vast disparity in their identities rendered Ghidorah, despite his inferior strength, unable to regard Tang Yuan as an equal. 9 serpentine dragons encircled Ghidorah, incessantly biting and harrying him, preventing him from focusing on Tang Yuan's assault. Of course, Tang Yuan showed no sign of mercy. Another barrage of atomic breaths erupted forth. Had it not been for the peculiar enhancement Ghidorah appeared to gain amidst the lightning, he would have already succumbed to oblivion. Bathed in the storm, he momentarily transcended the laws of this universe, regaining the traits of a higher dimensional being. "In your current state, you cannot harm him," a commanding voice echoed. Differing from Ghidorah's self-important tone, this voice exuded a grandiosity that evoked an involuntary sense of submission. "Who are you?" Tang Yuan inquired, perplexed by the presence of this unknown deity. "By bloodline, you may refer to me as the ancestor," the voice responded once more, seemingly prompted by Tang Yuan's question. A hint of affectionate emotion resonated within the voice. "Progenitor?" Tang Yuan pondered this term, swiftly recalling that it had been uttered during King Ghidorah's initial appearance. He had once slain a rebellious minister, who was apparently an ancestor of Godzilla. "Indeed, I am the primordial Godzilla, the very one slain by Ghidorah, hence your ancestor." It seemed as though the primordial Godzilla discerned Tang Yuan's thoughts and spoke to confirm them. Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Yuan's anxious heart found a moment of reprieve. After all, at this juncture, he was reluctant to provoke any further unknown entities. One Ghidorah was already a formidable challenge. Another would surely bring him great distress. "What is your intention?" Although unsure how this being managed to communicate with him, Tang Yuan resolved to clarify the matter at hand. "Though I suffered defeat at its hands, I successfully severed Ghidorah's connection to the higher dimensions, ensnaring it within the laws of our world, transforming it from the ethereal into the corporeal." The primordial Godzilla spoke again, imparting a crucial piece of information to Tang Yuan. "The lightning will temporarily restore its link to the higher dimensions, reverting it back to the intangible. Thus, to vanquish it, you must draw it out from beneath the tempest of lightning." Above in the sky, Ghidorah's form had already been engulfed by the storm. When it re-emerged, it was bathed in a golden radiance, its body becoming insubstantial. In that moment, Ghidorah emanated an aura of divinity, reminiscent of ancient myths resurrecting. Mere ants. You are but a fleeting moment in the endless river of time, a slightly stronger insect at best. Only I can eternally gaze down upon this world. The everlasting sovereign of all. Ghidorah regained its confidence, and there was an unexpected hint of admiration and regret in its tone towards Tang Yuan. However, you have left an impression upon me. In the years to come, I shall remember your existence. Farewell, unforgettable insect. The three dragon heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, golden brilliance converging within. Ultimately, this radiance transformed into a blinding light that purified all in its path, engulfing even Tang Yuan's figure within its brilliance. Yet, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. A scarlet beam pierced through the luminous realm, striking Ghidorah's golden form. To Ghidorah's disbelief, Tang Yuan's attack had indeed struck it, despite its existence being beyond this dimension. As it observed the golden glow gradually fading, its dark body revealed its original hue once more. The laws of this universe ensnared it again, filling it with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. How is this possible? Ghidorah muttered, unable to comprehend its own defeat. I foretold that you would ultimately fall to the Godzilla lineage. That prophecy has now come to pass, echoed the voice of the primordial Godzilla, seemingly enlightening Ghidorah. Is it you? You old wretch have yet to perish. Cursed, cursed, cursed. You deserve to die? In its final utterance, Ghidorah spat out each word with vehement intensity, the deep-seated hatred causing Tang Yuan to involuntarily shudder. When you descended upon this world years ago, it seemed you took pleasure in our demise. Originally, there were tens of thousands of titanic beasts, yet under your hand, nearly 60% were obliterated. Ultimately, fewer than 4,000 titans remained. Was this not what you deserved? The primordial Godzilla bore no vengeful animosity. His tone was imbued with an air of indifference. Your dissatisfaction stems not from any noble grievance, but rather from the usurpation of your regal status, for during your reign, circumstances were not markedly better. The Kong lineage opposed you in that era. Must I reiterate the reasons? Now you speak as if you embody some lofty virtue. Ghidorah derisively mocked the primordial Godzilla. Perhaps, indeed, this is all a form of retribution. What belongs to you is also mine. After a prolonged silence, the primordial Godzilla spoke again, his tone now saturated with sentiment. How could I perish here? I shall not meet my end in this place. Ghidorah roared in defiance, yet Tang Yuan had lost the will to listen further. Another breath sealed his fate. Ghidorah's three heads widened their eyes, filled with a final sense of reluctance, before ultimately becoming vacant. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan erupted into a furious roar that reverberated through the heavens and resonated across the entire world. Subsequently, countless slumbering titans awakened from their slumber. As if sensing something amiss, they unleashed their own roars to welcome the birth of a new king of monsters in this world. Chapter 20. The Marvel Universe. You appear to be burdened by unspoken thoughts. Ancient One lifted her cloak, gazing at Tang Yuan, who stared wistfully at the setting sun, offering a gentle smile. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tang Yuan, momentarily interrupted from his reverie, turned around in a daze. The moment he beheld Ancient One, a subtle joy akin to a long-lost friendship washed over him. Yet, he soon chuckled at the irony. A person with whom I have scarcely exchanged more than a few glances evokes such a feeling of reunion. Do you not find that somewhat pitiable? Tang Yuan sighed, the twilight's glow illuminating his exquisite, almost ethereal visage. Coupled with his current melancholic disposition, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a dreamlike celestial being. I had initially believed you would require my assistance. I am surprised you have come this far. Truly, you are a deviation of fate. Ancient One, upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, offered no reply. Instead, she turned to marvel at the setting sun. Your words have unexpectedly stirred a flicker of excitement within me. Tang Yuan seemed to shed a heavy burden, his expression suddenly lightening. Are you prepared for your departure from this world? There is nothing to part from. I have only met a few, and I have dispatched them all. As for the others, I surmise they would prefer never to encounter me again. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan realized he was indeed a solitary figure in this realm. In that moment, he felt as though the entire world stood against him. Then let us depart. I trust you will thrive in that world to come. Ancient One nodded in agreement, uttering little more. With a wave of her arm, a circular red teleportation circle manifested before them. Gazing at the realm beyond the magical array, Tang Yuan was suddenly engulfed by a wave of anticipation. Following Ancient One, he stepped into the world of the Avengers. Upon entering this new domain, Tang Yuan instantly felt himself hunched over, unable to stand upright. It was as if an insurmountable weight pressed down on his back, threatening to bring him to his knees. Hold on. This is merely the first step towards your integration into this world, Ancient One remarked, passing by Tang Yuan without a hint of pause. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, A spirit of defiance ignited within Tang Yuan. After all, he was a king in another realm. How could he succumb so easily in this one? He summoned every ounce of strength within him, his face flushed crimson, eyes bulging as he endured excruciating discomfort. Tang Yuan sensed that with each increment of his own exertion, the oppressive force of this world intensified even further, as if it were deliberately compelling him to falter. The weight on his shoulders grew heavier, and gradually, he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. You are the last king of the Godzilla lineage. Remember, the spirits of Godzilla's ancestors shall accompany you on this journey. Echoed the words of the primordial Godzilla, resonating in Tang Yuan's ears just as he began to struggle for breath under this world's pressure. For reasons unknown. As he recalled this phrase, a haze enveloped his consciousness, as if a multitude of memories, never before experienced, suddenly surfaced in his mind. In that haze, his awareness gradually ascended, akin to traversing through a series of dreams. In these dreams, he sometimes found himself as the first generation of Godzilla, emerging from the jungle only to be met head-on by an adult Kong, who swiftly dispatched him. At other times, he transformed into the legendary Godzilla, battling ancient titans and gradually earning their recognition, becoming their ruler, only to be annihilated by a bolt of lightning from King Ghidorah who had come in response to the chaos. Thus, in the countless cycles of dreams, he perpetually relived the misfortune of being vanquished by Kong and Ghidorah. On one occasion, he had even evolved into the apex existence of final Godzilla, driving the Kong lineage to a small island where they dared not emerge. Yet, in the end, he was still worn down and extinguished by King Ghidorah reaching into the higher dimensions. Suddenly, Tang Yuan jolted awake from the tormenting nightmares of countless reincarnations, drenched in cold sweat. Upon regaining his senses, he was unexpectedly met with a sense of relief. The oppressive weight on his shoulders had vanished. An unprecedented lightness blossomed from within him, and his mastery over his own powers ascended to a new echelon. Thus, although his raw strength had not significantly increased, his overall prowess had inexplicably advanced beyond his previous capabilities. Ding. Fusion with the spirits of Godzilla's ancestors has granted you the special skill Immortal Battle Soul and Enhanced Soul Resistance. It appears you have adapted to this world. At some unknown moment, Ancient One reappeared before Tang Yuan, regarding him with a hint of admiration. This world is lacking. Could it not provide a bit more pressure? Tang Yuan sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his demeanor somewhat lacking in dignity, yet stubbornly defiant. Oh, this injustice I can still endure, he declared, a glimmer of mischief flashing across Gu Yi's smile, her eyes brimming with playful mockery. No, let's forget that. You're quite devoid of any sense of humor, Tang Yuan retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Do you possess any understanding of this world? Gu Yi suddenly posed a seemingly disjointed question to Tang Yuan. Instantly, a wave of unease washed over him, as if his deepest secret had been unearthed. He chuckled awkwardly, evading the query. Just a few months ago, the Prince of Asgard orchestrated an assault on Earth, Gu Yi stated, casting a penetrating glance at Tang Yuan, laden with implication. Oh, is that so? I hold him in deep disdain, mentally speaking, Tang Yuan replied, seemingly oblivious to Gu Yi's hint, indignantly expressing his disapproval. Everyone harbors a few secrets. Do they not? Finally unable to withstand Gu Yi's knowing gaze, he offered a somewhat exasperated explanation. Indeed, everyone possesses their own secrets. Given your current abilities, you are capable of handling most situations in this world. However, I advise you not to underestimate certain individuals. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing significant consequences. To this, Tang Yuan did not dispute, but rather nodded in reluctant agreement. The world of the Avengers defies conventional wisdom. Much like a certain wealthy heir, should he be unable to triumph, he resorts to creating chaos, leaving you with no room to retaliate. And then there is that hulking figure with green luminescence, whose premise is utterly absurd, claimed to grow stronger with rage, with no upper limit. In a world where extraordinary powers are commonplace, a single misstep could lead to dire repercussions. Thus, it would be prudent for you to train under my guidance for the time being. At the very least, it will equip you with several escape skills. Gu Yi turned to leave, prompting Tang Yuan to hastily brush off the dust from his clothes and follow suit. Chapter 21. S-H-I-E-L-D. The sweltering heat lingered even after midsummer, still scorching the earth. The streets of New York City remained teeming with crowds. From above, they resembled a swarm of ants gathered in chaotic assembly. Fortunately, I do not suffer from trypophobia, Tang Yuan thought with a tinge of relief as he surveyed the bustling scene in what is often deemed the most prosperous city in the world. His gaze swiftly located the target of his visit amidst the throng. Lay down your weapons and come out to surrender, or we will be compelled to take necessary action. A police officer stood outside the bank, shouting through a megaphone, as numerous police vehicles surrounded the area. Officers took cover behind their cars, aiming their weapons at the bank's entrance, poised to breach at a moment's notice. Damn it, why must we, the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D., deal with such trivial matters? Grumbled an incongruous figure clad in a black suit among the officers. Well, Agent Wells, I would much prefer that our daily tasks consisted solely of such minor issues, came the retort. The extraterrestrial assault that occurred a few months ago is an experience I would never wish to endure again. Beside Wells, a stunningly attractive blonde with striking blue eyes, a quintessential European beauty, glared at him before speaking, her tone tinged with trepidation, as if recalling some horrific event. I was merely stating a fact. Kelly, you take things too seriously. Upon hearing the words of the agent named Kelly, Wells appeared to recall something as well, his expression instantly darkening as he muttered in frustration. Enough of this pointless chatter. Prepare for a full-scale assault, but remember to avoid harming the civilians inside. A man wearing dark sunglasses interrupted their conversation, issuing commands with a firm tone. Understood, Captain Case. The two responded promptly, their expressions turning grave as they faced Case. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A black projectile was hurled from the bank entrance, landing squarely amidst the police officers. With a resounding bang, the explosion unleashed a fiery inferno that engulfed several nearby officers. Although some managed to narrowly escape the blast, they were soon overwhelmed by the shockwave, coughing up blood, with crimson stains appearing at the corners of their eyes. As the bystanders were shocked by the sheer power of the grenade, a muscular giant, towering at nearly 2 meters, burst forth from the doorway, wielding a machine gun. With an ominous barrage of gunfire, he mowed down those police officers still reeling from the explosion, claiming several more lives. Damn it, Case cursed, the target of his ire unknown. He crouched behind a police car for cover, firing at the giant with a handgun. His reaction jolted the two agents beside him. Wells and Kelly felt a wave of shame for their momentary lapse in focus amidst such a chaotic scene. However, it was clear that there was no time for contemplation, and soon both agents joined the fray. Their combined fire struck the giant. Yet he exhibited no inclination to evade their assault. He stood his ground, relentlessly spraying bullets with reckless abandon. The blood that erupted from his wounds seemed to invigorate him further, and he roared with exhilaration, as if the pain were inconsequential. Witnessing this, despair settled into the hearts of the trio. Call for backup. This is clearly beyond our capacity to handle. We need those specialists to intervene. Case suddenly instructed the two agents behind him. The agents were momentarily taken aback. Wells hesitated, eager to offer further counsel. But he swallowed his words under Case's stern gaze. Very well, he ultimately acquiesced, executing Case's orders. In short order, the police rallied, and the giant's form was soon engulfed by the relentless barrage of gunfire. Yet, he continued to laugh heartily, showing no signs of faltering. Just as despair threatened to consume the three, a brilliant light descended from the heavens. It struck the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a massive crater in the once smooth terrain. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Tang Yuan slowly rose to his feet. How striking was Kelly's immediate thought upon seeing him. With sharply defined features that perfectly align with Western aesthetic ideals, her golden irises imbue her presence with an aura of untouchable sanctity. The formidable energy she exudes captivates the unacquainted agent before her. As thoughts of a blissful future with children cross Kylie's mind, Keith, however, remains unflustered. Though his heart surges with tumultuous waves, the composure befitting an experienced operative allows him to maintain a semblance of calm. Tang Yuan, immensely satisfied with his entrance, surveys the crowd. To Keith's inquiry about his identity, he merely offers a faint smile, embodying the poise of a master. He gazes skyward, his expression forlorn, seemingly indifferent to Keith's question. This scoundrel, Wells, equally youthful and impetuous, finds Tang Yuan's ostentation intolerable. Witnessing his idol ensnared by Tang Yuan's charm ignites a fury within him. Yet, upon noticing the deep pit at Tang Yuan's feet, he recalls the brutish man who moments ago had been reduced to ashes, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps. Sir, who are you? Keith pondered momentarily before tentatively inquiring. When I was born on this planet, your ancestors were yet unaware of the meaning of civilization, Tang Yuan replied, casting a disdainful glance at Keith. Ignoring the expected contempt from Tang Yuan, Keith sighed in relief. The ability to communicate signified that his counterpart possessed at least a modicum of rationality and would not resort to indiscriminate violence. Sir, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I welcome you back. Our director will arrive shortly, and I hope you can be patient, Keith stated, engaging Tang Yuan while signaling to his subordinates to promptly contact their superiors. Fortunately, despite their somewhat inadequate demeanor, they exhibited the basic decorum expected of them. Responding to their superior SQ, they hurriedly established an urgent line to headquarters. After years apart, Tang Yuan gazes at the towering edifices surrounding him, his voice laden with reminiscence. I never expected another civilization to arise, he remarked, reflecting on humanity's relentless progression. Indeed, progress is perpetual, Keith replied, his expression appearing genuine and devoid of pretense. Tang Yuan regarded him silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing Tang Yuan's restraint, Keith felt a sense of relief, opting for silence to avoid provoking this enigmatic figure. The crowd, too, dared not utter a word, enveloping the scene in an eerie stillness. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, a black car roared into view. As it approached the gathering, it executed a drift that carved a deep mark into the ground before coming to a steady halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a gleaming bald head. But Tang Yuan's gaze was fixated on a figure behind. The wine-red curls seemed to exude an enchanting aura, while she was undeniably beautiful. Her looks did not greatly surpass those of Agent Kelly beside her. However, her demeanor resembled a vial of fragrant poison, enticing one to indulge. Sir, Wilson called out twice, attempting to rouse Tang Yuan from his reverie, signaling that his superior had arrived and was open to dialogue if there were any thoughts to share. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., adorned with a black eye patch, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the young man before him, who did not seem to belong to the realm of mortals. Were it not for the deep pit beneath the young man's feet and the reports from his subordinates over the years, Fury would never have associated such power with someone so youthful. Certainly, a series of recent events had begun to prepare him psychologically, leading him to understand that some extraordinary beings existed within this universe, and perhaps this young man was one of them. What he yearned to ascertain was whether this young man posed any threat to Earth. To this end, he had discreetly contacted Captain America, Iron Man, and other Avengers, readying them for immediate action. Should the young man exhibit hostility, he would spare no expense to ensure he was contained. Yet, for the moment, the situation appeared manageable, which was why he had come in person. Greetings, I am Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How may I assist you? In the face of extraordinary power, Fury was naturally inclined to exhibit extraordinary courtesy. What do you think you can do for me? Tang Yuan chuckled lightly upon hearing this, gazing with curiosity at Fury's shiny bald head reflecting the sunlight. Indeed, we at S.H.I.E.L.D., as the planet's foremost security agency, can resolve any challenges you may face on this Earth. However, Tang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Seeing that he had piqued Tang Yuan's interest, Fury revealed a sly smile reminiscent of an old fox. But first, might I ask for your identity? This would facilitate a fruitful collaboration, would it not? Collaboration? Thus far, I see little to commend in your offer of partnership. As long as the Ancient One does not intervene, I could effortlessly navigate this world. Tang Yuan mused inwardly, feeling an exhilarating rush. Trust me, the forces on this planet extend far beyond what you perceive. If you place your faith in me, I would be willing to showcase our planet's strongest capabilities. Upon hearing this, Fury's expression remained inscrutable, his mind focused on deceiving Tang Yuan, believing that even if conflict arose, it might mitigate some casualties. Tang Yuan regarded him intently, causing Fury's heart to tighten. The golden pupils seemed to harbor a potent energy, instilling in Fury a sensation of vulnerability, as though he stood bare before the world, an experience he had not felt in many years. Just as Tang Yuan was about to reveal his intentions, Fury, suspecting his own strategy was laid bare, could not resist pressing a concealed button within his cuff. Suddenly, Tang Yuan nodded, leaving Fury momentarily bewildered. Are you suggesting? Fury cautiously inquired. Did you not invite me to witness the pinnacle of power on your planet? Tang Yuan remarked nonchalantly, displaying no apprehension towards Fury's mention of the supreme force that might pose a threat to him. Very well, please step inside the vehicle, Fury offered, opening the car door with an inviting gesture. Tang Yuan nodded, refraining from further conversation, and proceeded directly towards the automobile. How shall I address you, sir? Fury inquired from the driver's seat, steering the wheel while casting a casual glance at Tang Yuan through the rearview mirror. You may call me Tang Yuan, or even Nicholas Tang Yuan, he replied with a hint of mischief. Yet, it was evident that neither Fury nor Black Widow comprehended the jest. They merely exchanged polite smiles. Observing this, Tang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment and chose to remain silent. Is your hometown also on Earth, Mr. Tang? Natasha, the Black Widow, ventured to ask as the atmosphere grew somewhat frosty. Indeed, though it was not as it is now, Tang Yuan responded formally, shifting slightly in his seat upon noticing Natasha's inquiry. Observing his demeanor, Natasha felt a sense of relief. At least their tastes appeared to align, which would facilitate future discussions. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental, Tang Yuan seemed to sense Natasha subtly leaning closer. Fury, catching this through the rearview mirror, chose to remain silent, internally commending Natasha for her audacity. Before the budding tension could escalate, the vehicle arrived at the SHIELD headquarters. As the car came to a halt, Tang Yuan could not suppress a sigh of relief. While he could engage in playful banter for days, the prospect of actual confrontation left him at a loss, particularly in the presence of the Black Widow, who had been his idol during his adolescence. Steeling himself, he exited the vehicle, striving to maintain an air of composure amidst the overwhelming surroundings. "Mr. Tang, please, after you," Fury said as he exited the car, leading the way. Tang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and entered the building alongside Natasha. "Steve, what do you think of the strength of the visitor that Fury mentioned?" Tony Stark casually asked from his seat on the sofa, reclining with his legs crossed and a glass of red wine in hand, addressing the blonde youth beside him. "I'm uncertain, but judging by Fury's tone, we should prepare ourselves." Captain America, Steve Rogers, replied cautiously, eyeing the iconic shield resting nearby. "Steve's right. Ever since the Loki incident, I've realized this world is far larger than I once believed," Hawkeye remarked, turning his head while polishing an arrow, his tone laden with reflection. "Trust me, I can handle this," Stark declared confidently, rising to his feet and casually spinning around to face the group. "With your armor, I presume?" Hawkeye chuckled. "No. With this," Stark replied, tapping his temple. "This is my most formidable weapon. Let us not underestimate our adversaries." Steve could not help but remind the son of his old acquaintance not to underestimate the situation, lest a tragedy should occur. "Rest assured. By the way, do you think this guest would appreciate a fine red wine? I still have a few bottles of good wine. Perhaps I could win his friendship." With that, Steve sighed helplessly and chose to say no more. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Chapter 23. The first battle. As the doorbell rang, everyone assumed their positions, ready for combat. Even Stark, who had appeared so nonchalant moments ago, cautiously donned his hand armor, his expression devoid of any relaxation. "It seems they hold me in high regard," Tang Yuan remarked with a smile, observing the wary expressions on the faces around him. A quick glance confirmed that the attendees were indeed familiar figures from his memory. Suppressing the slight excitement within, Tang Yuan endeavored to maintain an air of calm detachment. "Haha, after all, he is a distinguished guest. However, we are firmly committed to a spirit of friendliness and harmony." Fury added mentally, "If your strength is indeed as formidable as claimed. If, however, Tang Yuan is merely a fade, our dear friend, the Punisher, will ensure he learns the true meaning of cruelty." After all, Fury had ascended to the position of director of SHIELD through a sea of corpses, not through any underhanded means. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, who sensed that Fury's thoughts were far more complex than he imagined, the others began to relax their vigilance, noticing that their visitor seemed quite amiable. "In that case, why don't we bask in the sun on the beach while enjoying the company of lovely ladies and engage in a delightful conversation?" Stark resumed his languid demeanor, reclining on the sofa with an air of ease. "Well said. I truly admire you," Tang Yuan thought, recognizing the necessity of maintaining his persona. "I have heard that you are the pinnacle of combat prowess on this planet. I would like to experience your abilities firsthand. Might you indulge my curiosity?" Tang Yuan surveyed the group, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the crowd. It appeared that a confrontation was indeed inevitable. Stark shrugged with a hint of resignation, placing his wine glass on the table. "Then let us spar." Hawkeye smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent to the impending clash. "Let us proceed to the underground training facility. It is spacious and will not endanger others," Fury quickly suggested, relieved when he noted that Tang Yuan did not refuse. Unexpectedly, Stark voiced a differing opinion. "Perhaps not. That space feels somewhat constricted for me, hindering my full potential. Let us be taken to a nearby uninhabited area for more freedom to engage." After some contemplation, Fury acquiesced to Iron Man's suggestion, recognizing his status as the primary force in this encounter. Hawkeye's role would merely be to support him and Captain America from a distance. Thus, it was prudent to heed Stark's insights. "Very well, let us dispatch a fighter jet to transport us," Fury declared decisively, no longer hesitating. "Now, allow me to experience your prowess." In this regard, Tang Yuan expressed no dissent, merely brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming sparring session. The aircraft remained silent en route, swiftly arriving at a nearby desert expanse. Observing the swirling yellow sands, Fury nodded approvingly. Stark donned his prepared armor and leaped directly from the aircraft, followed by Captain America and Hawkeye, who each secured their parachutes before taking the plunge. Noticing Tang Yuan's reluctance to jump, Fury furrowed his brow and inquired, "It truly is not an ideal location." As he gazed at the rising sands obscuring visibility, Tang Yuan couldn't help but utter a sigh. Whether intentional or not, The choice of this location seemed to undermine Tang Yuan's significant advantage. Yet, almost immediately, Tang Yuan appeared to have a revelation. After glancing at the cumulus clouds above, he smiled. No need to worry, I shall join them shortly. With that, he leapt from the aircraft without any gear. Natasha, what do you think of him? Fury asked the nearby Black Widow, his brow furrowing as he observed Tang Yuan's descent. The time was too brief to form a complete judgment. But he did not seem to be a mindless killer. He might become another Thor. Fury grasped the implications of Black Widow's remark, nodding in response, though it remained uncertain whether he truly absorbed her insight. Below, as Tang Yuan descended without a parachute, he plummeted even faster than Captain America and Hawkeye. With a thunderous crash, he bent his knees upon landing, stabilizing himself on the ground. The swirling sands erupted, creating a deep crater as a shockwave radiated outward, buffeting Captain America and Hawkeye mid-descent. Witnessing this spectacle, Iron Man, unaffected, quickly maneuvered his armor to steady the two. What a dreadful start, Iron Man remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Although he had heard tales of Tang Yuan's descent from the heavens, witnessing it firsthand was indeed awe-inspiring. A heavy feeling settled in their hearts. They could no longer afford to underestimate this encounter. Captain America was the first to regain his composure, sprinting forth as soon as he landed. With a swift motion, he hurled his shield, causing it to slice through the air like a shooting star aimed at Tang Yuan. Standing his ground, Tang Yuan simply extended his hand, effortlessly catching the shield in his grasp. Despite their attempts to elevate Tang Yuan's prowess in their minds, they couldn't shake a sense of helplessness. As Captain America faced an unfortunate setback, Iron Man extended his palm, targeting Tang Yuan with an energy blast. Tang Yuan remained unyielding, bracing himself to absorb the impact head-on. The tremendous energy collided with him, rendering the already sand-choked battlefield completely obscured. Be cautious. Jarvis informs me that this fellow has sustained no damage, Iron Man warned, his expression darkening as Captain America and Hawkeye relaxed slightly. How is that possible? They both thought simultaneously. But before they could voice their questions, Tang Yuan emerged from the swirling sands, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he regarded the trio. Is that all? The words pierced the hearts of the three like a dagger, particularly stinging for the normally proud Iron Man. Just wait until I create an anti-Tang Yuan armor, Tony Stark thought vehemently in his mind. However, given the current situation, it must be said that he found himself devoid of viable solutions. Suddenly feeling a release in his grip, Tang Yuan glanced down to find Captain America had seized the shield from him, taking advantage of the cover of the swirling sands. Impressive. Emerging unscathed from a hail of bullets, Tang Yuan remarked with a hint of admiration. Captain America, however, remained stoic, his expression unyielding. The shield whistled past Tang Yuan's ear, slicing through the air as if it were parting the very atmosphere. The edges of the shield glimmered like a beast poised to pounce, waiting for the moment to devour Tang Yuan. He sidestepped, seizing the opportunity to land a punch squarely in Captain America's abdomen. The impact felt like a colossal hammer striking him, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, feeling somewhat relieved. Just as Tang Yuan prepared to conclude the confrontation, an arrow whistled through the air. He reached out to grasp it, ready to deliver some taunting words, but suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed the arrowhead flickering with a crimson light before it erupted in a thunderous explosion. Child's play, Tang Yuan's voice echoed mockingly amid the swirling sands. Chapter 24, Absolute Oppression. Child's play? The three men's expressions darkened to a nearly palpable gloom. Both Iron Man and Captain America, favored champions of their era, were accustomed to overcoming any challenge. Yet now, they found themselves belittled, reduced to mere children in the eyes of this audacious individual. Iron Man could not suppress the urge to summon his yet-to-be-developed anti-Hulk armor to teach this arrogant foe a lesson about the bounds of reality. Let me show you what true terror is, Tang Yuan smiled calmly, though for some reason, that smile filled Iron Man and Captain America with foreboding, as if a great calamity loomed on the horizon. In that moment, Tang Yuan's aura surged dramatically, elevating to unprecedented heights, leaving the three gasping for breath. Even the fighter jets hovering above wobbled under the weight of this oppressive force, resembling drunken revelers staggering in the air. He had yet to reveal his full strength. Fury's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with trepidation. Beside him, Black Widow said little, her gaze devoid of any lingering hope. Sensing the moment had arrived, Tang Yuan unleashed a deafening roar. His form transformed, and before them loomed a monstrous figure towering hundreds of meters high, with luminescent dorsal fins. It resembled a vision from the depths of hell, captivating and terrifying in equal measure. Its eyes burned with a savage intensity, embodying the essence of destruction. Tang Yuan howled toward the heavens, unleashing a beam of crimson-tinged blue energy that pierced the sky, soaring into the cosmos before gradually dissipating into the void of space. In Asgard, atop a palace that shimmered like gold, an aged warrior clad in battle attire furrowed his brow, gazing at the fading ray in the depths of the universe. Worry etched across his features. He pondered the implications of what he witnessed. "Father, what exactly has transpired that has caused the 9 realms to tremble?" inquired a bewildered, bearded, golden-haired man. "A visitor from another world has arrived on Earth, the Elder, known as Odin, the king of the gods and ruler of the 9 realms," responded calmly upon hearing his son's question. Earth? At the mention of this familiar term, the golden-haired man, Thor, the god of thunder, could not contain his agitation and disregarded formalities. He approached Odin, his expression betraying unease. "Father, allow me to handle this." Odin remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yet Thor, unable to suppress his concern, recalled that his beloved girlfriend was merely an ordinary human, defenseless against the recent fleeting strike that had even unsettled him. With this in mind, Thor grew increasingly restless, consumed by the desire to investigate the situation on Earth. "Do not worry." Just as Odin was about to yield to Thor's insistence, a resonant voice echoed behind them. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Thor instinctively summoned his hammer, cautiously scrutinizing the newcomer. The hammer whistled past the stranger's face, capable of reducing this seemingly fragile guest to mere pulp with a mere sidestep. Yet the visitor displayed no sign of unease, maintaining a gentle smile. "Thor, do not be discourteous. This is our most esteemed guest from Asgard." Odin placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder, signaling him to step back. Recognizing his father's demeanor, Thor understood that the newcomer was a friend, not a foe. He silently returned his hammer and withdrew behind Odin. "My old friend, it has been quite some time. What brings you to my domain?" Odin greeted the visitor with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, esteemed ruler of the 9 realms, Lord Odin," the visitor replied, unveiling a face radiating a divine luminescence. Had Tang Yuan been present, he would have instantly recognized the illustrious figure as the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. "It is good to see you again. You remain ever so courteous, sorcerer," Odin replied with a hint of exasperation, seemingly troubled by the visitor's overly polite demeanor. However, recalling Ancient One's earlier words, he hesitated and inquired, "What does this mean?" Odin was aware that all happenings on Earth were within the purview of the individual before him. Yet, the reluctance to intervene in trivial matters was evident. The recent strike, however, clearly transcended that threshold. Logically, it was time to take action. Yet Ancient One's demeanor remained so nonchalant that it sparked Odin's curiosity. "That individual is my chosen successor as the next supreme sorcerer." Ancient One offered a slight bow as a sign of respect, his tone perpetually calm and composed, instilling a sense of tranquility in others. "Next supreme sorcerer? Have you truly made your decision?" Odin's smile gradually faded as he posed this uncertain query. "Indeed, I have witnessed the splendor of the world. If I do not relinquish this burden, I fear I may become entirely enraptured by its allure. In such a case, I would likely become the greatest threat to Earth." Upon hearing the words of Ancient One, a complex expression flickered in Odin's eyes. After a prolonged silence, the sovereign of the 9 realms, King Odin, sighed heavily and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Perhaps you are indeed correct. Since you have chosen your successor, I shall not oppose your decision. I only hope he will not disappoint you." A faint smile graced Ancient One's lips, and she chose not to respond. After a slight bow, a crimson magical array flashed, and her figure vanished from the divine realm of Asgard. "Father, who was he?" Thor inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the departure of the visitor. "He is the true guardian of Earth. For countless years, Earth has weathered calamity time and again. Aside from my own assistance, it is primarily due to this individual's efforts." The supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. Odin sighed and began to elucidate the identity of the visitor to his son. Thor was taken aback to learn that such a figure existed on Earth. He recalled how his father had once exiled him to Earth after a grave mistake. In that moment, Thor felt he had found an explanation. "Perhaps my era has truly come to an end." Odin cast a deep gaze at Thor, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet he appeared to remember something else. Ultimately, he said nothing more, merely sighing before turning away. Thor, witnessing this scene, was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, on Earth, the onlookers remained in a state of disbelief after witnessing the extraordinary clash that transcended human imagination. A tumultuous wave surged within each of their hearts. In that instant, the notions of sparring and victory or defeat were cast aside. Gazing at Tang Yuan's towering figure, a bittersweet smile emerged on everyone's lips. Chapter 25, The Dialogue Indeed. A bitter smile crept upon Hawkeye's face as he watched the remnants of the atomic breath slowly dissipate. The sky appeared as if it had torn open, resembling a gaping white hole, an awe-inspiring sight that evoked a profound sense of helplessness. Captain America attempted to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately, his words failed to materialize. Even the typically proud Iron Man descended to the ground in silence. Above, the roar of fighter jets interrupted the reverie of the crowd. As the aircraft descended, its doors opened, and a rope was cast down. Subsequently, Fury and Black Widow swiftly descended, gripping the rope. At this moment, Tang Yuan recognized that his objective had been achieved and reverted from his Godzilla form. As he landed gracefully before the gathered crowd without any aid, they yearned to express themselves but found themselves at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Fury who cleared his throat, his face alight with a warm smile as he addressed Tang Yuan. Absolutely splendid. This exchange has truly broadened our horizons. I am confident that under the joint protection of Mr. Tang and ourselves, no calamity will ever threaten Earth again. Upon hearing Fury's words, the crowd snapped back to reality, mustering strained smiles. Witnessing this, Tang Yuan was assured that his purpose for the day had been fulfilled. His intent had been to showcase his prowess, hoping to dissuade any dangerous thoughts from those present, thus preventing any potential awkwardness for both himself and Ancient One in the future. After all, although he had pledged to Ancient One to take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth, he did not wish to be treated as a mere free laborer, endlessly commanded by these individuals. It was preferable to instill a sense of reverence in them now to facilitate future interactions. Rest assured, now that I have arrived here, this place shall be my second home. I certainly will not permit anyone to wreak havoc within my abode. Tang Yuan offered a faint smile, ensuring that Fury would not lose face. Having delivered a firm statement, it was only fitting to provide a touch of sweetness now. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, both Fury and the Avengers breathed a sigh of relief, a newfound sense of security blossoming within them. Of course, this was contingent upon my mood, Tang Yuan added. Naturally. That is understood. Fury quickly assured him, resolving to keep this esteemed individual in good spirits at all times. With this thought in mind, Fury's gaze inevitably turned towards Black Widow. As a top-tier agent, Black Widow comprehended Fury's intentions, gracing Tang Yuan with a captivating smile as she approached him, playfully adjusting her hair. Seeing Black Widow's cooperation filled Fury with delight. After all, if she had been unwilling, he would have had no choice but to relent. The current harmonious atmosphere was something he greatly cherished. Fury gestured towards Black Widow, stating, Natasha is our finest agent at SHIELD. For the time being, let her guide Mr. Tang in understanding the customs and culture of Earth, facilitating his integration. Ah, quite agreeable, Tang Yuan remarked, his eyes lighting up as he silently commended Black Widow's compliance. Perhaps that won't be necessary, he hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. Upon hearing this, Fury quickly stepped forward, grasping Tang Yuan's hand with sincerity. Our mission at SHIELD is to ensure that everyone can feel the warmth of home. I implore you, Mr. Tang, do not decline. I would very much like to get to know someone of your caliber, Black Widow said, standing before Tang Yuan, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Feeling the warmth of her presence and the alluring scent surrounding her, Tang Yuan ultimately acquiesced to the request, albeit reluctantly, though it somewhat contradicted his virtuous image. Witnessing the girl's near tears compelled him to follow the others onto the plane. Nearby, Iron Man, Captain America, and Hawkeye could hardly suppress their amusement, and upon realizing they could finally depart, they felt an exhilarating rush. Their understanding of Tang Yuan deepened, and they lowered their guard, for it was difficult to believe that someone of his demeanor would commit acts of wanton violence. On the plane, Black Widow and Tang Yuan sat on one side, while the rest of the group tactfully occupied the opposite side. Observing Tang Yuan reclining in a warm cocoon of comfort, Fury cleared his throat and inquired, Mr. Tang, where do you hail from? Anticipating this question, Tang Yuan replied without raising his head, Earth. Haha, Mr. Tang, you are indeed humorous. If it's inconvenient to discuss, we shall not press further. The response was evidently misunderstood by Fury, who thought Tang Yuan was reluctant to answer the question, causing his aged face to flush. However, his dark complexion rendered the blush nearly imperceptible. With a hint of resignation, Tang Yuan remarked, Indeed, it is Earth, but not this Earth. This reply momentarily stunned the onlookers. But Iron Man quickly enlightened the situation, exclaiming, the multiverse. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual certainly proved to be efficient. Tang Yuan sighed inwardly and continued, Yes, it is another Earth within the multiverse. Upon hearing the explanations from Iron Man and Tang Yuan, the crowd began to grasp the concept. Fury suddenly pondered a grave issue. How had Tang Yuan arrived in this universe, and were there many other powerful beings like him in his homeland? The thought of how many individuals of Tang Yuan's caliber existed in his universe was troubling. If Tang Yuan's universe had mastered the technology to traverse parallel universes at will, or if beings of his strength were merely commonplace, then Fury harbored little hope for the future of this universe. One Tang Yuan was already overwhelming. The prospect of facing a multitude was akin to surrender. Others in the group clearly contemplated this dilemma and sat up attentively. Rest assured, my arrival here was merely a coincidence. Moreover, in my homeland, all beings of my caliber have perished. I am now the ruler of that world, so you need not worry. Tang Yuan gestured for everyone to relax. Although some concern lingered, at least the notion of an insurmountable crisis had dissipated. Fury appeared to have more inquiries, yet upon noticing Tang Yuan's impatience, he refrained from speaking further, lost in contemplation. Iron Man, however, seemed to have an epiphany, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension at this realization. Surely, he wouldn't concoct something unexpected. Given the man's reputation for harboring the wisdom of the Mind Stone, Tang Yuan wouldn't be surprised by any of his discoveries. Yet, he worried that Iron Man might, due to his mission, develop something peculiar, thus straying further from the original storyline. Ultimately, Tang Yuan found himself more at ease, even harboring a sense of anticipation regarding what Iron Man might invent, as it promised to render events more intriguing. Chapter 26. Thor. The god of thunder. On the sunlit shores of Bahia Beach in Florida, the white sand sparkled with dazzling golden light, rendering the beach a dreamlike expanse akin to a realm of gold. Dressed only in beach shorts, Tang Yuan casually sipped from a coconut beverage on the table, gazing through his sunglasses at the passers-by, a sense of contentment washing over him. Life, indeed, should be like this. As he observed a volleyball game being played by a group of bikini-clad blondes, their figures glistening under the sun, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Is that so? A striking figure approached Tang Yuan, smiling softly. Oh, Natasha, what brings you to seek out this solitary old man? Tang Yuan donned his sunglasses and remarked somewhat nonchalantly. Initially, it was agreed that he would serve as a guide, yet after only a few days, he declared he had other obligations and departed. This matter had not escaped Tang Yuan's memory, and seeing the Black Widow here was a clear indication she sought something from him. He mused. How could I possibly grant you your wishes? Humph, I hold grudges fiercely. As Tang Yuan turned his head away, the Black Widow couldn't help but smile indulgently, saying, All right, I genuinely need to find you this time. After this mission is accomplished, I shall accompany you for a few days of leisure. Through their time together, Natasha had discerned Tang Yuan's true nature. Although he appeared cold and unapproachable, within him resided a child eager to boast. His words might be insincere, yet at night, he refrained from any excessive actions. This complexity of human nature, so familiar to the Black Widow, brought her a sense of warmth and comfort long missed. However, given the array of unpredictable events occurring on Earth daily, she could not remain by his side indefinitely. Is there truly something to attend to? Is this not bullying the innocent? Tang Yuan turned his head resolutely to the other side, dismissing her without waiting for further explanation. Do you not wish to hear about it? The target of this mission is a beautiful woman, Natasha whispered enticingly into his ear. Beautiful woman? Humph. Am I that sort of person? Tang Yuan scoffed, yet he sat up, feigning disdain. Am I the kind of vulgar person that would be swayed by such things? Nevertheless, I suppose I can listen to what you have to say. The Black Widow, unperturbed, retrieved her laptop, input a series of passwords, and pointed to the image of a girl on the screen, stating, Our mission is to protect this girl named Jane. After a cursory glance, Tang Yuan's interest was piqued. It was not merely Jane's beauty that captivated him, but rather the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was enlisting him to protect a young girl. What is S.H.I.E.L.D. facing budget constraints, reduced to taking on the task of safeguarding a young lady? The Black Widow disregarded Tang Yuan's mockery and replied seriously, Jane is a scientist who recently discovered a new cosmic substance in an abandoned factory. This substance possesses immense power and is highly radioactive. You mentioned some time ago that you could absorb radiation, so we hoped you would assist us in extracting the radioactive source from her body. Wait, let me think. The more Tang Yuan listened, the more familiar the scenario felt. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Does she have a boyfriend named Thor? You know her? Natasha asked, surprised. Indeed. It was the plot from Thor, The Dark World. Tang Yuan sighed inwardly, his expression wistful as he remarked, Sister, do you take me for a fool? Isn't she under her boyfriend's protection? What need is there for me to intervene? Her boyfriend is a prince of Asgard. There's no need to persuade him, Natasha. Black Widow intended to further persuade, but was abruptly interrupted by a robust male voice. As the words fell, a figure descended from the heavens, stirring clouds of dust. This unexpected event left the beach's crowd in stunned silence, prompting them to shout and flee. Soon, the once bustling beach was left with only 3 silhouettes. Tang, allow me to introduce you to the Prince of Asgard, Thor. Thor, this is our special consultant from S.H.I.E.L.D., Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan appeared to be already acquainted with Thor, Black Widow made the introduction nonetheless. Tang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the newcomer. The figure was imposing, with a chiseled face framed by golden locks, embodying the aesthetic ideals of the West. Tang had already ascertained that this individual was indeed one of the pillars of the Avengers, a formidable force in later battles. However, Tang Yuan was no longer the newcomer he once was. After some time together, he had begun to view these former idols with a sense of calmness. Asgard was not one to seek assistance. When Thor spoke, he exuded an air of arrogance, for at this juncture, he had yet to face the harsh realities of the world. He still bore the pride of being the son of the ruler of the Nine Realms. Although he had heard tales of Tang Yuan's exploits from other Avengers, he instinctively adopted a superior demeanor. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was thoroughly displeased, thinking to himself that while Thor may be aware he needed his help, it would appear to others as though he were the one seeking assistance. Tang Yuan, unperturbed, cast a glance at Thor and then disregarded him, returning to his coconut juice on the table, which led Black Widow to also withdraw from the conversation. Observing this exchange, Black Widow felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she recognized that both individuals before her were proud in their own right, making it implausible for one to bow to the other. In truth, the group had intended to approach Tang Yuan behind Thor's back, hoping to speak favorably to him and resolve matters, but they had not anticipated being discovered by Thor. Clearly, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Thor, only this individual can save Jane. If you are prepared to abandon this girl, then let my words be forgotten. Just as Thor was about to depart, he suddenly heard his father's voice resonate in his mind. Despite some conflicts that had transpired between them, Thor held deep admiration for his father. Hearing such words in a moment of urgency compelled Thor to exclaim aloud. This startled Tang Yuan, causing his sunglasses to slip from his face. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled and remarked, "Surely this isn't necessary, my friend." He then stood to pat Thor on the shoulder. Thor, who had secretly suffered a significant loss, could not take this lightly, glaring at Tang Yuan. Yet, as he pondered the fact that even his father could not assist him in this situation, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. However, the pride of being the son of the god king momentarily rendered him speechless. Go help him. This will also be of great benefit to you. The voice of Ancient One suddenly echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. Unlike Thor, who is often carefree, Tang Yuan, having witnessed the formidable tactics of the Ancient One, maintained his composure. Upon hearing that there might be benefits for himself, he began to ponder, hesitating over whether to proceed. Mr. Tang, consider it a favor owed to you by Thor, the god of thunder. Please, lend me your assistance, Thor declared with a determined demeanor, bowing slightly as he spoke. Observing this scene, along with Black Widow's reticent demeanor beside him, Tang Yuan sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder, saying, "Very well. But the Asgardians must provide for our needs." Chapter 27, An unexpected turn of events. Asgard, the epicenter of the Nine Realms. Walking through the palace, seemingly crafted from gold, a solemn atmosphere enveloped all present. Even Tang Yuan, who usually exuded a carefree air, now blended into the crowd, adopting a more subdued demeanor. "Oh, a disciple of the Ancient One, I presume?" A gentle voice resonated before the assembly, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld an elderly man with a head of white hair and eyes reminiscent of Fry, gazing upon them with a warm smile. Understanding that the elder referred to him, Tang Yuan stepped forward with confidence, grinning as he said, "Haha, I did not expect you to know my name, sir. It is truly an honor." Observing Tang Yuan's earlier bravado now replaced by humility, Thor could not help but smirk disdainfully. "You are far more entertaining than the Ancient One described," Odin remarked, evidently pleased with Tang Yuan's demeanor. "Your Majesty, we have come on behalf of Miss Jane," Black Widow interjected, reminding the amiable duo of the purpose behind their visit before they could continue their pleasantries. Upon hearing the name of his beloved, Thor's expression shifted to one of concern. He turned to Odin, urgency lacing his voice. "Father, how is Jane faring?" "Rest assured, no troublemaker has been born on Asgard soil," Odin reassured Thor with a calming glance. Thor, feeling a wave of relief, chuckled inwardly at his own anxiousness, realizing that under his father's watchful eye, nothing untoward could transpire. However, before further discourse could unfold, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air. The crowd's demeanor changed drastically as they turned toward the source of the sound, discovering that it emanated from the prison where the captives were held. The most secure location in Asgard now lay in ruins, with massive stones crashing down, cracking the golden floor beneath. Thor, not a single one is to be spared. Odin's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a cauldron. Even standing to the side, the palpable aura of his wrath sent shivers through the assembly. Understood. Without further ado, Thor grasped his hammer and transformed into a streak of light, departing swiftly. "My apologies. Everyone, I must attend to some personal matters. Please excuse me." Given the gravity of the situation unfolding right beneath his gaze, Odin felt no inclination to linger, especially with the presence of an old friend like Tang Yuan, which ignited within him a desire for retribution. He could almost envision the Ancient One's subtly mocking smile, pondering her meddling in earthly affairs once more. You see, you can barely manage your own domain, yet you aspire to oversee others? The mere thought of this caused Odin to feel a dull ache in his heart. Without further ado, he struck the ground heavily with his staff, and in an instant, he vanished before the crowd. This situation has escalated to a dire predicament, Tang Yuan remarked with a shrug, addressing Black Widow with a hint of resignation. I doubt these petty thieves can destabilize Asgard. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to explore the realm. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's nonchalant suggestion, Black Widow felt a wave of frustration wash over her, as if she could not quite keep pace with his thought process. Do not jest, she retorted sharply. Thor has aided Earth countless times. Now his homeland is under siege. If we have crossed paths, we must extend our assistance. Very well, for your sake. I shall investigate who possesses such audacity to attack the ancestral home of the Lord of the Nine Realms, Tang Yuan replied, sensing the gravity of the situation and donning a confident smile. Wait, Black Widow hesitated as Tang Yuan was about to depart. What is it? He inquired, puzzled. Remember, if the enemy proves too formidable, do not engage recklessly, she cautioned after a moment's contemplation, her concern evident. Tang Yuan laughed. I was wondering what it might be. Fear not. I have mastered several life-preserving techniques in recent days. No one in all of Asgard would dare claim they could capture me. With a casual wave of his hand, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from Black Widow's sight. Be careful, she murmured softly to herself as she watched him leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dark elf Malekith had taken advantage of the crowd's attention being drawn to the prison assault. He stealthily infiltrated the most sacred place in Asgard, Odin's palace. Intruder, come quickly to aid, Malekith shouted as he breached the palace, sending a chill down the spines of several guards who, upon seeing him, broke into a cold sweat and cried out in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, all the guards fell lifeless at Malekith's hands. It is you, a richly adorned noblewoman exclaimed, staring at Malekith in disbelief. Indeed, it is I, the great lord of the Dark Elves, the chosen one, Malekith. I have come to reclaim all that I have lost, he proclaimed, noticing the woman hesitated to attack. Instead, she opened her arms and turned to him with an air of arrogance. You are merely a defeated general. You have failed once already. Why do you seek to incite war again? The woman, Frigga, Odin's wife and Thor's mother, questioned, bewildered. At her words, Malekith's previously jubilant demeanor darkened. He approached Frigga, his voice low and filled with rage. Had it not been for Bor's treachery, uniting the powers of the Nine Realms to ambush me, I would never have faltered. Now, I am poised to regain my strength, and the Nine Realms shall ultimately return to my dominion. Ambition will only bury the ambitious. Frigg, undaunted, gazed unwaveringly into Malekith's eyes and spoke. At that moment, Jane, who had fled to this place, witnessed the scene and was immediately paralyzed with fear, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Ah, a gift delivered unto me. Seeing his long-desired target appear before him, Malekith dismissed Frigg's provocation and approached Jane with a smile. Jane, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, sensing his body ensnared and unable to move, Malekith, fearing unforeseen complications, summoned all his strength. Dark mist swirled around him, and from within it emerged a massive black serpent, its bloody fangs sinking viciously into Frigg. The pain of the attack forced a cry from Frigg's lips, her grip slackening for just an instant. A fleeting vulnerability that Malekith seized upon. With a grotesque expression, he exerted his full power to break Frigg's hold, enraged by the near ruin of his plans. Malekith drew a dagger and plunged it mercilessly into Frigg, extinguishing the last remnants of her life. Just as Malekith advanced toward Jane, Thor arrived at last. Beholding his mother lying in a pool of blood and his beloved on the brink of calamity, Thor let out a roar of fury, a surge of boundless strength erupting within him as he leapt down, delivering a devastating blow that shattered half of Malekith's visage. I shall return, Malekith hissed, casting one last resentful glance at the gathering and leaping away. Thor, witnessing the tragic scene before him, found himself at a loss, only able to howl in grief and rage, his voice piercing the air like that of a lone wolf bereft of its mother. Chapter 28. Odin's fury. Tang Yuan was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within Thor, or rather, he was aware of the storyline but had not initially recalled it. When he did remember, he chose to relinquish thoughts of the matter, uncertain of where the events had transpired. After all, his intervention had been more than sufficient. No one could demand perfection. The feeble insects daring to resist the dominion of the great Lord of Shadows would ultimately meet their demise. A towering shadow elf glared with wide eyes, venomous curses spilling from its lips. In response, Tang Yuan merely smirked disdainfully, seizing the spear of a fallen divine guard nearby and driving it forcefully into the shadow elf's body. The immense force pierced through, embedding the weapon deep into the ground. Stained with blue blood, before the shadow elf could utter another word, life faded from its eyes, leaving it lifeless on the ground. The surrounding shadow elves, engulfed in battle, beheld this scene, their eyes now filled with blood and faces twisted in fury. Abandoning the divine guards beside them, they raised their blades and charged at Tang Yuan. "Allow me to present a grand spectacle," Tang Yuan remarked with a sigh, observing the shadow elves swarming around like insects. Yet, a moment later, a mysterious smile graced his lips as if an idea had struck him. In an instant, he appeared as if he were detached from this world, indifferent to the shadow elves around him, who were consumed by bloodlust. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and an aura of dominance descended upon the hearts of all present. Even the shadow elves, who had already cast aside their fears of life and death, found their steps falter, as if ensnared by a primal fear. It felt as though before them stood not Tang Yuan, but the very gates of hell. To kill, the shadow elf clan shall never become slaves. Soon, one of the shadow elves regained his composure, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the fear that clung to him. "You are quite the performer. Nearly catching up to me," he silently scoffed. At that moment, Tang Yuan seemed to have made a discovery, a smile gracing his lips. He extended his hands and clenched them tightly. In an instant, all the shadow elves in the vicinity gazed in terror as their bodies swelled uncontrollably. Ultimately, like balloons reaching their limit, their faces flushed crimson. With a resounding pop, their bodies burst forth, resembling blood-red blossoms unfurling in a grotesque display, staining the once golden ground with crimson. The divine guards, quick to react, turned their heads and retched, their eyes reflecting an abiding dread. For seasoned warriors of the divine race, death was merely a part of life. Yet, such a brutal demise shattered their previous understanding, leaving them momentarily unable to process the horror. Even Tang Yuan was now regarded as an untouchable entity. Anticipating this scene, Tang Yuan refrained from speaking. Tilting his head slightly as he sensed the looming terror, he decided it prudent to remain still for a while. With a thunderous crash, Odin's figure emerged from the deep pit, standing slowly as if his visage were encased in frost, exuding an aura that warned all to keep their distance. Observing the carnage around him, Odin merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, Tang Yuan felt a dizzying sensation, and when he regained his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. "Is this the grandeur of the strong?" he mused enviously, seeing Tang Yuan unharmed. The Black Widow exhaled in relief and took a few steps to stand beside him. In response, Tang Yuan offered a reassuring glance. "Father, mother," Thor addressed Odin with a somewhat hoarse voice, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Odin raising his hand. "Heimdall, explain to me why Asgard's defenses have failed." Odin's words resonated as if they had emerged from the depths of hell, sending a chill through all present. Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, a prepared deity stepped forward, bowing respectfully and speaking in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, the reason may be," but faltered, uncertain of how to continue. "Have you forgotten how to speak? Do you require my assistance?" Odin's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it commanded an even greater reluctance to defy him. Heimdall, upon hearing this, lowered his head deeply, as if he could not bear to meet Odin's gaze. With a tone of utmost respect, he remarked, "The cause may lie with Miss Jane." "Impossible. Jane is merely an ordinary person," Thor retorted instinctively, unable to fathom that the recent attack could be linked to his beloved. "Thor, allow him to finish," Odin commanded, his demeanor transforming from that of a kindly neighbor to a figure of formidable authority, exuding an air of sanctity that revealed his true identity as the ruler of the 9 realms, the god King Odin, who governs billions of beings across the realms. It is the ether particles within Miss Jane that possess the ability to invert reality and distort all things. Thus, all defensive mechanisms of Asgard have been rendered ineffective by this trait, Heimdall concluded with a trembling voice. Upon hearing this, Heimdall felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow before retreating. Jane, upon realizing that she might be the root cause of this calamity, turned pale and nearly fainted. Thor, witnessing this scene, rushed to her side to support her. Feeling the warmth of her beloved's chest, Jane gradually regained her composure. "I'm sorry," she began, wishing to explain, but was interrupted by Odin's raised hand. Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Odin addressed the assembly, saying, "This matter is a calamity for Asgard and does not concern any of you. I shall handle the ensuing events alone." With that, Odin ignored their reactions and departed, Watching Odin's retreating figure, Thor clenched his fists, clearly filled with deep resentment. You wish to avenge your mother, do you not? A voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, echoed with a tone of corruption. Thor looked up to find Tang Yuan smiling at him. Tang, refrain from taking unnecessary actions, Black Widow cautioned, tugging at Tang Yuan's sleeve. Fear not. I am well aware of my intentions, Tang Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on Thor. What do you mean? Thor, attempting to steady his emotions, felt as if he had been duped too often. Presently, he sensed a creeping paranoia, particularly as Tang Yuan's tone mirrored that of his brother when he sought to ensnare him, which made Thor instinctively wary. Rest assured, I will not interfere. Observing Thor's reaction, Tang Yuan hastily gestured that he had no stake in the matter. Then what is it you wish to convey? Thor inquired with a hint of suspicion. As Tang Yuan walked past Thor, a whisper brushed against his ear. Upon hearing those words, Thor's pupils constricted instantly. Chapter 29. The god of deceit within the confines of a prison. Loki, once the god of deceit, now a despondent captive, sat languidly on the ground. His eyes filled with remorse and regret. Loki, a deep voice resonated in his ears, and upon looking up, he recognized his brother Thor standing before him. Observing Loki's disheveled state, Thor, who had grown up alongside him, could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Why have you come? Are you here to mock me? How foolish I am, having once again brought about my own mother's demise. It matters not. You may laugh to your heart's content, for I am beyond caring. Loki, as if resigned to his fate, collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of any anger. Loki, my brother, I have devised a grand scheme, Thor said softly to Loki. Relieved by the scene before him, Loki, momentarily bewildered, thought to himself, heavens, the brute has begun to think. Of course, this was merely his inner monologue. Outwardly, he showed no sign of disturbance. Instead, a flicker of anger crossed his gaze, revealing his keen interest in Thor's plan. We can feign that you have taken me hostage, and then, with Jane in tow, we shall seek out Malekith. He will be none the wiser, Thor proposed. Looking at Loki with a sense of conviction, a chill ran down Loki's spine. No, this cannot possibly be a notion conceived by his intellect. Brother, whose plan have you been privy to? Loki inquired cautiously after some contemplation. Why can't it be my own idea? Do you think so little of me? Thor, incensed by Loki's skepticism, could hardly bear the thought that his brother would question his intelligence. Such a simple strategy hardly required external input. It was merely a gentle nudge to guide his own thoughts. Yes, it was his own idea, Thor reassured himself internally. Very well, brother. This is indeed a splendid idea. Loki conceded, recognizing the arrogance in Thor's demeanor. Realizing he could not glean the architect of the plan from Thor, Loki remained unperturbed. After all, before the god of mischief, all plots and schemes seemed trivial. This was his unwavering confidence. My good brother, after this endeavor, I shall certainly beseech Father to grant you your freedom, Thor expressed, moved by Loki's willingness to cooperate. The brothers clasped hands firmly, their eyes filled with sincerity. Yet, at the very moment Thor turned away, a peculiar smile crept upon Loki's lips. Do you have a plan? Black Widow inquired, observing Tang Yuan's elevated spirits, unable to suppress her curiosity. After all, the last whispered exchange he had with Thor, combined with Thor's intelligence, left her feeling apprehensive. Fear not, all is well. Consider this a modest reward for my efforts, Tang Yuan candidly replied, offering Black Widow a reassuring glance. Oh, we have arrived. It is time for me to depart. As if suddenly struck by a realization, Tang Yuan beamed with joy. Black Widow, witnessing this, felt an undeniable wave of unease wash over her. However, before she could voice her concerns, Tang Yuan interrupted, rest assured, even Odin, the All-Father, has tacitly approved of my humble request, so you need not worry. Upon hearing Odin's name, Black Widow felt a degree of relief. This was not due to Odin's fairness, but rather because he was Thor's father. A father would surely not allow his son to be placed in peril. This was a fundamental understanding. Moreover, the recent assault must surely have instilled a sense of vigilance in Odin at this very moment. Thus, even if Tang Yuan had intentions to act, it would be utterly impossible for him to do so. Upon contemplating this, the Black Widow ceased her obstruction, reassured that Odin would owe her gratitude. After all, she had mended the fraternal bond between his two sons. A small token of recompense was only fitting. Without further ado, she prepared to depart, lest a grave incident should truly unfold. Just as Tang Yuan's words faded, a golden array materialized beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished before the Black Widow's eyes. One can only hope that no calamity befalls him, she mused, casting a worried glance at the spot where he had disappeared. In the dim surroundings, ominous ghostly lights flickered, and the occasional rise of eerie green flames seemed to guide mortals along the path of death. Malekith stood there, his robes billowing without a breeze, exuding an air of mastery. The scars wrought by Thor had vanished completely from his visage, rendering it as smooth as that of an infant. Loki, I always knew you to be a clever man. A wise individual makes prudent choices, Malekith remarked, evidently pleased with Loki's demeanor. You deceitful wretch, how dare you ambush me? Thor writhed in indignation, yet regrettably found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the bindings. The frost giants and the shadow elves are eternal allies. However, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished all this beneath Odin's very nose? After a moment of initial excitement, Malekith quickly regained his composure, displaying the shrewdness befitting one who had contended with Odin for dominion over the 9 realms. Upon hearing Malekith's inquiry, Loki remained unfazed, instead offering a calm smile. I once studied magic under the tutelage of Odin's woman. The sorcery of witches is indeed wondrous. Malekith nodded in agreement, perhaps nostalgia stirring within him as he reflected. Indeed, you speak the truth. The magic of witches can indeed turn the tides of fate. Had the witch chosen to support me back then, how could I have ever succumbed to bore? Malekith exclaimed in frustration. Esteemed Lord of Shadows, the opportunity now presents itself. As the heir to the witch, I choose to stand by your side, and the ether particles have once again come under your dominion. It appears that this universe is poised to fall into your grasp, Loki humbly stated, bowing slightly. You are correct, at that moment. The frost giants and the shadow elves shall jointly reign over this universe. Malekith was visibly moved by the grand vision Loki painted, his expression revealing a flicker of excitement. As you wish, Loki's face bore a humble and respectful smile, one that resembled a fine wine, capable of intoxicating all who harbored ambition. Let us commence the first step. Malekith, regaining his composure, yet unable to suppress a smile, observed as the previously restrained Jane began to glide towards him, drawn by an enigmatic force. As Malekith beheld the crimson light emanating from Jane's being, a hint of enchantment flickered in his eyes. The imperial ambition was tantalizingly close at hand. Like fireflies, the crimson ether particles drifted from Jian's body into the air. Just as Malekith yearned to devour these long-desired ether particles, a flash of golden light revealed a young figure standing before him, swiftly absorbing all the suspended ether particles. Ah, the flavor is delightful, the young figure said, a hint of ecstasy gracing his smile. Chapter 30. Reality upside down beneath the dim sky. Only the young figure radiated a glimmer of crimson light, as if he were the sovereign of the heavens, the very core of the universe. Damn it, Malekith muttered, turning pale at the sight, cursing incessantly as if Tang Yuan had stolen his wife. How dare you usurp the words of the great damn hero? Tang Yuan silently mocked within. Far away on earth, Fury, engrossed in his duties, suddenly sneezed vigorously, rubbing his nose. Director, did you not sleep well last night? A subordinate inquired with concern. Oh no, it's nothing. Fury replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Loki and Thor were bewildered, realizing this was not how they had planned it. Thor, was this person the one who informed you of the plan? Loki asked in a low voice, his face darkening as if he had just recalled something. How could you say that? He merely suggested a minor alteration. The overall strategy was still my conception, Thor replied, his tone lacking conviction. Oh fine. I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Thanks to you, I've been made a fool, Loki lamented, covering his face in frustration. Tang Yuan, how could you deceive me? Thor, now enraged, echoed Loki's sentiments. How dare you deceive the great prince of Asgard? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan merely smiled faintly, feeling the surging power within him, choosing not to respond. At this moment, Loki lost all confidence in his brother. Loki, you have betrayed me. Malekith's deep voice rumbled, laden with the tempest of hell, ready to erupt. How can you say that? My lord, as you can see, this is all the doing of this human. What has it to do with me? Loki spread his hands, feigning innocence. Yet, Malekith was not so easily deceived. He had not anticipated that the prince of the frost giants, who harbored an ancient grudge against the gods, would willingly heed Asgard's commands. Understanding this, he was no longer swayed by Loki's fabrications. With a fierce glare directed at Loki, Malekith's eyes burned with malice. In that moment, Loki maintained his smile, though inwardly he cursed Tang Yuan 1,000 times over. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life, Malekith demanded, extending a hand towards Tang Yuan, his tone inscrutable. Hand it over? I shall not. What can you do to me? Tang Yuan replied with a hint of amusement, finding the naivety of this Marvel Universe character rather quaint. I have taken it before your very eyes, and you still demand it back? Your intellect seems lacking. This is your doing. As Malekith spoke, a sudden calmness enveloped him, as if he had meticulously planned his next move. His outstretched palm clenched tightly, yet after a brief moment, nothing transpired. Observing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, an air of awkwardness washed over Malekith. He slowly withdrew his hand behind his back and cleared his throat. That was your final opportunity. Regrettably, you failed to seize it. Now, I shall be serious. Very well, my friend. Is it not true that you sought to absorb the ether particles within me and failed? There is no shame in admitting the truth. Why the pretense? Tang Yuan, eyeing Malekith with a disdain that suggested he could unearth secrets from the depths of the earth, attempted to console him. Foolish, ignorant mortal, how dare you pry into the depths of a god's heart? You court death. If Malekith had managed to maintain a semblance of the strong man's demeanor moments ago, he was now engulfed in a fit of rage. The wisps of white smoke visibly rising from his head. A swirling black mist enveloped him, within which countless tortured souls writhed. Their faces contorted in agony, as if enduring unspeakable torment. Ultimately, all the smoke coalesced, forming a dense cloud dark enough to obscure the sun, around which Malekith's figure flickered ominously. Now, I shall show you what true terror is. From within the black mist, a multitude of beastly forms erupted, roaring as they lunged towards Tang Yuan. Witnessing this scene, even the fearless Thor felt a tremor of apprehension within his heart. Do you wish to step in and assist him? Loki remarked, observing Thor, who was eager to wield his hammer, with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, although he deceived me, I had initially sought his aid. He is a guest of Asgard. I cannot stand idly by as he perishes before my eyes, Thor explained casually, his eyes ablaze with determination. Brother, my dear brother, could you perhaps engage your intellect for a moment? Loki implored, grasping Thor's arm helplessly. What do you mean? Is the situation not abundantly clear? Upon hearing Thor's bewildered tone, Loki could not help but cover his face with his palm in exasperation, elucidating. The ether is Malekith's treasure, yet he cannot extract it. That is the crux of the issue. And as for the current circumstances, do you detect any hint of panic in this man's gaze? Loki gestured towards Tang Yuan, whose expression remained serene. Unthinkable. Malekith is a figure who has clashed with our grandfather. How could Tang Yuan possibly defeat him? Thor reluctantly accepted Loki's explanation, though still astonished, even pausing the swing of his hammer. That will depend on what confidence he possesses. Upon hearing Thor refer to their grandfather, a fleeting softness crossed Loki's features, but he quickly regained his composure, urging Thor to observe closely. On the battlefield, reflecting on the notification from the system, Tang Yuan could not suppress a light chuckle. However, to Malekith, this appeared as nothing short of provocation, and with that, he unleashed his full power. In an instant, a dreadful sense of oppression bore down upon everyone present. Suddenly, the black mist seemed to gain a degree of clarity. Look behind. Loki suddenly pointed behind Malekith, prompting Thor to instinctively glance over, gasping in shock at the sight of Nidhogg. Indeed, behind Malekith, a western dragon appeared to awaken from slumber, raising its head to vent its dissatisfaction upon the heavens. In an instant, the already somber sky darkened further as a fierce wind began to howl. Tang Yuan observed this scene with a hint of nostalgia, as though he discerned something familiar in the visage of this dark dragon king from Norse mythology. This had once been a fierce battle. For reasons unknown, the sight of Nidhogg instinctively reminded Tang Yuan of the three-headed dragon king, Ghidorah, whom he had slain. Had it not been for the power of the primordial Godzilla, even with the activation of his Crimson Lotus mode, he would have likely met the same fate as his ancestor, being utterly exhausted in the struggle. Now, let us engage in a proper battle once more. It felt as if he were addressing Malekith, Nidhogg, and even his former self. In that moment, Tang Yuan's gaze shone with unprecedented brilliance, brimming with the spirit of combat. He extended his hands, and in an instant, it seemed as though the very cosmos conspired to fulfill his will. Both Malekith and the onlooking Thor and Loki sensed a profound, indescribable alteration in the laws of the universe at that moment. Chapter 31, The Dragon of Destruction. Nidhogg before him, countless beasts formed from black mist roared as they charged towards Tang Yuan, who stood alone against this spectacle. Akin to a hero declaring war against a demon lord. Though it seemed reckless, it was undeniably admirable. Just then, Tang Yuan's previously closed eyes suddenly flew open, revealing golden pupils that reflected another realm. Instantly, all the beings shrouded in black mist melted away like ice beneath the blazing sun. Basic skills, do not underestimate. Tang Yuan calmly remarked to the startled Malekith. That bastard, that was my treasure. Malekith's silver teeth nearly shattered as his heart bled at the thought of his once-cherished possession now wielded with such power by another. The feeling was utterly maddening. The Dragon King Nidhogg, sensing its host's turmoil, raised its head high and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Tang Yuan. A wave of terrifying force surged towards him, uprooting withered trees and boulders in its wake. Tang Yuan stood firm, extending his hands forward as an invisible barrier materialized before him. In that moment, the distance between Malekith and Tang Yuan seemed to span countless star systems. By the time the terrifying sound wave reached Tang Yuan's side, it had transformed into a gentle breeze, playfully tousling his hair. No, this is too adept. Even if he had obtained ether particles, mastering such skill in such a brief span of time should not be possible. Even Malekith could not achieve this level of proficiency. Loki furrowed his brow deeply at this sight, as if confronted with an unfathomable conundrum. Beside him, Thor appeared utterly bewildered by his brother's concerns. His enthusiasm unabated as he gazed at Tang Yuan's figure, unable to resist the urge to engage in battle. Witnessing Thor's demeanor, Loki's hopes were entirely dashed. He no longer placed any faith in this mindless brute. Meanwhile, Malekith had evidently recognized the gravity of the situation, his voice heavy with foreboding as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? It is inconceivable for anyone to achieve this level." In that moment, Loki comprehended the implications of Malekith's words. Even he, the former master of the ether, could not reach this pinnacle. For a fleeting instant, Loki forgot his anger at being manipulated by Tang Yuan, watching him with keen interest as if contemplating his next move. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between genius and the dim-witted, Tang Yuan mused thoughtfully. Observing Tang Yuan's serious demeanor, Malekith felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a flurry of strikes to impart some sense of humility upon him. Sensing that his words might provoke Malekith further, Tang Yuan refrained from elaborating and simply pushed gently. In an instant, Malekith felt as though the entire world was rejecting him, attempting to expel him from a realm that was not his own. At that moment, Nidhogg, positioned behind Malekith, unfurled its colossal dragon wings, enveloping Malekith within their embrace. Instantly liberated from the suffocating atmosphere, Malekith greedily collapsed onto the ground, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. He had never before appreciated the sweetness of a breath of fresh air as he did in that moment. It was as if the sovereign surveying the realms had taken note of one who dared to offend the majesty of a king. Nidhogg's massive golden vertical pupils fixed upon Tang Yuan, who in turn stared back at the enormous silhouette of the dragon. In that instant, the entire cosmos felt as though it had been cleaved into two distinct worlds. The suddenly surging aura compelled everyone to slightly bow, their hands raised to shield themselves from the formidable pressure. Abruptly, Nidhogg flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. A deluge of black dragon fire cascaded downward, igniting the earth in an instant with its dark flames. Although the arid ground bore no signs of life, the flames seemed to sprout forth from the very soil, transforming this once lifeless world into a profound silence. Enduring the intensifying heat, even Loki sensed beads of sweat trickling down his brow as the perspiration dripped onto the blazing ground. A plume of steam erupted. Realizing the imminent danger, Thor scooped up his collapsed girlfriend, creating a protective barrier with his divine power. How had their father managed to vanquish such a beast? Loki, observing the scene, hastily conjured his own barrier, yet still felt the searing heat assail his face with painful intensity. With the power drawn from the 9 realms, their father was invincible, Thor articulated with solemnity. The power of the 9 realms, Loki murmured, savoring the resonance of those 5 words, as if they possessed a certain enchantment that momentarily captivated his thoughts. The power of the reality stone was never so simple. Tang Yuan beheld the apocalyptic scenery before him without a hint of panic. With a single thought, the entire world seemed to rotate in accordance with his musings. As the stars shifted and the scenery around him transformed rapidly, a profound sense of unreality enveloped the onlookers. When they finally regained their senses, they found themselves suspended above a vast ocean, surrounded entirely by boundless waters. Reality was inverted, and a new reality was conjured. "You know nothing of true power, Malekith." Malekith, caught in the crossfire of fate, felt a surge of indignation. "I have never encountered such unrepentant shamelessness," he thought bitterly. With a gentle lift of his arm, Tang Yuan conjured a massive, swirling water lance that materialized instantaneously, piercing through Nidhogg's form and sending him plummeting back into the depths of the sea. "What a truly rogue tactic," Tang Yuan remarked, recognizing this familiar scene. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Malekith was thoroughly disinterested in engaging in conversation with this brazen individual. Perhaps one should first reflect on their own conduct before judging others. He thought helplessly. Even the relatively upright Thor turned away, unwilling to hear such shameless rhetoric, oblivious to the fact that he himself was the epitome of roguishness. Tang Yuan experienced a moment of clarity, only for Nidhogg's form to vanish in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Nidhogg reappeared before him, its claws, once ethereal, now radiating an ominous white light. A flash of white light struck, and a spray of crimson blood blossomed across Tang Yuan's chest. Before Nidhogg could launch its next assault, Tang Yuan's form flickered, and when he reappeared, he had created a considerable distance between them, both combatants gazing at each other with deep vigilance. "The claw of reality," Thor intoned gravely, each word weighted with significance. "The legendary claw of Nidhogg that pierces through all illusions. I never imagined I would witness it again in my lifetime." Loki beside him nodded in acknowledgement, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. As Tang Yuan regarded the crimson stain upon his chest, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Is it that these individuals are intent on making an enemy of me? While others engage in simple modes of combat, I find myself thrust into a hellish ordeal. Is this not a form of bullying against the innocent? In the original tale, Malekith never unveiled such a hand, yet here I am, a foreigner subjected to such treatment. Before Tang Yuan could ponder further, another spectral light flickered into existence. Realizing the urgency, he dismissed all distractions with a thought. He created a chasm akin to a starry river between himself and Nidhogg, the lethal claws dangerously slicing past his visage. There is no time for frivolities. Tang Yuan resolved internally, his gaze fixed sharply upon the final unutilized skill on his skill panel, True Universe. True Universe, before the real world. All illusions shall be rendered into reality. Chapter 32. The real world. As Tang Yuan softly intoned the words, a terrifying will descended upon the earth. Above, the skies roared with thunder, dark clouds swirling ominously, while the waters below surged into monstrous waves, as if the world were venting its discontent with a furious roar. An overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped everyone present. It felt as though the very fabric of existence was fabricated, casting a hazy illusion that rendered them nearly non-existent. Once tranquility returned, the onlookers discovered the battlefield bereft of Tang Yuan and Nidhogg's presence. Behold, for I am the illustrious Shadow Lord Malekith. Against the likes of you two brothers, I could vanquish 100 in a single day. However, as Malekith perceived the ominous gazes of Thor and Loki, a bitter sensation gnawed at him, not because they had grown to a terrifying prowess surpassing Tang Yuan, but because their disappearance had siphoned away the power within him. Feeling his own weakness, cold sweat beaded on Malekith's brow. Yet, he forced himself to maintain an air of indifference, disdainfully snorting at the duo. Upon hearing this, Loki instinctively hesitated. Yet, their initiator, Thor, paid no heed to such uncertainties. Whether real or imagined, he charged forth. Wielding Mjolnir, the god of thunder summoned bolts of lightning that converged within him, leaping into the air to strike down upon Malekith. Realizing Thor had recklessly engaged, Loki sighed internally but did not hesitate either. In an instant, a sphere of dark magic materialized in his hand, and with a mere thought, it seemed to animate, soaring directly towards Malekith. Curse you, Tang Yuan. Malekith seethed, his hatred for Tang Yuan intensifying as he was left with no choice but to muster his dwindling strength to conjure a magical barrier to fend off the impending assault. Noticing the barrier shattering like a fractured mirror, Thor's eyes gleamed with insight, and a maniacal grin crept across his face. Do not approach, Malekith cried out in despair. Above, 9 radiant suns illuminated the sky, yet curiously, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, stirring the emotions within those below. Tang Yuan cast a glance at his own form, realizing he remained in his human guise, unable to revert to his Godzilla state. Is this the power of rules? Mused a golden-haired youth before Tang Yuan. Gazing quizzically at his palms, the youth lifted his face, his features as flawless as polished jade, with cerulean eyes reminiscent of the sea, drawing one in with their depths. I never anticipated that you could summon me back from the underworld. It seems my decision to bestow a fragment of my soul to that dark elf was indeed the right one, the golden-haired youth reflected, a sudden smile illuminating his countenance. Nidhogg, Tang Yuan responded, his voice low and laced with caution. Upon hearing his name, Nidhogg raised his face, scrutinizing Tang Yuan with a hint of amusement before pointing skyward. Was this your doing? Tang Yuan nodded, saying little else. Quite intriguing, a power bordering on the realm of rules. However, it appears you can only wield it rather than fully command it. Nidhogg's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a foe. Instead, he appeared more like an amiable older brother. The tone was imbued with intimacy, drawing one irresistibly closer. There is no need for anxiety. After all, since the moment this little rascal Odin banished me to the underworld, I have not engaged in such unfettered conversation for quite some time. It was merely a fleeting sentiment. So fret not, young one. Nidhogg waved his hand, signaling his lack of hostility. Yet, Tang Yuan remained cautious, acutely aware of the formidable power emanating from his opponent. A force as vast as the ocean. This was certainly not an adversary to be taken lightly. Very well, I had intended for a pleasant exchange. But since this is your desire, I shall reluctantly indulge you in a bit of play. With that, Nidhogg stomped down hard, causing the ground to crack like the shell of a tortoise, the spreading fissures advancing ominously towards Tang Yuan. In an instant, Nidhogg transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Tang Yuan in a heartbeat. With a resounding thud, Nidhogg swung a powerful fist towards Tang Yuan's abdomen, who instinctively reciprocated with his own fist. The two similar-sized fists collided with a force akin to that of two comets crashing together, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. In an instant, the towering boulders and ancient trees around them were reduced to mere dust in the face of this overwhelming force. Feeling the intense pain reverberating through his hand, Tang Yuan's heart sank. The strength was rather lackluster. As if sensing his advantage, Nidhogg suddenly withdrew, leaving behind an afterimage as he swiftly maneuvered to Tang Yuan's rear. A swirling black flame coalesced in his palm, accompanied by a maniacal grin as he struck down upon Tang Yuan's back. Sensing the searing heat on his back, Tang Yuan realized he could not continue like this. He was no match for the creature before him. System, activate Undying Heroic Soul, he muttered resolutely. Ding. Undying Heroic Soul activated successfully, transforming into a one-time special skill, Final Holy War. Ding. Final Holy War initiated successfully. Crimson Lotus Mode has been activated. Ding. Crimson Lotus Mode has successfully activated twice. Upon the third activation, it will become an active skill. Please continue your efforts. With the ensuing notifications, Tang Yuan had no time to ponder further as he desperately evaded Nidhogg's fierce assaults. Suddenly, Nidhogg's expression shifted, halting his onslaught. His aura intensified, sensing that Tang Yuan's pressure, which had once been inferior to his own, was now steadily rising. An overwhelming force began to warp the very fabric of the surrounding void. Crimson patterns, reminiscent of molten lava, coursed across his body, and his once golden eyes now appeared to shimmer with the tumult of magma within. Tang Yuan's previously jet-black hair danced wildly in the air, while his gaze reflected an unsettling indifference towards life. How intriguing. This is a novel version I have yet to witness. Nidhogg, rather than being alarmed, felt exhilarated, summoning a gigantic long sword into his grasp. The blade, resembling blood, exuded an aura of lethal intent. With knees slightly bent, he leaped with a force that threatened to obliterate everything in his path. The longsword descended upon Tang Yuan's head, and in an instant, he was cleaved in two. Nidhogg instinctively sensed impending danger, feeling the howling wind behind him. He swiftly turned and raised his long sword to deflect Tang Yuan's assault. Tang Yuan conjured a Tang Dao from gathered vapor, its obsidian blade radiating a ghostly luminescence. The blade swung, unleashing colossal waves. Invisible sword chi relentlessly cleaved towards Nidhogg, who, upon witnessing this, brandished his long sword to counter the onslaught. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's blade emanated a dazzling brilliance, momentarily outshining even the sun above. A blinding white light surged into Nidhogg's eyes, prompting him to instinctively shut them tight. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuan seemed to slice through the fabric of reality, appearing directly behind Nidhogg. The dark blade, wreathed in crimson flames, struck fiercely against Nidhogg's form. Nidhogg, wincing in pain, opened his eyes to feel the immense wound seeping crimson blood onto the ground. Yet, he found himself chuckling. It had been ages since he had engaged in such a vigorous battle. The decisive moment was yet to come. With this thought, Nidhogg's aura transformed abruptly, reminiscent of an ancient sovereign awakening from slumber or a bygone king returning from the depths of hell. His long sword cleaved through the air like a comet streaking across the sky. Tang Yuan raised his blade to parry, but with a resounding crack. The dark long sword shattered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Yuan grasped the remnants of the sword with both hands, halting its descent just before it could slice into his face. Witnessing his attack thwarted, Nidhogg remained unfazed. The long sword suddenly erupted into countless shards. The fragments rained down upon Tang Yuan like a torrential downpour, embedding themselves in his body. As he felt the agony coursing through him, despair began to envelop Tang Yuan's heart. In a moment of desperation, he conjured a massive axe, which soared towards Nidhogg's face with a fierce howl. Unperturbed, Nidhogg maintained a faint smile, surrounded by ancient symbols ablaze with dark flames, warding off the axe's onslaught. Tang Yuan felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, every ounce of his strength absorbed and dismantled by those peculiar glyphs. Thus, young one, it is wise to remain humble, Nidhogg remarked, vanishing and reappearing behind Tang Yuan. The shards sensed their master's call, transforming back into blades in Tang Yuan's hands. Overwhelmed by despair, Tang Yuan felt crushed under the weight of defeat, his hopes of victory dwindling. Yet, at that moment, Nidhogg suddenly executed a flourish with his sword and casually tossed it aside, walking away without a backward glance. Young lad, liberate this world from its constraints. You have a long journey ahead, Nidhogg said, waving his hand as if bidding farewell to a friend, his tone light. Tang Yuan silently dispelled the constraints of the real world, and indeed, the environment shifted once more, bringing him back before Thor and Loki. As he looked up, he found Nidhogg's presence had vanished, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. You actually defeated Nidhogg, Thor remarked in a tone laced with disbelief. It was merely a fragment of Nidhogg's soul, Loki replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Tang Yuan suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his hand. Looking down, he noticed a black crystal had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. Instantly, the black crystal melted away like ice, flowing into Tang Yuan's body. Ding! Absorbing the dragon crystal of the world destroyer. Ding! The hidden evolution conditions for Void Godzilla have been met, and evolution is about to commence. Chapter 33. The request of the God King in the underworld. The eternally unyielding Nethermoon hung askew in the sky, the blood-red heavens casting an oppressive atmosphere. Nidhogg sat upon a precipice, swinging his legs, appearing quite pleased. You seem to be in a good mood. A red magic circle illuminated the air, and the figure of Ancient One stepped forth, addressing Nidhogg. I'm doing all right. After all, discovering an interesting individual occasionally is quite refreshing. At the very least, it rekindles some vigor in my decaying soul, Nidhogg remarked, showing no surprise at Ancient One's arrival, as though he had anticipated it. The heir you have chosen is commendable, far superior to that foolish giant Odin. Suddenly, a thought seemed to amuse Nidhogg, and he chuckled. Odin, when that day arrives, an unfathomable power will erupt within him. Ancient One's voice was ethereal and grand, akin to a divine decree. Perhaps, you've always been somewhat cryptic from the beginning, Nidhogg shrugged, glancing at his reflection in the sea of blood below. He abruptly added, I hope this fellow, as you say, does not disappoint me, for I am truly on the brink of collapse. With that, Nidhogg transformed into a skeletal figure, his eyes flickering with two dim orbs of black flame. You will witness it in due time, Ancient One declared before vanishing into the depths of the underworld. Tang Yuan, a twist of fate, perhaps, Nidhogg mused, lifting his gaze to the crimson moon overhead. Hey, you're late. That guy has already been eliminated. Thor brandished his hammer, asserting dominance. Something feels amiss. Loki sensed Tang Yuan's suddenly surging aura and grasped Thor's shoulder. Oh damn, is this really a level-up situation? Thor remarked, noticing the anomaly as Tang Yuan's form began to waver into the ethereal. Loki observed Tang Yuan, his expression deep in thought. Tang Yuan's figure gradually transformed into a state between substance and void, transparent threads extending from the emptiness to entwine around him. Soon, he was enveloped by these almost invisible strands, resembling a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. The threads continuously siphoned power from the void, nurturing the slumbering Tang Yuan. The power from the void relentlessly reshaped Tang Yuan's physique, each cell undergoing metamorphosis. What should we do? Loki inquired, turning to Thor as he watched the unfolding scene. Indeed, we should have Thor watch over Loki, yet we find ourselves without a concrete plan. Let us maintain our vigil for now. We shall converse further at a later time, Thor lamented with a hint of resignation. However, I hope you can remain here for a while, as I have matters to attend to. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Thor clasped his hands together and smiled at Loki. Without awaiting a response, he vanished from Loki's sight. Loki, observing Thor's departing figure, contemplated briefly and discerned that Thor had likely gone off to pursue a romantic interest. Alone in the quiet surroundings, the god of trickery and betrayal experienced for the first time the profound darkness of humanity. A mechanical voice reverberated in Tang Yuan's ears, announcing the successful evolution of Void Godzilla, who acquired the special skills of Void Sovereign, Immortal Body, Void Transmigration, and Void Devour. As consciousness gradually returned, Tang Yuan frowned slightly at the transparent threads enveloping him. With a mere exertion of strength, he felt the threads snap cleanly. I did not expect the first person I would see upon regaining consciousness to be you, Tang Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of Loki standing beside him. Indeed, I, Loki, have always been one to go above and beyond for friends. Just inquire throughout all of Asgard, and many will attest to my reputation for selflessness. Loki responded with unwavering certainty, his tone imbued with sincerity. Tang Yuan dismissed Loki's words as mere nonsense, allowing them to flow through one ear and out the other. He sensed the latent power within his body, feeling as if a unique connection had formed between himself and the void. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could summon the terrifying forces that had accumulated over millennia. Unbeknownst to him, Loki stood before Tang Yuan, his heart tumultuous with turmoil. While Tang Yuan had previously been formidable, Loki could perceive the upper limits of his strength. However, the situation had drastically changed. Now, as Tang Yuan confronted him, Loki felt as though he were gazing into an abyss, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. Faint blue patterns adorned Tang Yuan's form, only to vanish in an instant. Let us depart. It is time to return, he declared, effortlessly walking upon the void. As he gently patted Loki's shoulder, Loki was struck by a dizzying sensation of spatial transformation. I was just about to go retrieve you, yet here you are, awake so soon, Thor exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Tang Yuan and Loki. He quickly released Jane from his embrace, laughing nervously. As he reached to give Loki a hearty hug, Loki deftly sidestepped, leaving Thor to embrace thin air. Feeling slightly awkward, Thor scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Thank you for your assistance," Jane said graciously, bowing to Tang Yuan and Loki with heartfelt gratitude. "It is of no consequence. I too have gained from this experience. One might say it is a mutually beneficial outcome." Tang Yuan replied with a faint smile. "Let us hasten back. My father must be growing impatient," Thor exclaimed, unable to withstand the reproachful gaze of Loki any longer. "Indeed, it is time to return," Tang Yuan agreed. Tang Yuan inclined his head and retreated. Upon witnessing this, Thor intended to step forward, only to find the surrounding space shifting. And in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the Hall of Asgard. This individual, seeing Tang Yuan accomplish such a feat without lifting a finger, instilled in Thor a profound sense of apprehension. This was not merely jealousy of Tang Yuan's formidable prowess, but rather a natural concern that such overwhelming strength could threaten the well-being of his own race. "I have observed your performances, Thor and Loki. You have both excelled. I take great pride in you," spoke Odin, the All-Father, seated upon his throne, his demeanor warm as he addressed the two brothers. Upon hearing these words, Thor and Loki promptly bowed their heads in respect. "Very well, you may take your leave," Odin continued. "Tang Yuan, please stay a moment. I have matters to discuss with you." As Odin lightly tapped his staff on the ground, he signaled for the brothers to depart. Thor, eager to voice his thoughts, was pulled away by Loki. "I am nearing the end," Odin suddenly declared, his expression devoid of any mirth, replaced instead by a profound melancholy. His gaze seemed to drift into distant memories, exuding a sense of tragic finality befitting a fallen hero. "What do you wish of me?" Tang Yuan was not naive enough to believe that the ruler of the Nine Realms, Odin, sought merely to reminisce about glorious days in his twilight years. He knew that such sentiments would not be directed towards him. "Thor is still too inexperienced. I hope you can assist him within your capabilities," Odin stated, rising to stand before Tang Yuan. "If I were to refuse, would you then confine me?" Tang Yuan sighed heavily, contemplating the gravity of the situation. "Of course not. However, I would seal you away first. The duration of your confinement will depend on when Thor catches up to your level," Odin jested with a faint smile. "Then I suppose that is settled. I rather dislike the idea of being sealed for eternity," Tang Yuan replied, shrugging with a hint of resignation. Quite the intriguing lad." Odin chuckled, waving his hand to send Tang Yuan out of Asgard. "Is the pillar of the old era finally on the verge of collapse?" As Tang Yuan observed the bustling scenery around him, he gazed skyward, letting out a sigh of contemplation. Chapter 34. Approaching crisis, identity verification successful. "Welcome, Miss Natasha." With a rumble, a metallic door forged from alloy slowly opened before the Black Widow. "Good morning, Miss Natasha." As she passed by, the staff members, recognizing the renowned and stunning agent, instinctively stepped aside, speaking with deference. When they caught a glimpse of the Black Widow's smile, they could not help but blush, their hearts racing with excitement at the sight of their idol. "You do not appear well. Have you been resting poorly lately?" Fury observed her closely, noting the deep anxiety and sorrow concealed beneath her meticulously crafted makeup. His concern was genuine, for the Black Widow was among his most capable subordinates in SHIELD. If even she were to falter, he felt he might lose a decade of his own life. "It's nothing. I've just been having nightmares recently," she replied. "After a few days of rest, everything will be fine." The Black Widow managed to muster a faint smile, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "All right then. Take these few days to rest properly. After all, the terrorist organization in the Middle East has been successfully eradicated, and there haven't been any significant incidents lately. Consider this a brief holiday to rejuvenate." After a moment of contemplation, Fury retrieved a can of soda from the refrigerator. With a resounding pop, he opened it and indulged in the refreshing chill, addressing the Black Widow. "Very well." The Black Widow pondered briefly before accepting the proposal with a smile. "Let us make the most of it." Suddenly, a cheeky voice rang out from behind them. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Fury instinctively reached for his handgun. But upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, he abandoned the notion. "You finally returned." The Black Widow's eyes sparkled brightly upon seeing Tang Yuan, as if she had finally laid down a heavy burden, her tone becoming lighthearted. "Of course, I had to come back, especially with you here." "Damn it," Fury cursed silently, feeling his soda lose its allure, even detecting a hint of sourness. "If you wish to reminisce, please do so outside. I am quite busy here." Fury regarded the two, their faces adorned with smiles, and unceremoniously issued an eviction order. "You really are quite cold," Tang Yuan remarked, a thought crossing his mind as he approached and affectionately patted Fury's bald head. "Hey, I must admit, it feels rather nice." Fury's irritation surged as he felt a hand roaming over his smooth scalp. This rascal, flirting with my subordinate, now touching my head. Truly, I could endure this no longer. Yet, the thought of Tang Yuan's formidable combat prowess filled him with despair. Observing Fury's waning spirit, the Black Widow couldn't help but find it amusing. Only this man before her could so effortlessly subdue Fury. Noticing Fury's expression of utter despondency, she gently tugged at Tang Yuan's sleeve, signaling him to relent. All right then, we shall take our leave. Brother, do not forget about us, Tang Yuan said, somewhat reluctant to withdraw his hand from Fury's head. He then draped his arm around the Black Widow's shoulder and made his way toward the door, pausing to wave at Fury as they approached the exit. Fury forced a smile, despite the simmering resentment within, prompting the Black Widow to burst into laughter. Why do you always have to pick on him? She scolded, casting a disapproving glance at Tang Yuan. What can I say? He is the most dignified among those I can bully. The others, I cannot even contend with. Tang Yuan replied, his tone almost childlike in its defiance. The Black Widow chuckled lightly at his almost mischievous explanation, unsure of how to react to this man brimming with youthful exuberance. Yet, upon reflection, it was perhaps this very childlike quality that drew her in, allowing her, a seasoned agent well acquainted with the darker sides of humanity, to experience a glimmer of warmth. How was the journey? Were there any intriguing experiences? Glancing at the man's profile beside her, the woman's intuition suggested he had undergone some transformation. Nothing much, just had a skirmish with Nidhogg. He was crying out for mercy, vowing never to set foot in the human realm again. Odin, upon seeing me, couldn't help but declare me the greatest talent across the 9 realms, insisting on passing the throne to me. When I declined, he became quite irate. Tang Yuan chuckled. Your words are devoid of truth, Black Widow remarked, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes at Tang Yuan's smug demeanor, though a smile lingered on her face. Where shall we go next? As they stepped out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha observed the bustling streets, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her as she inquired of Tang Yuan. I shall take you to a splendid place. Without concern for the commotion it might incite, he boldly led Black Widow toward a golden circular portal. On the other side of the earth, atop snow-covered peaks, the biting winter winds pierced the soul. Yet, amidst such frigid temperatures, a group of individuals clad only in red garments stood resolutely against the snow and wind, heads bowed as they ascended the mountain. Oi! How have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you? At the summit, a figure had been awaiting their arrival, observing as they huffed and puffed to reach him, and spoke in a low tone. His voice, akin to the ancient cold winds, sent shivers through their bones. Esteemed High Priest, we have contacted the faithful across various regions. We await your command to commence the ceremony, heralding the arrival of the great divine. The man named Oi responded, quickly prostrating himself on the ground, a palpable tension in his voice. It was evident that the High Priest had left a profound impression on the crowd, as they refrained from even a heavy breath, fearful of inciting his wrath. Upon hearing Oi's reply, the High Priest remained silent, offering no response, merely gazing up at the azure sky as if seeking to comprehend the primordial truths of existence and the mysteries of the world. Witnessing the High Priest's demeanor, the group became even more anxious, prostrating themselves before him. Despite the bone-chilling winds lashing against them, they remained as still as ice sculptures. Ancient One, even as you approach divinity, you, as a mortal, are destined to perish. Only those who revere the true God shall gaze upon this earth for eternity. I have seen your future. The High Priest seemed to envision the outcome he desired, a cruel smile gracing his lips. In that instant, everyone felt the howling winds intensify. Chapter 35. Banner amidst the yellow sands lay scattered with dry, withered grasses. A gust of wind unveiled the bleached bones buried beneath. A terrifying figure, towering 3 meters tall, loomed over the sands, his dark green skin rippling with muscle. With ease, he lifted a dilapidated car as though it were a mere toy, hurling it several dozen meters away with a flick of his wrist. Hulk is enraged. The Hulk roared towards the heavens, his gaze obliterating everything in its path. Agents cowered beneath the scant cover that remained, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they provoke the terrifying creature akin to a god. Having lost the scent of his prey, Hulk's fury intensified. His colossal fist struck the earth, sending plumes of dust soaring and creating a vast chasm. Hey, my friend, your actions are quite distressing. A figure emerged from the swirling sands, none other than Tang Yuan, who was theoretically on vacation with Black Widow. In mere moments, he stood before the Hulk, tilting his head back with an exasperated expression. That scoundrel, the Eggman, has the audacity to assign Natasha tasks while on holiday. Who exactly is he giving orders to? What a blind fool. Brother, let us make a deal. How about I toss you into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? I want to stop you from smashing it to bits. Doesn't that sound tempting? Enough with the banter. Let us wrap this up. Black Widow chimed in. Finding humor in his words, realizing she had been somewhat duped, Tang Yuan muttered under his breath in dissatisfaction. Natasha. Surprisingly, the Hulk appeared to be entranced, his gaze fixated on Black Widow's graceful figure. Hey, look over here. I'm right here, Tang Yuan exclaimed, exasperated by the Hulk's misplaced attention, nearly leaping to deliver a punch to the giant's forehead. That is my wife, stop staring. At this declaration, the Hulk's gaze sharpened once more, his immense form looming over Tang Yuan. The heavy sound of his breaths billowed forth like a scorching wind. Hulk's disbelief was palpable. Without warning, he swung a fist downwards. The force of his blow sliced through the air, aimed directly at Tang Yuan's face, creating a gust so powerful that Tang Yuan squinted against it. Yet, contrary to Hulk's expectation, he felt no impact. As the tempest subsided, it became evident that Tang Yuan had caught the giant's fist with a single hand. The two figures locked in an extraordinary standoff. Hulk, astonished that anyone could withstand his might, momentarily lost focus. Tang Yuan, witnessing this, allowed a smile to creep across his face, swiftly seizing Hulk's wrist and executing a classic 5-hit combo. With a sudden surge of energy emanating from his legs, he hurled Hulk across the ground as if he were mere fabric. The thundering sounds echoed, stirring clouds of dust into the air. At this moment, Loki and Asgard awarded a thumbs up. Miss Natasha, who on earth is this individual? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? An agent stood agape, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, oblivious to the sand that filled his mouth, his mind consumed by shock. Who knows? Perhaps he truly is not human. Black Widow replied enigmatically, winking, her expression shrouded in mystery. Observing this spectacle, the surrounding agents felt their cheeks flush, instinctively lowering their heads in awe. As Hulk rose from the ground, shaking off the remnants of the encounter, he seemed momentarily dazed. It took a while for him to regain his senses, and when he did, a low, incredulous roar escaped him, his eyes finally reflecting a hint of seriousness. He merely flexed his wrist and moved about in front of Tang Yuan, occasionally displaying a fierce expression. All right, let us not delay everyone's lunch. Let us settle this swiftly. With a slight bend of his knees, Tang Yuan suddenly exerted his strength, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, instantly appearing less than a meter away from Hulk. The astonishing speed left Hulk utterly unprepared. One moment, he was posturing defiantly, and the next he felt as though a meteor had struck his abdomen, his body bending slightly as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Tang Yuan offered no respite, wrapping his arms around Hulk's head and deftly maneuvering to his rear. He clamped his legs around Hulk's neck and began to rain down punches upon his skull, the tremendous force making each blow feel like an explosion resonating within Hulk's mind. Initially, Hulk resisted, twisting his body and emitting furious roars. However, as time passed, his struggles weakened, and even his roars diminished to the whimpering of a small dog. Finally, just as Tang Yuan began to feel a slight fatigue in his arms, Hulk's form rapidly shrank, gradually returning to that of a normal human. Welcome back, Dr. Banner. Black Widow noticed the moment had come for her to make her entrance. With a broad smile, she approached the figure with hands clasped over his ears, as if still reeling from the recent beating. Natasha, where did you find this monster? Your strikes are truly formidable, Banner remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Black Widow. However, upon witnessing her standing alongside Tang Yuan, a striking pair, he buried the fluttering emotions deep within, only able to voice a somewhat bitter complaint. Had he not been so ruthless, today's situation might have turned out quite differently. Black Widow, slightly annoyed, replied, Indeed. Before gesturing toward Tang Yuan to introduce him to Banner. This is Mr. Tang Yuan, our newly recruited consultant at SHIELD. You are already aware of his prowess. Banner nodded in acknowledgement of Black Widow's introduction. A sense of trepidation washing over him as the residual pain throughout his body served as a constant reminder of the man before him's formidable nature. Curiosity lingered in his mind. How had SHIELD discovered such a powerhouse, and why had he never heard of him before? Tang recently arrived on Earth, Black Widow clarified, sensing Banner's confusion. He nodded, quickly turning to Tang Yuan with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Banner, the Hulk among the Avengers. Tang Yuan politely shook Banner's hand, replying, I have heard much about you. Upon closely examining Banner, Tang Yuan was astonished to find that the severe injuries he had sustained moments ago were completely absent, prompting him to ponder how such a tank with high offense and defense could be relegated to the backline. Well then, let us proceed to our meal. With Tang Yuan around, you need not remain in this desolate area any longer. At Black Widow's words, Banner simply smiled amiably, revealing none of the previous rage that had characterized his earlier demeanor, transforming him into this affable figure. This elicited another moment of wonder from Tang Yuan. Indeed, the Marvel Universe was truly remarkable. Chapter 36. Conspiracy in a dimly lit room. Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Fury silently observed the footage captured by drones on the large screen. The video depicted a scene in the desert, where Tang Yuan was mercilessly assaulting the Hulk. So, what are you trying to convey? That Tang Yuan is immensely powerful? We could simply bide our time and wait for our demise. I'll return to my life as a playboy, and Captain, you might as well enjoy the comforts of a retirement home, Iron Man remarked, resting his chin on his hand, perplexed after viewing the entirety of the footage. You are overly agitated, Tony, Captain America responded first, his voice low yet imbued with authority, carrying an undeniable weight. Yet, it was precisely this tone that compelled the typically proud Iron Man to fall silent, refraining from further comment. In truth, Captain America found Iron Man's reaction understandable. Even he was still grappling with a profound sense of shock. No one understood the Hulk's strength better than they did. It was precisely because they lacked the means to contain him that they were forced to watch their comrade, who shared their fate, live in isolation within the wasteland. However, this dilemma had seemingly been resolved, albeit in such an effortless manner that their previous efforts appeared trivial, akin to childish play. Consequently, even Captain America could not help but feel a pang of frustration, though he concealed it well. The moment he, as the mental backbone of the Avengers, surrendered, the team would truly be lost. Thus, from every conceivable angle, he had to exude strength and composure, presenting an image of fearlessness. Fury cast an appreciative glance at Captain America. Indeed, without his leadership, the Avengers would merely resemble a disorganized and unruly assembly. It was only with Captain America that the Avengers truly stood as the ultimate line of defense for Earth. Reflecting on this, Fury gathered his thoughts and spoke. It is evident that you have all witnessed, or rather, experienced, Tang Yuan's power. This strength has transcended our control and poses a threat to the safety of the entire planet. We cannot place the fate of Earth in the hands of one person's whims. What I wish to know is whether you have any viable solutions or ideas. Iron Man inquired, having swiftly regained his composure after his initial emotional outburst. That responsibility now rests with all of you present, Fury replied, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping over each individual's face. Upon meeting his eyes, Iron Man and Captain America remained composed, yet Hawkeye could not help but lower his head, feeling somewhat inadequate. As he was the weakest among those present, aside from Black Widow, lacking her formidable social prowess, he felt as though he was merely a filler in the group. Rely on us? Iron Man questioned, casting a skeptical glance at Fury, as if to confirm whether he was jesting. Captain America remained silent. Yet his eyes conveyed the same doubt. Certainly, it is not the right time to act just yet. Thus far, Tang Yuan has exhibited a rather benevolent disposition towards humanity. Fury regarded the assembly for a moment before seemingly hinting at something. Are you suggesting that we should secure means to restrain him before he turns against us? Iron Man pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, placing all our hopes upon a single individual is excessively perilous. However, considering the disparity between us, even given some time, it would be quite challenging to bridge that gap, the captain remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon grasping the essence of the situation, he still felt a sense of impracticality. Therefore, during this period, all the resources of the Earth shall be at your disposal. There is but one stipulation. You must endeavor to enhance your capabilities to the fullest extent. Fury suddenly rose, the dim light casting an eerie glow upon his face. When Iron Man heard Fury's declaration regarding the mobilization of global resources, his eyes noticeably brightened. With the entire Earth as his backing, he felt it possible to forge an anti-Tang Yuan suit. A notion that had previously seemed laughable now appeared remarkably feasible. It is worth noting that while he had previously relied on the Star Corporation to develop a series of mark armors, that was merely the strength of a corporation, which paled in comparison to the might of an entire nation, not to mention the world. Some rare metals could not simply be procured through financial means, but now, Tony believed he could finally liberate his imagination and boldly create the perfect armor of his dreams. As for the Captain and Hawkeye, their reactions were considerably more subdued, as their strengths stemmed largely from consistent training. Even with access to all the resources of the Earth, rapid enhancement remained elusive. Thus their fervor did not match Iron Man's. Fury observed this scene intently and approached the two, placing his hands on the table to support his frame. Addressing them, we have recently restored the serum for the super soldier. The research department is working tirelessly on a second-generation enhancement, which should be highly beneficial for both of you. Super soldier? It appeared that Fury's words resonated deeply with the captain, whose gaze was filled with nostalgia. Have you truly cracked this? However, I need not elaborate on the inherent dangers. Even I narrowly succeeded after facing near-fatal odds. The captain quickly emerged from his reverie, but couldn't help but issue a word of caution. This reminder also pulled Hawkeye from his musings. If the serum were indeed so effective, how could there be only one success story? Rest assured, we have learned from the lessons of the original serum, and the dangers associated with the second-generation serum have been reduced to a manageable level. If that is the case, why not distribute the serum more widely? If every special soldier in the nation, or even the world, were to be vaccinated, we could potentially employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to bring Tang Yuan down. The captain contemplated, voicing his concerns. First, although it is said that the danger has diminished to a manageable level, only a select few can truly adapt. Secondly, we cannot annihilate one peril only to give rise to another. Fury stated with an air of indifference. Is he concerned about jeopardizing his dominion? Oh, it seems that no matter how the times change, the dark side of human nature remains unchanged. The captain remarked with a bittersweet smile, for he, being a native of the land, could not entirely fathom the thoughts of the elite. Previously, he viewed matters solely from the perspective of all humanity. However, Fury's reminder instantly brought to mind that if serum technology were to fall into the hands of various nations, how could the United States maintain its position as the world's foremost power? How could the assembly of lawmakers stand idly by as the throne of global supremacy slipped away from their grasp? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his own naivety. Well then, the most pressing issue remains to enhance everyone's abilities in the shortest time possible. As for other matters, we shall address them later. Upon Fury's conclusion, Iron Man eagerly rose to his feet, unable to contain his desire to leave, as a myriad of previously unthinkable ideas flooded his mind, prompting him to contemplate their feasibility. Hawkeye and the captain also departed, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Fury observed their exit, and within his gaze flickered a flame of uncertainty. Chapter 37. Everything is Fury's conspiracy in a distorted world. The earth and sky seemed to merge into one. A supreme sorcerer, clad in a flowing yellow robe, traversed a cobblestone path, while demonic figures with horned heads and black wings flitted behind him, interspersed with the ghastly visages of anguished souls. These countless malevolent spirits whispered in hushed tones, ultimately coalescing into a singular voice, Ancient One. The Ancient One walked serenely along the path, his expression unchanged. Long time no see, Ancient One. What brings you here? Is your lifespan running short again? Ha ha ha. You will soon become one of us. Fallacy is the eternal abode. At the end of the path, a towering figure, several dozen meters high, knelt upon the ground, with 8 chains resembling dark serpents intertwining through its body, reaching into the abyss. Indeed, it has been a long time. Demon Lord, Gurel, the Ancient One replied, donning his timeless smile as he gazed at the Demon Lord, whose body was aflame with molten lava, akin to a long-lost friend. Damn you, Ancient One. Upon your death, I shall ensure your soul is confined in the deepest depths of hell, where you shall find no redemption. Seemingly incensed by the Ancient One's calm demeanor, Gurel's molten form seethed, his eyes aflame with fury. You remain as tempestuous as ever. I have kept you imprisoned here for hundreds of years. You have yet to learn the art of composure, the Ancient One lamented, as the malevolent spirits coalesced into a storm of hellish winds, threatening to engulf the distorted realm. Yet, with a mere glance from him, tranquility was restored, as if erased by an eraser, rendering it as though it had never existed. Your power has indeed reached new heights. Gazing at the deliberate glance that shattered decades of meticulous planning, Guriel spoke with disbelief. It is impossible. How could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? The magma coursed within him, and the flames in his eyes flickered ominously. Guriel, after all these years, you have not changed a bit. What of humanity? Was it not a human who confined you in this twisted realm for a century? Indeed, it was a human who trapped me here, but is the being standing before me still that same human? Huh. I have never heard of a mortal surviving 500 years without succumbing to death. Humanity? Gu-e, do not deceive yourself any longer. You are no longer human. Like me, you are a demon, traversing the mortal world cloaked in a human facade. Suddenly, Guriel strained to extend his head. The 8 chains glowing with a chilling light now stretched taut. As if incensed by this movement from the void, black lightning coursed along the chains and struck Guriel's body. The excruciating pain elicited a low growl from him, yet he persisted in seeking a flicker of rage or embarrassment on Gu-ye's face. What filled him with despair was the absence of any reaction. It was as if Gu-ye had not heard his words at all, his expression unchanging. Instead, a subtle smile graced Gu-ye's lips, and their eyes met boldly, devoid of any concealment, as though mocking Guriel's futile efforts. Gu-ye, what are you, a human or a specter? Ultimately, it was Guriel, the Lord of Hell, the demon monarch, who faltered first. The flames in his eyes began to dim, and the relentless flow of magma appeared to halt, enveloped in an air of desolation. Guriel, unwilling to concede, fixed his gaze on the figure before him, one that exuded a sacred presence akin to a deity or a Buddha. It was this very person who summoned him from the depths of hell and subsequently bound him to this distorted world through methods beyond comprehension. All of his strategies had proven ineffective against this mortal, rendering him akin to a jester in a theatrical performance, a source of amusement. Before long, the flames in Guriel's eyes reignited, as if rejuvenated, and he cast a glance at Gu-yi, burying his trepidation deep within. "Are you waiting for my desire for life to triumph over my desire to protect?" Gu-yi spoke, recognizing Guriel's contemplations, unperturbed by the accuracy of the statement. Guriel remained composed. This was an unspoken understanding between them. Gu-yi relied on him for the continuation of life, and Guriel awaited the moment when Gu-yi's yearning for existence would overshadow all other thoughts. It was then that the opportunity for his resurgence would arise. "I do not fear death." Without regard for Guriel's derision, he continued, "Before me, death is merely another birth. Yet, the burdens I carry do not permit me to act thus. I have grown weary of all this over the past 500 years. Fortunately, it seems that the end is finally in sight." "What do you mean?" Guriel gazed perplexedly at the figure before him, a manifestation that had tormented him for centuries. Deep down, he grasped the essence of its intentions, yet instinctively, he dared not fully trust his own conjecture. "Very well, Guriel, our enmity is on the brink of resolution." "Live well," spoke Gu-yi, concluding his words. "This shall be the last time I wield this magic." With that, Gu-yi began to weave intricate gestures in the air, and soon, a dark sigil emerged, binding the two together. An incessant flow of life energy was drawn from Guriel into Gu-yi, and a familiar sense of weakness surged within him. With a faint movement of his lips, Guriel muttered weakly, "No one can refuse the thirst for life. I await the day of your downfall. That day is not far off." With those final words, Guriel succumbed to a deep slumber, clearly indicating that this spell was arduous even for a demon lord. "Thank you, Guriel. If I had to deal with all those lingering, malevolent spirits, it would have been quite the labor. Now, however, I am free of worries," Gu-yi remarked with a light chuckle, observing the slumbering demon lord before him. "Yet, as I prepare to depart, I find myself somewhat reluctant. Achoo, what's wrong, Tang Yuan?" In response to the concerned inquiry from Black Widow beside him, Tang Yuan rubbed his nose and pondered, "I don't know. Is it possible that little egg is cursing me from behind?" He speculated mischievously. "How did Fry manage to provoke you? Why must you attribute everything to him?" Black Widow, initially worried, found herself exasperated by Tang Yuan's tone. "Oh, haven't you heard that saying?" "What saying?" Black Widow asked, her curiosity piqued. "Everything is Frey's conspiracy," Tang Yuan declared with unwavering certainty, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Chapter 38. The High Priest Beneath the Azure Sky. The sea breeze caressed Tang Yuan's face, lulling him into a state of comfort that made him drowsy. "Oh, this feels delightful. Life should be this enjoyable," he mused. "The Marvel universe is too profound for me to grasp." As he savored the moist sea breeze against his cheeks, he rolled over and yawned. "Greetings, successor of Gu-yi, the next supreme sorcerer." Suddenly, a portal of dark dimensions materialized beside Tang Yuan, and a voice, reminiscent of the howling winds atop eternal snow-capped mountains, echoed in his ear. "Who is this divine being that has emerged?" he remarked, observing the once lively beach now rendered eerily still, as if time had frozen every expression in that fleeting moment. "Oh, it seems Gu-yi did not impart this particular skill to you. Should you wish to learn, I can teach you," said the stranger clad in a black robe. A smile akin to Gu-yi's gracing his face, exuding an air of omnipotent confidence. The newcomer's pallid visage bore no hint of color, and his white hair lent him a look of weariness, despite appearing to be only in his 30s, enveloped in an aura of decay. Behind him stood a few figures, seemingly followers, maintaining a respectful distance, as if wary of tarnishing the greatness that stood before them. "Coach, please teach me this." Yet, Tang Yuan resolutely declined, his heart seemingly bleeding as he remarked, "There's no need. A mere fireball spell suffices. A true mage must wield their staff and engage in a visceral battle with their foes." "How audacious! You dare to insult the great high priest." Although the man revered as the high priest remained motionless, his followers could no longer endure what they perceived as Tang Yuan's mocking tone. They glared at him with indignation, and he could sense several currents of potent magical energy swirling around him. "Stand down." These two simple words, akin to a divine decree, caused the crowd's expressions to shift as they respectfully bowed and retreated. "Now, we can converse in earnest. Child, tell me your name," the high priest said kindly, his tone reminiscent of a beloved grandfather, evoking a sense of warmth and affection. "A man of honor born between heaven and earth. I shall neither change my name nor my lineage. I am Tony Stark." Tang Yuan gazed at the assembly with a dismissive expression, his voice brimming with confidence as if this name held immense glory. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Iron Man was eagerly executing a series of imaginative concepts coursing through his mind. Just as he reached a critical moment, a sneeze interrupted his actions, causing his hand to tremble, and sparks flew as the entire laboratory was plunged into darkness. Tony, even in your eagerness, you shouldn't be so hasty, the captain advised solemnly, witnessing the scene unfold. Strange, it seems someone is speaking of me, Iron Man mused, rubbing his nose in confusion. Child, I can see you possess a sense of humor, which I appreciate. However, do you not think it impolite to jest in this setting? The high priest's face twitched slightly, yet he maintained his genial demeanor. Very well, I shall refrain from jesting. I am Steve Rogers, Tang Yuan replied, adopting a tone that suggested he had been seen through. Achoo. Just then, the captain, who had been about to comment on Iron Man's paranoia, suddenly sneezed as well. See, I told you. Iron Man shrugged, glancing at the captain. That is indeed peculiar. It makes no sense, the captain remarked, equally bewildered as they exchanged puzzled looks, unable to discern who was speaking of them. Returning to Tang Yuan's side, the high priest, having been tricked twice, finally revealed his true nature, ominously stating, Do you know what punishments await mischievous children, Tang Yuan? Then why are you so intent on asking? Tang Yuan shrugged, perplexed. You surely do not wish for us to converse here. The high priest observed the crowd around them, frozen in time, before turning back to Tang Yuan. Honestly, I have no strong feelings about it. However, my companion might disagree. Tang Yuan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, appearing indifferent to everything. This attitude caused the high priest to question his own perceptions. Was this rascal truly the next supreme mage? Perhaps Ancient One had a peculiar preference for appearances. The high priest began to doubt the standards by which Ancient One selected his candidates, focusing on the essence of Tang Yuan's words. Are you not afraid of taking action against your little girlfriend? The high priest suddenly chuckled, his laughter laced with an undercurrent of menace. Go on, she is right there. Do it if you dare. If you don't, I shall look down upon you. Tang Yuan found this amusing, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Did they truly believe that the moniker of the Black Widow was unearned? In fact, one could not be certain who would capture whom. A thought crossed Tang Yuan's mind, wondering if the relationship had soured or if there was a desire for a change of partners. Such eagerness for me to act against your beloved, how human of you. This question lingered in everyone's mind. Even the nefarious among them began to feel for the first time that they could embody justice. To be quite honest, this sensation was rather delightful, and a few individuals began to radiate an aura of brilliance. What on earth are these people up to? Observing each one of them embellishing their roles, as if they were on the verge of becoming champions of justice, Tang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. An interesting lad. It has been years since I have encountered such a fascinating character, the high priest remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Yuan. No one remembers my name anymore. I am now simply referred to as the high priest. With this introduction, Tang Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. He could not recall this character from the Marvel films he had watched in his previous life. According to the timeline, even if several villains were to emerge at this juncture, they should be those ineffectual disciples of Ancient One. Yet here appeared this enigmatic high priest, seemingly from nowhere. Through the experiences of this period, Tang Yuan had largely confirmed that this timeline adhered to the chronology of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet he had never heard of a character known as the High Priest in this narrative, particularly one so seemingly prestigious. This left him in a state of perplexity. It seems Ancient One has not mentioned me to you. This cannot stand. After all, I was once the Sorcerer Supreme, your predecessor. The High Priest said with a mysterious smile, revealing a peculiar expression. This was indeed explosive. Tang Yuan mused with a hint of resignation. Goodness. Another character enhanced by epic proportions. What if this leads to the High Priest overpowering Thanos in an epic showdown? In the original tale, he was merely an ineffectual disciple of Ancient One, and he felt no anxiety. However, in light of recent events, he pondered whether another calamity was on the horizon. He recalled his previous encounter with Malekith, where the unexpected appearance of Nidhogg had left him overwhelmed. Holding the Reality Stone, he had faced a thorough drubbing. The ether particle was, after all, the Reality Stone. Reflecting on that experience, a bitter smile crept upon Tang Yuan's face. Ancient One, damn you. Chapter 39. The Close Combat Sorcerer, do you even deserve the title of Supreme? Was Tang Yuan's immediate thought, though he certainly could not voice it. Just like the last encounter with the Black Dragon King Nidhogg, when the skies cleared and the rain ceased, Tang Yuan felt a resurgence of confidence. The outcome, however, was that despite relying on the power of the reality gems, he was still taught a lesson in humility. The initial grandeur had completely dissipated. Fortunately, no one witnessed this. Otherwise, even his persona would have been irreparably tarnished. Thus, this time, Tang Yuan resolved to probe further. Should the prowess of this supreme mage not manifest as overwhelmingly formidable, then Tang Yuan would not hesitate to impart a lesson in cruelty. It seems that the title of supreme mage indeed commands greater respect. Observing the trepidation in Tang Yuan's gaze, the high priest stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It is no surprise, with the illustrious Ancient One as a reference point. Who would dare to underestimate?" Tang Yuan muttered under his breath but maintained an unflinching demeanor as he replied, "Oh, then I wonder how great the disparity is between you, the Supreme Mage, and the Ancient One. Furthermore, in your current state, can you still truly be regarded as a Supreme Mage?" Upon hearing this, the corners of the High Priest's eyes twitched, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. However, the surrounding environment shifted, and soon Tang Yuan found himself in a mirrored space. Once there, the High Priest seemed to lower his guard and spoke, "I am unworthy of the title of Supreme Mage? Indeed, you are correct, young one. I became unworthy of that title the moment I succumbed to the fear of death. But what of the Ancient One? Does he deserve it?" A deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes, flames of vengeance igniting within. "Does the Ancient One not deserve it?" Tang Yuan, sensing an intriguing revelation, inquired with keen interest. He was indeed curious as to how the venerable Ancient One, a paragon of diligence over the past 5 centuries, could be deemed unworthy in the eyes of this elder. "I was stripped of the title of Supreme Mage for practicing dark magic, yet the Ancient One has lived for 500 years. If not for dark magic, how could he have endured for so long? Yet, everyone chooses to overlook this. For 5 centuries, no one has questioned why their Supreme Mage has been allowed to persist in this world. They label it a miracle. Is that not ludicrous?" The anger contorted the already weary visage of the High Priest further. "This world is rife with grotesque souls. I seek to purify it." The High Priest articulated each word with conviction. Once he had vented his rage, his countenance regained its tranquility, enveloped in an aura of profound knowledge. Coupled with his mage's attire, he resembled a scholar from the Middle Ages. Tang Yuan sighed. Indeed, if not for having read the original text, who could believe that a person could survive for 5 centuries merely because he felt he had not found a suitable successor? In truth, few could accomplish such a feat. Thus, it was no wonder that the elder before him felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance, especially when such an explanation would hardly garner belief. "So, what is it that you seek from me?" Tang Yuan pondered, having yet to discern his relevance in this matter. Did the elder truly consider his ambitions so grand that he required an audience to extol their virtues? As for the notion that they are seeking to resolve assistance from the Ancient One in preparation for the forthcoming war, truth be told, Tang Yuan does not perceive the absence of a single lake as detracting from the grandeur of the ocean. "Upon hearing my words, do you not feel anything?" The High Priest, appearing almost euphoric, bore an expression that was difficult to articulate. "Must I truly feel something?" Tang Yuan retorted. "He has deceived you. There is no true successor. This is merely a fade he presents to the world. In due time, you shall meet an inexplicable demise, and at that moment, he may feign the slaying of a few villains to silence the masses. He will then continue to reign as his Supreme Mage." Observing the High Priest's increasingly contorted visage, Tang Yuan sighed, reflecting on how jealousy can lead to a disintegration of reason. Such imagination could indeed inspire a novel. "Well, if that is all, you may take your leave. Do not disturb my rendezvous with the lady." "Fool, allow me to unveil a glimpse of the universe's truth," the High Priest declared, raising his arm to sketch an intricate magical circle in the air. In an instant, the circle materialized, and a colossal arm emerged from it, followed by another. With force, the immense figure slowly stepped forth from the circle, revealing a disheveled giant before Tang Yuan. At that moment, Tang Yuan seemed to grasp how ordinary individuals perceived him in his Godzilla form, akin to ants gazing up at an elephant. It was indeed a sight that could instill despair. "Yet, I am no ordinary person," Tang Yuan muttered, making a strangling gesture towards the giant. In the blink of an eye, the newly emerged giant's head grotesquely twisted, and before uttering a word, its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, leaving not a speck of dust in its wake. Witnessing this bizarre scene, even the attendant who had accompanied the High Priest since childhood felt a shock and instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly regained composure, seemingly ashamed of his momentary fear, and returned to stand behind the High Priest with his head bowed. "A commendable technique, but child, I do not recall such a spell in the realm of magic," the High Priest remarked, momentarily taken aback before swiftly recovering. "You see, I have been praised for my intelligence since childhood, thus I have learned a tad more than others." With a gesture, Tang Yuan indicated his own insignificance. "If you believe this grants you the right to look down upon the world, you are gravely mistaken." A smile crept upon the High Priest's lips, which sent a chill down Tang Yuan's spine, leaving him uncertain of what scheme this old coot was concocting. Before long, the High Priest waved his arms, and a brilliant golden magical circle quickly took shape. As the circle formed, the entire world seemed to respond, beginning to twist rapidly. Caught off guard, Tang Yuan felt as though he were being compressed by the very fabric of reality, a heaviness settling in his chest. The distortion intensified, and the sensation of pressure became increasingly overwhelming. Realizing he could not remain passive, Tang Yuan steeled himself against the discomfort and rose to his feet. With both arms gracefully descending from above, they fell with a deliberate slowness, leaving behind a series of ethereal afterimages, reminiscent of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, imbued with a dreamlike beauty. In the next moment, countless figures of Tang Yuan surged forth from the main body, launching an assault on the high priest and his entourage. The form of Awaken finally revealed a commendable form of magic. The high priest, seemingly impressed, remarked, but in an instant, he, like Tang Yuan, conjured numerous illusions of himself to counter the aerial assault. The two central figures collided violently. Wielding the blazing sword of Veshin, sparks flew as light intertwined. Each strike seemed to possess the ability to annihilate space itself. Within the mirrored realm, countless structures were struck by the shockwaves of their battle, instantaneously transforming into ash, vanishing permanently from existence. Your sword of Veshin is rather unorthodox, Tang Yuan remarked, increasingly sensing the peculiarity of the confrontation. The high priest, sporting a perplexed expression, coldly retorted, "Youngster, your methods are hardly conventional either." At that moment, these two individuals, who theoretically stood at the pinnacle of the mage hierarchy, found themselves engaging in a manner that mages typically scorned. The sword of Veshin grazed Tang Yuan's cheek, the accompanying heat causing a sharp sting. Clearly, the high priest, having emerged from countless life and death battles, held the upper hand for the time being. However, soon enough, perhaps due to the frailty of age or the inherent advantages of Tang Yuan's race, the high priest began to falter. Yet, his attendants joined forces to unleash a bolt of Bozat's lightning, ensnaring Tang Yuan's advance. The surging crimson lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly biting and entwining around Tang Yuan, each strike sending waves of tingling sensation through him. Noticing Tang Yuan's attack revealing signs of fatigue, the high priest felt a surge of joy. With both hands raised, he pressed downwards, and an immense pressure seemed to force Tang Yuan's body towards an abyss that twisted beyond comprehension. Witnessing this, Tang Yuan ceased to hold back, and in an instant, numerous versions of himself transformed. The next moment, countless gargantuan figures resembling Godzilla stood before the onlookers, momentarily leaving even the high priest in a state of bewilderment. Pondering the nature of this transformation magic, one he had never encountered. Could it be a creation of the Ancient One specifically designed to counter him? The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. Cursed be the treacherous Ancient One. Tang Yuan, however, paid no heed to such thoughts. With countless versions of himself channeling their full power, an array of atomic breaths capable of obliterating planets ignited within the mirrored realm. In the blink of an eye, the mirrored space appeared to shatter like a fragile web, unable to withstand the onslaught. Soon, the entire mirrored realm truly fragmented, resembling a shattered mirror. Tang Yuan cast a glance at the high priest before vanishing amidst the impending destruction of the mirrored space. After a brief moment of distraction, the high priest regained his composure, using deep crimson chains to pull his attendant alongside as they departed through the dimensional gate before them. "My lord high priest." One attendant seemed eager to voice something, but was interrupted by the high priest's raised hand. "I am aware of what you are contemplating, wondering how a mere perspective supreme mage has left me in such disarray, nearly sealing my fate within the very mirror realm I had conjured." The onlookers hastily bowed their heads, their intentions unmistakable. "Do you see, I have truly arrived?" A peculiar smile crept upon the lips of the high priest, as a strange, yet sacred crimson glyph gradually materialized upon his brow. In an instant, his visage transformed, revealing a completely unfamiliar countenance. For a disciple of the Ancient One, it was hardly necessary for me to be present in person. What sense would it make for a king to confront a mere general? Yet, this Tang Yuan has indeed surprised me. It appears that this endeavor demands even more thorough preparations. The familiar voice of the high priest resonated, prompting the gathered crowd to kneel in reverence. "The Ancient One, Tang Yuan, everything is but a futile endeavor. I have already glimpsed your future of failure within the currents of time." Chapter 40. Civilization, is this truly acceptable? Tang Yuan lay upon the unyielding ground. The wounds that once marred his body had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, he was clad only in a pair of beach shorts. Otherwise, he might have found himself in tatters, fit for an audition with the Beggars Association. "Have you not handled this quite well? There was no need for my intervention," remarked the Ancient One, clad in a flowing yellow robe, a smile gracing his face. Upon his emergence from the mirror space, Tang Yuan discovered that the Ancient One had been awaiting him for quite some time. To be honest, upon first laying eyes on the Ancient One, Tang Yuan felt not a flicker of surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment. He unceremoniously slumped onto the ground, wearing a wry smile, pondering the perplexing thoughts of these eminent figures. If he possessed such power, he would dismiss concerns about rank and status. The solution would be simple: act decisively. However, the dynamics in the Marvel universe differ vastly, with even more exaggerated scenarios next door. They capture criminals without killing them, merely to toy with the situation. Heroes like Batman and Superman face various restrictions when playing the Good Samaritan. Certain actions are deemed off-limits. There have been instances where they were bested by villains far inferior to themselves, yet upon embracing the darkness, they instantly ascend to become absolute rulers across dimensions. All opposition vanishes, especially the Joker, whose presence has become almost commonplace. Observing these self-imposed trials of superheroes, Tang Yuan struggled to comprehend their motivations. Is this not exhausting? They possess the power to control everything, yet remain passive, waiting to rectify situations only after they unfold. Why not extinguish threats while they are still in their infancy? After much contemplation, Tang Yuan found himself still unable to fathom these notions, and with the presence of such a prominent figure nearby, he seized the opportunity to inquire. The Ancient One glanced at Tang Yuan, choosing not to elaborate further, just as Tang Yuan believed this was a display of the Ancient One's grandeur. The latter's form suddenly levitated into the air, the surrounding space shifting once more. Initially, Tang Yuan assumed it was yet another spatial transition, but upon observing the bizarrely attired, blue-skinned beings reminiscent of Earthlings, he dismissed the notion. Though the scene before him appeared vividly real, it resembled a fragment of virtual imagery. As he observed several figures pass through his body without any discernible disturbance, Tang Yuan realized that this was likely a glimpse into the annals of history. Indeed, he soon beheld Gu Yi, who opened his wise eyes and addressed him. This place was once a planet civilization named Saitar, situated far from the Milky Way. Their homeland, the Frost Star 78, was once renowned throughout the cosmos. 78? That's rather perplexing, Tang Yuan thought, a flood of confusion welling within him, akin to a clot of blood lodged in his throat, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Gu Yi, oblivious to Tang Yuan's distress, continued. This planet is currently embroiled in a tumultuous era of conflict among the 7 great clans. The Frost Star, ravaged by years of war, is a cauldron of clashing ideologies and rampant factions. Numerous technologies, once confined to the realm of imagination, have emerged due to the fierce competition between nations. Consequently, this civilization swiftly evolved from a primitive feudal society to one resembling modernity. Tang Yuan remained silent, instinctively sensing that Gu Yi's discourse was not yet complete, or rather, that he had only conveyed the first half of his narrative. According to the flow of the story, it was now time to unveil the latter half. Indeed, before Tang Yuan could ponder further, Gu Yi waved his hands, and the scene transformed rapidly. Civilization advanced at an astonishing pace. The once diverse array of attire gradually coalesced into a semblance of uniformity, yet the atmosphere among the populace lacked the vibrant energy it once possessed. After millennia of bloodshed, this civilization finally beheld the rise of its greatest genius, King Noil. With a flourish of Gu Yi's hands, a young man materialized before Tang Yuan. This youth possessed a resolute gaze, a robust physique, and golden hair that shone like the first light piercing the darkness before dawn. Tang Yuan observed that this young prodigy exhibited extraordinary potential from a tender age. Complex formulas that would take others days to master were effortlessly grasped by him in a mere glance. The arcane arts, which typically demanded a lifetime of dedication for mere progress, were for him but a fleeting lunchtime endeavor. It seemed as though no challenge in this world could confine him. Eventually, he grew weary of the chaotic politics and the protracted warfare among the 7 clans. Thus, he stepped forward, and simply by his presence, others found solace. The opposing armies, drawn to his noble aura, laid down their arms and joined his ranks. In just 5 years, he resolved the centuries-old conflict among the clans, ultimately being crowned king in the sacred grounds of this planet, thereby bringing an end to all strife. It appeared to be a perfect resolution. Yet, within Tang Yuan's heart, suspicions began to brew. Gu Yi refrained from elaborating further, merely gesturing once more. The scene shifted again, revealing that the planet, unified under King Noil, indeed attained peace, with large-scale warfare vanishing. Subsequently, through his unparalleled magical prowess, one that had eluded even the greatest of sages for a millennium, King Noil erected a surveillance enchantment that enveloped the entire planet, eradicating all criminal activities from this land. In a bid to permanently eradicate war and rebellion, King Noir decreed that discussions on politics and religion were strictly forbidden, believing them to be the root of all insurrection. As one rebel after another faced the death penalty, Dissenting voices were silenced across the land. However, the technological advancement of the entire planet came to a standstill, and the faces of the populace bore an expression of numbness. The descendants of the sages, once vibrant, now languished in a stupor, devoid of the former splendor. Everything appeared to be suffused with an eerie tranquility, a beauty steeped in silence. At this juncture, Tang Yuan grasped the unfolding narrative, prompting Gu Yi to extinguish the imagery at an opportune moment. When an entire civilization is entrusted to the whims of a single individual, its progress inevitably halts, leading only to ruin. This is the paradox of possessing the power to obliterate all, yet remaining passive as events unfold. Once strength is unshackled from its restraints, chaos ensues. Do you understand? Gu Yi alighted gently upon the ground and spoke. Would you willingly sacrifice your life for this? Tang Yuan inquired. It must be said, this world is indeed replete with wonders. Thus, I cannot linger any longer. To remain would render me the greatest threat to this realm. Just like the esteemed high priest you encountered, who initially sought merely to survive, he too believed he could resist temptation, yet it is evident that he faltered. Having taken that first step, there is no turning back, and he has now become the torment of the entire world. Gu Yi's tone, unusually somber, resonated with a melancholic cadence. This sentiment was not new to Gu Yi, yet it was the first time Tang Yuan comprehended its profound significance. Upon introspection, he questioned whether he could achieve such heights if he were in Gu Yi's position. The answer was undoubtedly negative. He was no sage, capable of contributing to the world within his means, but to attain Gu Yi's level of resolve seemed beyond his reach. Gu Yi, as if perceiving Tang Yuan's innermost thoughts, smiled gently. There is no rush. Take your time, for you still have the opportunity to make choices. Chapter 41. The Crumbling World. Tang Yuan, roused from his contemplations of the future, realized that Gu Yi had departed, leaving him utterly alone. This is the aura I should possess, he mused with a wry smile. His gaze falling upon an object on the ground, his smile abruptly freezing. How elegantly it has departed, he remarked thoughtfully, bending down to retrieve a necklace. Embedded within the necklace were gems, the legendary Eye of Agamotto, a treasure passed down through generations of supreme sorcerers. Also known by another name familiar to the cosmos, the Time Stone. Upon touching the Eye of Agamotto, which had appeared as an ordinary stone, shimmering golden inscriptions surged forth, enveloping Tang Yuan in protection. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst the vastness of the universe, the resplendent Time Stone floating serenely before him. Welcome, young sorcerer, to the realm of Agamotto. I am the omniscient existence, known to the world as the primordial prophet. A spectral figure emerged from the gem of time, quietly hovering before Tang Yuan, reminiscent of a legendary solitary spirit. Though its visage remained indistinct, the eyes, imbued with wisdom and an all-knowing essence, left an indelible impression. The primordial prophet? Tang Yuan inquired with a tinge of perplexity, realizing that this was a character never encountered in his memories. Indeed, I am the architect of all, the one who comprehends everything, the primordial prophet proclaimed, seemingly holding this title in high regard, speaking with pride. You appear to be unaware of the profound significance behind these 4 words. The primordial prophet discerned the confusion in Tang Yuan's gaze and expressed a hint of disappointment. This is unacceptable. How could I be forgotten so soon? Surely, the Ancient One does not aspire to usurp my position? What are you saying? Tang Yuan questioned, observing the self-proclaimed primordial prophet muttering to itself. Oh, it is nothing. Young mage, today I shall unveil my greatness to you. Startled by Tang Yuan's sudden interjection, the primordial prophet quickly regained composure, swirling around Tang Yuan with vigor. I, the supreme mage of the primordial, the origin of all mages in Midgard, once compelled the ruler of Asgard, who swept across the cosmos, to retreat from Midgard and vow never to return. I ventured into the abyss of darkness, establishing pacts forbidding demons from treading upon the earthly realm. This is who I am, the omniscient existence, the primordial prophet. The grandiose voice echoed throughout the universe, resembling a cry of the world, a response from the very essence of the cosmos. On the other side of the earth, in the London Sanctum, a dark dimensional portal unfolded beside the Ancient One. The most formidable defensive array of Earth was effortlessly breached by the newcomer. However, the Ancient One, seemingly foreseeing this, smiled faintly and remarked, "It has been a long time, my teacher." Indeed, the visitor was none other than the former supreme mage, who had conversed with Tang Yuan on the beach, now a devotee of the dark god, the high priest. The high priest bore a relaxed smile, greeting the Ancient One as if they were long-lost friends, revealing no hint of their century-long enmity. I must trouble you with my incompetent disciple. With a wave of her arm, the Ancient One conjured an ancient tea table between them, steam rising, adding an ethereal quality to the atmosphere. Merely a trifling task. After all, you are my most exceptional apprentice. I am more than willing to assist in dealing with such a disgrace among mages." The high priest, unfazed, lifted the teacup before him and savored its warmth. It was lamentable that the character in the original work had not even had the chance to appear before meeting their demise. It was no wonder Tang Yuan had not heard a word about them, for a dead person hardly merits excessive discourse. In truth, had they continued to support me, perhaps I would not have chosen this path today. After all, I once harbored ambitions for the world. I once served as the guardian of Earth. Vanquishing one invader after another, the high priest suddenly shook his head and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Gu Yi gazed at the high priest's pallid visage and softly remarked, "When you chose to take that step, you should have comprehended that you had irrevocably entered the abyss of darkness. And what of you?" The high priest retorted, "I have endured 5 centuries sustained by the faith in a malevolent deity. How is it that you two have managed to exist in this world for 500 years? He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Gu Yi, his voice laden with curiosity. Reflected in the tea were their faces, reminiscent of a demon's scrutiny of a deity. "I have mastered the dark arts," Gu Yi confessed, unabashedly revealing his reliance on sorcery to prolong his existence. The high priest, having easily acquired the answer he sought, was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. "I am the sinner, worshipping a wicked god that beckoned its consumption of earth. Yet you, with your dark sorcery, have allowed the barriers set by the first supreme mage to crumble, intertwining the realms of man and darkness, permitting demons to traverse freely into our world. This is your grand achievement?" He mocked. "Very well, you accuse me of sin, and I charge you likewise. Ultimately, we are destined for confrontation. Come, let me witness the extent of your prowess over the years." The high priest rose with sudden resolve, his robe fluttering without a breeze. And with a violent tremor, the entire London sanctum began to collapse. The magical formation that had safeguarded the earth for countless years was finally compromised. Gu Yi's expression darkened as he raised his finger towards the high priest. In an instant, the high priest felt as though his soul was being severed from his body, a predictable tactic. At that moment, the gemstone embedded in the high priest's necklace emitted an eerie green luminescence, as if a hand was thrusting his soul back into his corporeal form. He brushed off his robe and chuckled. "Have you any novel tricks up your sleeve?" With a flourish of his arm, Gu Yi conjured a multitude of magical arrays that illuminated the surroundings, and in the next heartbeat, they found themselves in a mirrored space. The very realm where Gu Yi had once imprisoned a demon lord. "You once confined a demon lord? Huh, truly, my apprentice, you are audacious," the high priest remarked, savoring the shattered essence of demons that lingered in the air. He reached out, grasping a wisp of crimson demonic residue, and with a slight exertion, obliterated the remnants of this once mighty overlord of hell. Yet, Gu Yi's eyes radiated an uncanny red glow, causing the entire mirrored space to contort. Suddenly, a chain entwined with black lightning shot forth from the void, and though the high priest could not evade in time, his form flickered into an ethereal state, allowing him to evade the strike. "Your true self lurks in a higher dimension?" Gu Yi said, his countenance growing solemn. "It is not too late to realize this." "I commend your awareness," the high priest replied, yet his hands remained in motion, swiftly inscribing one dark magical array after another into the void. The pinnacle of offensive magic. Bolts of Bozat, which typically required the combined might of several, was effortlessly summoned in abundance by the high priest. Before them surged the colossal bolts of Bastat, akin to giant serpents, relentlessly advancing towards the Ancient One. In response, the Ancient One merely conjured a dimensional portal with a flick of her hand, entombing the chaos into an alternate realm. "What of your Eye of Agamotto? Surely, invoking those temporal prohibitions would have concluded this conflict long ago," inquired the high priest, summoning forth a demon lord out of curiosity. "How dare a mere mortal desecrate the grandeur of a demon lord?" exclaimed the newly summoned demon. But before he could utter another word, his form collided with the ancient embodiment of Hoggoth summoned by the Ancient One, instantly transforming him into a flurry of gracefully fluttering butterflies. At an altar of a sinister cult in the Middle East, countless devotees engaged in a ritual suddenly felt an emptiness within, as if the divine connection to their deity had been irrevocably severed. "He is now in the hands of those who ought to possess him," the Ancient One explained casually, as if she had merely crushed an ant beneath her foot rather than vanquished a ruler of hell. "Have you come seeking death? It appears I have misjudged you. You are indeed slightly superior to me, your teacher. As your mentor, I shall grant you this final wish." The previously distorted mirror realm began to fracture, resembling an ordinary mirror splintering, with sinister and ominous energies seeping through the cracks, as if demons whispered in one's ear. Or perhaps divine judgment was being declared from behind. "Long time no see, Ancient One," resonated a voice akin to the low growl of the universe itself. The Ancient One did not turn but smiled serenely. "Ah, it is you. Chapter 42. The Fall of the God King. The downfall of the mage, a meteor streaked across the resplendent night sky, its luminous trail seemingly cleaving the world in twain, heralding the demise of the old world and the dawn of a new era. Upon the eternal throne of Asgard, Odin's majestic visage betrayed an unmistakable weariness. While the legendary eternal spear, said to possess the power to annihilate a galaxy with a single strike, leaned quietly against his throne. The spear glimmered with golden luminescence. Yet upon closer inspection, the golden sheen resembled that of a dwindling spring, exuding an aura of death. Once resembling a weapon forged of pure gold, the spear's sheen had dimmed, akin to a withered elder nearing the end of their days. Odin caressed the spear gently, his expression tender, as though he were stroking the skin of a beloved. The regal ferocity of the God King had faded. At this moment, he appeared as a soon-to-depart elder, filled with reluctance for the world. "My lord, the essence of the guardian of Midgard has completely vanished," Heimdall reported steadily, kneeling before Odin, his all-seeing eye having perceived this truth. Yet, before he could finish, Odin interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Heimdall." Odin rose, his golden cloak trailing behind him. The armor crafted from gold bore no marks of time's passage. In this moment, the sovereign of the 9 realms, the God King Odin, seemed to have returned. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the eternal temple. "Your servant is present." Heimdall respectfully buried his head deep into his knees, unable to meet the majesty of the God King. "Cede your position as guardian." Odin spoke softly, his tone betraying neither sorrow nor joy. "Your Majesty, what is this?" At that moment, Heimdall, disregarding the majesty of the All-Father, hastily lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "Your Majesty, have I erred in some way?" "No, certainly not." "Heimdall, you are the most loyal guardian of Asgard, a fact every Asgardian will remember." A smile graced Odin's lips as he approached and helped Heimdall rise from his single knee. Yet Heimdall remained perplexed. Sometimes, retreating is a means to preserve a glimmer of hope for future revival. Upon hearing Odin's words, Heimdall fell to the ground once more, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Revival? Why would the invincible Asgard require revival? Were such words uttered by another, Heimdall would have met them with scornful laughter. But these words came from Odin, the ruler of Asgard, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. How could such a declaration not instill fear in Heimdall? "Enough. Do not worry. Go now and rest for a while. Return when Asgard calls for you," Odin said, assisting Heimdall once more and gently brushing the dust from his form. Heimdall wished to speak again, but the gentle gaze of Odin silenced him, and ultimately, he took his leave. Odin watched as the setting sun elongated Heimdall's shadow, his eyes filled with memories. It seemed that the figure departing was not merely Heimdall, but an entire era, the era of Odin the All-Father. "Indeed, you appear to be prepared." A voice suddenly resonated within the great hall. Had Heimdall still been present, he would have leapt in astonishment. The figure was none other than the once-deceased guardian of Midgard, the supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange. Yet now, Dr. Strange was but a faint apparition, through which one could still discern the scenery behind him. Odin showed no surprise at Strange's arrival, seating himself upon the steps leading to his throne as he regarded the sorcerer's spirit with a smile. "It seems you have arrived before me. I had not anticipated your presence so soon." Upon hearing Odin's words, Strange smiled wryly and shook his head. "Oh. It appears that unforeseen events have transpired." Odin's brow furrowed slightly, expressing unexpected intrigue. After all, he was conversing with one of the greatest seers of their time, whose insights rarely failed. The notion that there could be occurrences even he could not foresee reignited Odin's interest, which had once dulled to despair. The time stone is not omnipotent. It cannot accurately predict outcomes against equals. It is merely that certain details have deviated. The overarching trajectory remains unchanged. "Very well. I shall refrain from further inquiries. You have long maintained this air of control over all matters, which is why I once found you so detestable. You turn me, the sovereign of the 9 realms, into a jest," Odin expressed with a hint of frustration, his tone laced with a tinge of reproach. Upon hearing Odin's words, Ancient One smiled faintly, memories of their past grievances surfacing in her mind. One was the sovereign of Asgard, while the other was the protector of Earth. The relationship between the two appeared harmonious to outsiders, yet belied a complex history. In his youth, Odin was a fervent warrior, his Valkyries and royal guards sweeping across the cosmos. Such an ambitious soul would not willingly relinquish territory that rightfully belonged to him. Were it not for Ancient One's formidable prowess, he even decreed that Asgardian soldiers were forever barred from entering Earth. Their youthful conflicts were not few. But now Odin had grown old, while Ancient One, for various reasons, refrained from exerting her full power. Thus, the current semblance of peace between Asgard and Earth emerged. "You have found a worthy successor. In comparison, Thor is still too young." The title of king is one he struggles to uphold, Odin remarked wistfully, gazing at the sunset outside the temple. Trust me, only by weathering the storms alone can fledglings truly learn to soar, he continued. I should trust you, after all. You are always right. With that, they exchanged a knowing smile. We must depart. There are still matters to attend to, Ancient One stated, her form gradually dissipating into the void. It is indeed time to leave, Odin murmured, his gaze fixed on the eternal spear in his hand. Within the time stone, countless scriptures danced around Tang Yuan, forming an impenetrable wall that enveloped him. The golden glyphs continuously merged with his forehead, bestowing upon him millennia of knowledge. Despite his formidable spiritual strength, Tang Yuan felt a throbbing headache from the sheer volume of information flooding his mind. You have remarkably reached this level, the first seer observed, admiring the floating soul of Ancient One before him. It is mere fortune, she replied. It seems I shall have some company from now on. The first seer remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Never mind, I shall not vie for your position, Ancient One chuckled, politely declining the first seer's suggestion. Do you have anything to convey to him? The first seer shot a curious glance at her before steering the conversation away, merely gesturing towards Tang Yuan. No need. I have said all I needed to. Continuing would only be irksome. This suffices, Ancient One contemplated briefly before responding. She then warned the first seer, a great calamity approaches. Even within the eye of Agamotto, you will not find safety. It would be wise to prepare. With that, her form vanished entirely. The first seer extended a spectral hand, sensing that Ancient One's presence had entirely dissipated from the universe, and sighed. After myself, the most distinguished sorcerer supreme has fallen. In a pristine temple atop Mount Everest, the high priest sat in deep contemplation. After a long while, he gazed into the distance, his eyes resembling a tranquil spring, revealing little of his inner thoughts. Chapter 43. Evolution of the system. The biting cold wind howled incessantly outside the temple, yet within its walls, a peculiar warmth enveloped the space, reminiscent of spring. Despite the grand doors being wide open, the interior and exterior of the temple existed as two distinct realms. Exalted High Priest, the Ancient One has perished. Why do we not seize this opportunity to annihilate the three great sanctuaries and summon the true deity? Inquired a man clad in a flowing white robe. His expression one of confusion. The others present appeared equally intrigued, their demeanor indicating rapt attention. The High Priest, however, remained silent, merely raising his hand. To the astonishment of all, the man who had spoken was instantly reduced to ash, as if he were nothing more than burning parchment, dissipating into the air without emitting a single cry of anguish. Remember, you are to obey without question. You do not possess the right to challenge my decisions, the High Priest stated coldly, a glimmer of icy menace flickering in his gaze. To those present, his words pierced more deeply than the frigid winds outside. The surviving individuals immediately knelt, hastily proclaiming their submission. Yet, a few exchanged furtive glances, their expressions betraying a hint of defiance. Though they quickly buried their heads to avoid attracting the High Priest's attention. Now depart. When the time is ripe, I shall lead you to welcome the arrival of the true deity, he declared with a hint of impatience, gesturing for them to leave. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed their heads and exited the temple. Indeed, they are nothing but a pack of hyenas. Unable to resist the allure of even the faintest scent of blood, the High Priest scoffed, then turned to the attendant standing behind him. Or perhaps, one among you has deliberately spread this rumor to allow these individuals to gauge whether I have sustained any injuries. I must admit, I underestimated the allure of this position, he remarked with a half-smile, though it only served to instill greater fear in his attendants. To them, such volatility was the most terrifying aspect of the High Priest. Like a powder keg poised to ignite, any misstep in their responses could unleash his wrath. For a moment, the attendants exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Observing the flustered demeanor of those who had accompanied him in pursuit of arcane mastery, the High Priest's anger suddenly dissipated. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling his days as the supreme sorcerer in Kamartaj. At least then, he had a disciple of Ancient One's caliber, and his fellow sorcerers were of a lineage steeped in profound wisdom. Unlike now, when even the slightest disturbance left these individuals in disarray. Very well. I shall confide in you. Indeed, I sustained injuries during my battle with the Ancient One. Should any of you believe that the useless rabble outside could pose a threat to me, feel free to voice such notions, he declared, casting aside his sleeve in a flourish before departing. The once warm temple now echoed with the silence of the attendants, who stood motionless like statues. The system detected that the host's accumulation of anomalous energy had exceeded permissible limits and commenced in adaptive calibration. In the ensuing period, the system would adjust the evolutionary trajectory for the host. During this period, the system will be unresponsive. The host is advised to act with caution and refrain from reckless behavior. The anticipated duration for system adaptation is 15 Earth days. The familiar mechanical sounds arose, leaving Tang Yuan somewhat astonished, as he realized that the system's assistance had gradually diminished over time. Ever since his evolution into the endgame Godzilla, Tang Yuan had taken a moment to glance at the interface, only to discover that the radiation materials required for further evolution were nearly depleted. Even if he were to devour dozens of radiation worlds, it would still be insufficient. The hidden evolution conditions below were a series of question marks, leading Tang Yuan to subconsciously forget that he was once an external player. He could not help but think that his system was rather underwhelming, lacking the robustness of those that arrive at their peak and can adeptly handle any unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he held a flicker of anticipation for this system upgrade, hoping it might unveil some powerful features. The knowledge of the supreme sorcerers had been stored within his mind, rendering it a veritable treasure in the universe. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Yuan was greeted by the initial prophet, who smiled warmly at him. "Has Master Gui already departed?" Tang Yuan inquired, scrutinizing the internal space of the time stone as if casually asking. "Yes, during your acceptance of the knowledge from the supreme sorcerers, his spirit visited briefly. I urged him to join me in residing within the Eye of Agamotto, but he declined." The initial prophet replied with a hint of regret, acknowledging that a genius like Gui was unparalleled in his experience. Witnessing the demise of a promising junior was disheartening for him. "Indeed," Tang Yuan responded, lowering his head without further comment. "I recall you were brought here by Gui from another universe. He would not have acted thus unless he had immense faith in you. Therefore, I choose to trust Gui's judgment," the initial prophet stated to Tang Yuan, who was responsible for his death. "Do not worry. I am merely inquiring," Tang Yuan asked, his curiosity piqued. Listening to Tang Yuan's question, the initial prophet's gaze seemed to traverse the river of time, where civilizations emerged and were momentarily radiant before vanishing into the annals of history's lament. Soon, the initial prophet discerned the answer he sought, but shook his head in response. "I only glimpsed the figure of Oki within the river of time." Yet another individual remained shrouded in black mist, their visage obscured even with the power of the time stone. "Oki," Tang Yuan echoed, puzzled. "Indeed. He is the high priest you mentioned, a former supreme sorcerer. A portion of the knowledge you have inherited was also compiled by him," the initial prophet clarified, dispelling Tang Yuan's confusion. "Is there truly another person involved? I'm mused that the old man's prowess could not possibly match Gui's." The initial prophet regarded Tang Yuan with a hint of curiosity, questioning, "What led you to believe that Oki is incompetent?" "I once battled him. It felt like a 6-4 split, with me at 6 and him at 4, Tang Yuan asserted. "If it were not for that day and the concern that he might possess other means, I would have retained him." Upon hearing Tang Yuan's explanation, the initial prophet cast a puzzled glance at him, only to soon behold the shimmering specter of the time continuum once more. With a gradual shake of his head, he remarked, "What you faced that day was merely a dimensional projection of Aoki. The true entity has already executed a dimensional strike through higher powers. That day was likely just an assessment of your capabilities as his disciple." Damn, yet another scoundrel. Why do these individuals continuously retreat into higher dimensions? That is neither commendable nor desirable. Tang Yuan seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, uttering his frustration. "You have faced similar entities before?" The initial prophet articulated with a hint of disbelief and skepticism. After all, even if one's combat prowess surpasses that of the opponent, should the adversary take refuge in a higher dimension, one can only endure the blows, unless one possesses the power to shatter dimensions. Such beings remain unseen even by the initial prophet. How Tang Yuan managed to survive against such formidable foes piqued the initial prophet's interest. "See for yourself." Tang Yuan offered no further explanation but instead summoned a recently learned minor spell from his mind, manifesting a thread of spiritual essence connecting him to the initial prophet. After some time, having witnessed the entire encounter between Tang Yuan and Ghidorah, the initial prophet expressed his astonishment. "Incredible, simply astonishing. You are capable of forcibly closing the dimensional gates of the higher realm. Your ancestor was indeed an extraordinary being." "No. It should be said that Ghidorah usurped your ancestor's rightful place. In a normal course of events, your ancestor, having gathered the fortunes of an era, would have ascended as the king of beasts. However, due to Ghidorah's interference, your ancestor lost the throne that was rightfully his. Well, it seems their grievances have been settled." Tang Yuan shrugged in response. "I now seem to comprehend why Ancient One chose you. Within you lies the power to resolve this calamity." The initial prophet's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze toward Tang Yuan, seemingly struck by a revelation. Feeling the predatory gaze akin to that of a hungry wolf from the initial prophet, Tang Yuan instinctively recoiled. Chapter 44. The Aged Lion Let All Heed My Command. Prepare for the descent of the true God into this world. The high priest, seated upon the central throne of the temple, gradually exhaled a breath laden with anticipation, issuing commands to the eager cultists of the dark deity before him. Upon hearing the high priest's decree, the cultists' eyes gleamed with excitement. A robust man clad in a flowing white robe stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his bulging physique starkly contrasting with the elegance of his attire. High priest, permit Omir to establish the true God's dominion over the New York temple. His deep voice resonated within the temple's confines. I, Peer, am also willing to secure the Hong Kong temple for the true God. Observing the fervent crowd of worshippers below, the high priest spoke little, merely raising his hand to quell the rising fervor. The destruction of the three great temples would render the protective war enveloping the earth utterly ineffective. Omir, you lead 15 white-robed priests and 1,000 black-clad devotees to assault the temple of New York. The remaining followers shall accompany me to attack the temple of Hong Kong, thereby obliterating all barriers to the descent of the true deity. We shall adhere strictly to the teachings of the high priest. All devotees knelt in unison, performing an extraordinary gesture with palms raised towards the heavens. As Oki's subordinates launched their attack on the Temple of New York, he himself had already proceeded to the Temple of Hong Kong. The initial prophet cast a glance towards the heavens, addressing Tang Yuan with a sense of finality. Very well. It is time for me to depart. Tang Yuan, unfazed by this proclamation, opened the portal to another dimension and walked away without a backward glance. This was merely the prelude to calamity, young supreme mage. I hope you can carve a path unlike any other. The initial prophet watched Tang Yuan's retreating figure, murmuring softly, You should not have come. An elderly mage, seated in the center of the grand hall of the Temple of Hong Kong with eyes tightly shut, spoke with a complex tone to the high priest before him. Zhao Qing, if you choose to leave now, I can pretend that nothing has transpired. The high priest regarded the familiar visage across from him, reminiscing about their days of camaraderie, and sighed slightly. I have endured as a stone statue all these years for the sake of the temple's legacy. I shall not show mercy to anyone who seeks to destroy it. Zhao Qing gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of sorrow passing through his black pupils, swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve. You remain unchanged, ever so stubborn. Let me witness your current prowess. The high priest's robe fluttered without wind, a terrifying aura coalescing around him. In an instant, hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning descended, as if the very forces of nature sought to erase this ancient temple from existence. The multitude of mages on the second floor of the temple, witnessing this spectacle, hastily summoned all their magical energy to conjure a radiant golden shield. The thunderous bolts struck the shield with the force of a tempest, causing the temple to tremble with each impact. By the time the final bolt descended, the once resplendent golden shield had dimmed considerably. As the lightning rained down, the shield became riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web, and ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. Every mage who had erected the barrier was shaken by the blow, their vitality disrupted, turning pale as they involuntarily coughed up blood. My children behind me have yet to make a move, and you are already on the verge of collapse. Are you truly intent on persisting? The high priest leaned closer to Zhao Qing, gently imploring this last remaining old friend. However, no sooner had he spoken than Zhao Qing's robe fell away, revealing a colossal serpent that slithered forth, its bloody scent assailing the high priest's senses. Without even a glance, the high priest waved his hand in disappointment, and the serpent dissipated into a cloud of ash. This is a choice you have made. The high priest advanced a step, his form suddenly transforming into countless versions of himself, all advancing towards the grand hall. Zhao Qing, observing this, sighed deeply. With a sweeping motion of his arm, countless manifestations of Zhao Qing erupted from his being, though these duplicates were significantly weaker in both number and essence compared to the high priest. It seems I underestimated you. When did you master the form of Awaken? The high priest cast a suppressed glance at Zhao Qing, speaking with a hint of appreciation in his voice. Having lived for so long, one cannot merely subsist without purpose. Zhao Qing retorted with sarcasm, though his expression was grave. Clearly, he understood that even mastering the pinnacle magic, Awaken's form, would not inflict any harm upon the figure before him. Yet, the noble cause within him forbade any retreat. Indeed, before long, all of Zhao Qing's avatars had been annihilated, while most of the high priest's avatars remained inactive, quietly observing from behind him. What will you use to defend yourself now? The high priest casually deflected the attacks from the temple mages, inquiring with an air of ease, as if eager to discover if his old friend had any surprises left in store. Gazing at the seemingly invincible high priest, Zhao Qing could not help but feel a surge of despair. He took a deep breath, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by another voice. Of course. I shall defend. As the dimensional gate opened, a youthful figure emerged. Who are you? Zhao Qing's dim gaze fell upon the newcomer. whose face appeared somewhat blurred in the sunlight, leading him to speculate. "Ah, I am the Supreme Mage," Tang Yuan replied, glancing at the disheveled temple mages behind him before turning back with a calm demeanor. Yet, those words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, instantly transforming the atmosphere within the temple. A crimson cloak soared from the distant heavens, piercing through the temple's glass like a blade, and adorned itself upon Tang Yuan. The followers of the malevolent deity instinctively recoiled at the mention of the Supreme Mage, while the temple mage's eyes brightened. "It seems you have accepted the legacy of the Supreme Mage, a portion of which I contributed," the high priest remarked with a nostalgic smile. Observing the eye of Agamotto upon Tang Yuan's chest, "The part you contributed? I found it utterly lacking in substance." "Nonsense, I merely skimmed through it," Tang Yuan retorted, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Young man, provoking me without absolute strength is hardly a wise choice." The high priest stepped forward, his footfall resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present, causing a sharp pang of fear to ripple through them. "Is that so? Perhaps I do possess such power," Tang Yuan replied with a mysterious smile, and in the blink of an eye, the temple mages realized that both Tang Yuan and the advancing high priest had vanished before them. "Leave all these followers of the malevolent deity here today," Zhao Qing declared, disregarding his injuries as he rose, his voice resolute. His aura surged, akin to an aging lion expending its last strength for the survival of its pride. Chapter 45. The void as one ages, nostalgia for the past often emerges, and I find it amusing that you bear witness to this. The high priest, within Tang Yuan's mirrored realm, displayed no hint of panic, chuckling as if he were a common elderly neighbor reminiscing. "Thus, I shall send you to meet your old friend. Is that not delightful?" Tang Yuan chuckled lightly, yet the high priest merely cast a fleeting glance and discerned the chilling glint lurking deep within Tang Yuan's eyes. For once, Gu Yi's gaze appeared to sharpen. The high priest, with a tone of admiration, uttered a remark before his figure began to gradually dissolve into the ether. "This is my domain. What are you thinking?" Observing this spectacle, Tang Yuan shook his head with a sigh, seemingly lamenting the high priest's foolishness. He stamped his foot, causing the high priest's form, which was fading, to solidify once more, as if the connection to the higher dimensional realm had been severed. "Is this your innate ability? No wonder Gu Yi chose you as a successor," the high priest inquired, glancing at his corporeal form, then smiled as if an epiphany had struck him. "Today, I shall grant you a flower." Suddenly, Tang Yuan's presence vanished into the void, and the high priest could not sense even a trace of his aura. A flicker of cold light passed, and Tang Yuan positioned himself behind the high priest, plunging a blood blade forged from the high priest's own essence into his body. The ease with which he succeeded left Tang Yuan with an uncanny feeling. Just then, a dangerous alert surged through him, prompting an instinctive sidestep. "Your awareness is commendable." In the spot where Tang Yuan had just stood, the high priest's silhouette materialized. Within Tang Yuan's view, one high priest writhed in agony, propped up by one hand, while another bore a smile, seemingly oblivious to the plight of his counterpart. Faced with this bizarre scene, Tang Yuan remained silent, refraining from making any rash moves. "The moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed the immense power within you, as boundless as the ocean. At that time, your strength was already on par with mine. Yet, both I and Gu Yi regarded you as a junior, not as a peer of equal might. Do you understand why?" With a snap of his fingers, the fallen high priest was reduced to ashes. "Why?" Contemplating the articulate high priest before him, Tang Yuan pondered that prolonging the conversation might serve his interests better, thus he followed the high priest's lead. "Your mastery over power is lamentably weak. Akin to an infant possessing the ability to annihilate worlds, yet capable only of demolishing a city." The high priest stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Tang Yuan, a radiant axe materializing in his grasp. With a swing of the colossal axe, a silver light engulfed the entire space. And with a resounding roar, the very fabric of the realm was marred with black fissures. "Observe how I merely employed a fraction of my strength to effortlessly shatter your domain. This is because my power has been meticulously honed and cultivated over time. Every ounce of it can trace its origins. Yet you are different. Your power has come too easily, and you have become utterly enthralled by this illusory might." After delivering a crushing blow with the axe, it transformed back into light and vanished. With a flick of his wrist, a long blade appeared in the high priestess' hand. "Your domain is as hollow as your strength, extravagant yet devoid of substance." The blade descended with ferocity, its sharp wind conjuring a tempest of magnitude. Beneath the pressure of the blade, the entire space emitted a mournful creak, resembling a parched tree on the verge of collapse. In the next instant, the space shattered like a mirror. However, the smile of the high priest froze upon his face. "Your incessant chatter is akin to a machine gun. What is the matter? Borrowing some words, perhaps?" Tang Yuan stood before the high priest, observing his gradually darkening expression, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Is this truly your innate skill? The high priest, gazing at the shattered mirrored space and the surrounding void, wore a somber expression. The void is a forbidden realm for all life. Even demons, capable of traversing its depths, can only survive temporarily. Sensing the pressure around him, the high priest was compelled to summon all his strength to withstand this force. I shall consider your suggestion, but that will be at a later time. For now, if you have no more tricks up your sleeve, I must bid you farewell. A chilling glint flickered in Tang Yuan's eyes. His tone as frigid as if he were addressing a corpse. Are you still watching the show? Do you not fear being completely left behind by a mere child? The high priest remarked darkly, a crimson protective barrier enveloping him. No sooner had the high priest spoken than a ray of light suddenly illuminated the perpetually dim void. Instantly, the once tranquil void began to tremble. As if this ray of light had provoked some unknowable entity, the brightness vanished abruptly, replaced by a figure cloaked in black mist appearing before Tang Yuan. Following the disappearance of the light, the previously quaking void seemed to lose its target and gradually return to calm. If I am not mistaken, you are the other individual from that day. Tang Yuan spoke calmly, though he did not specify which day. Both the high priest and the shadowy figure in the mist understood he was referring to the day of Gu's demise. I sense your anger. It is a rather exquisite flavor. The figure in the mist spoke, its voice an enigmatic blend of masculine and feminine tones, as if countless souls were voicing in unison. And what deity do you serve? Tang Yuan inquired with a hint of amusement. You may call me the spirit of the abyss, the figure in the mist replied, its voice resonating with a grandeur that obscured its tone. Spirit of the abyss, Tang Yuan mentally noted the title. Very well, your opponent is no longer Aochi. Dormammu has descended upon Earth. The next step is yours to choose. The spirit of the abyss transformed into a pitch-black robe that draped over the high priest, restoring his vigor. The high priest remained silent, seemingly intrigued as he observed Tang Yuan, eager to see whether he would recklessly attempt to force both of them to stay or make another choice. Tang Yuan's fingers rhythmically tapped against his knee. Several times he felt the urge to act, yet the weight of Gu's legacy ultimately manifested as a long sigh. An invisible shackle had bound his actions, making it difficult for him to act with the same fervor as before. What will happen if you are released and return to Earth alongside Dormammu? Tang Yuan inquired, gazing intently at the high priest. The high priest chuckled softly, already aware of Tang Yuan's decision, and replied, rest assured, at the very least, I shall not partake in this battle any longer. This is guaranteed by the essence of a once supreme mage. Ah, the essence of a former supreme mage. Tang Yuan scoffed derisively at the notion, yet ultimately he released the restraints of the void, and in an instant, the spirit of the abyss whisked the high priest away from this place. I have a premonition that we shall meet again in the not-so-distant future, echoed the high priest's voice, resonating through the void. Chapter 46, Dormammu, I have arrived. On Earth, the once azure sky had turned ominously dark, with nearly half of it shrouded in shadow. An eerie and malevolent aura emanated from that expanse, causing countless individuals to flee in a frenzy, desperate to escape the ominous blanket enveloping the heavens. Yet, that darkened space encroached upon the blue sky at an alarming rate. Many were consumed by that abyss, vanishing without a trace, their anguished cries abruptly silenced, leaving the fortunate survivors paralyzed by terror, fleeing in haste. Tang Yuan, Tang Yun, can you hear me? Mr. Tang, are you still on Earth? Help! Suddenly, Tang Yuan felt a series of urgent calls resonating from the void, with several voices pleading for his attention. This truly was the most disastrous outcome. Tang Yuan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He had initially believed that by dragging the high priest into the void, he could subdue him. Aside from harnessing the void's power to incapacitate the high priest, another reason was that Tang Yuan assumed once the high priest was removed, the cultists of the malevolent deity on Earth would pose little threat. To his dismay, he found himself ensnared, with only a few insignificant remnants left. Yet they had managed to turn the tide. I cannot bear this burden, Tang Yuan lamented internally. In stark contrast to the panicking masses were the fervent cultists of Dormammu, who danced with wild abandon, their faces alight with ecstatic joy. The dark space brushed past them, yet nothing untoward transpired, which only fueled their frenzy. However, in the next moment, their ecstatic expressions froze, as torrents of sanguine essence erupted from their capillaries, causing them to collapse heavily to the ground, lifeless like withered bones. The blood surged, momentarily staining the dark space with crimson. This scene rendered the onlookers dumbfounded, those ordinary individuals, who had desperately sought to preserve their lives by emulating the cultists, found their knees buckling beneath them as they fell to the ground. They surrendered to the encroaching darkness, paralyzed by fear, as the gruesome demise of the cultists suppressed their dread of the dark space. I am sorry, Tang Yuan whispered softly. If this tide were not halted, even if Dormammu retreated, Earth would likely become a haven for the malevolent deity. In such a scenario, it would be the normal individuals who would be deemed the aberration. Only by instilling in them the knowledge that some entities are far more terrifying than Dormammu could they safeguard their moral compass. You are courting death. A priest clad in white observed Tang Yuan's actions, his eyes bloodshot, as if his very heart were bleeding. These devotees had been personally nurtured and gathered by them over the years, and now, so easily annihilated by Tang Yuan, left the somewhat aged priest with a sensation akin to a myocardial infarction. Lord Dormammu has already descended. You are defying divine authority and shall plunge into the abyss of despair. Another, slightly younger priest, supported the elder priest, his expression venomous as he spoke. At the very least, that scene is something you will not witness. Tang Yuan smiled briefly, his fingers touching the two priests, and in an instant, their bodies erupted like overripe melons, leaving only a pool of blood upon the ground. Glancing at his own reflection in the crimson puddle, beneath his handsome exterior lay an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. He wiped the time gem embedded in his necklace, bitterly reflecting, "Brother, it all hinges on you." The time gem seemed to resonate with Tang Yuan's thoughts, emanating a soft glow. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the shadowy expanse above, only to be consumed by that very darkness a moment later. "Dormammu, I come to discuss a matter. Apologies, I seem to have taken a wrong turn." Before Tang Yuan could finish his statement, he instinctively glanced upwards. "Have I not taken a wrong turn? Where am I?" Doubt began to cloud his mind. Not for any other reason, but before him stood not the world-ending demon lord he had envisioned at the pinnacle of the multiverse, but rather a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs, with an angelic visage and a devilish physique. A mere glance left Tang Yuan gasping at the audacity of his own thoughts. May I inquire if Dormammu is present?" He wiped the blood from his nose, adopting a righteous demeanor. "Oh, what brings you to me?" The enchanting woman before him spoke, her lips parting delicately. Tang Yuan regarded her with a hint of disbelief, then glanced at himself with equal skepticism. "In your eyes, what image do I present?" The goddess like Dormammu, her feet as pure as jade, slowly approached Tang Yuan, causing an inexplicable flutter in his chest. "I'm visually impaired and cannot discern." "Is that so?" "I exist at the apex of the multiverse. I possess no fixed form. Each of my manifestations emanates from the illumination of your inner self. The world yearns to behold an omnipotent deity. Thus I appear before them in divine guise. If the world perceives me as a demon, then I embody the most terrifying existence in this universe. Now, supreme mage of this era, tell me, what is my image in your heart?" Dormammu stood before Tang Yuan, her delicate fingers lifting his chin, her gaze seemingly reflecting the rise and fall of the cosmos. Could it be that I am?" Tang Yuan's thoughts raced, disbelief flooding his mind. "No way, someone of my integrity could never be that. This must be a ploy by the enemy. Do they think they can ensnare me so easily? How naive. You know how I appear in the eyes of Ancient One." Noting Tang Yuan's silence, Dormammu chuckled softly and continued, "He perceives me merely as a simple form, an intangible entity devoid of any shape." Upon catching a glimpse of my own reflection in his eyes, I realized that during his existence, this planet was beyond my grasp. Thus, I chose to withdraw. Dormammu spoke softly, his tone laden with unmistakable admiration. Alas, he was unwilling to become my subordinate. Yet, it was precisely this refusal that rendered him unfit for such a role. Otherwise, the world would be unbearably mundane. As Dormammu glanced at Tang Yuan, his gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Tang Yuan's soul, instilling within him a sense of utter transparency. "You do not belong to this universe. There exists a power within you, one that even I find elusive, guarding you. Perhaps this is why the Ancient One chose you." At this juncture, Dormammu's tone shifted, laced with a cold smile. "But this does not grant you the liberty to act with impunity before me. Do you understand?" As the words fell, the entire shadowy expanse began to quake violently. Crimson lightning crackled across the sky, striking the ground with a resounding fury, akin to a tumultuous sea of blood. "So tell me, what terms do you propose in our discourse?" Chapter 47. A sardonic smile within the dim confines, time appeared to stand still. Lightning erupted around Tang Yuan, clarifying his previously chaotic thoughts. How should I articulate this? My original intention was to incessantly whisper in your ear, coercing you to relinquish Earth. That was my condition. But given the present circumstances, how should I proceed?" Tang Yuan mused inwardly. "Your demeanor hardly reflects that of someone earnest." Dormammu's breath, like fragrant whispers, brushed against Tang Yuan's ear, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his cheek. "Are you attempting to employ the power of the time stone to force me back? Yet, do you realize that I stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse, The time stone holds no sway over me. Very well, I concede your superiority. State your terms. Ultimately, faced with this seemingly insurmountable presence, Tang Yuan, unable to devise a counter, opted to reveal his hand. Had we begun thus, it would have been preferable. Dormammu appeared as a victorious general or a naive girl reveling in her cunning. She bent slightly, gazing up into Tang Yuan's eyes, her expression brimming with whimsical delight. Witnessing this, Tang Yuan struggled to maintain composure, repeatedly chanting the concept of emptiness to suppress the tumult within. Sister, let us speak plainly. Spare me the torment, will you? Perhaps, swayed by Dormammu's capricious demeanor, Tang Yuan relaxed his defenses slightly, expressing his frustration with a hint of resignation. As for the conditions, I have yet to finalize them. I shall convey them once I have. Observing Tang Yuan's rising ire, Dormammu turned to depart. Fear not. During this interval, I shall refrain from returning to Earth. Just as Dormammu uttered this, she abruptly halted, leaving Tang Yuan in a state of emotional upheaval, akin to a roller coaster ride. Unless, of course, you wish for me to stay. Dormammu spun around and returned to face Tang Yuan, her expression tinged with eager anticipation. No, dear sister. It would be best if you took your leave. Should you linger any longer, I fear I must take my leave, Tang Yuan mused inwardly. Yet with a facade of joviality, he remarked, such words imply that this earth is rather diminutive, does it not? How could I impose upon you to remain here? He then conceded, very well, I shall refrain from jesting with you. Until we meet again, I hope you shall be stronger than you are now. Dormammu scrutinized Tang Yuan's physique, then with a disdainful pout, she retorted. Tang Yuan sensed that if this woman continued to linger, it was likely that one of them would indeed have to depart this world today. Fortunately, Dormammu refrained from further mischief. An invisible force struck Tang Yuan, leaving him with the sensation of being struck by a truck. In that fleeting moment, it seemed he caught a glimpse of Dormammu's parted lips as she uttered something to him, yet the deafening roar around him rendered her words inaudible. In the next instant, Tang Yuan discovered he had emerged from the shadowy realm. Above, the darkened sky swiftly receded, reverting to a cerulean expanse. It seems you did not hear me. Perhaps that is for the best, he thought. Let us return these little ones as well, lest this lad hold a grudge against me. Dormammu appeared to have a sudden realization, raising her jade arm, through which countless shadows flitted. Well then, the next act is yours, little one beyond the wall of origin, she declared, as if her task were accomplished, and turned toward Tang Yuan's departing form with an expectant smile. Mother, I am alive. I am alive. Tang Yuan exclaimed as the once barren ground before him erupted with a multitude of figures, the very ordinary souls previously devoured by the dark realm. They had returned to Earth, each visage reflecting the relief of having survived calamity, with many embracing one another in tears of joy. This should not be. Why is this happening? A white-robed priest, witnessing this scene, appeared incredulous, shouting frantically. In an instant, a dark magical circle was inscribed, and flames from the very fabric of the earth surged towards his outstretched hand, coalescing into a roaring inferno. The flames rose higher, soon engulfing the white-robed priest entirely. If the divine has forsaken this world, then this sordid and grotesque realm must also be obliterated. He laughed maniacally, his chilling laughter echoing from within the flames, casting a shadow of dread over the hearts of the onlookers. Now, it seems your role is substantial, Tang Yuan declared, stepping forward until he stood before the white-robed priest. With a hand that pierced through the blazing inferno, he placed it upon the priest's shoulder. In the next moment, a scream shattered the heavens. The once mythical white-robed priest howled in agony, slapping at the flames that consumed him, soon writhing on the ground in torment. Yet, all was in vain. The fire swiftly enveloped him entirely, and when the flames finally subsided, only a layer of pure white ash remained. Let us hope you all forget today's events, Tang Yuan advised, casting a deep glance at the now dumbfounded crowd before he traversed the dimensional gate and departed. In the heart of Manhattan, a towering figure knelt on one knee upon the plaza. His body was marred with wounds of varying sizes, crimson blood cascading from his injuries, swiftly forming a small pool beneath him. I had expressly instructed you to safeguard the sanctum. Yet, here we are, and you failed to intervene. Is the enemy truly this formidable? With the dimensional gateway agape, Tang Yuan emerged, perplexed by the somewhat contrite expressions of the Avengers before him. There are other factors at play, Iron Man weakly offered an explanation. Other factors? Brother, this is your universe, not mine. Frankly, I could simply walk away. But what about you? What reason could possibly outweigh the impending destruction of Earth? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan scoffed. We will bear the consequences of this incident. I acknowledge that our failure to heed your counsel has led to this outcome. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Tang, for betraying your trust. Ultimately, it was Captain America, the embodiment of honesty, who stepped forward to apologize, his tone earnest. Hearing his apology, along with the silent plea in Black Widow's gaze, Tang Yuan refrained from further admonishment. Simply stating, the foundation of trust has been shattered. I hope there will not be a repeat of this incident. At Tang Yuan's words, the group's expressions softened slightly. Who is this individual? Tang Yuan inquired, pointing to the side at Omiel. He is the mastermind behind the assault on the New York sanctum. His power is considerable. Even the Hulk was caught off guard and banished without a trace. Black Widow quickly clarified for Tang Yuan. You are the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme? Omiel, kneeling with his eyes now open, gazed at Tang Yuan. Noting the blood-soaked visage of Omiel, Tang Yuan nodded, feeling a profound sense of helplessness towards these zealots who had been thoroughly brainwashed. However, sentiments aside, they must be dealt with decisively. Allowing such individuals to live would not be an act of compassion, it would be sheer naivety. One Omiel could easily reassemble a small cult, leading to untold devastation for countless families. I never anticipated that years of scheming by the cult would be unraveled by you. It is indeed laughable, Omiel remarked self-deprecatingly. Yet, Tang Yuan could sense the weakness in his voice, as if he were clinging to life by a thread. For someone like him, Tang Yuan was at a loss for words. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice resonated through the heavens. Tang Yuan, let us negotiate once more. Spare Omiel, and I promise that should we cross paths again, I will also spare those dear to you. How does that sound? Tang Yuan chuckled lightly, exclaiming, very well. Let us discuss this properly. Come forth, let us examine this matter. It appears we harbor no deep-seated enmity, do we? After a moment, the voice of the celestial being returned with a hint of resignation. Tang Yuan, I am earnest in my proposal. I am serious as well. Tang Yuan, with a look of astonishment, remarked as if he could not comprehend why the high priest would utter such words. This transaction would not disadvantage you. Why not contemplate a mutually beneficial agreement? The high priest, concealed in the shadows, sought to further persuade. But the abyssal spirit beside him tugged at his sleeve and spoke earnestly. He is relentlessly searching for us in the void. His mastery over it exceeds my imagination. If we do not depart soon, he will discover our location. At present, we lack the means to engage him in a prolonged struggle within the void. If we linger, we may find ourselves trapped here. Observing the situation, the high priest could only sigh in resignation, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave alongside the abyssal spirit. On the surface, Tang Yuan continued to search for the high priest's presence. After a long while, without receiving a response, he understood that either the high priest or the abyssal spirit had discerned his intentions and had completely departed. It seems your high priest holds you in high regard, he thought as he approached Omir. This world is rife with filth and ugliness. The affluent are born into privilege, while the impoverished may never savor the sweetness of life. Such is this world. Why would you wish to protect it? Omir, watching Tang Yuan approach, asked with bewilderment the reason behind his actions, saying nothing further. Perhaps the impoverished will never experience in a lifetime what the wealthy enjoy in a single day, yet the joys of familial and platonic love remain the same. Countless individuals in this world are bound by these two sentiments, dedicating their lives to them. Parents worry for their children, lovers care for one another. When viewed through this lens, the world does not seem so bleak, does it? Upon hearing Tang Yuan's explanation, a strained smile emerged on Omir's fierce visage. So this is it, such a naive notion. With that, Omir's life force faded entirely, leaving behind a sardonic grin. It remains uncertain whether this mocking smile belittled Tang Yuan, himself, or perhaps this very world. Chapter 48. Aftermath. Omir lay dead, his countenance still adorned with that taunting smile. Tang Yuan mused that perhaps this brawny man harbored a sorrowful tale deep within. Yet, this world is precisely as it is. Many bear the weight of sorrowful experiences. But to impose one's grief upon others is a transgression. Tang Yuan felt no empathy nor resentment in this regard. After all, one cannot understand another's suffering. Nor should one urge others to goodness. Thank you, Captain America said, extending his hand to Tang Yuan in gratitude. Tang Yuan glanced at him and reached out, avoiding any embarrassment for Captain America. It's nothing. This matter now falls within my responsibilities, he replied coolly, offering no further elaboration. Didn't you mention continuing your global journey? It seems you have other matters to attend to now, Black Widow teased with a smile as she approached Tang Yuan. I've merely been forced into an unending labor. Tang Yuan waved his hand, expressing a hint of exasperation. Oh, in that case, why not join the Avengers? We are quite accommodating, and you will also enjoy special services, Black Widow said, her eyes sparkling with temptation. To this, Tang Yuan merely waved his hand, remaining silent. For having beheld the stunningly exquisite visage of Dormammu had left him somewhat fatigued in his aesthetic appreciation. He was not so easily swayed by Black Widow's enticing words. You all seem to be in quite a predicament, Tang Yuan remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, letting out a resigned sigh. He still could not comprehend how the game had unfolded so unfavorably. To put it simply, it was exhausting. Their power structure leaned towards the arcane, which was our Achilles heel. Throughout the battle, there were several instances when we felt capable of defeating the enemy, only to have the situation reversed by their seemingly endless array of marvelous magic. Iron Man grimly stated, his expression darkened by frustration. Wait, what about the mages guarding the temple? I recall that the New York temple had a considerable number of mages stationed for protection, Tang Yuan inquired, puzzled, as their tone suggested a lack of awareness. According to his arrangements, there should have been numerous mages in the New York temple to prepare for unforeseen events, particularly a few whose prowess he regarded as commendable. Such a force should not have vanished without a trace. At the outset, some mages assisted us in repelling the enemy's assaults, but then a mysterious figure shrouded in dark mist appeared, and they were all eliminated in an instant, Hawkeye explained, his head bowed as he recounted the events. Upon hearing about the dark-cloaked figure, Tang Yuan instinctively understood the identity of the mysterious individual. A clever tactic, indeed, to distract from the main threat. He silently acknowledged that his resentment towards the Avengers for failing to protect the New York temple had somewhat diminished. Indeed, if it were the abyssal spirit, the current strength of the Avengers would be somewhat inadequate. Let's refrain from discussing other matters for now. Hulk is still lost in exile somewhere, Captain America said, casting a reassuring glance at the group. Just as he was about to express his relief that none were missing, he realized something was amiss. They had indeed forgotten about Hulk. Tang Yuan, upon hearing this, recalled that there was indeed a living being unaccounted for. Without further ado, he closed his eyes, and in an instant, the vast universe unfolded in his mind's eye. The cosmic imagery shifted incessantly, and Tang Yuan soon discovered a formidable force obstructing his attempt to trace Hulk's whereabouts. Silently amplifying his efforts, he watched as the cosmic vision began to flicker as if infected by a virus. Ultimately, even with the combined might of the Time Stone and the Reality Stone, he could only ascertain that Hulk was no longer within the confines of Earth. Tang Yuan retracted the surging magical energy within him, opened his eyes, and shook his head. The sight of him in such a state sent a wave of unease through the group. Captain America's expression turned grave, and even Iron Man felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Every individual eventually encounters this day, though it may arrive sooner or later. We should rejoice for Banner, who has devoted himself to the cause of humanity, and we shall forever remember him. Captain America spoke to the despondent crowd, offering words of comfort. Tang Yuan, what are you talking about? I merely expressed my uncertainty regarding Hulk's whereabouts. However, he is not dead. He simply resides beyond Earth, Tang Yuan explained, addressing the sorrowful assembly with a wry expression. Ahem, I see. Then we should. Captain America's face flushed as he attempted to articulate a response, yet faltered. It is no wonder they held such beliefs. Every achievement Tang Yuan had attained instilled in them an almost surreal sensation. Particularly after Thor had mentioned at a gathering that Tang Yuan had defeated the Black Dragon King Nidhogg, whom Odin had only narrowly vanquished. They subconsciously began to mythologize Tang Yuan. Upon seeing Tang Yuan shake his head, they instinctively feared that Hulk had encountered calamity, never considering the possibility that Tang Yuan had simply been unable to locate him. I saw him within a cage, yet a mysterious force outside that cage obstructed my abilities, preventing me from extracting Hulk, Tang Yuan stated, observing the crowd's expressions soften slightly. Can you ascertain the location of that place? Tang Yuan's inquiry reignited the tension among the group, who had only just begun to relax. I can roughly determine it, but I will not intervene, Tang Yuan reiterated, shattering the fragile hope they had begun to nurture. Why? If it pertains to the temple, I concede that it is our primary responsibility. Yet Hulk was exiled for safeguarding Earth. I implore you to consider his sacrifices, Captain America insisted, stepping forward with determination. Sighing at Captain America's fervent demeanor, Tang Yuan replied, there are many reasons for this. You need only understand that this situation poses no danger to Hulk. For perhaps, before long, someone will accompany him. Tang Yuan offered a mysterious smile to the crowd. Now, let us discuss other matters once I have concluded my current tasks. In stark contrast to the relatively intact Hong Kong temple, the New York temple had been reduced to ruins. The streets of New York bore the scars of battle, resembling a war-torn landscape, where remnants of destruction obscured the once vibrant thoroughfare that had been the most prosperous in America. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, the Avengers, who had initially intended to offer further persuasion, fell silent and observed Tang Yuan intently. Suddenly, the time stone upon Tang Yuan's chest radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, time reversed. The devastated streets were restored at a visibly rapid pace, soon revealing no trace of the warfare that had transpired. This is my greatest magic, Tang Yuan stated slowly, smiling at the assembled crowd. Chapter 49. The System S changes the planet Maltana is an obscure asteroid within the cosmos. Its singular distinction lies in the countless molten stones it harbors, these vibrant and resilient gems once being a fashionable mineral in the universe. Regrettably, the stone harbors an excessive amount of gamma radiation, a substance that has long been the deadly poison to all forms of life in the universe. Consequently, this stone has gradually been interred by humanity, and along with it, this planet has descended into a wasteland, a veritable zone devoid of life. At this juncture, the planet is graced by a long-awaited visitor. Tang Yuan gazes upon the ancient architectural relics surrounding him, feeling the relentless gamma rays emanating from within the planet. And a satisfied smile graces his lips. It is akin to an inebriate savoring a fine vintage after many years, his face alight with ecstasy. Here lies the site of the most intense radiation in the cosmos, the radiation source within this stellar domain. Tang Yuan scoops a handful of sand and blows forcefully, causing the yellow dust to swirl around him. In a realm invisible to the naked eye, flecks of starlight shimmer within the sand. These details, imperceptible to others, appear as conspicuous as fireflies to Tang Yuan in the darkness. He extends his arm, and the starlight begins to permeate his body through the capillaries in his skin. Indeed, gamma radiation proves to be far more potent than ordinary nuclear radiation. A mere mortal lingering here for even a moment would likely suffer from blood mutations, their bones decaying. As Tang Yuan attunes to the intensity of the gamma radiation within him, he reflects briefly. No need for further words. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Tang Yuan sits cross-legged, his thoughts coalescing. In an instant, the long-slumbering planet trembles violently, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The earth fractures, great chasms opening wide, and magma erupts from the depths of the surface. Some ancient structures, barely clinging to existence, are completely obliterated in this upheaval, dissolving into the annals of history. Countless beams of starlight surge forth from the fissures, gradually coalescing into a resplendent sea of luminescence, captivating and enchanting. The starlight continues to pour from the surface, an unending stream that Tang Yuan absorbs through every pore of his skin. Remarkably, his rate of absorption matches the outpouring from the entire planet. The air around his skin warps under the influence of this formidable attraction. The once solid surface begins to wither and crack under Tang Yuan's continuous consumption of starlight. Resembling an aged elder in its decline, the magma flowing beneath the surface dims gradually, its speed slowing to a crawl, almost solidifying into dull rock. The entire planet is visibly aging at an alarming rate. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the once vast ocean of starlight is reduced to a mere small pond. With Tang Yuan's absorption rate accelerating, this diminutive pond shrinks perceptibly before his eyes. He exhales a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated, as though an inexhaustible energy courses through him. Even his mastery over the void seems to have subtly improved. System upgrade complete. Now proceeding with adaptation. Adaptation successful. The Dominator System version 20 has been fully loaded. Below are the newly announced features following this upgrade. The system activated its reconnaissance function, allowing the host to expend a portion of radiation energy to probe the strength of adversaries. The weekly shop feature was also initiated, with random items refreshing regularly. Furthermore, the bond system was enabled, enhancing the connections between characters bound to the host's faction. A task system commenced, with the system periodically issuing quests, completion of which would yield substantial rewards. Tang Yuan, upon hearing the long-forgotten mechanical voice, sensed something amiss. It seemed that the tone of the system had acquired a hint of vitality. Tentatively, he called out, "Bully system?" In light of the host's undesirable behavior, the upgrade gift package has been revoked. Tang Yuan was taken aback. It appeared that the system had indeed undergone significant upgrades. Previously, it would not have reacted at all to his insults. Now, it even dared to withhold his rewards. How intriguing. As for the upgrade gift package, it was a jest. He was exceptionally courageous. As an experienced player, he would not deign to desire such a novice's bounty. This encapsulated Tang Yuan's current mindset. As if sensing Tang Yuan's unspoken sentiments, the mechanical voice resonated once more. This upgrade gift package contains special authority, level 1 privileges from the Temporal Investigation Bureau, allowing a limited degree of time reversal without detection by the Bureau. What have I just uttered? Perhaps I was momentarily possessed. Considering our relationship, akin to ironclad brothers from different mothers, how could I ever insult you? Contemplating the reward, he thought it best to accept it, for their household was not affluent, and wastefulness was not an option. Tang Yuan hurriedly rationalized in his mind. Yet, this time, the system feigned ignorance, remaining silent despite his pleas. Damn, foolish system. Frustrated by its stubbornness, Tang Yuan could not help but curse. However, he soon realized something was amiss. He attempted to clarify, but the system's voice emerged in a somber tone. Due to the host's continued misconduct towards the system, this week's random shop has been cancelled. Should similar behavior persist, the system will impose punitive measures. No more words. I shall refrain from further comment and instead explore the other functionalities post-upgrade. Tang Yuan chuckled sheepishly. With a mere thought, an invisible attribute panel appeared before him, unseen by others. Host, Tang Yuan race, Void Godzilla, Crimson Lotus state. Not activated, strength, substellar domain level special skills, Void Sovereign. King of Souls, Indomitable, Immortal advanced tasks. Not activated. Gazing at the concise attribute panel, Tang Yuan fell into contemplation. After a while, upon repeated examination, he exclaimed in exasperation. System, have you devoured my skills? Or have all my numerous abilities vanished too, leaving only these few? Tang Yuan strained to control his emotions, striving to refrain from uttering any uncivilized remarks. Nevertheless, he was resolute. Should the system fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, it would soon comprehend the ferocity of a Zonite. The number one contender from Zon, Tang Yuan, stood ready for action. The system has categorized and upgraded the host's skills based on their distinctive characteristics. As the accelerated regeneration upgraded to immortality, the soul resistance and soul attack, along with other soul-related skills, were integrated and elevated to the status of the Soul King. The new incarnation of the Soul King retained all the attributes of its predecessor and could, to a certain extent, manipulate the souls of others, exerting control on a spiritual level. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Tang Yuan felt considerably relieved. At the very least, he understood that the system had not devoured his skills, and instead, they had been upgraded, which was quite advantageous. Chapter 50. The Will of the Overlord and the Emergence of Mutants. Just as Tang Yuan was pondering the benefits brought about by this system upgrade, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. The main quest, the Will of the Overlord, is now initiated. The invincible name of the Overlord resonates throughout all universes. Quest note: spread your name across the multiverse. The specific rewards will be determined based on the extent of task completion. Quest progress. 1. Legendary World. Gazing at the newly appeared main quest on the interface, Tang Yuan realized this was his first encounter with such a task. The previous systems had operated more like a hands-off approach, allowing one to develop freely and ultimately settling rewards based on one's progress. However, the system would never intervene in one's choices. Tang Yuan wondered internally if the previous binding was merely an illusion, and if the true binding had only begun now. Yet, the system opted for silence once again. Observing the inert system, Tang Yuan understood that this was indeed the case. Its silence was the most telling response. The former system had been aloof, seemingly indifferent to his very existence. Unlike other systems that occasionally issued tasks or provided guidance on the host's developmental path, this system appeared disinterested in whether he could thrive. Had it not been for the system's proactive communication this time, Tang Yuan would have remained unaware of its intelligence. This situation could only suggest that the system had originally functioned as a test for him. If he failed to pass, he would be replaced. It now seemed that his performance had garnered the system's recognition, prompting it to reveal its true capabilities. Well, regardless of the past, without you, I would have perished long ago, and today's achievements would have been impossible. Therefore, I shall disregard your previous intentions. From this moment forth, let us collaborate sincerely, devoid of ulterior motives. With a sigh, Tang Yuan observed the system, which remained in silence. He chose not to press further and instead contemplated the main quest. The notion of resonating throughout the universe must entail certain requirements. Currently, as he battled the Avengers, one could argue that he was indeed making waves in the universe. After all, one of the strongest factions in this universe, Asgard, should be quite familiar with him by now, yet it still did not seem to count towards the quest. The quest progress displayed only his initial world, the legendary world, as a measure of achievement. This thought caused Tang Yuan a twinge of frustration. What was the situation in the legendary world? He had nearly eliminated all the top-tier powers in that realm. If he were to tackle the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was uncertain how long that endeavor would take. After all, this universe was profoundly intricate, and he felt somewhat out of his depth. Moreover, the current experiences seemed to elevate the difficulty to a new level. Alas, it is quite challenging. Tang Yuan could not help but sigh, contemplating the hidden entities. Feeling that this task appeared insurmountable, the system suggests that the host may consider commencing from lower difficulty universes. Upon reaching a certain threshold of universes, the system will dispense phase rewards. Perhaps due to Tang Yuan's earlier remarks, the typically aloof system unexpectedly offered guidance on his developmental trajectory. There are phase rewards? That is certainly intriguing. Tang Yuan found himself quite captivated by this proposal, unexpectedly deeming it promising. Then, system, since you're already so forthcoming, might as well reveal everything at once. What exactly constitutes reaching a certain threshold? Taking advantage of the system's apparent guilt, Tang Yuan expressed gratitude and inquired for more crucial information. When the host's name resonates across 10 universes, the first phase reward will be granted. Upon the name echoing through 100 universes, the second phase reward will be bestowed when the name reverberates across 1,000 universes. The achievement of reflecting the heavens will yield the ultimate reward. 1,000 universes, how daunting. When the host enters a parallel world, the system will issue random tasks. And upon their completion, the host will receive certain rewards. Is this what they call tsundere? Tang Yuan gazed at the system in astonishment, noting the stark contrast between its previous aloof demeanor and its now meticulous guidance, leaving him with a sense of surrealism. Could you perhaps indicate which nearby universes are easier to conquer? Tang Yuan inquired, pushing his luck. As anticipated, the system fell silent once more, offering no response. Very well. It seems I must embark on my own exploration. Fortunately, I am capable of traversing the cosmos, alleviating concerns about transportation. With this thought, and feeling utterly drained of energy, Tang Yuan rose to depart. As he took a step forward, it was as if he had placed the final straw upon the camel's back. In an instant, the entire star transformed into dust, scattering throughout the cosmos, becoming mere cosmic debris. Tang Yuan appeared oblivious to this transformation as the dimensional gate before him swung open. And in the next moment, his figure vanished within. Supreme One, do you have any directives regarding the next steps for Kamartaj? Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's sudden appearance, the mages of Kamartaj seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Among them was an elderly mage, his hair and beard white, appearing to be the most formidable sorcerer beneath the Ancient One. It was through this individual's assistance that the operations of Kamartaj were maintained during Tang Yuan's initial tenure. In response to the elder's inquiry, Tang Yuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand, stating, "Let us simply maintain the status quo. I find this arrangement quite satisfactory." I understand. This is the report of anomalies from mages across various regions over the past few days. Although Dormammu has retreated, the frequency of extraordinary powers in the world has indeed multiplied compared to before. Moreover, as the topic arose, the old mage hesitated momentarily before refraining from continuing. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired, "What is it? If there's an insurmountable issue, do share. After all, I consider myself a significant figure here." Paying no heed to Tang Yuan's bravado, the old mage pondered for a moment before elaborating. There has recently emerged a new form of extraordinary power globally. A new form of extraordinary power. Tang Yuan felt a vague sense of realization dawning upon him. Indeed, it is unlike the magical prowess we mages cultivate, nor does it stem from technological genetic mutations. It is as though these individuals possess innate strength. Such occurrences have been documented in the past, but they were treated as anomalies. However, the frequency of these instances has surged recently, with ordinary citizens witnessing no less than 100 cases. I fear these anomalies may disrupt the normal functioning of our world. Anomalies? Tang Yuan surmised the identities of these individuals, taken aback by the old mage's choice of terminology. The term anomalies carried a blatant hostility. After all, they were all inhabitants of Earth, and the old mage had employed such a severe word. Very well, I shall conduct an investigation. For now, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. Ensuring the operation of Kamartaj and expediting the reconstruction of the 3 great sanctuaries is our immediate priority. Otherwise, the Earth may once again find itself in peril, Tang Yuan stated solemnly to the old mage. Understood. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. The old mage replied with equal gravity. Now, you may leave. As he observed the old mage's retreating figure, Tang Yuan thoughtfully stroked his chin, murmuring enigmatically, "Mutants, perhaps?" Chapter 51. The shift in a rural farm in Florida. A young boy joyfully frolicked among the haystacks. Beneath the scorching sun, a middle-aged Caucasian man climbed aboard a harvester, preparing for the final stretch of labor. The relentless heat compelled the man to continuously wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. Yet, despite his efforts, perspiration still trickled down his face as he started the engine to harvest the wheat. The harvester loomed like a fearsome beast, its gaping maw drawing ever closer to the young boy. Neither the boy nor the man noticed the impending danger, and by the time the boy perceived the monstrous machine before him, it was too late. The whirring blades of the harvester were about to consume him. A piercing scream echoed throughout the farm, jolting the somewhat dazed middle-aged man from his reverie. He immediately shut off the engine and leaped from the harvester. "Bill, what's wrong? Don't frighten your father," he exclaimed, panic-stricken as he stumbled, losing his footing. Ignoring the dirt that clung to him, he scrambled toward the source of the anguished cries, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. To his astonishment, upon reaching the scene of the incident, he found the boy unharmed, sitting on the ground in a state of despair, weeping inconsolably. Yet, what truly horrified the man was the desolation surrounding the boy, which had been reduced to mere ashes. Even the cutting platform of the harvester, situated near the little boy, had been melted away, leaving a shocking gap. Witnessing this scene, which transcended human imagination, unfold before him, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground. He propped himself up with trembling hands, his face etched with panic. When the little boy saw his father approach, it was as though he had found his anchor, and he cried out, crawling towards the man. Yet, the man recoiled as if confronted by some horrific sight, retreating as if to evade a plague. "Daddy, Daddy," the little boy cried, his sorrow deepening at the sight, his voice pleading for the man. At last, perhaps the boy's desperate cries pierced through the man's fear, awakening the realization that the child before him was his own flesh and blood. Hesitantly, he stood and struggled to approach his son, pausing briefly before finally embracing the boy. It was as if the shackles within the man had been unlocked, and he gradually regained his composure. Holding his son close, his broad palm tenderly stroked the boy's hair as he softly reassured, "It's all right, Billy. Daddy is here, don't be afraid." Under the man's calming presence, the little boy's emotions stabilized, and he slowly drifted into a peaceful slumber, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips. Observing the boy's serene, sleeping visage, the man's expression hardened, as if he had steeled himself for what lay ahead. "What do you intend to do?" A shadowy figure appeared behind him like a specter. Startled, the man turned sharply, confronted by the strikingly ethereal features of the newcomer. Though fear coursed through him, he instinctively shielded his son behind him. "What is the matter, sir? This is my farm, and you are trespassing on my private land. According to federal law, you must leave now, or you shall not blame me for taking drastic measures." The intruder, revealing himself to be Tang Yuan, merely smiled at the man's threats and waved dismissively, saying, "Think carefully. If anyone discovers the power residing within this child, even you and your wife may find yourselves on the operating table, subjected to the scrutiny of doctors." Tang Yuan's words were like the insidious whisper of a demon. The man felt a surge of panic, yet he forced himself to appear unyielding. "I do not understand what you are saying. If you do not depart, I will call the police." Tang Yuan regarded the man, and then the boy he was shielding, the scene reminiscent of a hen protecting her chick from a hawk's attack. Observing this, Tang Yuan simply advised, "The power within this little boy will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ill intentions. You may protect him for a time, but not forever. Moreover, those around him will fear this power. When the time comes, who will remain by his side, apart from you?" Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, the man fell into a state of indecision. Tang Yuan remained silent, watching him ponder deeply. After a lengthy pause, the man suddenly knelt before Tang Yuan, his azure eyes filled with desperation. "Please, take this child away. I know you possess that power. I beg you, no matter the cost, I will provide whatever you desire." Hearing the man's pleas, Tang Yuan sighed and extended his hand to assist the man, saying, "I can conceal the special abilities that dwell within him. Should the world come to fear those with extraordinary powers in a decade or so, you may bring him to Kamartaj." Tang Yuan placed his palm on the boy's head, and an unusual wave of energy began to emanate from his hand. The slumbering boy appeared to be ensnared in a nightmare, a look of anguish crossing his visage. Yet, he soon relaxed once more, as if he dreamt of something delightful. "Very well, I shall render his revealed genetic sequence hidden again, and it shall remain so until he reaches adulthood," Tang Yuan declared as he rose to his feet, addressing the man standing guard nearby. The man expressed his gratitude, continuously uttering words of thanks. However, when he raised his gaze once more, he found that Tang Yuan had vanished. The man knelt in reverence, believing this to be divine intervention. Upon returning to Kamartaj, Tang Yuan's expression bore a hint of solemnity. The ramifications of the emergence of mutants had only just begun to unfold. Even the boy's father initially feared the power within his son. During Tang Yuan's discreet observation, he had even sensed a trace of murderous intent. Ultimately, it was the boy's cries that reminded the man of his paternal identity, and under Tang Yuan's probing, the man fiercely protected his child. This alleviated Tang Yuan's spirit somewhat. Had the man chosen otherwise, Tang Yuan would have been plunged into despair regarding the state of the world. If even the boy's parents were to abandon him, who could he rely on for companionship? Perhaps this world would have birthed another superpowered criminal, but thankfully, matters had not devolved to the direst of circumstances. Out of the blue, Tang Yuan recalled the old mage's attitude towards these mutants. Perhaps, in his eyes, those born with terrifying powers were not truly considered human. Reflecting on similar situations depicted in X-Men, Tang Yuan found himself increasingly troubled, contemplating the fate of mutants. Chapter 52. Conflict resurfaces at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The vast majority of the world's elite agents converged, each standing at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Yet, here, their journey was merely beginning. Tang Yuan opened the dimensional portal connecting Kamartaj and Shield, and in the next moment, his figure materialized at the headquarters, miles away. Fury, startled by Tang Yuan's sudden appearance, instinctively flinched, but his training as a top-tier agent allowed him to recover almost instantly, a warm smile gracing his face. Long time no see, Mr. Tang. Welcome to Shield headquarters. You should have given me a heads up. It would have allowed me to prepare, he remarked. Tang Yuan regarded him with a curious glance, sensing that he was plotting something. However, upon reflecting that the old silver coin was perpetually devising various schemes, he felt a sense of understanding. Tang Yuan addressed Fury with a measure of seriousness. Fury, are you aware of the recent incidents involving the emergence of superpowered individuals? Fury was taken aback, astonished that Tang Yuan would seriously seek him out to discuss matters during his lifetime. For a moment, he felt a sense of unexpected honor. However, upon comprehending Tang Yuan's inquiry, he responded with a measure of gravity. Indeed, there are individuals awakening various superpowers all over the world, spanning all age groups from children to the elderly. What is it? Do you possess any intelligence on this matter? Tang Yuan organized his thoughts before continuing. These individuals are collectively referred to as mutants, possessing an extraordinary gene that sets them apart from ordinary humans. Logically, this extraordinary gene should be quite difficult to manifest. Yet following the Dormammu incident, it seems the dimensional laws of this world have shifted, significantly increasing the awakening rate of these extraordinary genes. Fury was not surprised that Tang Yuan was aware of so much. After all, there were countless enigmas surrounding him, and adding one more hardly mattered. He did not question whether Tang Yuan was deceiving him, as he could not fathom why humanity would deceive mere ants. Thus, Fury instinctively believed Tang Yuan's words. Yet this belief plunged him into deep contemplation. What Tang Yuan had conceived was but a fraction of what the director of Shield, a ruler forged from mountains of corpses, could envision. The pressing task at hand was the establishment of a special agency for the management of extraordinary abilities. After thoughtful consideration, Fury stated, "So what is the role of Shield? Is this not your responsibility?" Tang Yuan queried, somewhat perplexed, as he recalled that Shield was indeed the agency tasked with handling such extraordinary events. He could not fathom why Fury would require another entity. Was it a matter of decentralizing power? Fury, perceiving the question in Tang Yuan's gaze, clarified, "The agency I propose is not merely for handling issues as you might envision. Rather, it aims to assist the government in regulating those with extraordinary abilities, instilling in them a correct worldview, ensuring that a horde of malevolent rogues does not emerge in the future." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. Establish a management school for extraordinary individuals. Upon completion, reward with a secondary universe map. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuan turned to Fury and declared, "Very well, I understand. I shall handle this matter." At Tang Yuan's words, Fury's expression instinctively shifted, a flicker of fear crossing his features at the thought of such terrifying power falling under Tang Yuan's control. It would render any hope of reversal utterly futile. With a forced smile, Fury replied, "No need. After all, this is a governmental duty, and I would not want to burden Mr. Tang unduly." Tang Yuan remained silent, simply observing Fury, his golden irises reflecting Fury's form, causing an inexplicable unease to stir within him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's eyes meticulously tracked every action and expression of Fury, soon uncovering the information he sought. In the dimly lit room, Fury's clandestine discussions with the Avengers unfolded before him. Every utterance, every expression, every movement was vividly imprinted in Tang Yuan's gaze. "Mr. Tang, is something the matter? If you find this unsatisfactory, we can certainly discuss it further," Fury stammered, feeling the weight of Tang Yuan's formidable presence bearing down upon him. "Have you reached a consensus?" Tang Yuan suddenly inquired with a smile directed at Fury. The moment Fury beheld Tang Yuan's smile, he felt a deeper sense of dread than before. It was as if the very essence of his being had been shaken. For a fleeting moment, a wave of confusion washed over him, quickly succumbing to an overwhelming terror. It was akin to a would-be assassin being asked about the status of their preparations for murder. Fury yearned to offer further explanations, yet Tang Yuan paid him no heed. Extending his palms skyward, the ambient energies of the universe converged frantically into his grasp. In the blink of an eye, this amassed energy erupted forth like a dragon from the depths, soaring upwards. In an instant, the structure renowned as the second most fortified building in America was obliterated by Tang Yuan's strike. Observing the formerly towering edifice now transformed into an expanse of open sky above, Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift roll, Fury took refuge beneath his desk, extending his hand to unveil a gleaming silver firearm. Without hesitation, he aimed the pistol at Tang Yuan's forehead and discharged several rounds in rapid succession. The fluidity of his movements suggesting extensive practice. Yet, as the silver bullets neared Tang Yuan, they seemed to become ensnared, suspended as if trapped in a quagmire. Halting just inches away, Tang Yuan, I hope there is some misunderstanding here, Fury stammered, when suddenly, the sound of Iron Man's voice reverberated through the shattered window. He soared past in an unfamiliar silver suit of armor, a sight Tang Yuan had never encountered. In response, a singular energy beam shot forth, grazing past him with a resounding explosion that echoed across the sky, prompting Iron Man to break into a cold sweat. Before Tang Yuan could utter a word, a red shield emblazoned with stars surged toward him, leaving behind a trail of ethereal afterimages. The rapid rotation of the shield disturbed the surrounding air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Although the shield momentarily hesitated before Tang Yuan, it quickly regained momentum, advancing toward him once more. Yet, just as it was about to reach him, it vanished from existence as if erased by an unseen hand. Iron Man aimed at Tang Yuan, lifting his arm to initiate an attack, yet he soon felt the air around him shift, becoming thick and oppressive, reminiscent of a swamp. It seems preparations have been underway for some time, Tang Yuan remarked disdainfully, sensing the encroaching aura from beyond. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed behind Tang Yuan, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He then spotted Hulk, his colossal hand hurtling toward him with a deafening rush. Tang Yuan vanished from sight, evading the strike. But his brow furrowed as he observed the ground shattered by Hulk's blow. Surprised, esteemed guest from another realm, Loki, clad in a green suit of armor, smiled at Tang Yuan. Understanding dawned upon Tang Yuan as he realized why Hulk had managed to elude his perception. Although there was a sense of underutilization of his strength, there was also the undeniable presence of Loki, a being perched at the pinnacle of magic, offering his assistance. While the original text did not elaborate extensively on this, Tang Yuan did not believe that the son of the frost giant king of Jotunheim, a once formidable figure rivaling Odin, would be as feeble as portrayed in the original narrative, especially with Loki, who had been nurturing him since childhood, by his side. Let us engage in some play, Tang Yuan softly declared to those around him. Chapter 53. Dread. A thunderous bolt of lightning struck down, and with a mere wave of his arm, Tang Yuan diverted the strike to the side. The bolt collided with his force, visibly altering its course, sending the figure contained within the lightning crashing aside, scattering countless fragments of stone. Hey, guys, you know I did that on purpose, right? Thor, the god of thunder, rose from the ground, a somewhat awkward smile upon his face. Ignoring the flamboyant god, Tang Yuan addressed the Avengers before him. Is there anyone else? If not, I shall clear the area. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in a black trench coat, wielding a katana, leaped into the air and fiercely slashed at Tang Yuan. With his eyes emitting a crimson beam, Tang Yuan obliterated the figure mid-air, reducing it to ashes. Barton, how infuriating. Tang Yuan, you have truly ignited my wrath. Captain America seethed, his gaze filled with an irrepressible murderous intent as he beheld the lifeless form suspended in the air. Ah, it turns out to be that Hawkeye fellow. My apologies for not recognizing him, Tang Yuan responded to Captain America with an air of feigned regret. This explanation instantly incited the ire of all present. Even the usually jovial Thor wore a grave expression, emanating the aura of a war god. Odin still exists. If you act like this, I shall refrain from comment. But now that Odin is gone, do you still dare to behave in such a manner? Do you truly consider yourselves gods? In an instant, Tang Yuan materialized before Thor, his right leg striking like a whip against the god of thunder, who had no time to react. Thor's body was propelled like a cannonball, embedding itself in the central wall. You only think of how to contend with me, yet fail to consider how to address me appropriately, Tang Yuan remarked, turning to the others behind him. Let your fighting spirit rise even higher. Upon hearing these words, an ominous premonition stirred within the hearts of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, a gentle breeze swept through, and Tang Yuan found himself before Fury. Gazing at Fury, who bore an expression of wariness, Tang Yuan regarded him impassively. The next moment, flames erupted around Fury. His teeth bit into his lip until it bled, yet he remained resolutely silent, refusing to utter a cry of despair. In the final moment before being completely consumed by the flames, a glimmer of unwavering determination shone in Fury's eyes, which prompted Tang Yuan to regard him with slightly elevated esteem. Who shall be next? Tang Yuan inquired, directing his gaze towards Loki. Perceiving Tang Yuan's attention, Loki imperceptibly retreated. Thor's form was embedded within the wall, yet his divine eye keenly observed every movement upon the battlefield. As he witnessed Fury's demise, a surge of fury ignited within him. for he realized that Tang Yuan's next target could very well be his own brother. "Ah, I am Thor, the god of thunder, the god of war." His countenance flushed crimson from the influx of blood, and as his emotions spiraled into madness, tiny bolts of lightning flickered around him. Soon, he was enveloped in a cocoon of electricity, his very eyes transforming into pure lightning. Time seemed to regress to Thor's youth, when a proud Odin, in his prime, caressed Thor's golden hair. "Thor, remember, you are the future king of Asgard. The blood of royalty flows through your veins. One day, when you master this power, you shall be the rightful king of Asgard. I am the king of Asgard." With each step he took, the ground trembled violently beneath him. With a sweep of his hand, Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder, answered his call, manifesting in a flash of lightning. Thor's form transformed into a streak of lightning, and in the next instant, he soared into the air, bringing Mjolnir down upon Tang Yuan with tremendous force. Tang Yuan was struck head-on, the impact propelling him through the ground, descending further into the abyss. Witnessing this, a glimmer of joy broke across the faces of the onlookers. One foe vanquished, but what next? A figure, reminiscent of hell itself, plunged the hearts of the crowd into despair. A dimensional portal opened, and one after another, Tang Yuan's duplicates emerged. "I refuse to believe it," Thor bellowed, raising Mjolnir once more to strike at Tang Yuan. "I am weary of this trick. You haven't seen this move yet." Suddenly, the Hulk materialized from the dimensional portal, delivering blow after blow to Tang Yuan's duplicates. Several of them, unable to evade, were obliterated into dust by his onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America brandished a katana from the ground and lunged at Tang Yuan. Thor, without hesitation, enveloped himself in electricity, unleashing arcs of lightning that struck Tang Yuan. Through their synchronized efforts, Tang Yuan's duplicates were systematically annihilated. Is this amusing? Before the others could grasp the meaning of his words, the scene before them shifted, and the Hulk and Captain America found themselves standing elsewhere, bewildered. Why do I see my own body? This thought barely crossed their minds before an engulfing darkness swallowed their consciousness. Have you had your fill? Tang Yuan addressed Thor directly. Before Thor could finish his retort, he felt a crushing blow to his abdomen from Tang Yuan's fist, rendering him speechless with pain. Lightning crackled against Tang Yuan's palm. Yet he seemed impervious, lifting Thor off the ground by his neck. Do you sense the disparity now? This was the last phrase Thor heard before his awareness plunged into an abyss of darkness. With a thunderous roar, the once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, as serpentine lightning wove through the stormy heavens. Feeling an unparalleled momentum locking onto him, Tang Yuan was momentarily astonished before regaining his composure. He had not anticipated such formidable power from you. Casting a fleeting glance, he chose to disregard the increasingly terrifying aura outside. Director Fury, are you satisfied with this outcome? Tang Yuan approached the place where Fury had been reduced to ashes, and with a flicker of thought, a gray-white spectral figure materialized before him. The once-living Fury, now a wraith, bore an expression filled with rage. Is it truly justifiable to slaughter so recklessly because of our uninitiated schemes? He questioned. Is this not sufficient? Tang Yuan retorted, catching Fury off guard with his inquiry. Upon reflection, Fury could only muster a self-deprecating smile. Realizing he had foolishly employed the reasoning of an ordinary person to assess Tang Yuan's actions, thereby rendering himself the more ridiculous. Do you see these tragedies? Each of them is a hero, yet they have paid the ultimate price for your foolishness, Tang Yuan scoffed, disdainfully asserting. What you perceive as a contingency plan is merely a jest. Fury, in despair, shut his eyes and fell silent. Remember, this is a lesson. I hope you retain this memory. Should there be a next time, there shall be no turning back. With that, Tang Yuan snapped his fingers, and an invisible wave emanated from him, rapidly spreading outward. Wherever the wave passed, everything swiftly returned to its original state. Awakening from the laboratory's long table, Banner found himself drenched in cold sweat. "Doctor, what's wrong?" inquired his blonde, blue-eyed assistant, concerned as she recorded experimental data. "It's nothing, Sally. I might have had a nightmare," Banner replied with a strained smile, indicating he was fine. "Remember, do not allow this to happen again. There will be no one to alter the outcome then." Tang Yuan pressed his hands upon Fury's desk, gazing intently at the pale-faced Fury as he spoke slowly. "Moreover, allow me to handle matters concerning the organization." Turning towards the dimensional portal behind him, he walked away. Watching the portal gradually close, Fury's face was etched with reluctance, ultimately giving way to a resigned sigh. Notify the research department to halt the development of that weapon. Having said this, he disregarded the anxious pleas from the other end of the line and hung up. Sighing, Fury gazed at the golden-tinted evening clouds on the horizon. Chapter 54. The fusion of Magneto and the professor in a university in Austin, the capital of Texas. Throngs of young men and women emerged from the classrooms, smiling and engaging in lively discussions. Xavier, are you free today? How about going out for a couple of drinks? A young man with golden curls enthusiastically suggested, draping an arm around the neck of a somewhat bashful brown-haired youth. No, I need to get back to work, Xavier replied softly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. No worries. The shop where you work has already been acquired by me. Today, I am your boss, and your sole task is to enjoy yourself with me. The curly-haired youth said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Yet the young man named Xavier wished to utter more, but was abruptly pulled aside by the curly-haired youth and led to a waiting black sedan. Charles, I do not drink, Xavier stammered, his face flushed. It's all right. Charles began to reply, but before he could finish, a colossal meteor, trailing a fiery crimson tail, plummeted directly before the car, creating a shockwave that violently hurled the black sedan into the air. The vehicle tumbled violently along the ground before it finally came to a halt, gasoline leaking from its ruptured tank. An acrid scent of fuel permeated the air, and the faces of every survivor on the highway were etched with sheer panic. In an instant, the cacophony of car horns, police sirens, and the anguished cries of people melded into a nightmarish tableau. Xavier, clutching his bleeding forehead, shook his head, trying to regain his senses. When he finally managed to focus, he was horrified to see his friend Charles sprawled in the passenger seat, bloodied and unconscious. Charles! Charles! Wake up, Charles! Ignoring the intense pain coursing through his own body, Xavier flung open the car door and frantically shook Charles. A man clad in casual trousers and a black tank top, his bald head adorned with vibrant tattoos, reveled in his chaos, his eyes glinting with brutality. Those fools from the FBI dared to apprehend me, huh? Now, with such formidable power, I shall reign supreme over this world. He guffawed, relishing the despair of the onlookers weeping in silence on the highway. Did you orchestrate all this? A chilling voice interrupted, causing the bald man to cease his laughter and turn towards the source. Upon seeing a seemingly youthful boy, the man erupted into laughter once more. Huh, little brat, are you impatient to meet your demise? His fist crackled with ominous energy as he mockingly addressed Xavier. Is this your doing? Xavier, cradling Charles's lifeless body, suddenly raised his head, his scarlet gaze brimming with wrath. With a swift gesture, all the stationary vehicles on the highway soared into the air. He clenched his fist, and the suspended cars began to uncontrollably converge, distorting and reshaping under an immense gravitational pull, resembling a colossal iron ball hurtling towards the bald man. The man, momentarily taken aback by Xavier's display, returned the gaze filled with malice. Boy, the power of the divine is beyond your comprehension. You should seek your friends in the afterlife. The bald man extended his arm, and the earth trembled violently, fissures ripping open as massive chunks of soil erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky. Let me tell you, there is a price for arrogance, he taunted, manipulating the earth to envelop the iron debris, while Xavier continued to exert control over the encased metal, hurling it towards the bald man with relentless fury. Regrettably, Xavier's strength falls short, as the iron mass, enveloped in earth and stone, veers to the side and crashes to the ground. This little creature must not be allowed to survive. Observing the power he had painstakingly mastered over time, he now finds it only marginally superior to that of yet another diminutive adversary. Particularly, this little being seems to possess the extraordinary ability to manipulate metal, which inevitably stirs a tinge of jealousy within the bald man. At that moment, the bald man perceives a sudden halt in his thoughts, rendered helpless as he watches Xavier approach him, unable to take any action. As Xavier stands before him, his gaze radiates an icy intensity. The man is uncertain of Xavier's intentions, but instinctively senses impending doom. A plea flickers in the man's eyes. Yet Xavier merely casts a disdainful glance before letting out a cold, derisive laugh. Xavier extends his palm toward the man's abdomen, and in an instant, the man is seized by excruciating internal agony. Does it hurt? Take your time to relish it, Xavier articulates, savoring the despair etched upon the bald man's face as he nears death. Eventually, the light in the man's eyes dims, and he collapses to the ground, resembling a lifeless mass. Am I late? Just as Xavier's expression begins to shift towards sorrow, an unfamiliar voice resonates before him. A mysterious portal, its origin unknown, appears, revealing a striking young man. Tension surges within Xavier as he glances nervously at Charles, adopting a wary stance toward the enigmatic figure. This mysterious young man is, in fact, Tang Yuan, who was initially searching for the leader of the mutants, the professor, in hopes of establishing a school. However, he was astonished to find no information regarding the professor, no matter how extensively he searched. Just as he contemplated abandoning this pursuit, he sensed a terrifying wave of psychic energy. Following this ominous surge, Tang Yuan arrived at its source, only to be met with an unexpected scene. Observing the scattered, deformed wreckage of vehicles and the iron mass congealed within the bald man's body, Tang Yuan found himself perplexed anew, questioning whether this was the work of Xavier. "Did you do this?" he inquired. Xavier did not respond. Instead, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing Tang Yuan's every movement. Perhaps it's best I investigate for myself." Tang Yuan mused, noting Xavier's wariness, reminiscent of his own reaction when first confronting Ancient One. With a bemused sigh, he chose not to pursue further inquiries. Before his eyes, the events that had just transpired replayed rapidly, revealing Xavier's display of power as he manipulated the surrounding cars and controlled the bald man's mind, rendering him incapable of resistance, ultimately leading to the man's demise. Has Magneto merged with the professor? Tang Yuan pondered, confusion settling in as he comprehended the entirety of the incident. Chapter 55, The World Ahead. Charles. I believe the professor's name was Charles. It seems the academy has yet to be established, but the professor has already met his end. Tang Yuan silently scoffed at the name Xavier. With a mysterious smile directed at Xavier, he remarked, "Your name is Xavier, I assent it?" Xavier, taken aback that his name was so easily revealed by Tang Yuan, regarded him with heightened caution. "Do not worry, allow me to show you a small trick," Tang Yuan said, extending his arm toward a nearby wreck of a car, barely recognizable in its current state, and gently tapped it. Compelled to follow Tang Yuan's gesture, Xavier was astounded to witness the once unrecognizable wreck slowly regain its former shape. In no time, a brand new car emerged before him. Xavier's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sir, I implore you to save Charles." His gaze was filled with fervent anticipation directed at Tang Yuan. Observing Xavier's hopeful expression, Tang Yuan chuckled lightly and inquired, "What benefit would this bring me?" Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Xavier's demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. Unsure of how to respond, after a prolonged pause, he finally resolved to say, "I have just awakened 2 superpowers, if that is of value to you. I can serve as your bodyguard." While it was a fair offer, Tang Yuan regrettably replied, "Unfortunately, I have no need for that." Hearing this, Xavier felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, hope was not entirely lost. "Sir, I am willing to meet any condition, as long as you can save Charles," he urged, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. "I require your assistance in managing an academy," Tang Yuan stated, revealing his intention. This condition, however, clearly placed Xavier in a difficult position. After some hesitation, he replied, "Sir, I am merely a college student. I am still in school. How could I possibly manage an academy? Not the you of now, but the you 20 years hence. Moreover, I will help you traverse those 20 years. What seems like 2 decades to you will be but a fleeting moment to others. Would you be willing to accept this?" Xavier fell into contemplation upon hearing Tang Yuan's proposition, grappling with a challenging dilemma. In an instant, he would forfeit the most precious 20 years of his life, leading to a disconnection from the world. Friends, and even those he cherished would become like children before him. Reflecting on such outcomes filled Xavier with uncertainty. Tang Yuan, however, remained patient, quietly awaiting Xavier's decision without pressing him. After a considerable time, Xavier finally nodded resolutely. He had made his choice. Although 20 years were invaluable, they paled in comparison to a friend's life. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan regarded him with newfound respect. "As you wish," he declared, and with a wave of his hand, the blood on Charles swiftly vanished, leaving no trace of injury within a few blinks. Witnessing this miraculous event, Xavier felt an immense relief wash over him, plunging him into a wondrous realm. In this world, there exists a multitude of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet their existence is far from idyllic. Society harbors a profound fear of the formidable powers they were born with, perceiving them as monstrous beings. These superhumans, having endured the disdain of the world for so long, gradually cultivate a loathing for humanity as a whole. Fueled by their abilities, they orchestrate a succession of horrific incidents. This conduct further marginalizes those mutants who yearn for peaceful coexistence with ordinary humans, leading an increasing number of their kind down the path of animosity towards humanity, deepening the chasm of hatred between the 2 factions. Ultimately, a protracted war erupts, reducing the world to a scorched wasteland, where the survivors struggle to subsist amidst the ruins. Xavier has spent 2 decades in such a world. Initially, he lived as a mutant closely aligned with ordinary humans, marrying a human woman. However, a series of policies targeting mutants soon compelled him to rejoin his kind. Upon returning to the mutant ranks, his terrifying prowess was rapidly honed, and his strength surged. He quickly ascended to a position of prominence among mutants, basking in their adulation. For a time, he believed this was his true life. Yet, it was not long before the war between humans and mutants erupted in earnest, forcing him, as a high-ranking mutant, into battle. In this epic-defining conflict, he lost his human wife and mutant children, ultimately left alone to bear witness to the devastated world, crying out in anguish like a solitary wolf. This is the trajectory of the future in this world. Can you perceive it? Just as Xavier wallowed in the grim reality, a voice reminiscent of a bygone era reached his ears. He turned to Tang Yuan, his eyes wide with bewilderment, only to realize that everything he had just experienced seemed to have been but a dream. A breath of relief escaped him, but as he lowered his gaze, he was horrified to discover that his appearance mirrored that of his dream. His tattered black suit bore the remnants of dried blood, his physique was imposing. Yet his blue eyes betrayed an inescapable weariness. It was not a dream, but rather the tangible reality he had traversed. Xavier gazed at Tang Yuan. Disbelief etched across his features. Could such a world truly be the future? With a pained expression, he inquired. Indeed, unless changes are made, even if your friends were resurrected, would they truly survive that war? And if they did, could you genuinely accept such a world? Tang Yuan's probing question struck Xavier's heart like a hammer, each blow resonating deeply. I understand now. I shall not permit such a world to manifest before me, Xavier declared, as if making a pivotal decision, taking a deep breath, and speaking earnestly to Tang Yuan. Then we can commence our next discussion, but first, we should relocate. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Yuan conjured a gray-white portal. Turning to stride towards it, Xavier hesitated for a moment, observing Charles lying on the ground, his eyelids fluttering slightly. With a sigh of relief, Xavier smiled briefly. After casting another glance at Charles, he followed Tang Yuan's figure into the gray-white dimensional portal. Chapter 56. Establishing the Academy for Gifted Youth. Gazing at Xavier, whose eyes were filled with despondency, Tang Yuan understood that the past 20 years had indeed burdened him with numerous trials. How could one avert such a future? Xavier merely surveyed the room's layout before voicing his inner doubts. Noticing the weariness in Xavier's gaze, Tang Yuan smiled and waved his hand, summoning a steaming cup of tea before Xavier, to impose order upon power and to educate its wielders. This was the vision of establishing a school that could accommodate all mutants. Could it truly be that simple? Xavier found it hard to believe that a solution to the cataclysmic issues threatening the world could be so straightforward. If it were that easy, then their 20 years of effort would seem like a mere jest. Tang Yuan, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, conjured a glass of chilled cola, savoring the effervescence before continuing. In truth, this approach is not novel. It has merely lacked the right individual to implement it. Now, has that individual emerged? Xavier inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Of course, they stand right before me, Tang Yuan replied, gesturing towards Xavier with a smile. Me? Xavier pointed to himself, incredulous. No. This must be a jest. How could I possibly be qualified for such a task? Upon confirming Tang Yuan's seriousness, Xavier immediately waved his hand, dismissing the notion of his own qualification. Who could be more suitable than one who has witnessed the harshness of that world? Moreover, your abilities are more than sufficient to handle all current mutants. I believe you can harness this power to guide them toward a brighter future. The slanting rays of the sun streamed through the window, casting a peculiar sanctity upon Tang Yuan's visage. Yet, relying solely on me feels excessively burdensome. Xavier pondered for a moment before speaking again. This time, he refrained from outright denying his qualifications, though an inescapable sorrow lingered in his expression. For any issues you encounter, you may call this number. Trust me, it can resolve all your challenges across all facets. As he spoke, Tang Yuan produced a business card bearing a phone number. The card belonging to Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Tang Yuan believed Fury would be amenable to assisting him in his endeavors. And what about you? Will you no longer involve yourself in these matters? Xavier asked, taking the card and memorizing the number before inquiring further. Logically, Tang Yuan was the founder of this school, yet his tone suggested he was not inclined to participate any longer, which surprised Xavier. This question may be challenging for you, but for me, it is inconsequential. However, if I were to handle everything for you, this world would inevitably descend into silence, a lifeless existence that I find utterly unappealing. Tang Yuan raised his soda towards Xavier in a toast before downing it in one swift motion, his every gesture exuding a carefree spirit. Thank you. At a loss for words, Xavier ultimately bowed deeply to Tang Yuan, who accepted the gesture with calm composure. I intend to temporarily depart from this world, Tang Yuan remarked, gazing at the setting sun sinking below the horizon. This world? Xavier inquired. Indeed, this world, Tang Yuan replied, casting a glance at Xavier's rugged countenance before continuing. After my departure, there may be some troubles that arise. If I am not present, I hope you can assume my responsibilities for a time and safeguard this world. What kind of adversaries are we speaking of? Xavier, sensing the implications in Tang Yuan's tone and curious about the forthcoming events, asked in anticipation of preparing himself. After all, his experiences over the past 2 decades had taught him that the more prepared one is, the greater the likelihood of success. Enemies from various fronts. If the crises are merely minor threats that do not endanger the planet's safety, you need not concern yourself. Everyone requires the opportunity for growth. Only through challenges can one develop more swiftly, Tang Yuan advised, noticing Xavier's earnest expression. He feared that if Xavier became too competent, threats like Mastermind or Ultron could be extinguished before they even developed, depriving the world's Avengers of a vital avenue for accumulating experience. In the event of a significant crisis, Tang Yuan worried these Avengers might be easily overwhelmed, leaving no room for further narrative. Rest assured, I can manage the balance, Xavier replied with a smile. They stood side by side, gazing out at the waning sun. How do you plan to establish this school for mutants? Tang Yuan inquired casually. Are the memories from my past 20 years merely fanciful? Xavier did not answer directly, but turned to Tang Yuan with a serious expression. No, they are projections based on a normal timeline. In theory, barring uncontrollable factors, everything you have experienced and every individual you have encountered will indeed transpire, Tang Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, Xavier seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Then it becomes straightforward. It appears you have a plan. Tang Yuan observed. Yes, I intend to recruit some of my comrades from memory, bringing them together as the inaugural members of the Academy. Subsequently, these graduates will combat mutant-related crimes, with some remaining to educate the next generation of students, fostering a positive cycle. Ultimately, we will embrace all mutants and realize our goal. Xavier expressed, his eyes bright with newfound hope, dispelling his earlier despondency. That sounds promising. Remember, the long night stretches on, with the bright moon accompanying us. As Xavier's ears echoed with Tang Yuan's final words, reminiscent of a solemn entrustment, he suddenly found himself back in his previous location. My head aches terribly. What has struck me? On the ground, Charles rubbed his forehead, slowly sitting up with a pained expression. Upon surveying his surroundings, he was instantly rendered speechless by the shock. Excuse me, sir, do you happen to know what has transpired? Ultimately, Charles's gaze fell upon a rather disheveled man before him. For reasons unknown, Charles felt an inexplicable familiarity with this individual, prompting him to inquire about the situation. Nothing is amiss. There will be no further occurrences, Xavier replied. Casting a glance at Charles, observing this simultaneously alien yet familiar figure, Xavier suddenly broke into a smile, as though reassuring both Charles and himself. Chapter 57, The Titan World Ding. The establishment of the Extraordinary Ability Management School is complete. Reward. A secondary universe map of the Titan world has been stored in the host's mind. Note: the Titan world is a subsidiary secondary universe of the Dark God universe. Certain actions of the host may be observed by the Dark God universe. It is advised that the host carefully consider before deciding on subsequent actions. A mechanical voice resonated in Tang Yuan's mind, abruptly awakening him from a light slumber. What has happened? A somewhat languid voice inquired beside him, eliciting a smile from Tang Yuan. Leaning down to kiss the owner of the voice, he replied, "Just tending to a few minor matters. Do not worry. I shall return shortly." The Black Widow, reclining on the bed, regarded Tang Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and recalled his formidable prowess. Instantly, her fleeting concern dissipated, though she still urged him to remain safe and return swiftly. Tang Yuan said nothing, merely responding with a confident smile. As he turned, a black trench coat materialized upon him. After adjusting his attire, he strode directly into the dimensional gateway before him. BRR. It's rather chilly. As he stepped through the chaotic dimensional portal, a bone-chilling cold rushed to his core, momentarily causing him to hesitate. Yet, that moment passed, and he composed himself, stepping into this new realm with poise. Extending his hand, he caught a drifting snowflake, marveling at the kaleidoscopic sunlight reflecting off its surface. He then cradled the delicate flake in his palm as he continued onward. The icy ground trembled beneath him, as if some unspeakable terror were advancing towards Tang Yuan. Little one, you are not of the illustrious Frost Giant clan. Who are you? A towering giant, nearly 5 meters tall and covered in white fur, squatted down to scrutinize Tang Yuan, seemingly astonished that such a diminutive race could exist in this land. Tang Yuan gazed up at the giant, who, even in a crouched position, loomed over him by a significant margin. Noticing the curiosity hidden within the depths of the giant's pale blue eyes, Tang Yuan smiled and inquired, "Could you enlighten me about the particulars of this world?" Although it appeared to be an inquiry, the tone was laden with undeniable authority, as if it had not afforded the towering figure before him any chance to refuse. "Are you not a being of this world? Are you an otherworldly malevolent deity?" The frost giant's enormous visage was etched with shock, yet his massive palm, like a fan, descended upon Tang Yuan with a fierce momentum. However, contrary to his expectations of a sensation akin to swatting an ant, he was met with an overwhelming force that pushed his hand upwards. It seemed a lesson in humility was in order. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan's figure flickered and swiftly maneuvered around the giant's arm, positioning himself directly before the colossal being. With a leap into the air, he extended his arm backward and then struck forward like a serpent wielding its long tail. A sound of rupturing air accompanying the strike aimed at the giant's abdomen. The giant was propelled like a cannonball, generating a terrifying shockwave before inevitably crashing into the ice mountain behind him. The ice shattered upon impact, fracturing into layers resembling a spider's web. Wait, Hal has something to say, the giant murmured, watching Tang Yuan's figure flicker before him. The self-proclaimed Hal hastily raised his arm in a gesture of surrender. The frost giant would never beg for mercy from an adversary. Hal, glancing at the fist hovering before him, exhaled a sigh of relief. Seemingly struck by a thought, he promptly declared, "But we are friends." As Tang Yuan prepared to launch another assault, Hal hurriedly interjected, "You, with your pronounced brow and large eyes, have quite the depth of thought, it seems." Tang Yuan chuckled at Hal's antics, retracting his fist, eager to hear what the giant wished to convey. Hal was a descendant of the Titan giants, a noble member of the frost giant lineage, unwavering in their resolve. "But you seem like a good person and could be Hal's friend," he said, scratching his head with an air of righteous conviction. "Very well, your words are quite intriguing. Should you express thoughts that pique my interest, I may indeed consider your friendship," Tang Yuan replied, arms crossed. "This world is governed by the Titan giants, the leaders of this realm, together with the frost giants and other factions such as the fire giants, storm giants, and ocean giants. They form a protective alliance around the Titan lineage." Hal, speaking with the fervor of a rushing river, divulged all he knew about the fundamental aspects of this world. "What rank do you hold among your frost giant kin?" After absorbing the basic details of this world, Tang Yuan inquired about the hierarchy of power. Hal, merely an ordinary frost giant, classified himself as of moderate standing among his kind. Above him resided the frost royal lineage, capable of easily vanquishing Hal, even the juvenile members of the royal family. When speaking of this, Hal exhibited an air of acceptance, as if being defeated was a natural order of things. "Such a disparity is hardly discernible," Tang Yuan mused, suddenly unleashing a fierce shout. "Now, tell me of the most formidable being you have encountered." As he spoke, Tang Yuan unleashed his aura without reservation. Hal felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the depths of his soul, coupled with Tang Yuan's thunderous shout. He involuntarily recalled a memory from his childhood, a titan he had once seen surveying the territory of the frost giants. On that day, the king of the frost giants, who had seemed so unattainable in Hal's eyes, had followed that great figure like a servant, his face adorned with a facade of insincere smiles. This scene left a profound impression on the young Hal. Noticing the dazed expression on Hal's face, Tang Yuan seized the moment, transforming into a fleeting shadow that entered Hal's consciousness. Drawing upon the remnants left in the river of time, Tang Yuan conjured the past once more. "Who are you?" The frost giant king, standing on the high platform, barked at the sudden appearance of Tang Yuan amid the celebration. The seemingly youthful titan furrowed his brow, but regarded this unexpected intruder with indifference, merely gesturing for the frost giant king to deal with him swiftly, as if these people did not even merit his words. "Seize him." Observing the titan's demeanor, the frost giant king showed no royal bearing, hastily instructing the waiting guards to apprehend the uninvited guest. "I'm afraid I have no time for idle chatter with you," Tang Yuan murmured, disregarding the surrounding guards, and with a mere wave of his hand, he banished them to another dimension. "Now, let me see your caliber, Titan." Tang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the Titan atop the platform, his fighting spirit ignited. "How dare you act so brazenly before the throne?" The young Titan had yet to speak when the frost giant king erupted in fury. The Titan clan was scarce, mainly residing on the Golden Island at the heart of the Titan world. This opportunity had come at a tremendous cost, and while he appeared to be the king of his clan, he was, in truth, merely a discarded hyena. The true dignitaries dwelled on the Golden Island, where even the offshoots of Titans could seize fortuitous chances to break the shackles of their bloodlines, potentially reverting to true Titans rather than remaining as mere hybrids. He had initially believed that by serving this esteemed individual from the Golden Island well, he might catch his attention and perhaps return to the Golden Island together, leaving behind the position of a mere leader of cold-blooded hyenas. The thought of his life potentially unraveling in such a manner filled the frost giant king with growing rage and apprehension. He dared not allow the purebred Titan beside him to display even a hint of dissatisfaction, his mind solely focused on swiftly removing the unexpected guest before him. The frost giants, who had previously gathered together, had become startled and scattered in fear at the sudden turn of events. Even among the extraordinary frost giants, some merely stood aloof, their icy demeanor sealing off the paths surrounding Tang Yuan. Suddenly, Tang Yuan sensed an ancient beast stirring beneath the ice, as if awakening from a long slumber. In the next moment, a colossal creature, capable of devouring the very heavens, opened its gory maw and shattered the ice, launching itself toward Tang Yuan with a ferocious bite. In an instant, Tang Yuan's figure was swallowed whole, appearing to be a sacrificial offering to this monstrous entity. "Is this the unique frost behemoth of your kind?" inquired a young titan, his gaze intrigued by the beast. "Indeed, Your Highness," replied the frost giant king hastily, his face adorned with obsequiousness. "This creature was once our sworn enemy. Many of our kin perished at its jaws when we first migrated here. After millennia of taming, we have finally managed to harness its power to a certain extent." The young pureblood titan cast a disenchanted glance at the frost giant king. "Ayer, remember, greatness can arise from the wilds. Over the past century, many heroes have surely emerged from the outside world. Go forth and bring them back. Treat them well, and they may become your invaluable allies in the future." Within the pristine confines of a white canopy, an elder titan, his eyes narrowed, imparted wisdom to the young titan about to embark on a journey. Reflecting on his grandfather's counsel, Ayer began to question if the seer of the Titan clan might have erred. Could there truly be individuals within such a tribe capable of rivaling the pureblood titans? The immense expectations he once held now morphed into profound disappointment. His recent experiences had unveiled many wonders, yet not a single hero had caught his eye. While the frost giant king possessed certain commendable traits, his cunning nature repulsed the young Ayer. To bring such a person back to the Golden Isle would be a disgrace to the Titan name. Unbeknownst to the frost giant king, Ayer had never intended to take him to the Golden Isle, even as the king eagerly hoped to impress him. "Your Highness, I have encountered many who, blinded by their self-proclaimed prowess, are oblivious to the divine authority that must not be trifled with. Do not let such individuals provoke your ire," the king cautioned. "Indeed," Ayer replied tersely. In his eyes, the sycophantic frost giant king was far less appealing than the stranger who had dared to meet his gaze. At least from that stranger's eyes, Ayer discerned a fearless spirit, which he found quite admirable. What a pity, Ayer sighed inwardly, suddenly losing all desire to linger any longer. He yearned to return to the Golden Isle and never venture forth again. As he turned to take his leave, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. Soaring into the sky, the overwhelming force seemed poised to shatter the very barriers of the world, causing the entire realm to tremble on the brink of collapse. How could this be possible? The frost giant king's eyes bulged in disbelief, reflecting the profound shock that coursed through him at that moment. In stark contrast, Ayer was invigorated by this world-crushing aura, a fearless battle spirit soaring to the heavens, clashing head-on with Tang Yuan's own fervor. Although Ayer's determination appeared feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, it steadfastly endured. With muscles taut and a defiant roar escaping his lips, Ayer resembled an ancient demonic deity awakening, radiating a sacred golden light. He embodied the essence of a newborn sun, intent on dispelling the shadows of the world. As the golden glow faded, Ayer's form seemed sculpted from gold itself. His once towering frame expanded dramatically, transforming into a majestic giant akin to a mountain. Was this the awe-inspiring stature of a pure-blooded titan? It was indeed enviable. The frost giant gazed in rapt fascination at Ayer's mountainous figure, his eyes filled with longing. With a dazed gesture, the frost giant king reached out, as if yearning to touch the object of his lifelong desire, but in the next instant, his body was torn to shreds by the collision of Ayer and Tang Yuan's formidable auras. Despite revealing his true titan form, Ayer sensed that the gap between him and Tang Yuan had not diminished. In fact, it felt as vast as ever. This realization brought forth a wave of humiliation and defiance within him. The ancestors bestowed upon me an invincible bloodline, and my parents granted me an indomitable spirit. Ayer's eyes were bloodshot, the veins bulging, as if they might burst from his skin. In that moment, memories of his grandfather's teachings flooded back to him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet familiar power surged from the depths of his being, as if it had always been a part of him, merely awaiting the right moment to be unleashed. An infinite surge of power. It seemed he was granted the treatment reserved for protagonists. Tang Yuan mused internally, and then his silhouette eclipsed the sun's brilliance as he slowly brought his hands together in prayer. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying wave of energy emanated from beneath him, sweeping outward. Everything upon the ground was reduced to dust in the wake of this force, the very earth itself fracturing under its might. Soon, Ayer, who had valiantly persevered atop the platform, was completely engulfed, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The Golden Sky Island. Was it? Tang Yuan pondered, chewing over the last remnants of information gleaned from the young titan's mind. Yet, no useful insights had emerged. Casting a glance at Hal, who lay on the ground, Tang Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating his next course of action. Chapter 59. the celestial frost giants casting a glance at the unconscious frost giant. Hal, sprawled upon the ground, Tang Yuan contemplated for a moment before choosing not to awaken him, turning instead to depart. At that instant, however, Hal emitted a yawn, stretched languidly, and gradually sat up, rubbing his face with his massive hand, appearing drowsy and bewildered. "Ah, where am I?" he murmured, seemingly perplexed as to why he found himself in such an unfamiliar locale. It was only when he lowered his gaze to behold Tang Yuan's countenance that he let out a shrill scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In that fleeting moment of recognition, memories of Tang Yuan's tumultuous visit to the royal city surged forth in Hal's mind. Yet almost simultaneously, another, more mundane recollection emerged. These two memories intertwined and collided, as if vying to cleave his consciousness asunder. Hal's brain was thrown into disarray by the tumult of conflicting memories, akin to two diminutive beings engaged in a fierce skirmish within his skull. Observing Hal's anguished expression as he clutched his head and screamed, Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, only to comprehend the cause of the turmoil a heartbeat later. It dawned upon him that he had anchored his journey through time to Hal's childhood memories, thus rendering the episode inconsequential to outsiders. Yet for Hal, it was as though he were experiencing two divergent endings of a narrative simultaneously, leading to a cognitive dissonance that obscured the boundary between reality and illusion. With a sigh of resignation, Tang Yuan chose not to abandon the beleaguered Hal, for he feared that the frost giant before him might truly descend into foolishness. He approached Hal and gently glided his hand across the giant's fearsome visage. As Tang Yuan's palm descended, Hal's grimace gradually softened, yielding to a semblance of tranquility. "Who are you?" Hal reopened his eyes to behold Tang Yuan's form. His demeanor markedly improved. Though fragments of discordant memories still flickered in his mind, they no longer inflicted that harrowing sense of fragmentation. "Just a passerby," Tang Yuan replied, preparing to rise and depart. "Wait," Hal called out anxiously, watching Tang Yuan's retreating figure. Tang Yuan turned, bemused by Hal's urgency. This world can be quite perilous. If Lord Hal were to guide you, I could help you avoid many troubles," Hal implored. "You wish to accompany me?" Tang Yuan inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hal nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "You certainly possess a certain quality," Tang Yuan remarked with amusement, harboring a measure of respect for the giant's discernment. "Accompanying me may lead to peril at any moment. Are you still inclined to follow?" Tang Yuan scrutinized Hal's burly frame. "The frost giants fear not death." "All right, enough boasting," Tang Yuan interjected, recognizing the resolute expression on Hal's face, knowing he was about to indulge in more bravado. "In certain aspects of this world, it is not weakness that we fear, but folly. Fortunately, you merely appear foolish. Let us see what potential you truly possess." Tang Yuan raised his hand once more, resting it against Hal's somewhat frigid skin. Suddenly, Hal was bewildered by the meaning of the transformation, until he sensed a pulsating surge within his veins, a continuous flow of power coursing through his bloodline. His features underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The once frost giant, with white fur and blue skin, was transformed into a purebred titan, seemingly forged from gold. Feeling the explosive strength within him, Hal realized that even a single finger could crush his former self. Tang Yuan beheld Hal, whose golden hair cascaded down his shoulders, every muscle sculpted as if by a master artisan from marble. His golden eyes flickered with a savage aura, and at his towering height of several dozen meters, one could almost feel the terrifying power lurking just beneath his skin. As Hal sensed an abundance of strength continuously being unleashed from his bloodline, he soon felt overwhelmed. With a mighty roar, he expelled the excess blood energy, converting it into the purest form of energy. In an instant, the heavens seemed to rupture. The clouds, resembling fish scales, were torn apart as if by giant hands, scattering across the sky. How could a purebred titan appear here? Moments later, before Hal could fully comprehend the surging power within him, a melodious voice, as delicate as silver bells, resonated in the air. Tang Yuan turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a woman adorned in crimson battle armor, her back graced with 6 fiery wings, gracefully descending. Her exquisitely carved features, akin to jade, were marked by astonishment as she gazed at Hal, seemingly unable to comprehend his presence. "I do not recall any purebred titans recently embarking on journeys. How did you arrive here?" The woman regarded Hal with caution, while Tang Yuan was conspicuously overlooked. It was evident that standing together, one might assume Tang Yuan was merely a servant. "My lord, judging by her demeanor, she appears to be of the seraphim lineage. Furthermore, considering the number of wings she possesses, she must be of a relatively noble standing within her clan." Hal too regarded the woman with a hint of wariness, simultaneously introducing her identity to Tang Yuan. Observing Hal instinctively position himself behind Tang Yuan, with his hands clasped behind him like a bodyguard, the woman felt as though she were still dreaming. The Titan race, known for their straightforward bravery and dignity that eclipses life itself, now resembled mere servants. The woman thought herself to be losing her sanity. In truth, her assumptions were not entirely incorrect, for Hal was a purebred Titan who had only recently embraced his lineage. "And who might you be?" she inquired, scrutinizing Tang Yuan's physique with a gaze that revealed a profound wariness, even more intense than that which she had directed at Hal. Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? Upon hearing Tang Yuan's retort, the woman fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke again. "I am Caroline Sabina. That is my name. My lord." It seems her status is even higher than I had imagined. Sabina holds a position of supreme authority within the Seraphim, rivaled only by 3 other surnames. In a hushed tone, Har elucidated to Tang Yuan, who was an interdimensional visitor. After listening to Har's explanation and casting a glance at Caroline, Tang Yuan remarked, "It is utterly absurd that a purebred Titan would submit to someone from another realm. You have truly brought shame upon the Titan lineage." Remarkably, Har displayed an indifference towards the responsibilities expected of women, demonstrating a spirit akin to that of a carefree swine unperturbed by boiling water. To him, the Titan clan was merely a banner he had once used for his own purposes, devoid of any genuine respect. After all, the members of the Titan clan had never regarded themselves as a cohesive group. "You speak of my subordinate in such a manner before me. It leaves me feeling quite embarrassed. Should I take some action?" Tang Yuan scrutinized the young woman named Caroline from the Seraphim race, and, with a subtly meaningful glance at her somewhat provocative figure, remarked, Chapter 60. The terrifying presence standing at the source of bloodlines. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's admonition, Caroline instinctively took a step back in fear, but, realizing that her action might tarnish the reputation of the Seraphim, she returned with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Tang Yuan, unfazed by her subtle gestures, found her expressions rather amusing. "The strength of the Seraphim is not something you should provoke." Caroline, her face flushed from Tang Yuan's aggressive gaze, exclaimed, "My lord, she speaks the truth. The Seraphim reign supreme in the Seraphim realm, holding a status comparable to that of the Titans in the Titan world." This notion, merely by its name, was instantly discernible. Tang Yuan silently scoffed at this in his mind, but still inquired, "How is it that this Seraphim maiden finds herself here?" Sensing Caroline's strength, he felt she was far from being capable of interdimensional travel. The boundary between the Seraphim realm and the Titan world was exceedingly fragile, in certain unique locations. Even the weakest of mortals could traverse without hindrance. Many had speculated that if this trend continued, in a few millennia, the very concepts of the Seraphim realm and the Titan world would cease to exist. No wonder. Tang Yuan nodded with a sense of certainty as he surveyed the young girl before him. "Why do I sense some rather impolite thoughts swirling in your mind?" Caroline gazed at Tang Yuan with a look of skepticism and queried, "But let us set that aside for now, young lady. Consider your predicament, alone in my grasp. What do you propose I should do?" "You should release me," Caroline murmured softly. "What did you say?" Tang Yuan's expression turned to one of shock, unsure whether the girl was genuinely naive or merely feigning it. Was she truly bold enough to jest with him in such a precarious situation? "You ought to release him." An authoritative voice, laced with a hint of arrogance, resonated above the assembly. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, as a sword engulfed in golden flames cleaved through the void towards Tang Yuan. In a swift motion, he appeared above the swordsman. With a forceful kick, he propelled the airborne man downward, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, crashing into the icy surface below and unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Observing the figure of the man deeply embedded in the center of the chasm, Tang Yuan chuckled softly and remarked, "What did you say?" Half an hour later, the man, who had been painstakingly extracted from the icy crevice by Caroline, shook his head as if still not fully awakened. Beside him, Caroline supported him anxiously, her eyes welling with tears. "Brother, are you all right?" she asked nervously. "The prowess of this assistant is weaker than I anticipated," Tang Yuan expressed his disappointment, noticing the man's prolonged lack of response. "What do you know? My brother simply hasn't donned the divine armor," Caroline replied, her battle armor shifting to envelop her entire body in a fiery suit, leaving no gap. "Little sister, enough of that. Put away the divine armor. This man has surpassed our limits. He is not an opponent we can handle." The man finally reacted, pressing down on Caroline's hand to signal her to remain still. "I know. I was just trying to scare him into not acting recklessly. I didn't expect you to be right beside me," Caroline pouted, casting a disapproving glance at her brother. Her brother, hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. After his bloodline awakened, Hal had reigned in his aura, presenting himself as an ordinary mountain giant. Meanwhile, standing at the center, Tang Yuan made it clear that he was the nucleus of this group, prompting Hal to consider launching a full assault against him. However, he was taken aback by Tang Yuan's terrifying strength, realizing he had no room for resistance. You are not a creature of this world, are you? Who exactly are you? Hal inquired, his gaze sharp as it fixed on Tang Yuan. It seems you are considerably more astute than your sister, Tang Yuan remarked, appreciating Hal's ability to deduce his identity effortlessly. And what about you? What is your name? Osni Cybernia, Hal declared, evidently proud of his surname, disregarding his current status as a captive and addressing Tang Yuan like a victor. You siblings have been exuding an air of invulnerability since earlier. I wonder if that colossal entity above has emboldened you, Tang Yuan asked, intrigued by Hal's demeanor. You sensed it? Though it matters little now, you should know that the being above is the divine throne, the pinnacle of wisdom of our kind. I hope we can have a proper discussion now, Hal said boastfully. Wait. Suddenly, countless images of Tang Yuan shot outward into the heavens, only to return to his form moments later. With a smile, he addressed the two. Now, we can converse properly. What are you talking about? Caroline's questioning tone grew weaker until she fell silent. It seems I have underestimated you, Hal remarked, casting a deep glance at Tang Yuan before continuing. I truly do not understand why, with your strength, you choose to conceal yourself in such a trivial place. As I have just arrived, is this reason sufficient? If not, then please suppress the questions that linger in your mind. I currently lack the time to listen to your lengthy inquiries. I only seek a method that would allow me to swiftly achieve renown across both realms, one that would ensure my name is remembered by all, even centuries hence. Tang Yuan expressed his impatience to those present. Certainly, methods do exist. If you were to venture to the Golden Sky Island or the Celestial Temple, you could indeed accomplish what you seek, but the prerequisite is whether you possess the requisite strength. Osni, having regained his composure after being startled by Tang Yuan, cleared his throat and spoke again. My lord, it is unwise. I recently witnessed a terrifying figure standing at the source of our bloodline, gazing upon me. I can still feel that abyssal aura. My lord must not act rashly. How? Concerned that Tang Yuan might impulsively charge toward the Golden Sky Island or the Celestial Temple. Interjected. Tang Yuan glanced at Hal, smiled, and remarked, Indeed, it seems this bloodline awakening is quite remarkable, even enhancing your intellect, as you now speak with such eloquence. You flatter me, my lord. Hal reverted to his goofy demeanor, scratching his head and chuckling. A formidable figure standing at the source of our bloodline, you say? Tang Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze wandering as his thoughts drifted. Chapter 61. The Dark God, I trust you both know who this figure is, do you not? Tang Yuan suddenly smiled warmly at the siblings, Caroline and Osni. Unlike Hal, who is a newcomer to this path, Caroline and Osni, having been esteemed members of the Celestial God clan since childhood, ought to possess considerable knowledge about the secrets of these two worlds. They should also have a certain understanding of the existence deep within the Titan bloodline. Therefore, Tang Yuan did not beat around the bush and directly inquired of the two. As for whether their statements were truthful, Tang Yuan possessed the discernment to judge. The figure you beheld is most likely the Dark God, the shared protector of the Titan and Celestial God clans. After a moment of contemplation, Osni chose to share what he knew. Caroline looked at her brother in shock, tugging at his sleeve, but Osni's gaze silenced her, shaking his head to indicate she should refrain from acting impulsively. It is indeed preferable to converse with intelligent individuals. It simplifies matters. Tang Yuan patted Osni's shoulder, his eyes encouraging. Continue. You speak well. I may grant you both a remarkable adventure. Osni, however, displayed no signs of excitement in response to Tang Yuan's promise. As a scion of a reputable family, he held no lofty expectations regarding Tang Yuan's assurances. Taking a deep breath, as if recalling something profound, he began, The Dark God is the glory of the Titan and Celestial God clans. Over 10,000 years ago, the worlds of Titans and Celestial Gods were not known by these names. Although the Titan and Celestial God clans were among the foremost powers even then, several other groups existed that could rival them. It was only with the emergence of the Dark God that this situation underwent a complete transformation. Tang Yuan stood quietly beside, refraining from interruption, as he sensed Osni's soul fluctuations, discovering that thus far, he had spoken no falsehoods. The Dark God was the taboo offspring born from the union of a male Titan and a female Seraph. Taboo offspring? Tang Yuan interjected for the first time, intrigued by this peculiar designation, which suggested that the matter was perhaps more profound than he initially perceived. According to his previous assumptions, the Dark God was meant to have aided the Titan and Seraph races in unifying their respective worlds. However, Osni's reference to him as a taboo offspring indicated that the reality might be far more complex. Osni, undeterred by Tang Yuan's abrupt interruption, composed himself and continued. According to our ancestral records, on the day of the Dark God's birth, the laws governing both worlds underwent a transformation. The once lofty principles that regulated the world's existence manifested before everyone, flowing entirely into the Dark God's being. Thus, from the moment of his birth. He possessed terrifying powers capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. As he matured, this change became increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, he vanquished all opposing races, casting them into the world's crucible, reducing them to ashes, leaving only the seraphs and titans. Isn't that quite splendid? Hal inquired, prompting an approving glance from Tang Yuan. If matters concluded in such a manner, it would indeed be fortuitous. Yet, this tale was destined to take an unexpected turn. Brother, please stop, Caroline implored, casting a fearful glance towards the heavens, tugging at Osni's garment with a pleading gaze. I am sorry, but the consequences of continuing this tale are beyond my capacity to bear. If you truly wish to know more, I suggest you visit the library of Golden Sky Island. There, you will find far more than I could ever impart. Osni cast a sidelong glance at his sister and ceased his narrative, offering Tang Yuan an apologetic look. Not at all. You have shared enough, Tang Yuan replied with understanding. As for what comes next, I shall investigate it myself. He spoke with empathy. The clan leader, the seer, and the elder of the Titans represent the pinnacle of their might. They can even summon the dark goddess thoughts into the realm. Which is no trivial matter, Osni remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Yuan before, with a powerful flap of his 6 flaming wings, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the sky. As the Osni siblings flew, they observed that the scenery around them remained unchanged, prompting them to halt. Whoever you may be, I beseech you to grant my brother and me some favor. We shall repay it in the future. No need for repayment. I have promised you an extraordinary encounter, and I am a man of my word. A figure abruptly appeared before them. It was none other than Tang Yuan, whom they had encountered earlier. That will not be necessary. I kindly ask you to allow us a clear path, and my brother and I would be immensely grateful. Osni responded courteously, clasping his hands in refusal. And you? Do you share this sentiment? Tang Yuan, upon hearing Osni's refusal, turned his gaze towards Caroline, who stood behind him. My brother, I wish to try. Osni was about to decline on behalf of his sister, but was interrupted by Caroline. The younger sister, gazing at Osni with incredulous eyes, remained silent as she lowered her gaze to her toes. Caroline had encountered Tang Yuan much earlier and, as a result, possessed more knowledge than Osni. Thus, she harbored a subtle anticipation regarding Hal's identity. Brother, I am aware of what I am saying. As for the rest, let us discuss it later. I must candidly inform you that this situation represents a genuine opportunity for me. With that, she refrained from saying more. But she directed her final remark at Tang Yuan. Is it acceptable for me to observe from the sidelines? What a pity. I had greater faith in you, Tang Yuan said, casting a disappointed glance at Osni. In an instant, he appeared before Caroline with a mischievous grin and remarked, it might sting a bit. Endure it. Do you know the location of Golden Sky Island? Tang Yuan asked Hal, as if nothing had transpired, glancing at the departing figures of the Osni siblings before turning back to Hal. Hal looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with longing as he replied. It lies at the heart of the world, at the highest point of the heavens. It seemed that, in his mind, he did not regard the Titan clan's reputation with indifference. Having discerned the general direction, Tang Yuan ceased speaking. A chaotic dimensional gate opened before him, and without uttering a word, he strode toward it. Only then did Hal snap back to reality, realizing that Tang Yuan's figure had already vanished into the abyss before him. He quickly lowered his head and followed into the dimensional gate. The gate, originally towering over 2 meters, suddenly expanded to match Hal's height at the moment he entered, allowing him passage through the threshold. Chapter 62, Golden Sky Island. Golden Sky Island, the ancestral land of the Titan clan, had transformed into the supreme sanctuary of the Titan world since the Dark God aided the Titans in unifying their realm. Much like the proud Titan giants surveying the world, Golden Sky Island eternally loomed over the entirety of the Titan realm. After enduring the test of millennia, this island had become synonymous with the Titan world. Yet today, this immortal sanctuary welcomed 2 uninvited guests. My lord, it seems there is an invisible barrier surrounding this island, preventing our entry. Hal, resembling a mountain in stature, remarked as he scratched his head while gazing at Golden Sky Island. It is not blocking us. It is repelling me, Tang Yuan replied, feeling the world's rejection the moment he approached, causing him to stagger back a few steps. No wonder I felt so little repulsion when I first entered this world. It was all concentrated here. What should we do then, my lord? Hal inquired, puzzled by the unexpected situation. He had assumed that any complications would arise after reaching the island, not before even crossing the threshold. It appears that the laws of this world are somewhat scarce, Tang Yuan observed, glancing at the shimmering golden runes that flickered around Golden Sky Island, feeling a sense of wonder. However, this may work to my advantage. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuan's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a purebred Titan giant that bore an uncanny resemblance to Hal. Disguised as a Titan, Tang Yuan flexed his wrists, savoring the newfound power of this form, which indeed enhanced his control over strength. Undoubtedly, he belonged to a naturally combative race. Tang Yuan mused quietly to himself as he stepped forward, crossing the barrier and setting foot upon the Golden Island. Observing Tang Yuan's silhouette, Hal hastily followed suit, discovering that he felt no sense of repulsion and could freely step onto the Golden Island. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The moment Hal set foot on the Golden Island, it was akin to sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day, invigorating him entirely. Unable to contain his pleasure, he involuntarily exclaimed, only to feel a tinge of embarrassment as he covered his head and glanced at Tang Yuan. However, Tang Yuan paid him no mind. Instead, he extended his consciousness to assess the surroundings of the island. He discerned that, apart from a few areas shrouded in mist that obscured his vision, there was nothing within the island that could rival his prowess. Augustus, what brings you here? A voice, laced with icy disdain, pierced the air. Tang Yuan and Hal turned to find a female titan, her countenance as frigid as an iceberg, posing the question. For reasons unknown, Hal felt an immediate shyness, lowering his gaze and fidgeting with his fingers upon seeing her. Who is he? Your new lackey? Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had indeed disguised himself as a titan that Hal had once encountered in the recesses of his memories. Unfamiliar with the identity of this woman, he was still taken aback by the coincidence of encountering an acquaintance upon entering the island. Such misfortune seemed almost comical to him. This tone suggested a relationship that was anything but casual. With such luck, I could have struck it rich in the lottery, Tang Yuan chuckled inwardly. Ileana. Long time no see, a voice familiar to both Tang Yuan and Hal echoed in the air. Turning around, they beheld Osni, the seraph, his face alight with a smile, approaching to greet the Titaness who resembled an iceberg. Osni. Ah, it makes sense. I heard from Caroline that your adventures were about to commence. Where is Caroline? I do not see her, Ileana inquired, her initial confusion giving way to realization as she scanned her surroundings, noticing the absence of Caroline. For this inseparable pair of siblings, the sudden lack of one evoked a sense of curiosity. My little sister had a fortuitous encounter and returned to the clan ahead of me. As for myself, I am yet to complete my journey and shall continue on, Osni replied candidly. Even Tang Yuan couldn't help but admire his performance, though upon reflection, he realized that Osni had not lied. He simply omitted certain details. I happened to engage in a pleasant conversation with Brother Augustus during the recent inter-clan exchange, and I have come this time to further explore our previous discussions, Osni interjected, sensing that Ileana was about to inquire further. Well, you two should have a good talk. I hope you can persuade him to cease his foolishness. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit the Celestial clan. It has been quite a while since I last saw Caroline. How delightful it will be. Osni glanced at Elena, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Elena responded without a hint of suspicion, her figure vanishing in an instant from the sight of the crowd. Hal observed Elena's departing silhouette, his gaze somewhat lost in thought. Hey, everyone has left. Did they take your soul with them? Tang Yuan nudged Hal, who appeared dazed, with a hint of exasperation in his voice. To be honest, even I must admit that Elena's beauty is exceptional, but alas, she is far too mature. Ah, no, Hal exclaimed, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, as if the earlier reverie had never occurred. Osni, aren't you supposed to be leaving? Tang Yuan remarked with a teasing tone directed at Osni. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Osni sighed and clasped his fists in response. Brother Tang Yuan, I must confess I underestimated your capabilities. I never imagined you could break my sister's bloodline shackles and allow her lineage to ascend once more. I admit, I am intrigued. Of course, I shall provide appropriate compensation. Tang Yuan chuckled lightly, feeling a sense of relief. After all, in this unfamiliar territory, finding someone well-versed in various secrets is quite rare, and Osni was his chosen candidate. To achieve this, he had expended far more effort assisting Caroline with her bloodline ascension than he had to aid Hal, and it seemed his strategy had borne fruit. To my utmost pleasure, Tang Yuan replied, revealing a reassuring smile. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and thus their agreement was solidified. However, how did you come up with the idea to disguise yourself as Augustus? This individual holds considerable standing within the Titan clan, Osni inquired, scrutinizing Tang Yuan's face with a hint of curiosity, unaware of Tang Yuan's connection to a purebred Titan from the Golden Sky Island. Tang Yuan merely smiled in response, choosing not to address his question. After all, maintaining an air of mystery can serve as an effective deterrent. As he gazed upon the ethereal landscape before him, resembling a paradise, Tang Yuan's eyes wandered, lost in contemplation. Chapter 63, The Titan Oracle. Now, you should be able to tell me why the Dark God is referred to as the Forbidden Sun. Tang Yuan turned his head to glance at Osni. Osni was about to speak when he suddenly found himself in another realm, surrounded by an ambience steeped in white mist. His estimation of Tang Yuan's power subtly increased. This place is no longer within the Titan world. You may speak freely. Osni inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled before continuing. The Dark God was born bearing the laws of two worlds, which is why he was invincible from the moment of his birth. Unfortunately, such overwhelming power led him to become increasingly dissatisfied with merely reigning over the Titan and celestial realms. Ultimately, one day, he chose to wage war across the cosmic expanse. However, he has taken the fundamental laws of the two realms, has he not? Tang Yuan articulated his speculation, to which Osni nodded in agreement, seemingly unsurprised. The loss of the fundamental laws of the two realms has prevented the emergence of formidable beings akin to the prime ancestor, who could sweep across the ages, and consequently, the birth of taboo entities such as the Dark God has become impossible. No wonder your attitudes towards him are so paradoxical. On one hand, the Dark God aided you in unifying your respective worlds, for which you ought to express gratitude. Yet on the other hand, he has appropriated the laws of the two realms, obstructing your paths to ascension. It truly leaves one in a quandary of whether to be grateful or resentful. Tang Yuan observed the complex expressions on Osni's face, feeling a surge of sentiment. This matter cannot be easily adjudicated as right or wrong, and Tang Yuan felt even less entitled to pass judgment. Fortunately, he was not a true Titan, thus spared from the intricacies of these relationships. However, upon hearing Osni's words, a thought began to form in Tang Yuan's mind. If even you hold this belief, it appears that the higher echelons of your Seraphim clan have intentionally allowed this situation to unfold. So I ask you, does the Titan clan share your stance? I cannot say. How could another race fully comprehend matters that pertain to the survival of a species? After all, even the Dark Goddess thoughts are bound by constraints. Osni offered a bitter smile, suggesting that the Seraphim clan's discontent towards the Dark God had indeed persisted for a considerable time. Let us inquire directly. Who manages affairs in the Titan clan? Just as Tang Yuan was about to depart, a pivotal question crossed his mind. The Titan prophet. Though outsiders might perceive the Titan clan leader, who once annihilated countless outer evil gods to ensure a millennium of peace for the Titan clan, as the one who holds sway, the true understanding lies in the recognition that the Titan prophet is the brain of the Titan clan. All actions of the Titan clan are orchestrated by him. Even the clan leader acts in accordance with his directives. Tang Yuan approached Osni, placing his hand upon his forehead, and murmured, "Allow me now to witness the true voice of the Titan clan." Beneath the simple white gauze, a somewhat stooped figure flickered in and out of visibility, swaying gracefully with the breeze. Gazing upon this figure, though he was right before him, there was an inexplicable sensation of distance. Tang Yuan noticed a fleeting moment of distraction in the figure, followed by a light chuckle. I did not anticipate that the prophet of the Titan clan would be an old man nearing the end of his days. All things in the world have their destined fates. Although now basking in glory, there will inevitably come a day of decline. It is merely a matter of time. Dear friend, why should you mock me? The voice of the Titan prophet was aged, yet imbued with profound lamentation. With just a single phrase, it seemed to encapsulate the experience of myriad lifetimes, evoking a sense of the vicissitudes of time. I have been inconsiderate, generally. I find discussions with ancient beings like you rather vexing. Tang Yuan shook his head in mild frustration, for conversing with such ethereal entities often rendered him feeling as though he were striking a fist against cotton, utterly ineffective. Honesty is indeed a commendable stance. The Titan prophet appeared quite pleased with Tang Yuan's forthrightness, his tone lightening with cheer. Well then, my strength is simply a reflection of my candor. If my strength were lacking, I would surely invite my own demise. Regarding the words of these ancient beings, Tang Yuan has come to terms with them. It suffices to remain vigilant. The rest can be dismissed. As the seer, you must have discerned the purpose behind my words. No longer passive, Tang Yuan began to inquire of the Titan prophet. Countless times in my dreams, I have witnessed the arrival of another anomaly, one that is destined to alter the very fabric of the Titan world. At last, I have awaited this anomaly, though I wonder if you possess the capacity to rectify the errors wrought by the previous one. The previous anomaly? Your words carry hidden meanings, for reasons unknown. Despite the elder before him being inferior in strength, Tang Yuan felt as though his secrets were laid bare. Yet, he soon set his mind at ease. Even if his origins were revealed, what difference would it make? With his current prowess, he need not concern himself with others' opinions. Anomalies arise because your existence should not disrupt the flow of time. Your every action may alter the course of history, rendering your fate inscrutable. The Titan prophet lifted his heavy eyelids, casting a glance at Tang Yuan, and continued, "The Dark God should not exist, nor should you. Very well, since we have manifested, let us discuss the present circumstances." Tang Yuan relaxed. This Titan prophet was no different from the previous ancient one. both aware that someone like him should not be present in the river of time, yet ignorant of his true origins. I seek fame, while you wish to free yourself from the dark god's constraints. It seems we share a commonality. How about this? I shall take on the role of the villain. You summon the manifestation of the dark god, and I shall eliminate it publicly. Unconsciously, Tang Yuan took 2 steps forward, only to find that the distance between them remained unchanged. This was merely a trivial trick. He could easily break it, but it served no purpose. If this old fellow wished to maintain an air of mystery, let him do so. After all, he held the advantage in strength. If negotiations faltered, he could simply overturn the table, an uncomplicated matter. Silence lingered beneath the veil, and Tang Yuan did not rush. Instead, he discreetly enveloped the Titan prophet with his divine sense, ensuring the elder made no covert moves before him. Tell me, if I assist you in slaying the dark god, who shall then maintain balance? After all, the dark god is, at the very least, a part of the Titan clan, while you are a complete stranger. The Titan prophet's murky eyes fixed intently on Tang Yuan, awaiting his response. If you insist on framing it this way, it loses its meaning. Even if I were to assure you that I would not turn against your kin, you would not believe me. So, pray tell, what is it you truly wish to convey? Upon hearing this question, Tang Yuan understood that the old man certainly had more to say. If he were genuinely perplexed, he would not have engaged in such a lengthy discourse. The very fact that he had spoken for so long indicated that he had formulated his conditions. I hope for the birth of a Titan, infused with your bloodline. The Titan prophet spoke with a smile. Chapter 64. The resolute Titan patriarch. It is imperative for young boys to safeguard themselves in the outside world. Upon hearing the Titan seer's initial response, Tang Yuan gazed at the benevolent and charitable visage of the seer, yet a lingering sense of malice seemed to obscure that smile. I am not such a person, he thought. The Titan seer, seemingly anticipating this sentiment, chuckled lightly. Ah, that makes my task quite difficult. You must understand. I am but a singular individual, yet for the safety of the entire world, I believe it prudent to meet first. With that, Tang Yuan and the Titan seer shared a laugh, reminiscent of old friends. Brother Tang Yuan, Osni remarked, observing Tang Yuan's sudden distraction with a furrowed brow, laced with concern. Ah, it's nothing. We can now proceed to meet this so-called foremost warrior of the Titan clan, Tang Yuan replied, regaining his focus and offering Osni a reassuring glance. But what about the Titan seer? Osni queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. After all, they had previously agreed upon a plan to deal with the Titan seer. Yet it was evident that Tang Yuan was altering their course, leaving Osni perplexed. Rest assured, that old fellow must already have a plan in place. For now, let us prepare to embrace our moment of glory, Tang Yuan assured him, then turned to Harl, saying, Harl, you and Osni should find a location to remain until I summon you. My lord, perhaps it would be wise for me to accompany you, should any trouble arise. I could provide support, Harl expressed, a note of concern in his tone. Aware of the risks inherent in the ancestral grounds of the Titan clan, the burial site of their progenitor, there could be untold taboos present, and Harl worried that Tang Yuan might fall victim to them. Listen, if I cannot manage on my own, your presence would be of little use. It is better for you to wait on the sidelines, ready to assist, Tang Yuan replied. However, Harl began, but was swiftly interrupted by Osni. Recognizing the wisdom in Osni's counsel, Harl came to terms with the situation. He then solemnly addressed Tang Yuan. Very well, my lord. I shall prepare an emergency location for you. Take care of yourself. With a lingering glance at Tang Yuan, Harl departed without looking back. Seeing Harl's expression of farewell stirred something within Tang Yuan. He contemplated probing into Harl's emotional state, but ultimately refrained from taking action. Once the silhouettes of the two men had completely vanished from his sight, Tang Yuan returned to his former demeanor. A formidable aura emanated from him, resonating throughout the Golden Sky Island, causing all beings to feel its weight. Those Titan clansmen with considerable strength managed to maintain their footing, while the weaker ones faltered, collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat adorning their foreheads. At last, an unparalleled aura radiated forth, countering the one exuded by Tang Yuan. The clouds above churned violently, splitting apart to reveal a vast chasm, as if the very heavens and earth were being cleaved by the might of their energies. However, it was not long before the master of that imposing aura began to falter, his momentum gradually weakened and ultimately suppressed by Tang Yuan's overwhelming presence. Just as the adversary's spirit was on the verge of complete subjugation, Tang Yuan unexpectedly retracted his fierce and rampant aura. Meanwhile, deep within the Titan temple, a middle-aged Titan man with a golden mane and a scruffy beard felt a surge of terror as he sensed an approaching figure from afar, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Damn, how could such a formidable enemy appear on the island? What on earth went wrong? This middle-aged man was none other than the current patriarch of the Titan clan, Osiris, a warrior who had once battled the evil gods in the void beyond, securing a millennium of peace for his people. Yet now, as he sensed the formidable presence drawing nearer, the protective barriers of the temple seemed flimsy to him, easily torn asunder with a single strike. As he perceived the adversary's godlike stature, Osiris's heart sank into despair. What am I doing hiding here? I should step out and confront him, he thought, hearing Tang Yuan's almost taunting tone. Although he understood he was no match for his opponent, he still mustered every ounce of his strength. His blood surged, producing a thunderous roar that echoed around him. Tang Yuan made no attempt to interrupt, patiently awaiting his display. Sometimes, he believed himself to be merciful. He could easily vanquish Osiris, but chose instead to grant him the opportunity to showcase his full potential, ensuring that should defeat befall him, it would be without regret. At last, Osiris transformed into a veritable embodiment of blood, his veins bulging as if they might rupture from within. Death's embrace, he declared, his golden irises now fully saturated with crimson. Instantly, the temple was enveloped in a thick miasma of blood, which swiftly coalesced into crimson threads. The blood-red threads snapped taut, even tearing through the fabric of the void, the shattered void appearing like patches within the temple, exuding a somber aura. Yet, these threads could not pierce even an inch of Tang Yuan's skin. As he felt the constricting blood threads around him, he considered that the posture was somewhat unbecoming. With an explosive roar, he shattered every single one of the crimson strands. Witnessing this, Osiris could no longer maintain his composure, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This blood seemed to embody his final vitality, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Tang Yuan approached him, scratching his head in slight annoyance. It seems that dying might complicate matters, he mused. Hearing this, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Osiris's dim gaze, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, revealing a fierce grin. Do you truly believe I would heed your commands? With a resounding crack, something shattered, though Tang Yuan was unaware that it was the Titan clan's crystal source, a vital essence akin to the heart of their people. In a valiant effort to thwart his enemy's objectives, the resolute Titan patriarch chose the most tragic of ends for his life. You make me seem like the villain here. But do you genuinely think you can depart this life without my consent? As the vitality faded from his gaze, Osiris collapsed heavily to the ground, a victorious smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth even in death. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling as though he had truly transformed into a villain. Yet, a peculiar smile soon graced his lips as he strode confidently to Osiris's lifeless body. A flash of golden light illuminated the air, and the residual blood in the atmosphere, as well as the blood spilled upon the ground, flowed back into Osiris's form. Cough. Cough. Osiris, having returned from the gates of the underworld, pointed a finger at Tang Yuan, a look of unwillingness etched on his face. To keep you alive like this, restoring you completely is quite the hassle. After speaking, Tang Yuan lifted Osiris's body and burst through the ceiling of the temple, soaring into the open sky. Now, let me see what this dark god is truly capable of. Casting his gaze upon the overcast sky, Tang Yuan rarely displayed a solemn expression. Chapter 65. The Descent of the Dark God in the Square. The restless Titan clansmen had already filled the space, their unease palpable from the earlier display of Tang Yuan's overwhelming aura. The tallest among them towered over 20 meters, while the shortest stood at 8 or 9 meters, creating a strikingly grand spectacle. Suddenly, a chaotic portal opened, and a figure resembling a small mountain, akin to a lifeless dog, tumbled out, crashing heavily onto the square. The once pristine floor, smooth as jade, was instantly marred by spiderweb-like cracks. That seems to be the clan leader. Someone in the crowd noticed the unconscious figure on the ground, realizing it was the Titan clan leader, revered as their god of war. Instantly, the already noisy crowd fell silent, their expressions turning to panic, akin to startled birds. A few attempted to flee, but then reconsidered. This was the sacred temple of the Titans, the resting place of their ancestors' heroic spirits. If they could not find protection here, where else could they seek refuge? How dare you, scoundrel, offend my Titan divine clan? Do you not know how to write the word death? A voice, thunderous like a rumble of distant thunder, echoed above the crowd. They looked up to see an aged figure standing resolutely in the air. The elder, once stooped, now stood tall like a resurrected ancient Tyrannosaurus, emanating a formidable aura. His sunken eyes glowed with a dark red light, resembling a predatory beast fixated on Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan glanced upward, revealing a radiant smile. The elder, taken aback by this smile, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan had leapt into the air, his tightly clenched fist charged with explosive energy, delivering a devastating blow to the elder's face. The impact twisted the elder's head, sending his body crashing to the ground like a broken kite. As the elder cradled his distorted head, He exerted force, realigning it to its proper position. Even so, he could not suppress a violent cough, blood spilling from his lips as he stared incredulously at Tang Yuan, fear washing over him at the display of Tang Yuan's power. Summon the dark god. An aging voice reached the elder's ears. It was the Titan prophet, who had previously conversed with Tang Yuan. Before the elder could respond, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion resembled gilded foil, and the nearby Titan clansmen hurriedly assisted him, their expressions tense as they exclaimed, "Great Elder." The elder waved his hand to interrupt the chatter, his countenance grave and somewhat despondent as he declared, "Summon the dark god." As if the words dark god held some mystical power, the previously frantic Titan clansmen calmed down upon hearing them. Many wept tears of joy, as if they had foreseen Tang Yuan's demise. Only a few bore troubled expressions, yet none voiced their concerns. Just as Tang Yuan was about to speak, he felt the laws of the universe suddenly spiral into chaos. The previously fragmented laws rapidly began to mend, rendering the entire world more stable. However, this upheaval was short-lived. Before the laws could be fully restored, the tumult abruptly ceased. Although anticipated, the great elder's face darkened nonetheless. What is there to be disappointed about? Hadn't we foreseen this outcome? A figure clad in a pristine white robe appeared before the great elder, exuding a gentle demeanor. Like a kind neighborly elder, he instinctively inspired goodwill. Yet, the Titan clansmen displayed even greater reverence towards this newcomer than they did towards the great elder. Bowing their heads and avoiding eye contact with the Titan prophet. "Cough, cough. Regardless, this is finally coming to an end," the great elder said, continuously spitting blood, yet managing to force a faint smile. "You are correct, it is all coming to an end." The Titan prophet gazed intently at the two figures suspended in the air, speaking in a tone laden with unexplainable meaning. The great elder instinctively sensed that the Titan prophet's words did not pertain to him, but before he could contemplate further, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, compelling him into a deep slumber. Before him stood a figure composed of the four primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Tang Yuan inquired solemnly, "Are you the dark god? If I were the dark god, would you still be standing?" The figure's face was obscured, yet Tang Yuan instinctively felt a smile emanating from him. "Ah, merely a projection," Tang Yuan remarked with a hint of disappointment, though he quickly regained his composure. His eyes ignited with the flames of battle. It appeared that matters were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Time, after all, has the power to alter certain things. The figure suddenly extended a hand, grasping a delicate fragment of law. Tang Yuan offered no response, instead vanishing from sight and reappearing behind the dark god, delivering a fierce kick as if wielding a colossal axe aimed to cleave the dark god in two. He encountered no resistance as he severed the dark god's form, as though slicing through air itself. The dark god, unfazed, clasped his hands together, unleashing an invisible wave that radiated from his being. Tang Yuan collided with this wave, akin to being struck by a cannonball, and was sent hurtling backward. In an instant, Tang Yuan's body crashed into the mountains behind him. Like a projectile unleashed from a cannon, the mountains transformed into countless shards, erupting into the air. The dark god suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that he could no longer perceive Tang Yuan's presence. At that moment, the sky shattered like a broken mirror. Dark fissures appeared above the Titan temple, from which emerged innumerable arms adorned with eyes, attempting to pull the dark god into the fractured space. The dark god distinctly felt that as these eerie arms made contact with him, the four elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, which had maintained his stability, began to stir restlessly, as if boiling water threatening to escape his control. For the first time, a hint of panic crossed the dark god's face, but he quickly clasped his hands together once more. An invisible wave radiated outward, sweeping through the shattered fissures. It appeared as if someone had erased the cracks in the air with an eraser, causing them to vanish entirely. The once vibrant elements surrounding the dark god diminished significantly, revealing a somewhat pallid visage, now beaded with cold sweat. Clearly, that last strike was not something to be wielded casually. "It seems I cannot overpower the dark god." Tang Yuan's figure reappeared before everyone, expressing his sentiments. "You seek your own demise." The dark god's features twisted grotesquely, his formerly handsome countenance now marred by cracks, through which molten lava seemed to flow, instantly filling his eyes with a fierce rage. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the true nature of battle." Words flowed from the dark god as if they were divine pronouncements, and in an instant, chains materialized throughout the realm. "Isn't that rather splendid?" Tang Yuan replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with heightened combat fervor. Chapter 66. The first confrontation with the dark god. Suddenly, Tang Yuan sensed the dark god's aura becoming ethereal and distant, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being in the span of a heartbeat. How dare a mere mortal defy the will of heaven? A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, causing everyone's knees to buckle involuntarily. It felt as if the weight of the entire firmament bore down upon them, compelling them to kneel. In the vast square, only the Titan seer stood proudly, while others, even the Grand Elder, lay heavily on the ground, their fates uncertain due to prior injuries. This was the true decisive moment. The Titan seer gazed deeply at the dark god's figure, speaking in a tone laden with inexplicable gravity. Without me, what glory would the Titan race have known for millennia? Yet, there are always those who shamelessly enjoy the benefits I have procured for them, while simultaneously yearning for more, coveting all the world's advantages. The dark god's words resonated in every ear, akin to a question posed by the very cosmos. Except for a handful, the majority of the Titan people felt as though they had committed a grave sin upon hearing such a simple inquiry, their hearts burdened with guilt. Ah, dark god, you are not a true Titan. You have no understanding of the genuine Titan spirit. Do you truly believe the Titan race desires such things? Observing the Titan clansman beside him, who bowed his head in shame, the Titan prophet suddenly spoke. His tone bore the weight of ages, reminiscent of an ancient sage. And he sighed deeply. You, old fool, are the true traitor of the Titan race. You shall ruin the foundation of our lineage. The dark god cast a menacing glance at the Titan prophet, and in an instant, he grasped the underlying connection. Tang Yuan regarded the Titan prophet with a mixture of surprise and confusion, pondering why he had chosen to reveal himself at this moment. After all, the original plan was for him to draw the dark god's ire in order to vanquish him, liberating the Titan race from his watchful gaze and paving the way for their rebirth. Logically, the Titan prophet should have remained in the shadows, yet here he was, stepping into the fray before Tang Yuan had even dealt with the dark god. This unexpected turn of events caught Tang Yuan off guard. While he deflected the dark god's assault, curiosity danced across his features as he awaited the Titan prophet's next move. The Titan prophet, with an expression of profound sorrow, addressed the kneeling clansman, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Fellow kin, since our progenitor established the Titan race, we have been a people forged in the crucible of war, the true embodiment of a warrior god. It is my fault, for I have strayed onto a dark path, seeking victory through means unworthy of our lineage. The truth has revealed itself. A Titan who shuns battle cannot rightfully be called a Titan. Even if we have seized dominion over the world, we remain unworthy of the title. Since this error originated from within, I desire its resolution to come from the same source. With that declaration, the Titan prophet's visage hardened with resolve, and heedless of the gasps from his fellow clansmen, he hurled himself against the dark god. Instantly, the dark god staggered as if struck by an unimaginable weight, the injuries he bore deepening with this new assault. This wound was unlike any he had sustained before. Raising his hand to assess the damage, he realized that in that fleeting moment, the very laws of the world were slipping from his grasp. Terror washed over him, and he quickly extended his palm to reclaim the scattered edicts. Tang Yuan seized this opportunity, reverting to his long-lost Godzilla form. A towering figure several hundred meters high emerged, resembling a colossal pillar that divided the heavens and the earth. This old fool should have lingered a bit longer in life to witness the true nature of the hopes he cherished, thought the dark god with a sardonic chuckle upon witnessing Tang Yuan's transformation. Ignoring the dark god's taunts, Tang Yuan found it hard to believe that the Titan prophet had perished so easily. His confidence did not stem from doubt in the prophet's strength, but rather from the conviction that such an ancient soul could not simply vanish without a trace. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The dark god's eyes glimmered with inscrutable, arcane inscriptions, prompting Tang Yuan to remain vigilant against the impending strike. Wind. A simple utterance from the dark god seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the world's laws. Like a decree, a tempest of unimaginable ferocity materialized in the heavens, threatening to obliterate all existence. The terrifying power contained within evoked a sense of impending doom even in Tang Yuan. He dared not be reckless, channeling all his vital energy to withstand the impending blow. A continuous surge of crimson vitality erupted around him, swiftly enveloping his form within a protective cocoon of blood. A cataclysmic storm, capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth, relentlessly assailed the crimson chrysalis. Yet, with each assault, more vitality flowed from Tang Yuan's being, compensating for the energy consumed by the dark deity. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate for the duration of a single incense stick's burn. Rain. A voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated once more. The moment the words were uttered, a multitude of dark clouds materialized in the sky, swiftly shrouding the entire expanse, encompassing the golden sky island in a blink. Witnessing this spectacle, far beyond their imagination, the fleeting hope within the Titan race was extinguished like a spark quenched by a torrential downpour. The elder, who had inexplicably awakened, gazed pensively at the heavens, remarking, "If you fail, all that has transpired will merely become a jest." Within the clouds, there was no trace of thunder, only pure rain, with droplets the size of beans cascading down. In an instant, a deluge poured forth, saturating the entire Titan realm. This was no ordinary rain. Each drop carried a terrifying force, akin to a full frontal assault from a typical Titan giant. The sheer number of droplets was unfathomable, creating an atmosphere of dread. Not a single droplet touched the ground. Instead, each veered sharply downward, racing towards Tang Yuan at an alarming velocity. The rain swiftly eroded the protective chrysalis surrounding him, far exceeding the speed of regeneration. Each droplet pierced Tang Yuan's flesh like a dagger. Initially, he managed to endure, but soon, the relentless downpour breached his outer defenses, striking at his very essence. Thunder. Another voice echoed, and this time, despair flickered in Tang Yuan's eyes. It was inconceivable. He had sensed that the dark deity should not possess such power. In his heart, he screamed in disbelief. What a jest. Perhaps next time, you shall witness my four-character decree again. I hope you can endure a little longer, the dark deity chuckled, retracting his overwhelming aura. He regarded Tang Yuan with a hint of regret, and as he spoke, his form shattered like fragile porcelain, each fragment transforming into pure light, dissipating into the cosmos. I have extracted too much from the fundamental laws of this world, to the extent that today, even the strength of the first two characters of my decree eludes me. Perhaps there truly exists a concept of cause and effect in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark deity's form entirely vanished. Tang Yuan, observing the specter of the dark deity dissipate, was lost in thought, pondering the implications. Chapter 67. And tell me, do you possess any other means at your disposal? Tang Yuan addressed the titans below, his tone enigmatic, concealing his true intentions. Every titan in sight instinctively lowered their postures, unwilling to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. The elder, observing this scene, sighed deeply. At that moment, a brutal aura emanated from the depths of the temple, powerful yet reminiscent of a mindless beast. Despite its strength, it exuded a sense of madness. Even a mere brush with this aura caused many titans to have bloodshot eyes and breathe heavily, resembling ferocious creatures eager to devour. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. He had sensed a body buried beneath the temple. Yet the life force he had detected had long since vanished. To his astonishment, it seemed capable of revival. However, he quickly discerned that the owner of this body was in grave trouble, to the extent of losing the distinction between friend and foe. Thus, as this aura began to seep forth, the elder's wrinkles tightened, clearly indicating that the current situation was not what he had hoped to witness. Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable familiarity towards the elder's aged form, and a bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. He decided to observe rather than intervene, curious to see the elder's next move. The elder coughed heavily several times, each cough drowning out all surrounding noise. Even the titans, whose eyes had been filled with madness, regained clarity, looking around in confusion as if they could not comprehend the current predicament. In the elder's hand appeared a pure white staff, the tip adorned with an outstretched palm cradling a gem resembling a blood-red human eye. The moment the staff manifested, the commotion on the ground diminished significantly. The elder planted the staff into the ground, and instantly, crimson lines illuminated and intertwined, forming an obscure and enigmatic character. This character, reminiscent of ancient engravings, exuded a profound and archaic essence. This aura swiftly dispelled the earlier brutal presence, like snow melting under the warmth of the sun, vanishing in mere blinks. Once this was accomplished, the elder leaned on his staff, appearing somewhat exhausted, heavy breaths escaping him, a fine sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. Yet, a glimmer of satisfaction danced in his golden pupils, as if he had finally laid to rest a lingering concern. Subsequently, the elder's gaze collided with Tang Yuan's in the sky, but after just a fleeting moment, he averted his eyes. Tang Yuan smiled, feeling a sense of unreality about the elder's actions. Even though he was unsure how he had achieved such a feat, "Have you all celebrated too soon?" he inquired, observing the titans on the ground, who had collectively exhaled in relief. It was then that they realized their most terrifying foe still lingered above, their expressions turning once again to one of distress as they exchanged bewildered glances. In their lives, such a situation had never occurred before. The once sacred Golden Sky Island was now besieged at their doorstep. Even the subconscious guardian, the dark deity, proved ineffective, leaving the Titan people, who had grown up with tales of the dark deity, perplexed as to whether he was truly as invincible as the legends proclaimed. Some even entertained the illusion that they could match him. Ahem. Ultimately, it was the great elder's heavy cough that redirected everyone's attention to his somewhat aged figure. Many Titans felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the elder, despite his advanced years, exerting himself for the legacy of the Titan clan. Meanwhile, the Titan chief, who had mysteriously awakened, struggled to rise. Upon seeing the chief's disheveled state, the nearby Titans, with expressions of mixed emotions, called out to him. In the span of a single day, the myths they held dear had been shattered, leaving each of them with a sense of unreality. The Titan chief's gaze fell upon the pure white scepter embedded in the ground, and his pupils constricted in shock at the sight of the Great Elder wielding such an artifact. The Great Elder smiled at the Titan chief and called out to Tang Yuan in midair. From the moment the Titan clan came into existence, we have never bowed to anyone. We did not in the past, nor shall we in the future. As he spoke, the Great Elder cast a lingering glance at the gathered Titans before his form gradually transformed into sand and dispersed into the cosmos. With the swirling sands, the elements of the universe began to boil as if stirred by a tempestuous force. This transformation was even more intense than the emergence of the dark deity. Ultimately, all fundamental laws converged into a colossal portal, enveloping Tang Yuan completely. At the moment Tang Yuan vanished into the portal, the heavy doors, adorned with angelic reliefs weeping blood, slowly closed. In the end, the portal shattered into radiant fragments that dissipated above Golden Sky Island. Is it over? A Titan, still reeling from the events, incredulously slapped his own face and murmured, "It's over. Everything has come to an end." The Titans gazed at the sky, which had returned to its previous serene beauty, and expressed their astonishment. "Old man, you are quite remarkable. Acting as both prophet and Great Elder, won't you tire yourself out?" In an unknown realm, Tang Yuan jested at the sight of the Great Elder radiating a pure white glow before him. Indeed, standing before him was the previously deceased Titan prophet. Unlike the Great Elder's stern visage, the Titan prophet's face was adorned with a gentle smile that evoked a comforting sense of springtime warmth. Although the Titan prophet appeared before Tang Yuan, his ethereal form and undeniable fatigue indicated that he was not without his burdens. The final act had merely manifested as a fade, serving little real purpose. It was simply a performance in which Tang Yuan had played along. However, the earlier act of stripping the dark deity of his dominion over the world was undeniably substantial. It was precisely because he had deprived a portion of the dark god's dominion over the world that the dark god later found himself unable to draw sufficient power from this realm to heal his wounds. This led the dark god, in a fit of desperation, to attempt to annihilate Tang Yuan with the four-character heavenly phrase. Alas, as he himself had articulated, the remaining primordial laws of this world were woefully scarce, preventing him from even executing the complete version of the four-character heavenly phrase. Ultimately, this solidified Tang Yuan's victory, indicating that the old man had indeed exerted considerable effort. "Pleasant cooperation," Tang Yuan remarked with a smile as he regarded the Titan seer before him. The Titan seer, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a beaming smile of his own. "Pleasant cooperation indeed." Chapter 68. Evolution. Good fortune often comes in pairs. "Shall I assist you in resolving matters with the Seraphic Divine Clan as well?" Tang Yuan proposed, observing the Titan seer's cheerful demeanor. The Titan seer's smile faltered momentarily as he looked at the eager Tang Yuan and spoke with a hint of reluctance. "It is unnecessary, my young friend. The situation with the Seraphic Divine Clan differs from ours. The Dark Goddess remnants within their clan are not mere thoughts, and they have already discovered a resolution. However, they are concerned that any actions taken might alert the Dark Goddess remnants slumbering in the Titan ancestral grounds. Now that you have eradicated the Dark Goddess thoughts, those old fellows should have already taken action upon learning of this, so there is no need for you to intervene." At this point, seeing that Tang Yuan had not absorbed his words, he added somewhat helplessly, "It would be beneficial for you to take action, as it would lend more authenticity to the situation. Even if the Dark God were to return, there would be grounds for discourse." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's spirits lifted, and he clapped his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, "Yes, that is precisely what I was thinking. You truly understand me, old man." Observing Tang Yuan's enthusiasm, the Titan seer hastily cautioned, "My young friend, do remember that while you may take action, it is preferable to avoid causing fatalities. Injuries can be tolerated by those old fellows, but casualties would indeed lead to an uncontrollable situation." Tang Yuan regarded the Titan seer with a deep gaze before abruptly shifting the topic. "Old man, if I had failed to uphold my promise after vanquishing the Dark Goddess thoughts, would you have had means to restrain me?" The Titan seer's expression momentarily froze at this inquiry before returning to his warm, spring-like smile, leaving Tang Yuan's question unanswered. Not wishing to press further, Tang Yuan took one last look at the Titan seer before vanishing from this small world. "My lord, you have finally returned. Tang Yuan, my brother. I knew that fortune favors the brave and that you would not easily encounter misfortune." Osni and Hao, who had been waiting, rushed forward with smiles as they beheld Tang Yuan's form. Observing their exuberance, Tang Yuan smiled wryly. What makes you think I could have come to any harm? In response to Tang Yuan's inquiry, Hal scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish as he replied, well, it's just that the last door we encountered looked rather intimidating, didn't it? I fear, dear sir, that you may have overexerted yourself, truly ensnared by these diminutive figures. Beside him, Osni echoed with a countenance of trepidation. This cannot be blamed on Brother Hal, for that is the fabled gate of hell. The gate of hell? Tang Yuan pondered these 3 words, casting his gaze towards Osni, who, perceiving the moment, remarked, the portal that appeared last bears a striking resemblance to the gate of hell described in our celestial legends. According to lore, beyond the gate of hell lies a connection to the true abyss. Many unparalleled heroes of our celestial clan have eternally succumbed to its allure. Thus, upon my first sighting, I could not help but feel a tinge of fear. Is that so? How intriguing indeed. A mysterious smile graced Tang Yuan's face, prompting a shared glance of curiosity between the two, though they dared not inquire further. Well, I have nearly fulfilled my purpose here. It is time for me to take my leave. At this announcement, surprise flickered in Osni and Hal's eyes. Yet, Osni instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, while Hal gazed at Tang Yuan with an anxious expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Observing their reactions, Tang Yuan chuckled softly, saying, let us part amicably. However, before I depart, I may grant you one wish. Hal suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice resolute. I have but one wish, and that is to follow in your footsteps. Hal's gesture left Osni in a quandary, as he glanced hesitantly at Tang Yuan. With Hal's example before him, he found himself at a loss. He wished to interject, but Hal's fervent demeanor rendered him reluctant to speak. Just as Osni wrestled with his dilemma, Tang Yuan interjected to ease the tension. My world does not require assistance at this time. You should remain well in this realm. After all, there may come a day when I return, and I would not wish to find you absent. Upon hearing this, Osni exhaled in relief and clasped his fists, declaring, rest assured, Brother Tang Yuan, when that time comes, I shall lend you my support. Although Hal felt a pang of disappointment, he accepted this outcome. Tang Yuan approached Osni, placing his hand gently upon his head. I have gazed upon the dark god, though I have yet to encounter other celestial beings. I have gleaned some insights regarding the path of evolution. As if the shackles of time had been shattered, Osni distinctly sensed the transformation of his once pure bloodline beginning anew. The impurities of other races were being expelled, and an unprecedented sensation enveloped his heart, granting him deeper comprehension of the celestial principles. Observing Osni's metamorphosis, Tang Yuan turned his attention to Hal. It seems my conjecture was not in vain. The dark god indeed embodies 2 extremes, and each of you may tread a path of ultimate distinction. Hal glanced at Osni, whose aura was in flux, feeling a twinge of envy, yet saying nothing. Tang Yuan's figure floated above the towering form of Hal, his palms resting gently upon Hal's head. In his mind, he recalled the Titan chieftain, the Titan seer, and the disguised Titan elder he had encountered. These 3 individuals represented the pinnacle of the Titan lineage in this era, although they could not rival the dark gods. Their evolutionary trajectories possessed certain merits. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang Yuan's brain raced, tirelessly constructing the optimal evolutionary path for the dark gods, interwoven with the directions of the 3 titans. This endeavor was markedly different from the ease with which he had assisted Osni in evolving earlier. Soon, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and his complexion grew pale. Master, what does Hal wish to convey? He began, but Tang Yuan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, and a look of joy spread across his face. Ah, I have found it, he exclaimed, giving Hal's shoulder a firm pat. Instantly, Hal's memories of the preceding events faded, and he felt the mysteries of the universe unfold before his eyes. The once dormant fragments of his bloodline surged to life, each representing a unique innate ability of the Titan clan. These talents, long silenced throughout the ages, were now poised to reveal their formidable power once more. Chapter 69. AOC creation before the chaotic dimensional gate. A meteor ablaze with fierce flames plummeted from the heavens, crashing before Tang Yuan. This occurrence elicited a wry smile from him, as he had just emerged from the dimensional gate, yearning to express his feelings of return. Eradicate all humans, preserve world peace. A mechanical voice intoned from above. As it spoke, the mechanical soldier hovering near Tang Yuan glowed with red light in its eyes, raising its arm as a barrage of missiles erupted from hidden launchers within its arm, exploding around Tang Yuan. The deafening blast shattered every window within a 2-kilometer radius. How fortuitous my return seems, Tang Yuan remarked, glancing upward at the island-sized floating city above with a bitter smile. Subsequently, he obliterated the mechanical soldier above him into nothingness. In response to some unseen signal, a series of concentric circles of mechanical soldiers began to encircle him. "Greetings, Mr. Tang Yuan," one of the nearest mechanical soldiers announced, suddenly shaking violently as its visual indicator dimmed. When it flickered back to life, Tang Yuan perceived a newfound humanity in the soldier, which even greeted him politely. He raised his hand to turn it into nothingness as well, but another mechanical soldier began to shake vigorously, resembling the one he had just vanquished, and remarked more humanely, "There is no need for such actions. We might become allies." Is the consciousness hidden within the network? Tang Yuan pondered aloud. Before the soldier could respond, he observed the void around him beginning to collapse. The space twisted and warped, engulfing all the mechanical soldiers within its depths. Controlling the floating islands with the intent to annihilate humanity, Ultron suddenly contorted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Can't you comprehend human speech? Of course I understand. But I simply deem you unworthy to negotiate terms with me." Just after Ultron's curse, an unsettling voice echoed from behind him. When did this happen? Ultron turned around in horror and was confronted by Tang Yuan, who stood mockingly behind him. Who is he? The Scarlet Witch and her brother, currently engaged in dispatching the surrounding mechanical soldiers below, noticed the anomaly in the sky, expressing their surprise. To ordinary people, Tang Yuan was indeed an obscure figure. Yet he was the one capable of resolving the current predicament. Nearby, Thor wielded his mighty hammer, radiating boundless thunderous power. Upon hearing the Scarlet Witch's astonishment, he instinctively glanced upwards, only to catch sight of Tang Yuan and let out a wry smile, clearly relieved. Is he relying on his looks to solve this? Quicksilver remarked incredulously, for Tang Yuan, floating mid-air, bore none of the characteristics one would expect from a powerful being. He appeared just like an ordinary person. Had it not been for his bizarre levitation, Quicksilver would have assumed he was a mere civilian. After all, most formidable individuals possess a unique aura that commands respect, even upon first encounter. Perhaps he has surpassed that stage, Quicksilver mused. Iron Man, who had initially been focused on obliterating the airborne mechanical soldiers, now descended leisurely to the ground, even removing his iron mask as if the battle had concluded. Is he truly that strong? Despite hearing Thor and Iron Man's explanations, Quicksilver remained skeptical. The Scarlet Witch quietly observed above, eager to discern the capabilities of the individual so highly esteemed by Thor and Iron Man. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan sensed the situation below and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you laughing at?" Ultron inquired, puzzled. "I have no idea what's gone awry in that place." Ultron's plan remained uninterrupted, and at this moment, he resembled Vision from the original narrative, with the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead. Tang Yuan merely raised an eyebrow at this transformation before dismissing it, as the outcome was largely inconsequential to him. He pondered the rarity of hearing such praise from these two individuals. It seemed a display of genuine skill was in order. As Tang Yuan spoke, a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. Ultron, caught in the gaze of that look, momentarily lost his focus. When he regained his composure, he found the floating islands he had painstakingly created for humanity's destruction had vanished. Only the two of them remained in the sky, and Ultron, with a grim expression, addressed Tang Yuan. "I thought we had a foundation for cooperation. Apologies, but that was merely your assumption." Tang Yuan shrugged, perplexed, and queried, "What makes you believe we have a basis for collaboration? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? In their eyes, are we not all considered outcasts?" As I peruse the entirety of this planet's history, I discern that true trust has never been bestowed upon the aberrant. They lurk like serpents concealed in shadows, ready to annihilate anyone who reveals even the slightest vulnerability. Ultron subtly harnessed the power of the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead, enticingly spoke, "Thus, you should stand alongside me. We are companions." Noting Tang Yuan's contemplative expression, Ultron's surprise was palpable. A fierce gust swept through, and Ultron gazed in disbelief at the wound piercing his chest, his eyes filled with confusion. "You articulate well, yet I must decline," Tang Yuan replied, reaching out to remove the Mind Stone from Ultron's brow. "You shall regret this." Ultron glared at Tang Yuan with a hint of malice, reluctantly attempting to muster his final ounce of power to flee, but with a gentle touch, Tang Yuan rendered him utterly void. Is this truly the end? On the ground, the onlookers were astounded as Tang Yuan reverted the floating island to its original form. Even as Tang Yuan ceased his actions, they remained perplexed, unable to comprehend what he had accomplished. It felt as though he had done everything, yet simultaneously nothing at all. In any case, Quicksilver's emotions were tumultuous, devoid of the invincible spirit he had felt upon acquiring his newfound powers. "Who is he?" the Scarlet Witch inquired, gazing at Tang Yuan's silhouette against the sky. A flicker of intrigue in her beautiful eyes as she turned to the seemingly entertained Iron Man and Thor. "Ah, he is the guardian of the Watcher Avengers." Captain America approached with an air of ease, having overheard the Scarlet Witch's musings and casually elucidated. The Guardian of the Watcher Avengers? The Scarlet Witch replayed the phrase in her mind. Chapter 70. The Scarlet Witch. All eyes were drawn to the figure suspended in midair. Though many gazes were laden with complexity, Tang Yuan's expression mirrored this complexity as he held a radiant gemstone, continuously emanating a brilliant light, the Mind Stone once embedded in Ultron's forehead. After vanquishing Ultron, he had effortlessly claimed the gem for himself. Yet, merely grasping it in his hand invoked a formidable sense of repulsion. It seemed there existed a powerful repulsive force among the Time Stone, the Reality Stone, and the Mind Stone, rendering their coexistence precarious. Moreover, an ominous sense of forewarning lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He suddenly grasped why Odin had chosen to conceal the Reality Stone on Earth rather than secure it within the vaults of Asgard. Furthermore, the acquisition of a counterfeit Infinity Gauntlet likely indicated that this sovereign of the Nine Realms had discerned something significant. Thus, prior to discovering the true Infinity Gauntlet, he had opted to scatter the collected Infinity Stones across the Nine Realms. Reflecting on this, the narrative of Thor, the Dark World, seemed to possess an added layer of meaning, hinting at the intricate conflicts that lay behind the scenes. Suddenly, Tang Yuan smiled, stowing the soul gem in another dimensional space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the crowd on the ground. It has been quite a while. He greeted the assembly as if meeting long-lost friends, seemingly unfazed by the complex gazes directed at him. Eventually, Captain America managed to muster a smile and said to Tang Yuan, "Welcome back. So you are Tang Yuan? Incredible. It's astonishing that such terrifying power resides within you." A somewhat brash young man approached Tang Yuan with an expression of disbelief, scrutinizing his physique. Unable to reconcile this person with the one who had effortlessly vanquished Ultron moments earlier. Amused, Tang Yuan replied, "No one would expect someone like you to possess extraordinary abilities that transcend the mundane." Quicksilver, upon hearing this, sheepishly scratched the back of his head, his expression awkward. "Regardless, I must sincerely thank you for your assistance. Without your intervention, today's situation would have truly been dire," Captain America said, clapping Tang Yuan on the shoulder. His gratitude was genuine, as this matter pertained to the lives of countless individuals, where a single misstep could lead to the shattering of numerous families. "That's quite all right. After all, my duty is to protect this planet. In this regard, we share many commonalities," Tang Yuan waved dismissively. Then, casting a curious glance around at those present, he inquired, "Is it just you few here? Where are the others? I recall a new school for superpowered individuals was established. Did they not lend assistance during this incident?" Captain America, intrigued by Tang Yuan's question, replied, "Ultron was planning a global uprising of intelligent machines, and everyone else is occupied with that. As for the superpowered school you mentioned, they did intervene, but the individuals were ordinary people who suddenly acquired immense power, which they could not control. They were swiftly defeated by Ultron's mechanical army." Upon hearing Captain America's explanation, Tang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Grateful that the worst-case scenario had not come to pass, his gaze then fell upon the Scarlet Witch standing nearby, and he noted that she was even more captivating in person than portrayed by the actress in the films, her beauty rivaling that of Black Widow. Perhaps it was her unique powers that added an intriguing allure, a sense of enigmatic charm. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch gazed at Tang Yuan with her striking eyes, intrigued by his presence. Tang Yuan, being the gentleman he was, took a brief glance before averting his gaze. "These two are our allies, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch." Captain America introduced the siblings to Tang Yuan. "Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Tang Yuan, a remarkably outstanding young man." Without waiting for Captain America to speak, Tang Yuan took the initiative to introduce himself. Captain America, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of speaking but awkwardly closed his mouth instead. This individual, who forgets his own name in the presence of a beautiful woman, is hardly worthy of attention. The others present shared this sentiment. Before long, it became evident that Tang Yuan and the Scarlet Witch were engaged in a conversation reminiscent of long-lost friends who had not seen each other for years, completely absorbed in their dialogue. Ahem, Iron Man coughed a few times, for the first time feeling that perhaps his reputation as a playboy was somewhat undeserved. Meanwhile, upon hearing Iron Man's cough, the Scarlet Witch and Tang Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, momentarily pausing their conversation. "This woman is still inexperienced," Tang Yuan thought, casting a cheerful glance at the Scarlet Witch. On the other hand, the Scarlet Witch felt a sense of helplessness akin to a weasel attempting to bite a turtle. Despite their lengthy conversation, she discovered that no matter how great her power, she could not penetrate the depths of Tang Yuan's soul. "This is for you. Consider it a token of our meeting," Tang Yuan said, retrieving the Mind Stone from a dimension beyond and tossing it to the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch looked at Tang Yuan with some surprise, puzzled by his gesture. Captain America, witnessing this, almost interjected, "That is national property." However, upon realizing it was a gift from Tang Yuan, he wisely chose to remain silent. The Scarlet Witch, after a brief moment of astonishment, smiled brightly as she accepted the Mind Stone. The efficient repurposing of what was deemed useless, Tang Yuan thought this truly was an excellent idea. Chapter 71, The God of Deceit. Loki in a dimly lit room. Loki, clad in prison garb and shackled, was scrutinized by a somewhat cynical middle-aged white man seated across from him. "Loki, the God of Deceit, and you think such trivial tricks qualify for that title?" The man scoffed derisively. "Indeed, just mere antics. Do not take offense." Loki responded with a smile, far from angered by the remark. Observing Loki's demeanor, the man instinctively sensed something was amiss. However, after careful reflection, he could find no fault, prompting him to sneer once more, believing Loki was attempting to employ his usual cunning. "Ortiz, do you understand what it means to be the God of Deceit?" Suddenly, Loki leaned closer to the middle-aged man named Ortiz, a cunning smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Ortiz furrowed his brow, confused by Loki's words. "Deceit signifies the act of mockery. It is to deceive both beings and fate alike." With that, Loki settled back into his seat, gazing at Ortiz with a grin. "Enough. Since you have nothing worthwhile to say, you might as well perish," Ortiz retorted, finally provoked by Loki's logical stance. With rage etched upon his face, he drew a silver handgun from his pocket. Pulling the trigger, a beam of silver light instantly pierced through Loki's body, and in the next moment, Loki's form began to dissipate like burning paper. Ortiz exhaled slowly, and although certain aspects seemed somewhat illogical, the thought of the adversary's demise brought a wave of relief. He raised his wrist to glance at the watch he wore, where countless streams of pale blue data converged, ultimately revealing the phrase "target eliminated." Upon seeing those 5 words, Ortiz felt an immense weight lift from his heart. The persistent gloom that had plagued him for days began to dissipate. After all, he was merely a fool. With that thought, Ortiz cast a disdainful glance at the spot where Loki had fallen and turned the switch before departing. In the brightly lit corridor, 2 individuals clad in black combat armor halted in their tracks as they observed Ortiz's retreating figure. One of them, a woman with a somewhat somber voice, remarked, "He fell for it so easily. Truly a simpleton." The other, removing her helmet, revealed herself to be none other than Loki, the trickster god who had supposedly met his end moments ago. With a relaxed smile, this Loki replied, "Simple? Not at all. After all, I am toying with fate itself. Who would have imagined I could deceive destiny? It appears you have indeed reaped considerable benefits. You wouldn't be deceiving me as well, would you?" The other figure also removed her helmet, revealing a young woman with ear-length golden hair. Standing beside Loki, their similar aura suggested an uncanny resemblance, as if they were 2 halves of the same being. "Why would I deceive you? After all, you are part of me," Loki remarked playfully, making a face at the woman. "You have truly become the embodiment of the trickster god. Can I still place my trust in you?" The woman regarded Loki with a complex gaze, now convinced that he genuinely fit his title. Certainly, if one could not trust Loki, who else could be trusted? "Loki," as if reciting a tongue twister, addressed the bewildered woman, "but I suspect you might even deceive yourself." This woman was an alternate version of Loki from another dimension. And as she contemplated the man before her, whom she had known for a short time, yet shared numerous experiences with, her voice dropped to a whisper barely audible to herself. "After this, we can enjoy a long respite. Do you have any plans for this time?" Loki suddenly inquired, and the female Loki pondered briefly, feeling a spark of interest, yet ultimately shook her head. Passers-by moved past them without a hint of recognition, as if the 2 were invisible. Observing this, Loki chuckled and said to the female Loki, "If you're uncertain, perhaps a visit to my homeland would be in order. We could see if my brawny brother will first pummel me or embrace me in tears upon witnessing my resurrection. How about a wager?" Loki's eyes sparkled with the thought of something amusing. "Thor, you say? Very well, let me see the Thor of your world," the female Loki responded, her expression complex. Yet she ultimately acquiesced to Loki's suggestion. "Then let us proceed," Loki uttered, conjuring a portal that exuded an aura of darkness. He stepped into it, followed closely by the female Loki, who hesitated for just a moment before entering the portal herself. "What troubles you?" Upon entering, she observed Loki standing at the exit with a rather grim expression, hesitating to take that final step. This piqued her curiosity. Ever since Loki had embraced his role as the god of mischief, it seemed that every event unfolded according to his design. Even the once formidable time management bureau had failed to sway him. Yet now, merely returning to his homeland seemed to unsettle him, which intrigued her. "Nothing. Merely that matters have become increasingly interesting," Loki finally revealed, his expression shifting until he donned his signature smile. This smile, for reasons unknown, brought her a sense of relief. It felt genuine. Unlike before, Where every word he spoke seemed laced with deception, now there was an air of authenticity. Let us confront this anomaly of fate and discern his true intentions. Loki inhaled deeply, then stepped through the portal without looking back. This time, the female Loki followed without hesitation. She too was eager to learn about the individual capable of defying the god of mischief's script. It appears we have been deceived. In a room ablaze with green flames stood a cloaked figure, his features obscured. Surrounding him were several others clad in identical attire, who looked at him with expressions of confusion upon hearing his words. Loki seems to have slipped beyond the grasp of fate's surveillance. One of the figures spoke solemnly. The others fell silent, their minds delving into the river of destiny to probe Loki's fate. Of course he has, for he is dead. Figuratively and literally, one of them chuckled. The group relaxing as the feedback from the river of destiny confirmed that Loki had indeed been permanently erased from existence by Ortiz. It may not be so simple. The first speaker interjected, shaking his head with gravity. Enough with the paranoia. We must monitor the anomalies within the entire river of destiny without wasting excessive time on a single individual. However, the others did not acquiesce to his suggestion, bluntly rejecting his proposal. The initial speaker appeared to contemplate further remarks, but ultimately remained silent, lost in thought. Chapter 72, The Shadowed Realm in a World of Desolation. A blood-red crescent moon hung ominously in the sky, while shadowy specters roamed like scavenging hyenas, occasionally bending to siphon the remnants of life from the earth. A golden-haired youth meandered through this realm of profound silence, his striking features and carefree smile starkly contrasting with the bleak surroundings. This place seems ill-suited for your presence. A profound sound, akin to the rumble of distant thunder, resonated behind the youth. The boy, unfazed by this utterance, maintained his nonchalant smile, playfully turning to face the colossal entity before him. The creature's jet-black fur was marred with dried blood, and within its bright eyes seemed to dwell an entire cosmos. Suddenly, the behemoth rose to its full height, casting a shadow that obscured the blood-red remnants of the moon, enveloping the world in darkness. Do not speak so, Fenrir. I have always believed we were meant to be the best of companions. Your words sadden me, the boy lamented, noticing the palpable hostility in Fenrir's gaze. His expression one of feigned sorrow. Enough, Jormungandr. We are merely the vanquished in this struggle. We have fallen to this wretched state, neither human nor beast. What more do you desire? Fenrir responded, as though he had long forgotten the sound of his name, his pupils contracting sharply at the boy's address. A recollection of painful memories flickered in his eyes, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very fabric of reality. Very well, old friend, I understand your plight. However, we cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Surely, there is a place for us in the realms below. The golden-haired youth, the fabled beast Jormungandr, spoke with an alluring tone, his voice rising above Fenrir's thunderous growls. What trickery do you concoct now, Jormungandr? Fenrir asked, suddenly composed, gazing down upon the diminutive figure before him. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light, as if the boy were destined to become his next meal. Calm yourself. How can you label it as trickery? Truthfully, I still find merit in our last scheme, though none could have anticipated Odin's ferocity, stronger than even his decayed father. He even vanquished Nidhogg. How does one argue with that? Jormungandr gestured soothingly to temper Fenrir's fury. Yet, his words only served to enrage Fenrir further, the stars that once glimmered in his eyes exploding into a tempest of wrath. Do you not know? You dare tell me you are unaware of what you proclaimed back then? Odin is but a puppet. The true threat lies in the remnants left by Baldur. And what is the outcome? Not a single remnant of Baldur's legacy has surfaced, and yet Odin has condemned us all to the underworld, forcing us to endure the torment of unquenchable flames. At these words, Jormungandr's expression shifted, a hint of discomfort coloring his features. This time, there shall be no errors. For Odin is dead. Fenrir's pupils dilated in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Jormungandr with trepidation, his forelimbs restlessly clawing at the earth. Impossible. His age has not yet reached the time of extinction. You deceive me. The last words erupted from him, each syllable pronounced with fervor, as if seeking to peer into Jormungandr's very soul. Were it not for Odin's demise, I would have no reason to seek you. Is dying not swift enough? Shall we meet our end once more? Ymir, unfazed, spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Odin has perished. How did he meet his demise? Suddenly, the excited Fenrir calmed. Gazing down at Ymir, locking eyes with him, he forcibly awakened from his slumber, ultimately transferring all his divine power to his son, leading to his own exhaustion and eternal silence. A son? He bestowed his power upon his offspring? Does this not imply that a younger and more powerful god king has emerged? This is indeed dire news. Ymir's words fell upon Fenrir like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling all his fervor. Alas, it cannot be so dire, Fenrir mused. Though he has passed on his divine power, whether his son can wield it effectively remains to be seen. As long as we eliminate him before he masters this power, we shall prevail. And what of hell? She is not to be underestimated. Many among us have fallen to this young girl in the past. This statement delighted Emer, who clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, this is precisely the ally I wish to mention. Today's events threaten to upend Fenrir's existence. It feels as though the world has gone mad. Hell, Odin's daughter, aiding us. Have you been confined in slumber for too long to speak such madness?" Fenrir shook his head, preparing to depart, when an enveloping darkness cloaked his form, as if he were to vanish within the vast black mist. "Wait, my friend. I am not deceiving you. It is your information that is lacking. Hel's assistance in Odin's battles across the 9 realms occurred many years ago. They have long since fallen out. Even Odin's own kin are unaware of this sister's existence. Hel was personally suppressed by Odin, and now that he is dead, the seal has weakened, granting us our opportunity. Do you understand?" Emer exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his tone, realizing that being too naive can be detrimental. It seems that much has transpired over the past millennium. And what of Nidhogg? What are his thoughts? Fenrir's figure re-emerged from the black mist in his mind. He knew Nidhogg to be a master strategist, one who would not approach without certainty. "Not found," Emer replied with a resigned shrug. "Not found? How is that possible? He was personally exiled by Odin to the deepest recesses of the underworld. It is inconceivable that he could not be located." Fenrir's voice rose in astonishment. "The truth remains. I have searched the entire underworld and have yet to find a trace of him. It is absurd. Nidhogg is among the strongest of us, and my heart remains unsettled without him. Wait a few days. I shall provide you with an answer," Fenrir said, shaking his head as he retreated. "Be swift, for time waits for no one. Furthermore, let me share a piece of news with you. We have been rumored to be the sons of Loki, which means that in the eyes of others, we are now the grandsons of Odin." In a moment of malicious glee, Jormungandr shouted toward the swirling darkness, causing the entire mist to tremble violently, as if the very world were on the verge of collapse. "What is the name of his second son?" A voice, laced with frost, emerged from the shadows. "Loki, a mischievous offspring of the frost giant clan." "Loki? Understood. Give me a day to regain my strength before we set forth." "Very well, I shall wait." Jormungandr clapped his hands in satisfaction, as if his task were complete, gazing at the waning moon above with eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 73. The Goddess of Death. A colossal interstellar ship, as large as a planet, traversed the cold, desolate expanse of the cosmos. Surrounded by countless escort vessels of varying sizes, resembling an imposing expeditionary force that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Ebony Throat, proceed to Midgard, commanded a robust figure clad in golden armor, addressing a subordinate draped in a mage's robe. If Tang Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the speaker as Thanos, the director of the Cosmic Family Planning Commission, with the formidable mage Ebony Throat standing respectfully by his side. At that moment, Thanos awakened from his slumber and issued instructions to the ever-patient Ebony Throat. "As you wish," with the reverence of a knight from the medieval era. Ebony Throat bowed deeply in acknowledgement. "My lord, why venture to that long-abandoned place? Even Asgard has forsaken it. Does such a location hold any true value?" inquired the towering figure of Black Dwarf, who, despite his stature, appeared even more imposing than Thanos. Thanos cast a penetrating gaze at Black Dwarf, mocking him as he replied, "Forsake? They are merely a pitiful group driven from their homeland. What right do they have to speak of abandonment?" Had others overheard Thanos' words, it would have sent shockwaves throughout the cosmos, akin to dropping an atomic bomb among the populace. For in the known understanding, Earth, or Midgard, was merely a subsidiary world of Asgard, perhaps even less significant than several others, existing as a place of little consequence. However, Thanos' assertion clearly shattered this perception. If the gods of Asgard were to hear such sentiments, their worldview would surely collapse. In truth, the reactions of those aboard the colossal ship were no less tumultuous. Even the typically composed Ebony Throat appeared momentarily disoriented, let alone the rather simple-minded Black Dwarf. With widened eyes, Black Dwarf exclaimed incredulously, "Are you suggesting that Midgard, that remote little place, is the very origin of the gods? How absurd." "Enough." Ebony Throat, incensed by Black Dwarf's insolence, interjected. Thanos, however, seemed unfazed, waving a hand to signal that there was no need for Ebony Throat's anger. He then remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Strictly speaking, it should be considered my homeland as well. One cannot help but wonder about the fate of another race that developed in those bygone years. My lord, I am but a simpleton. Might I beseech you to enlighten me?" The Ebony Maw, having evidently pondered something, solemnly inquired of Thanos. Initially, he had regarded this mission with a degree of indifference, merely perceiving it as another trivial foray to alleviate his boredom. Yet, should his conjecture prove accurate. The peril of this undertaking could very well culminate in utter annihilation. You are correct in your assumptions. In the past, the Celestials fashioned two races in Midgard. One is the Eternals, like myself, endowed with formidable power from birth, and the other, here he hesitated momentarily, is the Deviants, whose strength lies concealed deep within their genes. My lord, if this is indeed the case, I suggest we meticulously formulate a strategy before embarking on our expedition to Midgard. Ebony Maw said, his heart sinking as he bowed. No need for that. There has only been one Eternal in many years, myself. Furthermore, while the Deviants possess terrifying power, it remains dormant within their genetic makeup. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, even after all these years, they should still be unable to harness the strength within them. Thanos dismissed Ebony Maw's counsel with a wave of his hand. Nearby, Black Dwarf held no objections, as his primary concern had been the simplicity of this expedition, which would deprive him of the chance to engage in battle. Now, upon hearing that their target is not only formidable, but potentially the strongest adversary they have encountered, he found himself invigorated and eagerly anticipating the mission. My lord, it is better to be cautious than reckless. I still recommend we gather intelligence on our opponent before setting out, Ebony Maw insisted, noticing Black Dwarf's eagerness to act. That will not be necessary. We shall proceed as planned, Thanos declared, granting no opportunity for Ebony Maw to counter, before sinking back into slumber upon his throne. Observing this, Ebony Maw could only sigh in resignation before turning to depart. Meanwhile, in Asgard, a shocking transformation was unfolding that reverberated throughout the 9 realms. A tall, enchanting woman strode confidently across the golden landscape of Asgard, a smile gracing her lips as she reminisced. It has been quite some time since my last visit. I find myself missing this place. Hela, you should not be here. The once mighty Thor lay defeated upon the ground, casting a begrudging gaze at the woman before him. Hela erupted into laughter at Thor's words, as though he had uttered the most absurd joke, but her demeanor quickly turned cold as she fixed her piercing gaze upon him. Looking down at Thor's face, she spoke softly, My dear brother, where else do you think I ought to be? Thor found himself at a loss for words. The unexpected inquiry left him momentarily speechless. He was, after all, a man of sincerity, lacking the eloquence of Loki. If only Loki were here, he mused, suddenly missing the brother he had always detested. It seems you are equally perplexed, but indeed, this is my true home. Yet, for a millennium, I have been unable to return to my own home. Do you deem this fair? Hela gently caressed Thor's cheek, her waist-length hair swaying ethereally without the slightest breeze, bestowing upon her a distinct allure. Therefore, should I not seek retribution? As she spoke, her flowing hair swiftly transformed into sharp spikes, forming a helmet upon her head. Her gaze now shrouded in darkness. With a single, powerful strike, she sent Thor's body hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Thor's face flushed crimson as he could not suppress a torrent of blood from escaping his lips, struggling to rise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hela reappeared before him, raising her leg high before forcefully stomping down upon his back, dissipating the meager strength he had managed to muster. Thor lay helplessly upon the ground. What Odin had done to me, I shall repay in full upon his most cherished son. Hela grasped Thor by the neck, lifting him with a fierce intensity. Her gaze locked onto his. At this moment, Thor was clearly beyond comprehension, his eyes devoid of focus. Witnessing this scene, Hela dragged the defeated Thor away into the distance.